Chapter 1. The Heavenly Demon Sect.Endowed. Peak. Today marks the day when our esteemed leader, Leng Ningshuang, emerges from her seclusion. The Heavenly Demon Sect is poised to welcome a powerful emperor. From this moment forth, our sect shall undoubtedly secure its place among the four great sects. The Grand Elder, Wei Wuyang, displayed an expression of fervent excitement, his once enchanting visage now radiating with enthusiasm. Beneath the high platform, 100,000 disciples stood in orderly formation before the grand hall of the Heavenly Demon Sect. They eagerly anticipated the moment their leader would break through and reveal herself to the world. Yet at the forefront of the crowd, closest to the platform, stood a remarkably handsome young man who stifled yawns incessantly. He perpetually bore the appearance of someone who had just awoken from slumber. His name was Lin Chuan, the holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect. His languid demeanor stood in stark contrast to the exuberance of his fellow disciples. Waking up so early just to await the emergence of that ancient hag? How dreadfully tedious! All this effort merely to vie for a spot among the four great sects, though they not understand the risks of attracting unwanted attention. Endlessly engaged in conflict, there is no semblance of peace. No wonder the old hag, despite her advanced years, remains unmarried. She deserves it. Lin Chuan muttered to himself. Since his inexplicable arrival in the Heavenly Demon Sect, Lin Chuan had inexplicably become the Holy Son. This title, while seemingly prestigious, also bore its dangers. The Heavenly Demon Sect, as its name suggests, is not a place of virtue. It is, quite literally, a den of demons. Beneath its banner lies a congregation of fiends and malevolent beings. Especially the leader, Leng Ningshuang, known for her ruthless disposition. Legend has it that she achieved the heavenly saint level at the tender age of 20, simply because a disciple from the Xianjian sect uttered a lewd remark towards her. In retaliation, Leng Ningshuang single-handedly stormed the Xianjian sect, claiming the lives of over 100 individuals. Among them, 5 of the 7 Grand Elders perished, while the remaining 2 suffered grievous injuries. Had it not been for the intervention of the Xianjian sect's own leader, the aftermath would have been far graver. From that day forth, Leng Ningshuang's infamy was solidified. When one attains greatness, those around them often rise in fortune. Thus, the Heavenly Demon Sect flourished alongside her, though deemed a demonic sect. Even the righteous factions dared not to provoke it lightly, fearing they might invoke Leng Ningshuang's wrath and share Xianjian sect's fate. What goes around comes around. The slayer is often slain. At this rate, with the old hag's relentless bloodshed, the Heavenly Demon Sect is bound to meet its demise. Since the sect is destined for ruin, why toil endlessly in cultivation? I might as well become a slothful fish and seek a tranquil life elsewhere. Lin Chuan grumbled once more, continuing his carefree existence as the Holy Son. In truth, he did not harbor an innate inclination toward pessimism. Rather, as a transmigrator, he possessed a requisite system. However, his system was rather peculiar. It was dubbed the sloth system. Indeed, a system centered around lethargy. Should Lin Chuan choose to do nothing, he would be rewarded handsomely. For instance, while others attended classes, he would indulge in slumber. The elder delivered a sermon, yet he was rather indolent. While others diligently cultivated, he chose to skip classes. Naturally, the system rewarded him abundantly. If a mere layabout could acquire resources coveted by others, why should he toil tirelessly? Ding! The esteemed elder Wei Wuyang reprimanded. The host is being lazy. Reward acquired. 10 years of cultivation. Indeed, the system bestowed upon him yet another accolade. In an instant, he gained 10 years of profound mastery. Lin Chuan's realm was on the verge of overwhelming him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a tempestuous wind surged forth. It was no ordinary gust, it arose from the ground itself. Wei Wuyang and numerous disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect turned their gazes towards Lin Chuan. 100,000 pairs of eyes revealed astonishment, delight, and incredulity. The Holy Son has broken through again. A female disciple, enamored with Lin Chuan, squealed while cradling her face. Why again? Because throughout the years, Lin Chuan had consistently broken through in the most peculiar circumstances. During lectures, in slumber, or even while meandering, he would achieve breakthroughs. After all, the system's rewards for cultivation were never less than 5 years. Lin Chuan found it impossible to suppress his advancement. Yet, in the eyes of others, Lin Chuan was undoubtedly a prodigy beyond compare. His innate talent surpassed even that of Leng Ningshuang by a considerable margin. It was precisely for this reason that Leng Ningshuang had exceptionally elevated him to the position of Holy Son. Coupled with his handsome visage and carefree demeanor, he garnered significant admiration from many young female disciples. It would not be an exaggeration to label him the foremost idol of the Heavenly Demon Sect. With this breakthrough, the Holy Son must have entered the celestial saint realm. Who would have thought that within a mere 5 years, the Holy Son could attain such heights? It is truly astonishing. Even when compared to the sect master, he may well surpass expectations. Wei Wuyang remarked with a beaming countenance. Within the sect, on a single day, a celestial emperor and a celestial saint were born. What concern could there be for the flourishing of the Heavenly Demon Sect? I truly wish for the sect master to witness this. Surely, upon seeing this, the sect master would be immensely pleased. She smiled confidently. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, a graceful silhouette sat cross-legged upon a mat. Beneath her flowing black skirt, a glimpse of her fair, long legs could be seen. Even her striking figure could not be concealed. However, the rise and fall of her bosom seemed to indicate that her current circumstances were far from favorable. Especially her enchanting, breathtaking face, which made all women question their own existence, was shrouded in a cloud of gloom. Leng Ningshuang was furious. Just moments ago, during the most critical juncture of her breakthrough, a man's voice suddenly reached her ears. The voice sounded as though someone was whispering right beside her. It was alarmingly clear. I essayed to gather us all just to wait for that old hag to emerge. Always resorting to violence, no wonder the old hag remains unmarried. Who is it? Who is speaking? Cold condensation frost widened her beautiful eyes in fury as she scanned the grand hall, yet found no trace of anyone. However, she distinctly heard voices speaking. How infuriating! Who had the audacity to call this sect leader an old hag? She was, after all, merely 26 years of age. Was that considered old? Moreover, for cultivators, time held little value. At 26, she was still in the bloom of youth. Wait, she exclaimed. I am a formidable being, a celestial emperor who dares to speak under my very nose without revealing themselves? Could it be that she was imagining things? Cold condensation, Frost mused, her confidence in her own strength unwavering. Though countless powerful beings existed in this vast world, those who could surpass the level of celestial emperor were exceedingly rare. Furthermore, the one who had audaciously called her an old hag was clearly a youthful individual. Could it be that I am able to hear the thoughts of a disciple? She pondered. Indeed, that must be it. How infuriating she would not let this person escape her grasp. Otherwise, you shall experience the depths of human suffering. With gritted teeth, her murderous intent began to envelop the atmosphere. It was a disaster. She had intended to conceal her prowess and remain inconspicuous. Yet here she was, publicly breaking through to the celestial saint realm. Oh, the identity of the Holy Son was one she could not simply cast aside. What would she do if something were to happen to the Heavenly Demon Sect? And then it came again. Just as she had managed to regain her composure, cold condensation, Frost's eyes widened once more. That voice once again resonated clearly in her ears. Lin Chuan, so it's you. Cold condensation, Frost was furious, and the consequences would be dire. With a heart steeped in the path of slaughter, she never regarded any man with respect. It was precisely for this reason that years ago she had ruthlessly ascended the mountain gates, claiming over 100 lives simply because a disciple of the Xianjian sect had spoken lightly of her. In Lin Chuan's world, such behavior would undoubtedly be classified as misogyny. What a Holy Son! How dare he insult this sect leader? Seeking death. Her murderous intent ignited, compounded by her recent breakthrough to the celestial emperor. With a mindset of unparalleled supremacy, she felt no need to regard anyone as her equal. especially not a disciple from her own sect who dared to insult her. This was a crime, worthy of the utmost punishment. Wonderful. The Holy Son has broken through again. As the sect leader's successor, he is yet another celestial saint. What need is there for concern for the prosperity of the Heavenly Demon Sect? Elder Wei Wuying's excited shouts echoed throughout the Holy Maiden Peak, resonating even within the Grand Hall where cold condensation frost could hear them clearly. A celestial saint. The Holy Son had actually attained the celestial saint realm. The temperature in the Grand Hall, which had abruptly dropped, suddenly stabilized and warmed. Although cold condensation frost's enchanting visage remained frosted with displeasure, her beautiful eyes now held a glimmer of surprise. Below the Celestial Emperor lies the Celestial Saint. Before her seclusion, Leng Ningshuang had just transcended to this realm. In the Azure world, the Heavenly Emperor stood as a paramount force. Beneath him, the Heavenly Saint existed, a being above countless others. Lin Chuan, having cultivated for 5 years, made rapid advancements in his abilities, surpassing even Leng Ningshuang in his exceptional growth. Such extraordinary talent warranted his title as the Saint Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The very reason Leng Ningshuang promoted Lin Chuan beyond the norm was due to this. Little did she anticipate that Lin Chuan's potential would far exceed her own. How could she not be astounded? To kill or not to kill? That is the dilemma. Leng Ningshuang furrowed her brow, deep in contemplation. According to her nature, any disciple of the sect who dared to insult her would face lethal consequences. However, considering Lin Chuan's prodigious aptitude, executing him would mean a grave loss for the Heavenly Demon Sect, with unimaginable repercussions. Although Leng Ningshuang was reluctant to admit it, Lin Chuan's visage was indeed breathtakingly handsome, making him a fervent favorite among many female disciples, which became a source of considerable vexation for her. In light of your commendable talents, this sect leader shall spare your life. But while you may escape the death penalty, the consequences of your actions remain inevitable. Do not presume that this sect leader will easily let you off. With a haughty snort, Leng Ningshuang slowly rose. Having been in seclusion for such an extended period, it was time to step outside for some fresh air. Beyond the Grand Hall, 100,000 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect awaited her emergence to celebrate. With a sudden creak, the Grand Hall doors swung wide open, silencing the clamoring disciples outside. A multitude of eyes immediately turned towards her. We welcome our sect leader. Elder Wei Wuyang led the throng of disciples in congratulating their leader on her emergence from seclusion. Lin Chuan, having just broken through to the Heavenly Saint level, also clasped his fists in salute, appearing suitably respectful. Finally, she had emerged. Let us conclude this swiftly. I wish to return to my restful slumber. Lin Chuan mumbled to himself, his head bowed. Just as she had calmed her emotions, Leng Ningshuang abruptly turned her gaze. That voice again. It was as if Lin Chuan were openly voicing his thoughts in her ear. Yet, such audacious remarks elicited no response from those around them. Was the world going mad? No, it was that Leng Ningshuang could hear Lin Chuan's innermost thoughts. Excellent. After breaking through to the Heavenly Emperor, I can perceive the hearts of others. But why can I only hear the Saint Son's thoughts? With a slight furrow in her brow, Leng Ningshuang pondered this perplexity. Regardless, she could now discern Lin Chuan's true sentiments, revealing the disparity between his words and thoughts. This rogue, how dare he show such disrespect towards me? He must be thoroughly punished. Esteemed disciples, after over 6 months in seclusion, I have finally achieved the status of Heavenly Emperor. Subsequently, it is only natural for me, the sovereign of this realm, to declare myself empress beyond the court. And within the ranks of the 4 great sects, there exists a place for my Heavenly Demon Sect. In the future, my Heavenly Demon Sect may deceive others, but none shall dare to deceive us. Those who dare to insult my Heavenly Demon Sect shall face merciless retribution. With a powerful gesture, Leng Ningshuang's commanding declaration ignited the fervor of her 100,000 disciples. In that moment, numerous disciples roared in unison, hailing the might of their sovereign and proclaiming her eternal reign. It was common knowledge that Leng Ningshuang had ascended to the status of celestial emperor, leading the Heavenly Demon Sect into an unprecedented era of prosperity. Alas, she remains, as ever, a figure of formidable stature, yet lacking in intellect. Her sole recourse seems to be violence, relying on brute strength to impose her will. Little does she realize that suppression is not as effective as guidance. The Heavenly Demon Sect shall ultimately falter under the reign of this aged enchantress. A sigh echoed once more in Leng Ningshuang's ears. It felt akin to a bucket of cold water, extinguishing her ambitions in an instant. Leng Ningshuang's beautiful eyes widened, and an uncontrollable fierce light erupted within her. Accompanied by the oppressive aura of a celestial emperor, a powerful surge of inner strength radiated outward. Wei Wuyang and the 100,000 disciples distinctly felt Leng Ningshuang's chilling intent to kill. They could not help but gasp in astonishment. Just moments ago, all seemed well. Now, their sovereign was engulfed in such fury. What is happening? Has the old enchantress become enraged once again? No wonder they call her a volatile figure, prone to sudden fits of anger. However, despite her age, the old enchantress possesses remarkable beauty. It is a pity that her fierce demeanor repels potential admirers among the male disciples. Yet again, it was his inner thoughts. This time, Leng Ningshuang had kept a vigilant eye on Lin Chuan, and she was utterly convinced that he had not uttered a word. This confirmed that what she had heard was indeed his unspoken thoughts. Do you dare to label your sovereign as fierce? Am I truly fierce? Leng Ningshuang bit her silver teeth in defiance. Well, it seems she indeed possesses a fierce disposition. But that is not the crux of the matter. This brash youth, Lin Chuan, dares to be impertinent towards her. The last disciple from the Xinjiang sect who dared to be so familiar with her now has grass growing 3 feet high upon his grave. Does this youth remain unaware? Very well. It appears that she has been far too lenient with the Holy Son, allowing him to become so audacious. It seems she must employ extraordinary measures to make the Holy Son aware of her authority as the sovereign of the Heavenly Demon Sect. While I was in seclusion, I sensed a surge of spiritual energy outside the Great Hall. It indicates that the Holy Son has broken through to the celestial saint realm. Has he not? There was not a ripple of emotion on Leng Ningshuang's exquisite visage. When faced with challenges, her demeanor remained as tranquil as a still pond, embodying the essence of a formidable leader. Upon witnessing this, the elder Wei Wuyang felt a deep sense of satisfaction and quickly affirmed, "Indeed, sovereign, the Holy Son has just achieved his breakthrough to the celestial saint. Our Heavenly Demon Sect's strength has ascended to new heights. In a single day, the Heavenly Demon Sect witnessed the emergence of an emperor and a saint, an event sufficient to astonish myriad sections. Consequently, the disciples were filled with exuberance. Merely a saint? What a fuss! Having just ascended to the rank of saint, he surely has yet to master his newfound powers. The sect leader has resolved to personally guide him, allowing for a swifter acclimatization to the realm of saint. Saint, what are your thoughts?" A subtle smile played at the corners of Leng Ningshuang's lips, a mischievous glint sparkling in Lin Chuan's gaze. Guidance? In such a public setting? This old hag harbors such peculiar inclinations. Lin Chuan. What on earth is this scoundrel thinking? What guidance? What exuberance? As the saint of the Heavenly Demon Sect, how dare he entertain such base notions? Leng Ningshuang was on the verge of exploding with rage. Ever since she infiltrated the Xinjiang sect and vanquished 100 of its elite, the notoriety of the demonic maiden had spread far and wide. Yet, never before had anyone dared to brazenly tease her in such a manner. Lin Chuan is the first. He ought to perish. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of inner strength erupted, and a tempest arose. A chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped the holy maiden peak. The faces of the 100,000 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect turned ashen. They gazed in terror at their leader, utterly perplexed as to why she was in such a fury. Even Wei Wuying could not comprehend what had befallen Leng Ningshuang today. As her emotions fluctuated unpredictably, was it possible that she had succumbed to madness? It is said that once a cultivator loses their grasp on sanity, They can no longer control their emotions, and erratic behavior becomes commonplace. Although their leader's temperament has always been elusive, today was particularly extraordinary. Calm yourself, Master. We are within the Heavenly Demon Sect. What shall we do if we inadvertently harm our own? Wei Wuying urged loudly. She genuinely believed that Leng Ningshuang had indeed lost her mind and had even prepared herself to forcibly subdue her. Despite the fact that the leader was a being of emperor-level prowess, for the sake of the Heavenly Demon Sect's future, she was willing to fight to the death. Perhaps she could summon the Holy Sun. Now that the Holy Sun had ascended to the Heavenly Saint realm, although he was one level below Leng Ningshuang, he remained the most formidable force beneath the Emperor. He was also the only one in the Heavenly Demon Sect who could rival Leng Ningshuang. If he could lend his assistance, the chances of success would increase. With this thought, Wei Wuying turned to Lin Chuan, intending to discuss the matter with him. However, she found him covering his mouth and yawning, his entire demeanor exuding a sense of languor. How can you still be so lazy at a time when the sect master is in such a furious state? I truly do not know what to say to you. Wei Wuying rolled her eyes, casting a fierce glance at Lin Chuan. However, this was not the moment to reprimand him. She needed to join forces with the Holy Sun to subdue the sect master, who was on the verge of losing control. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Lin Chuan's previously languid expression shift to one of gravity. He turned his gaze toward the heavens, and simultaneously, Leng Ningshuang did the same. The two of them stared coldly into the distance, as if sensing something. Curiosity piqued, Wei Wuying couldn't help but glance in that direction as well. Soon, 100 black dots emerged in the far sky, accelerating towards the Heavenly Demon Sect at a visible pace. In no time, these dots transformed into figures, their faces becoming distinctly recognizable, although their martial robes varied greatly. Nevertheless, the aura they exuded was overwhelmingly formidable. The Profound Sword Sect, Qingyang Sect, Bloodfiend Sect, Gate of the 100 Demons. Wei Wuying surveyed the assembly of formidable cultivators, naming their respective sects one by one. Over 100 faces, both familiar and unfamiliar, materialized upon the sacred Maiden Peak. It was evident that these visitors bore ill intent. The familiarity of their visages stemmed from their status as the leaders and masters of various sects, while their strangeness arose from their rare appearances in the world. Even for Wei Wuying, the esteemed elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect, encounters with their true forms were seldom. Only through their overwhelming auras could their identities be discerned. Celestial Emperor, Celestial Sage. Truly, they were the sovereigns of their respective sects, with the least skilled among them being a Celestial Sage. It seemed that the recent ascension of their sect leader to the rank of Celestial Emperor had incited a sense of threat among them, prompting their audacious appearance at the sacred Maiden Peak to investigate. Wei Wuying furrowed her brow, calculating the implications of this gathering. At that moment, the presence of over 100 sect leaders at the Heavenly Demon Sect instilled a palpable pressure upon the 100,000 disciples. The convergence of such power alone was enough to evoke trepidation, not to mention the hostility that these leaders brought with them. TSK. What did I say? A towering tree attracts the wind. Now, it seems, there is no escape. Old hag, continue your folly. Sooner or later, you will bring ruin to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Lin Chuan sighed inwardly. He merely wished to be a slothful bystander. Yet his sect leader's competitive spirit and penchant for showmanship had rendered the Heavenly Demon Sect the target of disdain among the cultivation sections. Were it not for his identity as the Holy Sun binding him so tightly, he would have long sought an opportunity to slip away. After all, a life of quietude is preferable to a perilous demise. Descending the mountain to find a secluded place to laze about while enjoying the benefits bestowed by the system, surely, that would be far more delightful. Lin Chuan. Suddenly, a furious roar shattered the awkward atmosphere, leaving the masters and sect leaders who had hurried from afar utterly astonished. They had yet to voice their complaints when turmoil erupted within the Heavenly Demon Sect. Sect leader, what is the meaning of this? Wei Wuying questioned, equally perplexed. Why was Leng Ningshuang reprimanding the Holy Sun for no apparent reason? Had the Holy Sun committed any offense against her? Not at all. He had merely been standing idly by, seemingly unperturbed. Leng Ningshuang took a few deep breaths, forcibly suppressing her anger. At present, there were hundreds of rival sects at her doorstep, seeking trouble. She must discern what is of utmost importance. Above all, internal strife is utterly intolerable. One could only say that Lin Chuan was fortunate this time. She would deal with him later. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan was equally perplexed. Ever since Leng Ningshuang emerged from her retreat, her emotions had been highly unstable. He suspected that she might have fallen into a state of madness. Or perhaps she was merely experiencing the trials of menopause. After all, what could possibly explain her inexplicable outbursts? Alas, women are indeed quite troublesome. Cough, cough. Cold condensation Frost feigned calmness, primarily incensed by Lin Chuan. She cleared her throat a couple of times, regaining her icy demeanor. With a frigid gaze, she surveyed the 100 sect leaders before her. Esteemed guests, have you come to the Heavenly Demon Sect today to congratulate me on my ascension to the Heavenly Emperor? Cold condensation Frost spoke with a dignified authority, her presence commanding respect. Having served as the sect leader for over a decade, she was decisive in her actions. Each movement infused with the poised air of a superior. Congratulations? Cold condensation Frost, you think too highly of yourself. The mocking laughter was particularly grating to the disciples of the Celestial Demon Sect. A middle-aged man with a distinctive mustache naturally drew the attention of the crowd. He was none other than the leader of the Xianjian sect, Hong Tianhe. Wei Wuyang spoke in a low voice. Is he truly the leader of the Xianjian sect? Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow and cast a discerning glance at him. He had reached the Heavenly Emperor realm, yet was considerably older than Lin Chuan. If someone with such talent could ascend to the position of sect leader, then surely Lin Chuan could as well. Hong Tianhe remained oblivious to Lin Chuan's scornful gaze. In truth, he had no regard for the other disciples of the Celestial Demon Sect. Today his focus was singular, cold condensation Frost. It was evident he had come seeking vengeance, taking advantage of cold condensation Frost's recent breakthrough to the Heavenly Emperor realm, hoping there remained a sliver of possibility to suppress her. Otherwise, once she fully mastered this realm, the Xianjian sect would have no hope of retribution. My dear fellows, a ruthless demoness like cold condensation Frost must be eradicated. I implore you all to lend your strength to this sect leader and eliminate cold condensation Frost, restoring peace to our world of cultivation. The call to arms rang out from Hong Tianhe, who waved the banner of righteousness as he sought to suppress the Celestial Demon Sect. This was the bitter fruit sowed by cold condensation Frost. Yet it was the disciples of the Celestial Demon Sect who were to pay the price. Lin Chuan had foreseen this outcome, yet regrettably, he had arrived too late. Gazing up at the sky, where hundreds of heavenly emperors and heavenly saints hovered, Lin Chuan felt a deep sense of embarrassment. How could Hong Tianhe muster the audacity to utter such juvenile and clumsy slogans? Did he not feel any shame? Despite the chill running down Lin Chuan's spine, it appeared that these sect leaders felt no discomfort at all. Some, evidently swayed by Hong Tianhe's influence, even echoed his calls, amplifying the farce. However, unlike Lin Chuan's casual demeanor and uncontrolled sarcasm, the atmosphere within the Celestial Demon Sect was fraught with anxiety. The joy of cold condensation Frost's breakthrough to the Heavenly Emperor realm was short-lived, as she faced the oppressive force of several sect leaders, each as formidable as herself. How could such a scene not instill fear? Even Wei Wuyang had never experienced such overwhelming pressure. The Celestial Demon Sect stood on the brink of annihilation, with the threat of total extermination looming ever closer. Master, Wei Wuyang gazed at Leng Ningshuang with a look of bewilderment. In the face of life and death, only the master represented a glimmer of hope for the Heavenly Demon Sect. Humph. Leng Ningshuang disregarded Wei Wuyang. Her beautiful eyes were as cold as steel, and a single glance was enough to turn Hong Tianhe's face pale with fear. Hong Zhongju, you seem to have forgotten the pain after healing your wounds. In those days, as merely a celestial sage, I could slay 100 formidable warriors of your Xianjian sect. Now, I have ascended to the rank of Celestial Emperor, and even you, Hong Tianhe, are but an insignificant insect in my eyes. Do you truly believe that by gathering these worthless and feeble beings, you can exert pressure upon me? Should the Tianma sect be annihilated, I would be unbound. Do you genuinely think you can withstand the wrath of the Celestial Emperor by opposing me? The chilling voice of Leng Ningshuang reverberated for 1,000 miles, each word piercing like an icicle into the hearts of these cultivators. Indeed, could they withstand the ire of a Celestial Emperor after offending one? Even if the Tianma sect were to be eradicated, the act of slaying a Celestial Emperor is no trivial task. Should Leng Ningshuang manage to escape, it would spell endless calamity. One can only imagine. In the dead of night, a Celestial Emperor infiltrating various sections. With Leng Ningshuang's audacious and ruthless methods, she would undoubtedly become a nightmare for all sects. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the air. Those who had intended to support Hong Tianhe now displayed visible hesitation. Unlike the Xianjian sect, they bore no long-standing grievances with the Heavenly Demon Sect. In fact, they possessed no grounds for enmity towards the Heavenly Demon Sect whatsoever. Their presence today was merely a result of Hong Tianhe's promise of generous rewards upon success. Yet could such rewards truly mitigate the wrath of the vengeful Leng Ningshuang? The misunderstanding was palpable. Upon hearing of Master Ling's ascension to the status of emperor, we have come solely to extend our congratulations. The feud between the Xianjian sect and your esteemed sect is known to us only through hearsay. We never intended to intervene. We beseech Master Leng not to involve us in this matter. Some were eager to dissociate themselves, and naturally, others echoed their sentiments. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Those brave enough to openly support Hong Tianhe were few and far between. The situation took a dramatic turn. Hong Tianhe's face was bruised by the sudden shift. Anger coursed through him, yet he felt utterly powerless. After all, who could contend with the formidable and ruthless Leng Ningshuang? It was an unequal match. How detestable! You wicked enchantress, how dare you oppress others with your power? You fickle individuals, how easily you are intimidated by this sorceress's mere words. Very well. On the day when the demon sect rises, you shall surely regret this. Hong Tianhe's face flushed with anger. At this juncture, even though everyone had clearly expressed their unwillingness to oppose Leng Ningshuang, he could not bring himself to relent. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The aura of the heavenly sage surged uncontrollably. Hong Tianhe was thoroughly enraged. Even if Leng Ningshuang had already attained the strength of a heavenly emperor, he felt compelled to confront her head-on. Otherwise, even if he survived, it would taint his state of mind and potentially become his inner demon. Is the only recourse to resort to violence? Do you even deserve it? Cold condensation frost scoffed with a chilling smile, seemingly mocking with a hint of apprehension. 3 months prior, she might have regarded Hong Tianhe with some measure of respect. However, now she was no longer the same. There was no need to regard Hong Tianhe with any significance. Nonetheless, with Hong Tianhe's public provocation, if she chose to remain passive, it would imply her acceptance of such a buffoon flaunting his bravado. Yet, she was reluctant to take action. Moreover, she was not the only formidable individual within the Heavenly Demon Sect. Lin Chuan, that scoundrel, it was high time for him to play his part. Saint Sun. Cold Ningshuang uttered a low exclamation, her voice echoing like a chilling whisper from the abyss, steeped in an icy resonance. It seemed to harbor a trace of lingering resentment. Due to Hong Tianhe's provocation, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect did not associate this animosity with Lin Chuan. Instead, they eagerly anticipated his intervention. Ah, at last, it is the Saint Sun's turn to take action, they exclaimed. It is worth noting that although the Saint Sun has been a member of the Heavenly Demon Sect for 5 years, he had never revealed his prowess. Who among the Heavenly Saints is truly superior? The anticipation is palpable. Undoubtedly, the dashing and charismatic Saint Sun possesses unparalleled strength. When he takes action, he will surely leave that old scoundrel Hong Tianhe utterly humiliated. Go, Holy Sun! The female disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect instantly transformed into a fervent fan club. The air was filled with incessant screams and shouts. Were it not for the sight of fellow cultivators clad in martial robes surrounding him, Lin Chuan would have believed he was in the modern era. You wretched old hag, with your own hands and feet, why can't you take action yourself? I truly wish to avoid the spotlight. Haven't you ever heard that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down? What if I were to be struck down by Hong Tianhe? Perhaps surrendering would be the wisest course. After all, preserving one's life is not shameful. Lin Chuan pouted, his mind racing with thoughts. In just a few breaths, he had spoken to himself so much. Meanwhile, he remained oblivious to the increasingly fearsome expression on Leng Ningshuang's face. This scoundrel, he is actually contemplating surrender. Does this fellow possess even a shred of honor for the sect? This is truly infuriating for this sect master. Lin Chuan. The icy voice echoed once more. Reluctantly, Lin Chuan lifted his gaze, only to meet the frigid eyes of Leng Ningshuang. You must remember that you are the holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect, standing just below 1 and above 100,000 disciples. Your fate is intertwined with that of the Heavenly Demon Sect. If you triumph, no one shall dare to humiliate our sect again. However, should you falter, our sect will undoubtedly become a subject of mockery. Give it your all, and conquer Hong Tianhe. If you succeed, I, the sect master, promise to grant you one request. Whatever it may be, I shall not retract my word. Leng Ningshuang felt a deep sense of frustration. In order to prevent this indolent individual, Lin Chuan, from surrendering, and to preserve both her own dignity and that of the Heavenly Demon Sect, she had no choice but to offer a token incentive. This was in stark contrast to her initial intention of punishing Lin Chuan. Ah, anything is possible? How splendid! If I defeat Hong Tianhe, I can liberate myself from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yea? Leng Ningshuang stared blankly at Lin Chuan, her ears echoing with his excited exclamation. She felt utterly stunned. She had intertwined the honor and disgrace of the Heavenly Demon Sect with Lin Chuan, even proclaiming numerous inspiring declarations and offering rewards to motivate him. Yet, in the end, this rascal was still contemplating fleeing from the sect. Infuriated, Leng Ningshuang clenched her teeth, trembling with rage. She forced herself to remain composed, knowing that losing control would make her the laughingstock among the various sections. However, she could hardly contain her fury, wishing to tear apart Lin Chuan's handsome visage and stomp on it several times. Even such actions would hardly quell the resentment brewing within her. How vexing! Even Hong Tianhe had never provoked such ire in her. Instead, it was her own disciple who ignited her fury. Where could she seek justice? The sect master's command was absolute. No disciple dared to defy it. Just wait, master. I shall go and give Hong Tianhe a good thrashing. Lin Chuan wore a radiant smile, which illuminated the surroundings like sunshine after a storm. His charm once again incited a chorus of admiration from the female disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, whose enthusiasm was so intense that it left Leng Ningshuang speechless. Who would have thought that this immensely popular saint was consumed by the desire to escape the sect? One cannot judge a person by their appearance. Go for it, saint. Wei Wuyang also made a gesture of a clenched fist, dropping it heavily, clearly captivated by Lin Chuan as well. At that moment, Lin Chuan pointed his sword elegantly toward the heavens. As his aura surged, a sound of piercing air resonated. The sword light shot skyward before swiftly descending, ultimately lifting Lin Chuan like a gentle breeze. With a resounding pop, the sword and its wielder became one, vanishing into the heavens, directly heading towards Hong Tianhe. How handsome! The shrill cries erupted once more. The female disciples were utterly exhilarated. After 5 long years, they had eagerly anticipated Lin Chuan's display of prowess. Even the mere thought of him soaring through the skies on his sword had seemed like a distant dream. Now, their desires had finally been fulfilled. Indeed, he was every bit as dashing as they had imagined. How infuriating! Are these fools here to cultivate in the Heavenly Demon Sect, or to pursue romantic entanglements? For such an extended period, I, the sect master, remained utterly oblivious. Such a failure. Cold condensation frost glared at the group of female disciples, her head throbbing with frustration. However, to be fair, although Lin Chuan's inner thoughts truly vexed her, both his cultivation and appearance were remarkably rare in this world. It was only natural that such a prodigy could captivate the hearts of many. Should such a talent depart from the Heavenly Demon Sect and even seek refuge in another sect, it would undoubtedly pose a significant threat. A genius who is neither friend nor foe must be either secured or destroyed. This is the simplest method of resolution. Whether one can survive depends on the choices one makes. A trace of coldness flickered in the frosty eyes of Leng Ningshuang. At that moment, a beam of sword light soared into the heavens, subsequently hovering before the numerous sect leaders and masters. With a tall and upright figure and a face of striking handsomeness, every movement exuded an air of elegance. More importantly, this individual, though youthful, possessed the cultivation of a celestial sage, truly astonishing all present. We had only heard of Leng Ningshuang's breakthrough to the Heavenly Emperor and had come to the Heavenly Demon Sect to behold it. Who would have thought that another celestial sage would emerge from within the sect? Is he the Holy Son? Such youth, yet possessing such profound cultivation, elicits envy. Numerous sect leaders and masters engage in fervent discussions, unabashedly expressing their admiration mixed with jealousy towards Lin Chuan. Simultaneously, many feel a sense of relief that they are not foolishly following Hong Tianhe, especially after provoking both an emperor and a saint, an immense calamity for any sect. It leaves one wondering how Hong Tianhe feels upon encountering Lin Chuan. Curiosity compels the crowd to glance at Hong Tianhe, whose aged visage has flushed a deep crimson. Lin Chuan's emergence was beyond his wildest imaginings. Although various sects are not entirely ignorant of the Heavenly Demon Sect and are aware of the existence of a Holy Son within, they remain perplexed as to why this Holy Son is not renowned. In fact, within the information circulated among the sects, he appears almost as an invisible entity. All details, including his cultivation, aptitude, techniques, and weaponry, are merely glossed over as unknown. The only known fact is his age, and that he possesses striking handsomeness. But in the realm of cultivation, can good looks fill one's stomach? There are no celebrity idols here. The only currency is strength. Only with formidable power does one earn the right to survive, not by relying on an attractive face. Yet, who could have imagined that this Holy Son, famed for his looks, possesses such astonishing aptitude? Good heavens! How blind can fate be? Cough, cough. When shall we commence our battle? My esteemed leader is eagerly awaiting to bestow upon me my rewards. Lin Chuan languidly remarked. He despised the notion of fighting, were it within his power. He would rather capitulate without hesitation. After all, what was a mere loss of face? It could not be consumed as sustenance. Furthermore, being incessantly pursued by a throng of enchanting junior sisters was rather vexing. You insolent brat! How dare you underestimate me, the leader of this sect? Hong Tina thundered with fury. He was, after all, the head of a sect and a formidable celestial sage. A decade prior, he had already attained the status of celestial sage. Lin Chuan was merely a youth, not yet 20. Despite his commendable talents, he could not possibly rival Hong Tina's years of experience in the pursuit of becoming a celestial sage. As equals among celestial sages, there was no justification for him to be bested by a mere boy. Leng Ningshuang has sent you to your doom. I shall gladly fulfill her wishes. Boy, you may lament your fate in the depths of hell. Hong Tina sneered, his malevolent grin stretching almost impossibly wide. He appeared utterly confident in his impending victory over Lin Chuan. However, when he lifted his gaze to behold Lin Chuan once more, he was taken aback to discover that the youth was now surrounded by over 10 magnificent treasures: the Qilin fire sword, the falling star hammer, the frost sword, and the meteor fire refining spear. These were all renowned and exquisite spiritual treasures. How could such a young lad possess them? Hong Tianhe stood agape, utterly stunned by the array of exceptional spiritual artifacts before him, momentarily forgetting the battle at hand. Even the numerous sect leaders and masters, along with the 100,000 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect atop the Holy Maiden Peak, were left speechless. It became evident that their saint had been concealing his true capabilities all along. How had he acquired these rare and extraordinary treasures, seldom seen by the world? The demons of heaven had descended, and all swords returned to their origin. Go! With a thunderous roar, the air quivered as the spiritual energy surged violently. Over a dozen exquisite spiritual treasures stirred restlessly, all under Lin Chuan's command, turning sharply to target Hong Tina. Wait! The sect leader has not yet declared the start. Hong Tina shouted in a panic. In his flustered state, he completely forgot to defend himself. Merely waving his hands in a desperate attempt to halt Lin Chuan and the array of spiritual treasures. Whoosh! 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 The sound of piercing air resonated incessantly, showing no signs of abating. Flashes of light erupted, accompanied by a thunderous roar that filled the atmosphere. The flames illuminated the sky, more blinding than the sun itself, mingling with the anguished cries that echoed through the air. Hong Tianhe's figure was entirely engulfed by the inferno. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. As the battle drew to a close, Lin Chuan summoned his treasures back, murmuring nonchalantly, "Strange, did someone just speak? Perhaps I misheard. At long last, he could escape the clutches of the old hag." Oh, joy! Lin Chuan's heart swelled with exhilaration, and a relaxed smile graced his youthful, handsome face. Such an expression could easily captivate anyone, enough to make the female disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect scream and cheer. Yet, standing closest to him, Leng Ningshuang wore a stern expression. Crack! Crack! It seemed as if something was being crushed. Lin Chuan was puzzled, oblivious to the fact that it was the sound of Leng Ningshuang grinding her molars. He remained unaware that she wished to deliver a punch to him at that moment. To think this rascal still contemplated defection at this juncture was utterly infuriating. Master, your disciple has fulfilled the task as entrusted. Lin Chuan bowed slightly and clasped his fists in greeting. Although he would soon escape his tribulations and embrace his carefree life, he knew he must observe the proper etiquette towards his master. Otherwise, given Leng Ningshuang's fiery temperament, she might very well deliver a swift reprimand right then and there. Old hag, what are you staring at? Can't you grasp such an obvious hint? Hurry up and announce it. I can hardly wait. As for the identity of the saint's son, let those who desire it take it. I certainly want tea serve. Lin Chuan's thoughts raced wildly within his mind. This inner turmoil starkly contrasted his charming and elegant demeanor. On one side, Wei Wuying was utterly enchanted by him, yet Leng Ningshuang remained as cold as ice, her expression darkening. Very well, you may take your leave. Leng Ningshuang gritted her silver teeth, fearing she might unleash a torrent of expletives, were words to materialize. Every syllable she uttered would conjure a flurry of ice shards. However, given her usual disposition, Wei Wuying was unperturbed. Yet, Lin Chuan was less than pleased. What of the promised rewards? What of the assurances that anything could be agreed upon? Had they vanished? He was unwilling to accept such an outcome. He had waited 5 long years, longing to leave the Heavenly Demon Sect and live a tranquil life. He could not let the rewards slip away into oblivion. Master, you seem to have forgotten your promises. A minor matter, Have you perhaps forgotten? Lin Chuan reminded earnestly. Such a ferocious female demon. He dared not speak too harshly. Moreover, there were many outsiders present. As the current heir of the Heavenly Demon Sect, he certainly could not tarnish his sect's reputation. Please, remember quickly. The strength he had concealed for 5 years was not only revealed today, but he had also killed the leader of the Xianjian sect. The disciples of the Xianjian sect must be furious. Perhaps in a couple of days, they will storm the sacred Maiden Peak, demanding retribution for the bloodshed. With the old witch's cunning, she would undoubtedly bring chaos upon the Xianjian sect, causing a bloodbath in the realm of cultivation. Other sects, in fear, would join forces to oppose the Heavenly Demon Sect. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Demon Sect would stand alone, unable to withstand even the old witch's wrath. Ultimately, to quell the anger of the masses, both the old witch and the sect would likely cast me as the scapegoat. Hiss. I've already envisioned the entire scenario. If I choose to remain in the Heavenly Demon Sect, I would truly be a fool. In a mere 3 breaths, Lin Chuan conjured an entire narrative. Unfortunately, others could not hear it. Only Leng Ningshuang could perceive his inner thoughts. Yet even she was left in astonishment by Lin Chuan's wild imagination. Goodness! What bizarre notions occupy this rascal's mind? To describe his worries as those of a worrywart would be an understatement. His imagination is simply too vivid. Nevertheless, one must wonder, is my image in this rascal's mind truly so dreadful? He assumes that I would abandon him for the sake of the sect. Leng Ningshuang muttered indignantly. That said, Lin Chuan's concerns were not entirely unfounded. The Xianjian sect is merely a moderately prestigious sect within the realm of cultivation. The death of 1 or 2 individuals is not a matter of great consequence. Yet this time is different from 5 years ago. The one who has perished is none other than the leader of the Xianjian sect. Moreover, the esteemed leader of the Xianjian sect fell at the hands of the heir of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Although Lin Chuan's status within the Heavenly Demon Sect is not insignificant, as Leng Ningshuang pointed out, he stands beneath the sect leader and above 100,000 disciples. His position is indeed extraordinary. However, he is neither the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect nor a figure as fearsome as Leng Ningshuang, who is known for instilling terror. Provoking him is certainly not out of the question. Therefore, in seeking vengeance for Hong Tianhe, the Xianjian sect will surely come to exact retribution. How could Leng Ningshuang, with her cold demeanor, possibly tolerate that? It is possible that the conflict between both parties escalates to the point where Leng Ningshuang might once again unleash a massacre upon the Xianjian sect. It is essential to recognize that the deterrent power of a celestial emperor is sufficient to instill fear in countless sections. Moreover, the Tianma sect is a dark cult. Should the Xianjian sect meet a tragic fate, it could awaken a sense of self-preservation among the major sects, potentially uniting them to jointly quell the Tianma sect. At that juncture, even if Lin Chuan is the holy son of the Tianma sect, the choice between sacrificing one for the survival of the sect is not one that even Leng Ningshuang would dare conclude lightly. This rascal has always sought to escape the Tianma sect. Could it be that he foresaw the calamity that would befall his sect? Despite his seemingly dull intellect, his thoughts are astonishingly astute. Although the sect master is reluctant to bear this burden, it is a sentiment that cannot be ignored. As Leng Ningshuang pondered this, her gaze upon Lin Chuan softened considerably. The Tianma sect is indeed favored by the heavens to possess a prodigious talent capable of breaking through to the celestial saint realm within 5 years. And this genius possesses an extraordinary level of meticulousness. Such a talent is undeniably not one to be allowed to depart from the Tianma sect. However, the young rascal is intent on fleeing. How could the sect master permit his wishes? If he fears retaliation from the Xianjian sect, what harm is there in the sect master subduing the Xianjian sect? Regardless of the circumstances, the sect master shall never allow you to leave the Tianma sect. A chilling smile escaped Leng Ningshuang as her resolve solidified. At this moment, atop the sacred Maiden Peak, there remained 23 leaders from other sections. The elders of the Xianjian sect hovered helplessly in the clouds. The death of Hong Tianhe cannot be deemed an accident. Yet they had never anticipated that he would perish at the hands of Lin Chuan, the Holy Son. The demise of a sect leader, leaving no remnants behind, is unacceptable. Even if other sects remain silent, the Xianjian sect will undoubtedly not acquiesce. To quell this matter will not be an easy feat. Today's events are a consequence of the enmity between the Tianma sect and the Xianjian sect. The esteemed leaders have witnessed that it was Hong Tianhe who instigated the provocation, leading to his death at the hands of our Holy Son. Regardless of whether the Xianjian sect seeks to maintain a vendetta against the Tianma sect, this matter does not concern others. Esteemed leaders, Will you choose to align with the Xinjiang sect, or will you remain neutral? Feel free to express your stance directly. The sect master will provide an explanation. Explanation? As Leng Ningshuang uttered these words, her face was as cold as frost, her enchanting eyes radiating an icy demeanor. Her image of coldness and ferocity had long since entrenched itself in the hearts of many. Choosing to align with the Xinjiang sect? Is that not akin to directly tearing apart the facade with Leng Ningshuang? Despite the presence of 23 esteemed sect leaders and masters, each possessing formidable cultivation, whether they be celestial emperors or celestial saints, they all felt a profound sense of inadequacy when confronted with the lethal aura exuded by Leng Ningshuang. Who would dare to provoke such a formidable female fiend without cause? Amitabha. The words of the cold sect master were heavy. The sound of the Buddha resonated. And a venerable monk, clad in a robe and with hands clasped in prayer, gracefully descended upon a lotus pedestal. This lotus pedestal was his sacred artifact. With white brows and hair, his countenance radiated kindness, unmistakably marking him as an enlightened master. In the realm of cultivation, the monks of the Vanyin Temple are renowned. This man is the abbot of Vanyin Temple, Master Faming. Though Hong Tianhe has erred, we must remember that the deceased are paramount. His ties with the Heavenly Demon Sect have been resolved. When will the cycle of vengeance cease? The old monk, with great courage, implored the cold sect master to relinquish his hatred and pursue reconciliation with the Xinjiang sect. Master Faming spoke earnestly and with profound sincerity. The Vanyin Temple has always embodied the role of the benevolent in the eyes of the world, and this occasion is no different. Although Leng Ningshuang often denounced the Vanyin Temple as hypocritical and self-righteous, in the eyes of most, these monks are indeed the beacon of righteousness. At least 1,000 times more esteemed than the infamous reputation of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Master, the deceased was none other than the esteemed leader of the Xinjiang sect. How could this matter be so easily dismissed? The words came from an elder of the Xinjiang sect. When Hong Tianhe perished, he remained silent. It was only when a formidable figure spoke up that he found a semblance of courage. With such cowardice, how dare he emerge to provoke? 5 years ago, this sect leader could have single-handedly stormed the Xinjiang sect. Today, what is to prevent the holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect from slaying your leader? Should the Xinjiang sect harbor any grievances, feel free to approach. However, allow me to caution you. The enmity between the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Xinjiang sect is a matter that concerns no one else. Anyone who dares to intervene shall be regarded as an enemy by the Heavenly Demon Sect. We are resolute in our pursuit of vengeance against our foes. The chilling, icy voice of Leng Ningshuang resonated, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard it, as if icicles had pierced their very souls. Hiss! Master Faming inhaled sharply, his brow involuntarily knitting together. He had come to understand the gravity of the situation. Leng Ningshuang's warning was not solely directed at the Xinjiang sect. It was also meant for all the sect leaders and heads present. This time, Leng Ningshuang's breakthrough had attracted countless powerful onlookers. Among them many who had come due to the Xinjiang sect's influence, intent on targeting Leng Ningshuang and the Heavenly Demon Sect. However, Hong Tianhe's failure was disheartening, as he had been defeated by an obscure youth. This led to a scattering of supporters, with many sects loyal to the Xinjiang sect fleeing in disarray. Ultimately, only 23 sect leaders remained. Their presence was not a direct challenge to Leng Ningshuang, but rather a manifestation of curiosity towards Lin Chuan, this rising star. Regrettably, Lin Chuan's swift and flamboyant actions in his battle with Hong Tianhe left them no time to react, and the fight concluded before they could fully comprehend it. Initially, these leaders had hoped for another display from Lin Chuan, but Leng Ningshuang had seized the spotlight. Do not misunderstand, esteemed Leng clan. We have previously made it clear that our purpose here is solely to offer our congratulations. Nothing else to say. If the Heavenly Demon Sect does not welcome us, we shall take our leave. These sect leaders are astute individuals, unwilling to provoke trouble, especially now that Leng Ningshuang has just ascended to the position of Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, the sudden emergence of an unfathomable holy son from the Heavenly Demon Sect only heightens the stakes. It would be folly to stand against such a formidable sect. Furthermore, what is the Xinjiang sect but a pitiful underling? A sect whose leader was utterly defeated by another? Is it truly worth their while to seek their favor? In an instant, the 23 sect leaders and masters dispersed like leaves in a storm. Above the clouds, only the elder of the Xinjiang sect remained, standing alone against 100,000 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, alongside a Heavenly Emperor and a Heavenly Saint. Just wait. The elder of the Xinjiang sect, his face etched with fear, uttered a feeble threat before hastily retreating. The once bustling Saintess Peak fell into an eerie silence, evoking a sense of desolation. Yet, Leng Ningshuang felt no emptiness. She had far too many duties to attend to. In response to the invasion of external enemies, the Holy Sun's valor in protecting the sect deserves recognition. Therefore, as the sect leader, I hereby reward the Holy Sun with the privilege to enter the Heavenly Demon Pool. The disciples of our sect should take the Holy Sun as a model, reflecting daily and diligently cultivating their skills, without any negligence. Leng Ningshuang declared publicly, offering Lin Chuan no chance to refuse. Disciples, remember. 100,000 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect responded in unison. Eager eyes were fixed upon Lin Chuan, with even the male disciples expressing profound envy towards him. After all, it was the Heavenly Demon Pool. It was rumored that only the sect leader and those who had rendered significant contributions to the sect were granted entry. Only those who underwent the refinement of the Heavenly Demon Pool could grasp the true essence of the Heavenly Demon transformation. It was even said that one could gain the remaining celestial opportunities from it, a treasure worthy of being called the sect's most prized possession. Indeed, Lin Chuan's remarkable feat of slaying Hong Tianhe was a monumental achievement. Despite the disciples' envy, none dared to harbor jealousy, for this honor rightfully belonged to Lin Chuan. No, I have no desire to enter the Heavenly Demon Pool. I simply wish to leave the Heavenly Demon Sect. Lin Chuan thought bitterly. Could that old hag be doing this on purpose? She promised me a choice, yet she remained silent on the matter. He resolved, I must find a way to escape the Heavenly Demon Sect. I refuse to become a scapegoat. Lin Chuan felt a heavy weight in his heart. Despite Leng Ningshuang's threats that had driven away numerous powerful figures and even repelled the elders of the Xianjian sect, the roots of vengeance remained. The enmity of having slain the sect leader was one that could not be shared lightly. The Xianjian sect would undoubtedly seek a way to return with vengeance. If Lin Chuan waited until the righteous forces besieged the Holy Maiden Peak, it would be too late for him to flee. The chorus of complaints unmistakably reached the ears of Leng Ningshuang. At this juncture, this insufferable brat still harbored thoughts of escape. How absurd. If the demon pool could not restrain him, it seemed Lin Chuan was resolute in his decision to leave. Such a course of action was intolerable. However, understanding Lin Chuan's sentiments, he firmly believed that the Xianjin sect would undoubtedly retaliate. He was convinced that Leng Ningshuang would sacrifice him as a scapegoat. With such prejudice in place, even if Lin Chuan's body could be retained, his heart would remain elusive. It appeared that extraordinary measures would be necessary. Today, the Holy Sun has rendered great service to our Heavenly Demon Sect. The refinement in the demon pool merely serves to consolidate your Heavenly Saint cultivation. When you clashed with Hong Tianhe, this sect leader discerned that your cultivation was unstable. You might not have realized it yet. How about this? Come to my chamber tonight. I shall personally guide you. In the stillness of the night, accompanied by the chorus of insects, atop the Saintess Peak, a refreshing breeze wafted, creating an exceptionally comfortable atmosphere. Yet for one individual, this night was fraught with peril. Before the grand hall, Lin Chuan stood alone on the steps, his gaze fixed intently on the door. He hesitated, contemplating whether to enter. The memory of the urgency that flickered in Leng Ningshuang's beautiful eyes earlier in the day flashed through his mind. Although it was but a fleeting moment, Lin Chuan had captured it distinctly. He felt a surge of panic. Ever since Lin Chuan traversed into this realm and became a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, he had never heard of Leng Ningshuang being involved with any man. Throughout the cultivation world, all rumors surrounding her revolved around her ferocity and cold-blooded nature, killing without a second thought, especially from the mouths of those from other sects, who were eager to depict her as a remorseless demoness. Her wickedness often overshadowed her reputation as the most beautiful woman in the cultivation realm. At times, Lin Chuan felt a pang of sympathy for Leng Ningshuang. However, it was rather perplexing that a 25-year-old woman had never experienced love. Was that normal? Lin Chuan was uncertain. Yet, one thing was abundantly clear. He was indeed quite popular among women. Otherwise, the 60,000 female disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect would not have become his fervent admirers. His overwhelming confidence in his own charm led him to worry whether Leng Ningshuang might harbor inappropriate thoughts toward him. Nevertheless, to be fair, while the old witch was somewhat advanced in years, she was undeniably attractive. Her figure was commendable as well. It was merely her temperament that left much to be desired. If she were to demand my submission, what would I do? Wait a minute. I am determined to escape the Heavenly Demon Sect. How can I entertain such thoughts? No, my life is of utmost importance. Should she insist on imposing such demands upon me, I shall resolutely adhere to my principles and never acquiesce. Lin Chuan muttered to himself, conjuring a plethora of imaginary scenarios, yet he remained unwavering in his conviction. Fortunately, there was no one nearby. Otherwise, they would surely deem him a lunatic and put an end to him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a fierce wind arose from the ground. Bang! The grand doors of the hall swung open with a violent force. Instantly, a fierce gale surged forth, sweeping towards Lin Chuan. Instinctively, he braced himself for the onslaught. Yet, that tempestuous wind felt akin to a powerful hand, binding him tightly. The oppressive might of a celestial emperor. How formidable! Lin Chuan was taken aback. Confronting the strength of a celestial emperor for the first time, he found himself utterly incapable of resistance. This realization only solidified his resolve to flee from the demonic sect. Otherwise, when the demonic sect faced peril, it would not merely contend with a single celestial emperor, but with many. How could one person, like Leng Ningshuang, possibly withstand such forces? As the slayer of Hong Tianhe, he would surely become a scapegoat. Alas, Lin Chuan's mind raced with dark imaginings. Yet, in his moment of panic, he was swept into the hall by the tempest. The scene before him flashed by in rapid succession. The doors, the conference chamber, the rear hall. Was this the sect master's private quarters? Until a subtle fragrance wafted into Lin Chuan's nostrils. Before him lay a bedroom adorned in shades of blue. At an ancient tea table sat the strikingly beautiful Leng Ningshuang, her gaze fixed upon him without a blink. Sect master, please. Lin Chuan panicked once more. As a robust man of 7 feet, he truly despised being passive. If such a formidable elder were to impose her will upon him, should he resist? Or should he yield? Or perhaps thud? A sudden, forceful impact hurled Lin Chuan away, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Yet, he felt no pain at all. In fact, there was a peculiar softness to his surroundings. Was this a bed? Is it possible? Lin Chuan widened his eyes in disbelief. He had indeed been brought to the bed by the cold and aloof Ningshuang. Furthermore, his body was forcibly restrained by the overwhelming pressure of the Heavenly Emperor, rendering him immobile. Alas, my pristine innocence is destined to be lost at the hands of this ancient crone. Suddenly, Lin Chuan felt a significant alleviation in his body. The Heavenly Emperor's oppressive force had mysteriously dissipated. Could it be that he had misunderstood Ningshuang? Filled with excitement, he quickly sat up, ready to express his gratitude to her. However, he was met with Ningshuang's impassive gaze. Her crimson lips parted slightly, and a chilling voice resonated softly, "Undress." Those 2 simple words struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving Lin Chuan utterly stunned. Goodness, this ancient witch is even more audacious than I had imagined. Today, I have truly witnessed the might of a heavenly emperor. Resistance is futile. As the old saying goes, if one cannot resist, then one should indulge in the experience. What lies ahead can be dealt with later. Lin Chuan, adopting a surprisingly carefree attitude, resolved to embrace the principle of a carefree existence. He could not be bothered to resist anymore. Thus, he began to unfasten his garments with astonishing dexterity. Yet, Ningshuang before him was rendered speechless. She had heard every thought that crossed his mind. Even a fool would grasp what Lin Chuan was contemplating. This scoundrel dares to regard her as that kind of person. Unforgivable. Stop. Cease this at once. Ningshuang hastily admonished, realizing she could not allow this impudent brat to continue undressing. If he took any longer, he would indeed be left utterly bare. Oh, does the sect master favor this kind of play? Very well. It's all a first for me as well. Such direct words make me feel bashful. Lin Chuan's lips curled upward, finding solace in having seized a modicum of initiative amidst dire circumstances. However, his subsequent action incited the ire of Leng Ningshuang. He sprawled across the bed in a big letter formation, resembling a despondent fish, and bellowed, "Come on." In this situation, shyness served no purpose. Before the might of a celestial emperor, he, a mere celestial saint, possessed no means of resistance. Rather than tormenting himself, he chose to embrace the role of a languid fish and accept the reality at hand. "Ah, scoundrel, rogue, Lin Chuan, we shall slay you." After a piercing scream, Leng Ningshuang surprisingly became incensed. This shouldn't be the case. Could it be my overly proactive demeanor? Alas, this old hag is truly difficult to please. Lin Chuan, with a face full of helplessness, sat up once more. Before him, Leng Ningshuang was covering her face with both hands, a rosy hue spreading across her fair neck. Yet, there remained a slight gap between her index and middle fingers. She was peeking. The teacher's words rang true. When a woman says no, it often means yes. And here she is, pretending otherwise. Haha. My dear, brother has come to seek you. Lin Chuan sprang up suddenly. If Leng Ningshuang does not favor taking the initiative, then he shall be even more proactive. It would be best if she were to despise him. Perhaps, in a fit of rage, Leng Ningshuang would expel him from the sect. Thus, his wish could be fulfilled. Admittedly, this approach may seem somewhat lewd, yet it is preferable to risking his life. With this thought emerging, Lin Chuan's courage surged. He not only dared to approach Leng Ningshuang, but even boldly extended his hand to touch her. Just as his fingers were about to graze her flushed cheek, an overwhelming and forceful power struck him suddenly, accompanied by a furious roar. Get lost. Lin Chuan's anguished cries reverberated through the rear hall. In the Master's chamber, Leng Ningshuang sat on a stool, her cheeks flushed crimson. Her delicate, onion-like hands clutched her face tightly, lost in a daze. How infuriating. He actually dared to call her baby. I truly detest this. Cold condensation exclaimed, shaking her head in disbelief while cradling her face. Her chest rose and fell erratically, unable to find calm. Having never been in such close proximity to a man, she was utterly bewildered by the concept of love. Could this be what they call a confession? Surely not. Could it be that the Holy Sun harbors feelings for me? The sect leader? Yet, he was undeniably quite lewd just moments ago. Nevertheless, even with such impropriety, he remains remarkably handsome. It is no wonder that the female disciples are utterly enraptured by him. Leng Ningshuang furrowed her brow one moment and broke into a silly grin the next. Even for someone as capricious as she appeared almost deranged at this moment. Oh dear, how utterly embarrassing. As the sect leader, how could I possibly entertain the notion of a romance with the Holy Sun? No, it cannot be. Yet he is truly handsome. At a loss, she suddenly leapt onto the bed, rolling about in a fit of excitement. She was devoid of her usual cold and alluring demeanor as the sect leader. At that very moment, outside the grand hall, a lecherous man clad only in his shorts stood alone in the chilly wind, clutching a bundle of clothes. With his other hand, he pressed against his face, which throbbed with pain. That vile old hag certainly struck hard. I hope my handsome visage remains unmarred. Very well, Lin Chuan mused, feeling a sense of relief at being despised by the old hag. Perhaps he would be expelled from the sect by tomorrow. In that case, he would be free. Oh joy! The shadows that had clouded his face dissipated, replaced by an expression of exhilaration. At last, he could escape the sea of suffering, and naturally, he was thrilled. In his excitement, he even forgot to dress and soared into the sky. At this moment, atop the sacred maiden peak, two female disciples were admiring the moon. Suddenly, a figure streaked across the moonlit sky, leaving behind a shadow that fluttered like a ribbon. From a distance, it appeared as if a celestial being was dancing among the lunar glow. Look, the moon spirit has manifested, one of the disciples exclaimed with excitement. They say that if you make a wish to the moon spirit at this moment, it will surely come true. Is that true? Let's make a wish quickly. I hope to receive the favor of the Holy Sun, even if it means assisting him with his attire. Of course, it would be best if I could warm his bed, hee. The following day, the tale of the moon fairy's manifestation spread like wildfire within the Heavenly Demon Sect. At that time, the disciples who beheld the moon fairy were not limited to just those two female disciples. Numerous male disciples also witnessed the event firsthand. However, their accounts differed entirely from the legends surrounding the moon fairy. What a moonlit fairy! I distinctly witnessed a lewd man flying through the sky, utterly bare. That detestable scoundrel. Should I uncover his identity, I would ensure his demise is nothing short of gruesome. The male disciples vented their outrage with fervent mockery. Yet, unbeknownst to them, their words reached Lin Chuan's ears, leaving him too terrified to step outside for a considerable time. Indeed, that bare-bottomed pervert was none other than himself. He never anticipated that while aimlessly soaring through the heavens, he would be observed by so many fellow disciples admiring the moon. How incredibly embarrassing! However, Lin Chuan's reluctance to venture out stemmed not solely from the matter of the moonlit fairy. There was also the fact that his handsome visage had been swollen from a blow dealt by Leng Ningshuang the previous night. Even after a night's worth of ice treatment, the swelling remained, albeit the imprint of her hand had faded. Should anyone catch sight of him, misunderstandings would surely ensue. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding chimes reverberated through the valley. This was the signal for the sect to summon its disciples. Surely, significant events were afoot. All disciples were required to be present. Lin Chuan found himself in a predicament. However, he could not avoid it. With no other choice, he covered his face and steeled himself to head towards the grand hall. Oh, Holy Sun, what has happened to your face? exclaimed a female disciple upon seeing Lin Chuan's countenance, instantly drawing numerous gazes towards him. It's nothing at all, Lin Chuan hastily clarified. I was practicing on the back mountain last night and accidentally received a slap from a bear. Bear? What kind of bear possesses such ferocity that it can inflict harm upon the Holy Sun? Fear not, Holy Sun, I shall undoubtedly avenge you. The female disciple, in a fit of rage, vowed to exterminate the bears of the back mountain, seeking retribution for Lin Chuan. Upon hearing her words, Lin Chuan couldn't help but grin, silently uttering "Umatba." His single utterance, however, cast a shadow of distress upon the bears of the back mountain. May they not reincarnate as bears in their next life. With a soft creak, the grand hall's door gradually swung open. A figure clad in a flowing black gown emerged, exuding an air of icy elegance that rendered her utterly unattainable. Yet, when her captivating eyes caught sight of Lin Chuan, she instinctively averted her gaze. A fleeting moment that fortunately went unnoticed by those present. Cough, cough. Cold condensation frost cleared her throat and spoke with gravity. Yesterday, I, the sect master, have already announced that the Holy Sun shall enter the Heavenly Demon Pool for refinement. The Holy Sun is to accompany me immediately. However, in light of my good mood today, I permit all disciples to attend and observe. Whatever insights you may glean from this experience will be your own fortune. Each shall follow their destiny. Upon hearing these words, the Holy Maiden Peak erupted in a flurry of exclamations. That is indeed the Heavenly Demon Pool. Since the establishment of the Heavenly Demon Sect, it has existed for a millennium, and only 50 individuals have been fortunate enough to enter the Heavenly Demon Pool for refinement. The last to qualify was none other than Cold Condensation Frost herself. After that, she ascended to the realm of the Heavenly Emperor. 3 years later, she encountered a bottleneck, subsequently entering seclusion. Eventually, she emerged from her retreat with the cultivation of a Heavenly Emperor, shocking the world of cultivation. With such a precedent, even those unfamiliar with the Heavenly Demon Pool recognize its rarity. As the Holy Sun, Lin Chuan single-handedly vanquished the master of the Shenzhen sect, Hong Tinha, earning significant merit for the Heavenly Demon Sect. Thus, he naturally qualifies for entry into the Heavenly Demon Pool. Yet, how could the 100,000 disciples possess the fortune to observe as well? It is nothing short of the sect master's benevolence. Your Excellency is truly formidable. Long live the sovereign. The disciples incessantly chanted, their voices echoing in the heavens for an enduring quarter of an hour, a testament to their exuberance. Cold Condensation Frost felt no surprise at this display. She merely cast a languid glance at Wei Wuying and instructed, let the Grand Elder lead the disciples into the Heavenly Demon Pool. Ensure that they do not act recklessly, otherwise they shall face severe consequences. Having spoken, she turned her gaze toward Lin Chuan. However, upon locking eyes with him, her gaze abruptly shifted to a 45-degree angle. The small hands clasped behind her back began to nervously fidget with her sleeves. The Holy Sun shall accompany our sovereign to the Heavenly Demon Pool without delay. As her words fell, before Lin Chuan could express his gratitude with a cupped fist, a sudden wave of a soft, internal force surged forth, swiftly enveloping him and dragging him away. Ah! Lin Chuan's anguished cry rent the air, gradually fading into the distance. 100,000 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, along with Wei Wuyang, stood in a daze, their faces etched with confusion. My heavens! The sect leader is becoming increasingly violent. I hope the Holy Sun is unharmed. The disciples fervently prayed for Lin Chuan's safety, while even the female disciples who admired him could only shake their heads and sigh, pleading for their leader to exercise caution and not to ruin the Holy Sun. On the sacred Maiden Peak, ethereal mist swirled, rich in spiritual energy. This energy and mist flowed forth daily like a rising tide from a particular source. Yet, each time one attempted to trace it back, it seemed as though an invisible barrier obstructed their path, rendering them unable to approach. However, upon contact, one could perceive a shimmering light, akin to gossamer. Alas, even those of celestial strength could not shatter this veil. In the realm of cultivation, this method is commonly referred to as a prohibition, resembling an array. Yet it is established using natural elements as its focal point, thriving without the need for human control. Without special means, it is exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to draw near, let alone gain entry. At this moment, Lin Chuan found himself before such a prohibition. Beyond it lay the source of the mist and spiritual energy upon Sacred Maiden Peak, visible to the naked eye. Beside him, Leng Ningshuang was deftly manipulating over 100 intricate hand seals, each one infused into the prohibition. Soon, The barrier trembled, and a tear began to form, unveiling an entrance before the two. Enter. The cold and indifferent Frost reminded without casting a glance at Lin Chuan. Something felt amiss. Wasn't she supposed to expel me from the Heavenly Demon Sect? Had she ceased to be angry with me? Perhaps it was a form of alternative retribution. Indeed, that must be the case. Given the old hag's ruthless nature, she would never let me off easily. Was it still possible to refuse at this point? Lin Chuan stood at the threshold, trembling. Within a few breaths, a multitude of grim images flooded his mind. Drowning to death, struck down by heavenly lightning, slain by the piercing intent of spiritual swords, or perishing from a backlash of spiritual energy during refinement. Various tragic demises flashed before him, causing beads of cold sweat to cascade down his brow. The foot he had dared to step forward with trembled uncontrollably, compelling him to retract it immediately. You. The enigmatic Leng Ningshuang turned around and shot a fierce glare at Lin Chuan. How absurd. Lin Chuan, the master of imagination, was at it again. Was she truly that fearsome? Yet, recalling the events of the previous night, it was evident that her strike had been rather severe. Even after an entire night, Lin Chuan's face remained swollen. No wonder he had misconstrued her intentions. However, it was utterly inconceivable for her to utter words of concession. As the esteemed leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, a formidable figure in the realm of cultivation, how could she ever yield to a man, since he dared not enter? He must not blame this sect master for employing extraordinary measures. Leng Ningshuang let out a soft snort, gradually raising her arm. She spread her delicate fingers like emerald onions and suddenly lunged towards Lin Chuan. Again, Lin Chuan exclaimed, his body suddenly spiraling uncontrollably into the abyssal pool. With a resounding splash, Lin Chuan plunged into the water like a forsaken stone, sending droplets flying in every direction. Panic gripped him. He felt as though he could succumb to drowning at any moment. The female antagonist proved to be treacherously cunning. He truly believed his demise was imminent. Is everything all right? Lin Chuan floundered for a moment before rising from the abyssal pool. Aside from his thoroughly soaked garments, he was unharmed. He immediately exhaled in relief and lifted his gaze towards the frigid condensation frost outside the pool. Once again, their eyes met, and the glacial countenance of condensation frost, which seemed impervious to time, struck Lin Chuan like a blunt force. Lin Chuan inhaled sharply, realizing that the situation was far more complicated than he had anticipated. This female tyrant must be intent on torturing him slowly to death. Help? All I ever wanted was a peaceful existence, yet life seems to conspire against me. Wait. The Grand Elder will soon arrive with 100,000 disciples. That wicked woman has summoned all the disciples. Surely she does not intend to publicly execute me. Good heavens. This woman is truly cruel. No wonder she is referred to as a female demon. She possesses such a sadistic inclination. Oh no, not only am I destined to die, but I am also to be mercilessly slain by Leng Ningshuang before the eyes of 100,000 peers. Such a humiliating fate, please no. Lin Chuan's inner turmoil echoed like a rapid-fire barrage in Leng Ningshuang's ears, provoking a sardonic laugh from her. This mischievous rascal. So this is how you perceive your master. I am merely indifferent, not deranged. Furthermore, I graciously bestowed upon you the opportunity to refine in the heavenly demon pool. And yet you dare to slander me in such a manner? Very well. If you relish hardship, then this master shall grant you that. Leng Ningshuang gritted her teeth in silence. With her sword aimed at the gathering spirit, her beautiful eyes suddenly radiated a chilling light. In an instant, the temperature of the surrounding air plummeted. Even the waters of the heavenly demon pool abruptly froze into icicles. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, frost enveloped Lin Chuan, transforming him into a frozen statue. Thunder rumbled ominously, reverberating through the air. The once clear azure sky was now shrouded in ominous dark clouds. From the heavens, the fury of thunder coalesced, giving rise to fearsome lightning dragons that coiled menacingly above Lin Chuan's head. Oh my goodness! Lin Chuan lamented, realizing that his fears had indeed come to fruition. Despite having prepared himself for dozens of potential demises, the onset of crisis left him utterly unprepared. At last, he was to witness the sun's bath, a spectacle of such exquisite beauty that it would be forever etched in his memory. Clear the way, let me in. I must behold the sun emerging from his bath. But wait, a disquieting turn of events unfolded before him. The sun was encased in ice. The sect master was summoning the thunder prison of the 9 heavens. Good heavens, could it be that the sect master harbored murderous intent towards the sun? The disciples who had just stepped into the heavenly demon pool were met with this astounding scene. 100,000 disciples stood in stunned silence, gazing at the unbelievable sight. No one could fathom why Lin Chuan had incurred the wrath of Leng Ningshuang, inciting her lethal intentions. Yet they all understood that, given Leng Ningshuang's temperament, no one could persuade her otherwise. Lin Chuan was doomed. Alas, since resistance is futile, I might as well resign myself to my fate. This aligns perfectly with my principles. Lin Chuan remarked with a wry smile, his expression one of resignation. He valued his life dearly, yet he was equally inclined towards indolence. If forced to struggle for survival, he would find it more in harmony with his disposition to simply languish and await his demise. Moreover, he was acutely aware that he was no match for the formidable cold condensation frost, and had personally experienced the might of the Heavenly Emperor. Rather than engage in a futile struggle, it was far less troublesome to embrace a state of inertia. With a splash, Lin Chuan, now encased in ice, lay serenely in the waters of the demon pool, resembling an ice coffin adrift. At the brink of life and death, he chose to embrace apathy. This epitomized the ultimate essence of surrender. A notification chimed in his ear. Death has arrived. The host has opted for indifference, comprehending the true meaning of surrender. Reward: Thunder Law, immunity to thunder, 100 affinity for thunder. The system's announcement resonated within Lin Chuan's mind. Thunder Law? Immunity to thunder? Such rewards seemed remarkably fitting. As for the so-called true essence of surrender, one should not heed the system's nonsensical chatter. It was merely Lin Chuan's reluctance to resist. Indeed, the idle are often blessed. The ancients have not misled me. The great transformation of the demon culminates in the 9 heavens of Thunder Prison. Fall. With a resounding roar, thunder boomed from the heavens. The oppressive forces of nature converged upon the celestial demonic pool, a mere 5 paces in diameter. Beneath the ominous clouds, 9 colossal thunder dragons descended, their wrath directed at Lin Chuan within the pool. Heaven above. The sect leader is truly serious. Oh no, please don't. The Holy Sun is so handsome. It would be a tragic loss if he were to perish. How could the sect leader bear to take the life of the Holy Sun? Elder, please, devise a solution swiftly. The disciples cried out in desperation, their voices rising in a cacophony, yet nothing could quell the fury of Leng Ningshuang. Wei Wuyang stood in stunned silence, completely bewildered by the unfolding events. She had just arrived and was utterly unaware of the circumstances that had driven Leng Ningshuang to unleash her wrath upon Lin Chuan. However, she understood Leng Ningshuang's temperament. Once she had made up her mind, no amount of persuasion would sway her resolve. Boom! The sound of thunder reverberated. In the blink of an eye, the 9-headed thunderous dragon descended into the abyssal pool. Humph! In this 9 heavens thunder prison, the master of this sect has only exerted 3/10 of their power. Although the spectacle is grand, the damage is insufficient to be fatal. It is merely a lesson for you, you wretched brat. This is the consequence of daring to insult the master of this sect. Leng Ningshuang let out a cold laugh, her finger, akin to a jade onion, pressed down fiercely. Accompanied by 9 colossal thunder dragons, it struck violently upon the heavenly demon pool. With a clatter, the sound of rushing water mingled with the jarring crackle of electricity caused the demon pool to erupt dramatically. One could only imagine the ghastly scene that would unfold if a person were caught within. Despite Lin Chuan's strikingly handsome visage, reminiscent of a charming youth, under the thunderous assault of the 9 heavens thunder prison, he would instantaneously be transformed into a charred remnant, irrevocably disfigured, if not perished altogether. But wait, what is that? Just as the distraught female disciples were bracing for despair, they fell silent, rubbing their eyes and craning their necks. At that moment, within the 5-zhang radius of the demon pool, the lightning continued its cleansing, yet amidst the tumultuous waters, a figure was inexplicably swimming. Alternating between butterfly strokes, backstrokes, and even dog paddling, he appeared utterly at ease. In the entire demon sect, who could dare enter the demon pool? That audacious and infuriating individual, aside from Lin Chuan. Could it be anyone else? This rascal. Cold Ningshuang's brow furrowed in exasperation. Her elegant fingers, which had pointed accusingly at the demon pool, slowly withdrew, clenching into a fist. If circumstances permitted, she would genuinely relish in delivering a sound thrashing to Lin Chuan. Yet, on the other hand, how could he remain unscathed? After all, this was the 9 heavens thunder prison. Even with merely 30% of her strength, few could endure such a trial. Despite Lin Chuan being a holy son, it was inconceivable that he could emerge unscathed. Moreover, he was not just unharmed. He was swimming leisurely. This was utterly outrageous and beyond belief. While it was true that this rascal was indeed infuriating, one could not deny the astonishing nature of his resilience. Throughout her lifetime, the sect master had never encountered anyone immune to lightning. How many secrets could possibly lie within the holy sun that remained unknown to the sect master? Cold Leng Ningshuang's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, two beams of brilliance shining through the narrow slits. She fixated on Lin Chuan as if attempting to see through him with her very gaze. Alas, she could not penetrate the enigma that was Lin Chuan. Yet, spurred by curiosity, she resolved to augment her strength. She intended to test whether Lin Chuan truly possessed the ability to withstand the thunder, as she surmised. Boom! In the heavens above, the thunder grew louder. The already fearsome thunder dragon suddenly swelled to tenfold its size. In an instant, the thunder crashing into the abyssal pool became as large as the mouth of a vat. Upon its contact with the abyssal pool, it instantly vaporized a third of the water within. Master, please cease at once. If this continues, the demon pool shall be lost. How shall we explain this to our esteemed ancestors? Wei Wuyan's face turned ashen with fear. The demon pool is the treasured heart of the demon sect, essential for the ascension of every heavenly emperor throughout history. Every disciple cherishes it as a priceless gem, allowing for no margin of error. Yet, cold Ningshuang seems unfazed. It is incomprehensible what enmity she harbors against Lin Chuan, as she dares to unleash the Nine Heavens Thunder Prison in the most sacred grounds of the demon sect. Astonishingly, she has already evaporated 30% of the pool's water in an instant. Given the current circumstances, if she does not swiftly put a stop to Ningshuang, it is feared that the next moment, the demon pool will be reduced to mere nothingness. 50% of power. Lin Chuan, if you can withstand this, the sect master shall regard you with newfound respect. Leng Ningshuang paid no heed to Wei Wuyan's cries. She was wholly absorbed in the thrill of testing Lin Chuan. Completely oblivious to the significance of the heavenly demon pool, 50% of power surged into the Nine Heavens Thunder Prison. 9 colossal thunder dragons descended, accompanied by a resounding roar. The heavenly demon pool was rent asunder. With a thunderous roar, 9 bolts of lightning struck the waters of the pool, sending splashes soaring, flames leaping skyward, and rocks scattering in disarray, as smoke and dust billowed throughout the vast expanse. In the midst of this tumultuous spectacle, all disciples of the heavenly demon sect present stood frozen, their expressions a tableau of shock and disbelief, gazing at the ruins of the once mighty heavenly demon pool, their minds rendered utterly blank. Ba ba ba. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, a disheveled figure flickered into view. The individual spat out a mouthful of mud and sand. Lying amidst the ruins, Lin Chuan had been swimming in the heavenly demon pool, enjoying himself immensely, when suddenly the Nine Heavens Thunder Prison intensified, bombarding the pool and draining its waters. He maintained his swimming posture, which rendered the situation rather awkward. It was said that the heavenly demon pool was the treasured possession of the heavenly demon sect. How could such a priceless treasure be obliterated? Who was to blame for this? Was it not my fault? Lin Chuan's eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance as his already astute mind whirled into action, generating a flurry of ideas. The destruction of the heavenly demon pool would undoubtedly incite the fury of the sect's disciples, particularly the elders like Wei Wuyang, who held deep reverence for the heritage passed down from their ancestors. The damage inflicted upon the heavenly demon pool was indeed a grave transgression. If I could intercept the blame, it would surely lead to my expulsion from the sect. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Lin Chuan's lips curled into a grin that seemed to stretch to the back of his head. For him, the explosion of the heavenly demon pool was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Even Leng Ningshuang would be unable to shield him from the repercussions. However, Lin Chuan could never have anticipated that his inner thoughts had already been overheard by Leng Ningshuang. Not far away, the figure clad in black trembled involuntarily, causing the Nine Heavens Thunder Prison to dissipate in an instant. Have I caused trouble? A flicker of panic flashed in Leng Ningshuang's beautiful eyes. Could it be that she too knew fear? What an astonishing revelation! The destruction of the heavenly demon pool carried dire consequences. The Holy Sun, in a display of devotion to the sect, was willing to shoulder the repercussions. Could this be what love entailed? Leng Ningshuang's delicate face flushed with a tinge of crimson, her enchanting gaze shimmering as she glanced at Lin Chuan, revealing a tenderness she had not shown before. Luckily, at that moment, the smoke and dust obscured the scene, ensuring that this rare occurrence went unnoticed. Otherwise, the entire cultivation world would surely be set ablaze with tumult. The heavenly demon pool has been destroyed. What shall we do now? The ancestors would surely be displeased. Wei Wuyang would bear the weight of guilt towards the heavenly demon sect. Leng Ningshuang had wrought havoc upon our treasured possession. Such a sin was monumental. Wei Wuyang would undoubtedly provide an explanation to the ancestors and then seek to atone for his transgressions through self-sacrifice at the ancestral hall. The Grand Elder, Wei Wuyang, spoke with righteous indignation, her complexion as pale as death. The Heavenly Demon Pool, a treasure of the Heavenly Demon Sect, had been destroyed by the hands of the sect master, Leng Ningshuang. Even if it were a mere blunder for the Heavenly Demon Sect, it was a matter of utmost gravity, one that was utterly unforgivable. As the Grand Elder, Wei Wuyang felt compelled to provide an account to the sect. She was even prepared to expel Leng Ningshuang from the sect if necessary, and she had resigned herself to the possibility of taking her own life in atonement. Meanwhile, the 100,000 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were engulfed in confusion. The destruction of the Heavenly Demon Pool was a monumental event, far beyond the scope of ordinary disciples to discuss. Nevertheless, they comprehended the significance of the Heavenly Demon Pool to their sect. As Leng Ningshuang faced the inevitable consequences, she would undoubtedly endure severe punishment. After all, the position of a sect master was not one that could be easily shaken. Within the Heavenly Demon Sect, the 9 Grand Elders possessed the authority to impeach the sect master. Furthermore, each of these elders was a senior relative of Leng Ningshuang. Should they unite in opposition to her, the ensuing spectacle would be nothing short of extraordinary. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of chaotic footsteps echoed loudly. Wei Wuyang approached Leng Ningshuang alongside the 100,000 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Today, without a doubt, there must be an explanation regarding the destruction of the Heavenly Demon Pool. There was no escaping this reality. Wei Wuyang's mind was in turmoil, utterly incapable of contemplating the matter of silencing it. Moreover, the destruction of the Heavenly Demon Pool had been witnessed firsthand by the 100,000 disciples. Secrecy was no longer an option. They could only bear witness to this catastrophe that befell the Heavenly Demon Sect. Master, Wei Wuyang furrowed her brows. Hastily clasping her fists in greeting, she opened her mouth, ready to unleash a torrent of words. Yet, in the end, she found herself at a loss for where to begin. For a moment, Wei Wuyang and Leng Ningshuang exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide with unspoken thoughts. A chilling breeze swept through the crowd, enveloping them in an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. Silence reigned over the entire expanse of the demon pool, so profound that even the sound of breathing seemed to vanish. Suddenly, a languid voice shattered the stillness. What is this? It appears to be exquisite. 100,000 pairs of eyes turned in unison. Lin Chuan revealed a palm-sized orb from beneath him. The orb, crystalline and translucent, emanated an ethereal mist. Wisps of vapor swirled around its surface, unmistakably indicating it was no ordinary object. Holding it in his hand, Lin Chuan felt an immediate connection. Although the system had bestowed upon him numerous exceptional spiritual treasures, and in the 5 years since his arrival, he had encountered many awe-inspiring artifacts, none could rival the orb he now possessed. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the mist that danced upon the orb's surface. Instantly, a refreshing sensation akin to enlightenment surged through him, a profound concentration of spiritual energy enveloping Lin Chuan. Oh, what a treasure! Lin Chuan's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Although he possessed more than a dozen exquisite spiritual treasures, they paled in comparison to this singular orb, which rendered those artifacts as mere refuse. It is no wonder that the Heavenly Demon Pool has birthed so many celestial emperors. This precious orb must be the true essence of the pool. Yet, the successive leaders of the Heavenly Demon Sect have been overly cautious, treating this rare paradise as a cherished relic. Little do they realize that they are merely safeguarding a pool of ordinary water, while the true treasure lies submerged at the bottom. Were it not for Leng Ningshuang's impulsive act of destruction, this precious orb might have remained hidden beneath the surface for an indeterminate time. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures are categorized into 4 tiers: spiritual treasures, exquisite spiritual treasures, supreme treasures, and exquisite supreme treasures. If my conjecture holds true, this orb is at least of the supreme treasure grade. No, it is undoubtedly an exquisite supreme treasure. Lin Chuan pondered, contemplating the audacious idea of seizing this exquisite supreme treasure before the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect became aware of its presence. Unbeknownst to him, his innermost thoughts had already been heard crystal clear by Leng Ningshuang. An exquisite supreme treasure. Indeed, the master once mentioned that the demon pool is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. If categorized, it would undoubtedly rank as a supreme treasure. The luck of our sect leader seems to be rather fortuitous. By an unexpected stroke of fortune, The supreme treasure hidden within the demon pool has been unearthed. Thus, it appears that the guilt has been alleviated. Leng Ningshuang quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. She was aware of the grave transgression she had committed. Had it not been for Lin Chuan discovering the supreme treasure within the demon pool, it is likely that Wei Wuyang, with her rigid disposition, would have summoned the 9 elders to directly impeach her as the sect leader. The Grand Elder, brimming with authority, led the disciples forth. Was it a summons for retribution? Leng Ningshuang maintained a serene expression, her captivating gaze disinterestedly averted from Wei Wuyang and focused instead on Lin Chuan. The lad was currently stuffing the supreme treasure into his pocket. How audacious! Before Wei Wuyang could utter a word, Leng Ningshuang swiftly extended her fingers, grasping at the air towards Lin Chuan. An unparalleled force surged forth, ruthlessly targeting the supreme treasure and forcibly snatching it from Lin Chuan's grasp. Oh no, I've been discovered. Lin Chuan was taken aback. He felt akin to a child caught misbehaving by a parent, hastily lowering his head and feigning ignorance. This spectacle did not escape Wei Wuyang's notice. However, she was oblivious to the connection between the supreme treasure and the demon pool. At that moment, she was still enveloped in her anger over the destruction of the demon pool. The sect leader ought to understand that the demon pool is a precious asset of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Each successive leader has treated it with utmost caution, never daring to make a mistake. Yet, Leng Ningshuang, you have destroyed it. Such a monumental sin. How can I account for this to our ancestors? Wei Wuyang clutched her chest, her demeanor one of profound grief. On one side stood the Grand Elder, the most esteemed within the sect, and on the other, the frosty and eccentric sect leader. The disciples dared not offend either, leaving them in silence, not uttering a word. Suddenly, an unrestrained laughter echoed in the ears of those present. Wei Wuyang stared incredulously at Leng Ningshuang, her eyes ablaze with unmistakable fury. Yet, before she could chastise her, Leng Ningshuang parted her crimson lips and languidly remarked, "Is the mere demon pool truly worthy of being regarded as a treasure of my Heavenly Demon Sect? Grand Elder, do you genuinely believe my sect to be a desolate backwater, so pitiable?" Upon hearing this, Wei Wuyang felt an impulse to retort, but was interrupted by Leng Ningshuang's wave of her hand. At this juncture, the sect leader deemed it appropriate to divulge, "In truth, I have long sensed that there was something concealed within the demon pool. It is the essence of the demon pool, a supreme treasure. Only the gifted Son of Heaven, in conjunction with the methods of our esteemed sect leader, can extract this exquisite artifact. Now that our grand endeavor has been accomplished, it is indeed a day of great celebration for the demon sect. The Grand Elder and the 100,000 disciples of our sect should hasten to congratulate both the leader and the Son of Heaven." Though Leng Ningshuang attempted to weave an elaborate defense, her arguments ultimately failed to convince everyone. At the very least, Wei Wuyang remained skeptical. The notion that the demon pool contained a treasure and that it could be unearthed through collaboration with the Son of Heaven seemed far-fetched. Are we to believe it simply because you say so? Such claims may deceive the naive, but they cannot sway us. In my esteemed opinion as the Grand Elder, we ought to convene the 9 Grand Elders for a collective discussion. The demon pool is, after all, a treasure of our sect, and it cannot be recklessly destroyed. Even the sect leader must bear the consequences of such actions. With a stern countenance, Wei Wuyang spoke with unwavering integrity. As the Grand Elder, she has always upheld impartiality. Although age may have rendered her somewhat rigid, her character remains commendable and trustworthy. Even Leng Ningshuang dared not dismiss the Grand Elder's counsel and could only acquiesce to her suggestion. "Ah, that was a close call. Fortunately, I managed to evade it. This time, the son's merit in transforming danger into safety is considerable. However, it seems the council of the 9 elders will still require his assistance." Leng Ningshuang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The peril had been averted, yet not entirely eliminated. Wei Wuyang insisted on convening the 9 elders for a thorough discussion of the consequences stemming from the destruction of the Heavenly Demon Pool. Unless the pearls discovered within the pool prove to be of far greater value than the pool itself. Elder, please proceed as you wish. The sect master and the son have pressing matters to attend to. The arrangement of the disciples present shall be left to your discretion, she concluded, turning her enchanting gaze towards Lin Chuan. A distance of 10 paces away, Lin Chuan's lips gradually curled into a smile. Rather than being angered by Leng Ningshuang's disparagement, he felt an exhilarating thrill. It seemed that his escape from the Heavenly Demon Sect was imminent. Yet, to Wei Wuyang and the 100,000 disciples, his expression appeared utterly deranged. The destruction of the Heavenly Demon Pool was a grave matter, one from which others sought to distance themselves. And here he was, smiling? Surely, he must be unhinged. Let us go. Suddenly, a cold voice resonated. An irresistible force abruptly enveloped Lin Chuan. Thereafter, Leng Ningshuang discarded her garments and forcibly led Lin Chuan away from the forbidden area. In the blink of an eye, they entered the grand hall of Saint's Peak. Leng Ningshuang, with Lin Chuan in tow, stepped inside. She then gently released the hold, placing Lin Chuan softly onto the ground. This tender yet delicate gesture left Lin Chuan feeling quite disconcerted. Has the old witch truly changed her ways? Saint Sun, the sect leader inquired. Is this precious orb discovered within the abyssal pool of demons? Leng Ningshuang's countenance resembled a chill frost, her enchanting eyes seemingly emanating a heart-stirring glimmer of cold light. Indeed, Lin Chuan replied, somewhat perplexed. He was, of course, unaware of the significance a single pearl held for the frost of condensation. At that moment, his mind was consumed with thoughts of the imminent gathering of the 9 esteemed elders, anticipating his expulsion from the sect. It seemed that he alone bore the burden of such an unjust fate with such eagerness, such splendid delight. Cold condensation sighed softly, her previously tense demeanor now relaxed. She then took out the mysterious bead and examined it closely in her hand. It felt frigid to the touch, with occasional wisps of spiritual energy emanating from it. Holding it was akin to a sudden enlightenment, refreshing her spirit. Clearly, this enigmatic bead was extraordinary. However, whether it possessed any connection to the understanding of the Heavenly Emperor's path from the abyssal demon pool remained uncertain for her. Regrettably, having already attained the Heavenly Emperor realm, this bead, even if it offered insights into the Heavenly Emperor's way, would hold no benefit for her. Suddenly, a pair of malicious eyes fixated on Lin Chuan. What does that old hag intend to do? Has the Holy Sun gained any understanding within the abyssal demon pool? Cold condensation paid no heed to Lin Chuan's slightly flustered expression. All her thoughts were solely on the bead, ready to report back to the sect leader. No, Lin Chuan replied candidly. Nonsense. The time was so brief, and yet he had to endure threats. He nearly lost his life. What enlightenment could there possibly be? Here, cold condensation frost unhesitatingly threw the bead over. Lin Chuan immediately reached out to catch it. The exquisite treasure had unexpectedly returned to his hands. If the sect master's conjecture is correct, this bead is known as the Heavenly Demon Pearl, one of the 10 supreme treasures. It harbors the path of the Heavenly Emperor, making it exceedingly rare. However, the sect master has only heard of it and has never witnessed it with their own eyes. Unfortunately, the sect master has already attained the status of Heavenly Emperor and cannot verify it. Thus, it falls upon you to validate its essence. Cold condensation frost spoke gently. The distinction between the Heavenly Sage and the Heavenly Emperor may seem but a step apart, yet the chasm between them is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Without the proper understanding, one may spend an entire lifetime striving yet never reach the realm of the Heavenly Emperor. Even with the Heavenly Demon Sect possessing the Heavenly Demon Pool, only those fated may comprehend the path of the Heavenly Emperor. The disparity between individuals can often be so vast. Nevertheless, Cold Condensation Frost is confident that, with Lin Chuan's extraordinary talent, he can certainly grasp the path of the Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, it is imperative that he does so before the arrival of the 9 elders to resolve her predicament. Time is of the essence. Let us commence without delay. However, you are aware of the sect master's temperament. Should it take too long, the sect master may indeed become displeased. It is best that you achieve some understanding within half an hour, or at most, the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Otherwise, the frosty mist narrowed its eyes, in which 2 slender pupils flickered with a glimmer of cold light. Gulyalu. Lin Chuan swallowed hard. The old witch was truly terrifying. He had no doubt that when Leng Ningshuang was enraged, she would show no mercy. Although he had never witnessed nor heard of her slaying fellow disciples, he could not guarantee he would be the first. This only confirmed how astute his decision to leave the Heavenly Demon Sect was. He fervently hoped the 9 elders would arrive soon, so he could escape this torment. How infuriating. How was he supposed to comprehend the path of the Heavenly Emperor from a mere bead, and only given a single cup of tea's worth of time? Was this something within human capability? Perhaps if he merely pretended to grasp it for the duration of the tea, the old witch might not discern the truth. For the path of the Heavenly Emperor was shrouded in mystery. Lin Chuan mused inwardly. Engaging his mind was exhausting, and he was not guaranteed success. It would be better to simply coast along. He was quite adept at that. Unfortunately, all his innermost thoughts were captured word for word by Leng Ningshuang. Her expression icy as a mountain. That mischievous brat had quite the clever schemes. If the sect leader hadn't been able to hear his thoughts, He might have been led to his own demise. Do you wish to take a shortcut? The master of this realm would not grant you such a favor. She snorted coldly. In an instant, she pivoted and vanished from her original position. The next moment, she reappeared, already behind Lin Chuan. Startled, Lin Chuan was taken aback. Yet, before he could react, he felt an overwhelming force binding him completely. Alas, as a dignified man of stature, I find myself bound by the whims of women daily. Do I not possess any sense of dignity? The great principle of 50, the celestial transformation of 49. By evading one, the mysteries of heaven are revealed. What cultivators strive to attain is precisely this evasion of one, the essence of celestial secrets. Yet, among countless practitioners, those who can uncover these secrets are exceedingly rare. Even when fortunate individuals stumble upon them, mastery often eludes them. Thus, despite the immense value of the celestial demon pearl, it is perhaps only those of extraordinary insight who merit its use. Currently, Lin Chuan has acquired the celestial demon pearl, yet after a mere glance, he dismisses it with indifference. Such a splendid opportunity, and he chooses to disregard it. Cold Ningshuang is at a loss for words, her frustration boiling within her. Such a lackadaisical disciple. Should she not put an end to him? However, the 9 esteemed elders, including Wei Wuyang, are soon to arrive. She has no time to waste on idle chatter with Lin Chuan. You must observe closely. Should you exhibit even the slightest hint of laziness, I shall deal with you decisively. Do not doubt my resolve. Even you, I would not hesitate to eliminate. Her icy tone struck Lin Chuan like a shard of ice. The elder was truly incensed. How terrifying. Lin Chuan's lips twitched slightly. He too was puzzled, wondering how the elder could discern his intentions to slack off. Could it be that she possesses the ability to hear his thoughts? What a preposterous notion. Such powers akin to mind reading belong solely to the realm of film. Do they not? It must be a mere coincidence. Lin Chuan muttered a few grievances, but they were nothing more than complaints. He completely dismissed the idea that cold Ningshuang could genuinely hear his thoughts. Yet, cold Ningshuang was taken aback. Lin Chuan's mind appeared to operate differently from that of an ordinary person, often spewing forth terms she found perplexing. What is a movie? What are extraordinary abilities? It seemed this rascal had some knowledge of mind reading. Clearly, he harbored many secrets yet unknown to her, which she must endeavor to uncover gradually. Guard the spirit platform. Cold condensation frost threatened once more. You have but the duration of a tea's brew to comprehend its essence. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences. Such a formidable threat loomed ominously behind Lin Chuan, leaving him with no option but to comply. Reluctantly, he grasped the heavenly demon pearl, scrutinizing it with utmost diligence. However, he harbored little hope for a breakthrough, for the seekers of celestial secrets were as rare as diamonds among the masses. He was merely an ordinary individual equipped with a penchant for idleness. Why should fortune favor him? Well, I might as well entertain this endeavor, Lin Chuan muttered to himself. He began to toy with the heavenly demon pearl, endeavoring to unravel its mysteries. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 4 breaths. 50 breaths elapsed, and Lin Chuan was on the verge of slumber. Yet, no transformation manifested within him. Indeed, he was just an ordinary person, devoid of any connection to celestial insight. Apart from his tendency for procrastination, he possessed nothing. Perhaps it was best to depart from the Heavenly Demon Sect and seek a secluded spot to continue his leisurely pursuits. Impossible. The urgent voice of Leng Ningshuang echoed from behind Lin Chuan. While Lin Chuan had given up, she remained unwilling to accept the truth. Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge that he is merely an ordinary person with an innate talent for excellence? The sect leader need not feel sorrow on behalf of the disciple. The will of heaven is thus. The disciple remained unperturbed. Lin Chuan, however, was anxious that Leng Ningshuang might, in a fit of anger, commit an act that would instill fear in him. He hastily offered words of comfort, lest he suffer the consequences himself. Am I grieving for you? No, the sect leader is lamenting for his own sake. Oh no, cold Ningshuang exclaimed, her face betraying a sense of urgency. If I cannot prove that this orb is indeed the celestial demon pearl, I shall be in grave trouble. With her hands clasped behind her back, she paced back and forth, her restless demeanor completely shattering Lin Chuan's perception of her. Is this truly the old which I once knew? He mused, astonished. The notorious female villain of the cultivation world, displaying signs of unease? How astonishing. Lin Chuan found himself captivated by this rare sight, akin to discovering a new continent. However, upon sensing his thoughts, cold Ningshuang shot him a glare. At that moment, rather than expend energy on anger towards Lin Chuan, she resolved to devise a cunning plan to outwit the situation. Once the 9 elders arrived, it would be too late. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps echoed from beyond the great hall. Leng Ningshuang was instantly seized by a tremor, as if turned to stone. Her entire body rigid with apprehension. Master, Wei Wuyang, accompanied by the 8 elders, approached for an audience. The deep, resonant voice of the Grand Elder, Wei Wuyang, penetrated the door and wafted in. At this moment, Lin Chuan observed that cold condensation Frost's expression was exceedingly tense. For someone as cold and decisive as she, a ruthless enchantress, what could incite such fear in the presence of the 9 Grand Elders? Was it the destruction of the Heavenly Demon Pool that troubled her? Yet, cold condensation Frost had intended to shift the blame onto Lin Chuan, leaving him to bear the repercussions, had she not? Master? Wei Wuyang seemed to be somewhat anxious, urging once more with a sense of urgency. Cough, cough. Cold condensation cleared her throat, forcefully suppressing her anxious demeanor, striving to appear more composed. Subsequently, she turned around, facing the grand entrance. Come in. With the response of Leng Ningshuang, 9 figures entered the grand hall. Leading them was the venerable elder Wei Wuyang, accompanied by 8 other elders, all bearing expressions of grave seriousness. Upon entering, they immediately assumed a posture of accusation, transforming the already tense atmosphere into one of palpable gravity. The 9 elders took their positions within the hall, their gazes firmly fixed upon Leng Ningshuang, clearly indicating their purpose for being there. However, as they settled, they discovered that another presence occupied the hall. Saint Child, why do you possess that orb? Wei Wuyang was utterly astonished, his aged eyes fixed intently upon the heavenly demon pearl held by Lin Chuan. Leng Ningshuang had once stated that this heavenly demon pearl was a rare treasure erupted from the heavenly demon pool, embodying the very essence of the pool itself. Such a precious artifact should never be casually entrusted to another. Even the Saint Child lacks the qualification to engage with it. Although this inquiry was directed at Lin Chuan, it was, in truth, aimed at Leng Ningshuang. The destruction of the heavenly demon pool was orchestrated entirely by her, yet she had yet to devise a reasonable explanation. Before the 9 esteemed elders, she had committed a grave blunder, making it all the more difficult to defend herself. Oh dear, why must the Grand Elder be so alarmed? It is merely the celestial demon pearl, one of the 10 supreme treasures. Our celestial demon sect possesses vast lands and abundant resources. Do we truly lack for the singular exquisite treasure? The Grand Elder is being rather petty. Lin Chuan chuckled, completely unfazed. In his view, the supreme treasures do not hold much significance. After 5 years of idleness, the rewards bestowed by the system are at least of the highest spiritual treasure caliber. He is indeed quite affluent, which is why he regards this lightly. However, such words, when spoken in the presence of Wei Wuyang or even Leng Ningshuang, were perceived as a blatant provocation. Holy Son, what are you rambling about? This pearl is a treasure of the celestial demon sect. Return it at once. Wei Wuyang extended her hand to demand it back. Such a treasure could only be deemed safe in her possession. In addition, it would allow the 8 Grand Elders to examine it closely, thereby facilitating a decision regarding the punishment of Leng Ningshuang. Since everyone is present, I shall no longer feign modesty. I lay my cards on the table. It was I, the Holy Son, who detonated the demon pool that day. There is no need to return the demon pearl to the Grand Elder. Moreover, I intend to shatter it. If the 9 Grand Elders seek to impose punishment, let it be upon Lin Chuan. Ideally, he should be expelled from the sect. After all, this matter has nothing to do with the sect master. Come on. Lin Chuan could hardly let such a golden opportunity to break free from the Heavenly Demon Sect slip away. After all, what was it to bear the blame? To bear it. What was it to be expelled from the sect? That suited Lin Chuan perfectly. He had already contemplated this while in the Heavenly Demon Pool. He could not allow cold condensing frost to seize the chance to blow up the Heavenly Demon Pool, a veritable cauldron of blame. He must take the initiative to accept it. Only then would he have the opportunity to escape the sect. Holy Son, what nonsense are you uttering? Do you realize that such a grave transgression cannot be borne by you alone? Being expelled from the sect is merely a trivial matter. Having your cultivation abolished and being cast into the abyss would be a light punishment. If you wish to shield the sect leader, you must also act within your means. Wei Wuyang advised gravely, choosing his words with care. Even a fool could perceive that Lin Chuan was willingly accepting the blame. Yet, this child seemed to harbor some misconceptions, believing the consequences were as simple as mere expulsion from the sect. To forfeit one's cultivation and be cast into the abyss. How terrifying. It was merely the destruction of a bathing hall, nothing to be overly concerned about. Besides, we still possess the Tianma Pearl, as the sect leader stated. It holds far greater significance than the Tianma Pool. Lin Chuan casually toyed with the Tianma Pearl, even treating it like a basketball, spinning it on his fingertip. This spectacle left the 9 elders utterly alarmed. Leng Ningshuang's expression shifted rapidly, fearing that Lin Chuan might inadvertently damage the precious pearl. However, the Tianma Pearl, being an extraordinary treasure, should not be so fragile. Yet, without prior experience of dropping it, how could one ascertain its durability? Nonetheless, as Leng Ningshuang observed Lin Chuan in that moment, she couldn't help but find him exceptionally charming. The Holy Sun was willingly taking the blame for her. Is this not love? There was no need for further discussion. Each person should bear the consequences of their actions. The destruction of the Tianma Pool was the sect leader's decision. If the 9 elders sought punishment, it should be directed at her. With a firm resolve, Leng Ningshuang decided to accept the blame herself. Lin Chuan was utterly dumbfounded. In this day and age, who would willingly shoulder the blame? He was so close to breaking free from the Heavenly Demon Sect, yet the old hag had thwarted his opportunity. No, the burden of blame must rest upon my shoulders. No one shall steal this chance from me. Lin Chuan silently vowed that even if the King of Heaven himself appeared, nothing would prevent him from escaping the clutches of the Heavenly Demon Sect. With a swift motion, Lin Chuan raised the celestial demon orb, surrounding him. 10 pairs of astonished eyes turned in unison. Lin Chuan, holding the celestial demon orb aloft, assumed a posture of reckless abandon. Son of the Holy, Lin Chuan, what do you intend to do? Quickly set down the demon pearl. Wei Wuyang and Leng Ningshuang admonished in unison. The demon pool has been destroyed. If the demon pearl were to meet the same fate, the consequences would be far graver. It would not merely be a matter of Wei Wuyang taking her own life to atone for her sins. The 9 elders and the sect master would likely have to offer their lives in penance as well. Kiki, the Holy Sun declared, I shall bear the blame myself. Why do you not heed my words? It is my fault, and I shall not contest that. Esteemed elders and sect leader, you must expel me from the sect. Otherwise, I shall perish alongside the celestial demon pearl. Lin Chuan exclaimed in indignation. He merely wished to depart from the celestial demon sect. Why was it so arduous? It seemed that unless he resolved to take decisive action, he would never be able to extricate himself from the clutches of the celestial demon sect. A resounding thud echoed suddenly as the celestial demon pearl struck the ground with considerable force. With a sharp crack, fissures swiftly spread across the surface. In an instant, the entire orb was marred, and then it shattered, bursting forth a copious amount of white mist. Within moments, it filled half of the grand hall. The 9 elders and Leng Ningshuang stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished that Lin Chuan had dared to strike it down. And even more so that the heavenly demon pearl proved so fragile, shattering with a single blow. Surely not. This is one of the top 10 exquisite treasures, the heavenly demon pearl. Is it truly so easily damaged? Or have I misjudged the situation? Cold condensation swirled within her thoughts. Regardless of the authenticity of the heavenly demon pearl, it bodes ill for her. Yet one thing is certain, Lin Chuan's transgressions far exceed her own. It is likely that his punishment will not merely involve expulsion from the sect. Given the temperament of the 9 elders, it is probable that they would desire nothing less than to dismember Lin Chuan to quell their deep-seated resentment. Lin Chuan, Wei Wuyang's furious roar pierced through the white mist, reverberating painfully in Lin Chuan's ears. Yet, a satisfied smile adorned his face. The depth of Wei Wuyang's anger was a clear indication of his substantial wrongdoing. At last, it seemed he would finally get his long-desired wish fulfilled. Boom. Suddenly, the entire hall trembled. A terrifying aura surged forth like a tempest, sweeping through the space. Debris continuously rained down from the vaulted ceiling. Under this overwhelming force, it felt as though the entire sacred Maiden Peak was experiencing an earthquake. Alas, the 9 elders were incensed. Leng Ningshuang's expression shifted dramatically. She immediately unleashed her inner strength, intending to shield Lin Chuan. However, the elders were evidently swifter. Before Leng Ningshuang could react, Lin Chuan found himself encircled by the 9 elders, their not-so-youthful faces ablaze with fury. The 9 heavenly saints simultaneously struck. Even the celestial emperor would find this challenging, let alone Lin Chuan. Have I gone too far? Lin Chuan awkwardly grinned, feeling the tension. In response, Leng Ningshuang cast him a scathing glance. He had not merely overstepped, he had committed an egregious offense. The heavenly demon pearl was the treasured artifact of the Heavenly Demon Sect, one of the 10 most exceptional treasures. It was an invaluable possession within the entire realm of cultivation. How dare he shatter it? Even as the Holy Sun, he could not escape unscathed. The 9 elders were formidable, poised either to execute Lin Chuan on the spot or to strip him of his cultivation and cast him into a dark prison. In essence, his life was effectively ruined. Seize the Holy Sun. After questioning, we shall decide his fate. Wei Wuyong was not blinded by rage. Yet, once Lin Chuan was apprehended, he would lose his freedom. The authority of the 9 elders surpassed even that of the sect leader. Unless Leng Ningshuang resolved to betray the sect, she would not dare to defy them. Lin Chuan acted for my sake. Can I truly stand idly by? Leng Ningshuang furrowed her brow, feeling utterly at a loss. The normally resolute woman found herself at a crossroads. The 9 elders advanced with heavy steps, approaching Lin Chuan, who, paradoxically, remained rooted in place, as steadfast as a mountain. It seemed the Holy Sun understood the gravity of his transgressions and refrained from resistance. This was indeed the best course of action, as it spared the escalation of conflict. Wei Wuyong sighed, his gaze toward Lin Chuan tinged with sympathy. Although Lin Chuan possessed extraordinary talent, a once-in-a-millennium genius, he could not be lenient when weighed against the sect's significant matters. With a sigh, Wei Wuyong shook her head and slowly reached out towards Lin Chuan. Just as she was about to make contact with him, a sudden forceful impact surged back, unexpectedly sending Wei Wuyong flying away. Impudent! The Holy Sun dared to assault the Grand Elder. Mercy shall not be granted. The 8 esteemed elders immediately rose in indignation. However, the moment these 8 celestial powerhouses struck at Lin Chuan, they were met with a forceful backlash as if they had been struck by a heavy blow. The 8 elders scattered like celestial maidens dispersing flowers, their figures vanishing into the distance. Not far away, Leng Ningshuang, who had been anxiously watching over Lin Chuan, wore an expression of astonishment. Was this the path of the Heavenly Emperor? No, to be precise, it should be the foundation of the title of Heavenly Emperor. Within the grand hall, mist billowed upward, yet amidst the haze, a mysterious opportunity entwined with Lin Chuan. This was the influence of the Heavenly Demon Pearl, which had chosen Lin Chuan as its fated one. His fortune was remarkable, for among the 11 individuals, he was the one selected by the Heavenly Demon Pearl. The foundation of the title of Heavenly Emperor manifested as an invisible fortune, merging seamlessly with Lin Chuan. The most immediate manifestation of this was that the 9 great elders, upon taking action, were repelled by an unseen force. These were 9 formidable heavenly saints, yet none could approach Lin Chuan's vicinity. The mere foundation of the title of Heavenly Emperor was already so powerful. One can only imagine that if Lin Chuan were to one day attain the title of Heavenly Emperor, there would likely be no force in the world capable of shaking him. Cease at once. The indifferent voice of cold condensation frost floated softly through the air, momentarily silencing the previously defiant 9 elders. However, their anger remained unabated. Lin Chuan had dared to destroy the Heavenly Demon Pearl and lay hands upon the 9 elders. A transgression unprecedented within the Heavenly Demon Sect, and he was bound to face severe repercussions. Yet, they remained oblivious to the extraordinary circumstances surrounding Lin Chuan at that moment. Though they could sense his unusual aura, what has befallen the Holy Sun? Wei Wuyong, suppressing her excruciating pain, inquired of cold condensation frost. The foundation of the titled emperor was intertwined with the profound mysteries concealed within the Heavenly Demon Pearl, seemingly merging with the Holy Sun. However, even the sect leader could not fathom how such a supreme treasure could be so easily destroyed. Nevertheless, the reality of the titled emperor's foundation was undeniable. If all went according to plan, the Holy Sun was destined to become a titled emperor. Cold condensation frost spoke with unwavering conviction. It was not mere exaggeration. The truth stood firm. Moreover, it validated her previous estimations. Hidden beneath the Heavenly Demon Pool lay the Heavenly Demon Pearl, and yet, none of the past sect leaders had ever perceived its existence. Ironically, it was cold condensation frost who inadvertently unearthed it. Alas, Lin Chuan, in his reckless fervor, had shattered such an exquisite treasure. The mere thought of the Heavenly Demon Sect losing such a paramount artifact filled cold condensation frost with heartache. She could only strive to protect Lin Chuan, for if he were to be held accountable for his monumental crime, the lightest sentence would be eternal imprisonment in the abyss. Is it true that he possesses the foundation of a titled emperor? Wei Wuyong exclaimed in disbelief, her fellow 8 elders equally incredulous. They had previously doubted the authenticity of the Heavenly Demon Pearl. Otherwise, they would not have jointly sought to hold cold condensation frost accountable. Yet, they could never have anticipated that Lin Chuan would destroy the Heavenly Demon Pearl and, against all odds, be chosen by a grand opportunity to merge with the foundation of a titled emperor. Such an astonishing fortune had befallen a sinner, placing the 9 elders in a quandary. Should they punish Lin Chuan? They found themselves at an impasse. The talents of the Holy Son were evident to all. Within 5 years, he had continuously broken through realms, becoming a heavenly saint. This rapid ascension was unmatched even by the sect leader. Now, with the grand opportunity to inherit the foundation of a titled emperor, could the 9 elders truly bring themselves to impose a heavy penalty upon such a prodigious talent? The cold and disdainful frost condensation let out a scoff, her demeanor assertive. It implied that the responsibility was entirely shifted onto the 9 esteemed elders. Were it not for them, how could the heavenly demon pearl have been destroyed? Now, it has come to pass that Lin Chuan has emerged as the greatest beneficiary. Sooner or later, he shall ascend to the title of the Heavenly Emperor, becoming an unparalleled force in this world. Such a prodigious talent, if not courted, will undoubtedly become a significant threat to the Heavenly Demon Sect in the future. The decision now lies with the 9 elders. Should they eliminate him or seek to ally with him? Indeed, Wei Wuyang's expression was exceedingly awkward. After listening to Leng Ningshuang's words, she immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. The 9 elders had already offended Lin Chuan, even attempting to take his life. Should Lin Chuan ascend to the position of the Celestial Emperor in the future, retribution against them was inevitable. For the sake of prudence, it would be wise to eliminate Lin Chuan now to prevent future troubles. However, one must also consider that the destruction of the Heavenly Demon Pool and the loss of the Heavenly Demon Pearl rendered it exceedingly difficult for the Heavenly Demon Sect to produce another emperor. Moreover, Lin Chuan's innate talent was extraordinarily remarkable. Should he fuse with the title of Celestial Emperor, the prospects would be terrifying. If Lin Chuan were to wholeheartedly pledge allegiance to the Heavenly Demon Sect, it would not be long before a Celestial Emperor emerged, undoubtedly elevating the sect to unprecedented heights. In the realm of cultivation, the Heavenly Demon Sect would claim its rightful position as the strongest sect. The 9 steadfast elders loyal to the sect would etch their names into history. To slay or to spare, such a dilemma was truly challenging. Previously, the Holy Son had shattered the Heavenly Demon Pearl to uphold the dignity of the sect leader, demonstrating his loyalty. Thus, even if the Holy Son were to become the Celestial Emperor, his heart would still be inclined towards the Heavenly Demon Sect. With such a talented individual to assist the leader, how could the Heavenly Demon Sect fail to thrive? This elder proposes that we retain the Holy Son. Furthermore, we should treat him with utmost respect. What are your thoughts? After much contemplation, Wei Wuyang finally reached a decision. As the Grand Elder, she naturally held the most influence among the 9 elders. Upon her resolution, the other 8 elders swiftly aligned their opinions. The Grand Elder's words were indeed astute. The Heavenly Demon Pool and the Heavenly Demon Pearl are merely 2 artifacts of our sect. Ultimately, their purpose is to assist disciples in elevating their realms. If we can cultivate a Celestial Emperor from this, it would be a fitting utilization of resources. The 8 elders chimed in, supporting Wei Wuyang's rationale, thereby creating a graceful exit for themselves. After all, they had just proposed punishment for Leng Ningshuang and even considered imprisoning Lin Chuan. It would be quite difficult to gloss over the situation without offering some complimentary words. Hiki. Cold condensation frost rarely revealed a hint of a smile. Yet within that smile lay a tinge of disdain. The 9th elder's adeptness at navigating the winds of fortune left her utterly astounded. However, this was not her first encounter with the 9th elder's remarkable skills. Nonetheless, the resolution of the explosion at the demon pool had alleviated some of her burdens, and she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. This was likely the most challenging day of her life. A heavy sigh echoed through the tranquil hall, breaking the silence. Lin Chuan slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings with a sense of bewilderment. What had transpired moments before? He pondered, feeling as though he had lost his memory, entirely oblivious to the significant confrontation among the 9 elders. As he regained consciousness, he sensed an unfamiliar presence within him, though he could not discern its nature. The Heavenly Demon Pearl has been destroyed. You may impose punishment upon me, he declared. Given the circumstances, might the 9 elders show leniency? A mere expulsion from the sect would suffice. I hold no objections. Lin Chuan fixed his gaze upon the 9 elders, a wary expression crossing his face. Though he feigned submission, his body betrayed a readiness for resistance. Should the elders adopt a harsh approach, he would not remain passive. Among the 10 present, only the formidable Celestial Emperor, Leng Ningshuang, possessed the strength to restrain him. Yet, beneath her rank, Lin Chuan had never feared anyone. Misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. The Holy Sun is indeed the pillar of our Heavenly Demon Sect, endowed with great fortune. The selection of the Holy Sun by the Heavenly Demon Pearl should be regarded as a blessing for our sect. I, as an elder, shall announce to the sect that the two great fortunes of our sect are in harmony with the Holy Sun. Anyone who dares to speak otherwise shall face severe punishment. In the lecture hall, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect gather for instruction. Thousands of meditation cushions are filled with eager faces, predominantly female disciples, whose excitement is palpable. Their beautiful eyes sparkling like stars. All gazes converge upon a single high platform, and the reason is singular. Sitting cross-legged upon the only cushion atop the platform is Lin Chuan. Ever since the destruction of the Heavenly Demon Pool, the 9 elders of the sect collectively issued a decree forbidding any discussion of the matter. Since then, Lin Chuan has carried on as if nothing has happened, behaving casually as usual. Remarkably, Cold Condensation Frost, our sect leader, has not questioned him at all. It is well known that she disapproves of lazy disciples. And Lin Chuan is the epitome of indolence. He is never seen participating in morning exercises or evening readings, nor does he engage in the daily cultivation tasks. He never steps out of his residence before the sun reaches its zenith, and even when he does venture outside, it is merely to find a secluded, comfortable spot to sleep. Many male disciples have affectionately dubbed him the god of sleep. Yet, despite this, Cold Condensation Frost not only refrains from reprimanding him but also sends ample cultivation resources to his residence, causing envy among countless male disciples. Today, at the request of Elder Wei Wuyang, Lin Chuan is to give a lecture to the disciples. This marks the first time in 5 years that he has taken on such a role. The disciples harbor no grievances, for he has ascended to the status of a heavenly sage and is, in fact, the youngest heavenly sage in the history of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Cough, cough. Today, our esteemed son will deliver a lecture. I kindly ask everyone to maintain some decorum. Lin Chuan slightly furrowed his brows, his expression one of reluctance. Lecturing was indeed a tiresome endeavor, especially when faced with a throng of infatuated female disciples. How bothersome. Initially, when Wei Wuying requested him to teach, he had outright refused. He believed that just because Wei Wuying was the Grand Elder did not obligate him to comply with her every demand. However, upon their first meeting, she threatened him with the destruction of the Heavenly Demon Pearl, claiming it was the treasure of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Lin Chuan should have faced severe punishment. But due to his fervent desire to protect the sect leader, a grave mistake had been made. Thus, the 9 Grand Elders decided to show leniency. Wait, when did I protect the sect leader? The shattering of the Heavenly Demon Pearl was merely a means to compel you to expel me from the sect, all right? These old hags truly have wild imaginations. Lin Chuan muttered to himself. He had initially intended to voice his thoughts directly, but Wei Wuying's subsequent words swiftly quelled his resolve. It is a tradition of the Heavenly Demon Sect for disciples to receive instruction from the sun. Bearing the weight of responsibility, the sun ought to serve the sect. Should the sun refuse, the 9 Grand Elders will have no choice but to deliberate further and cast the sun into the abyss to endure countless torments. Wei Wuying threatened menacingly. Cast into the abyss and subjected to eternal suffering? How terrifying. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chuan acquiesced. What nonsense. Ever since his reincarnation, he had adhered to the principle of self-preservation. He, who was ordinarily exceedingly cautious, could never resign himself to a lifetime spent in the abyss. As for pride, what was that? What was its worth by the pound? Would anyone even buy it? Soon after, Lin Chuan found himself in the lecture hall. Under the eager gazes of tens of thousands of disciples, he maintained an air of remarkable calm. The sun is truly handsome. The sun has broken through to the heavenly saint rank in just 5 years, undoubtedly possessing profound insights into the great Tao. We are indeed fortunate. Who could argue otherwise? With such striking looks and high cultivation, the sun is a paragon among men. To share the same sect as him is a blessing accrued over several lifetimes. The female disciples were beside themselves with excitement. Were it not for the presence of the 9 Grand Elders and Leng Ningshuang, it is likely that thousands would have rushed the stage. Ahem. Silence. Wei Wuyang's expression darkened as he admonished loudly. The reckless behavior of his disciples was truly shameful. If this continued, the Heavenly Demon Sect, a cultivation faction, would inevitably be reduced to a state akin to the Harmony Sect under Lin Chuan's reckless actions. The Holy Sun had recently achieved a breakthrough to the Celestial Sage, which was a result of his profound comprehension of the Heavenly Tao. Therefore, it was only fitting that the Holy Sun, endowed with such a divine opportunity, would share his insights with the many disciples. Please, Holy Sun, commence. Wei Wuyang cast a sharp glance at Lin Chuan, his eyes gleaming with a threatening light. Lin Chuan forced a smile, feeling a wave of helplessness within. Is this the way of heaven? The Holy Son himself was uncertain whether he had truly comprehended it. He merely took a brief slumber and experienced a breakthrough. To speak of diligent cultivation in his daily life would be an exaggeration. If one were to insist on the notion of understanding the heavenly path, could sleeping, wandering aimlessly, or enjoying the beauty of nature be considered as such? Lin Chuan remarked innocently. His heartfelt words, however, were met with an oppressive silence in the lecture hall. All present wore expressions of displeasure, glaring at him with scorn. Even the female disciples who admired him sat in a daze upon their cushions. At that moment, Wei Wuyang gritted her teeth, her fists clenched tightly. She felt an overwhelming urge to strike Lin Chuan. This insufferable young man was utterly exasperating. Could he not refrain from showing off? She even regretted inviting him to teach. Initially, she merely wished for him to share his insights on the heavenly path, perhaps even his understanding of the foundations of the title of Heavenly Emperor. Who would have thought it would devolve into a display of his own arrogance? Growing increasingly frustrated, Wei Wuyang glanced at the serene figure of Leng Ningshuang beside her. Since the beginning of the lecture, Leng Ningshuang had been seated in meditation, her eyes closed, seemingly in a state of calm. It was only when Lin Chuan uttered those infuriating words that she slowly opened her beautiful eyes. A trace of discontent in her expression indicated her disapproval of Lin Chuan. It appeared that any reckoning with this insufferable young man would require Leng Ningshuang's consent. Master, the Holy Son's blatant disregard for the teachings warrants punishment. Wei Wuyang spoke in a grave tone. Indeed, it is a punishment. Cold condensation frost responded decisively. Without a moment's hesitation, this unexpected eagerness took Wei Wuyang by surprise. Nonetheless, what the Holy Son asserted was indeed the truth. The Grand Elder had to concede that the Holy Son's usual demeanor was precisely as described. Even when he engages in no activity, his cultivation progresses at an astonishing rate. With such extraordinary talent, the Grand Elder ought to rejoice on behalf of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Cold condensation frost remarked with a placid expression. The abrupt reversal left Wei Wuyang at a loss. Yet, cold condensation frost was not mistaken. Lin Chuan was undeniably a once-in-a-millennium genius for the Heavenly Demon Sect. Perhaps there were others of similar age who had attained the status of celestial saint. But each of those formidable individuals had expended vast resources and devoted themselves tirelessly to cultivation. Whereas Lin Chuan, to describe him as idle would be generous. He indulged in sleep, laziness, tending to flowers and grass, and exploring the mountains and waters. Yet, even this seemingly mundane existence could not suppress his remarkable talents. One can only imagine, if he were to exert even a modicum of effort, would he not soar to great heights and astonish the world? The sect master was correct. The Holy Son was indeed a rare talent. However, could the Heavenly Demon Sect truly contain such a genius? Once the Holy Son achieves the title of Celestial Emperor, would the sect master possess the confidence to retain him within the Heavenly Demon Sect? Upon reflection, this matter was far from simple. It is hoped that the sect master will make a decisive resolution soon. Wei Wuyang was not mistaken. With Lin Chuan's exceptional aptitude, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed cold condensation frost and became a celestial emperor, dominating the world. Such a prodigy would surely not be constrained by the sect. Nonetheless, Lin Chuan's foundation for becoming a celestial emperor stemmed from the loss of the Heavenly Demon Pearl, a treasured asset of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Having paid such a significant price, to allow Lin Chuan to depart would undoubtedly feel like a loss. Yet, this matter required cold condensation frost's agreement. Moreover, given Lin Chuan's influence among the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, any mismanagement could lead to considerable trouble. Thus, it necessitated careful handling. The Grand Elder was correct. The Holy Son's heart should belong to the Heavenly Demon Sect. However, the Grand Elder seemed overly concerned. The sect master believed that the Holy Son's loyalty was unwavering, and he harbored no thoughts of betraying the sect. Cold condensation frost maintained an impassive demeanor, betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation. In truth, she felt a surge of panic within. Lin Chuan's loyalty? This rascal was perpetually contemplating deserting the sect to pursue his leisurely life. Can this truly be considered loyalty? His mind was consumed with thoughts of the sect's inevitable demise, compelling him to escape for his life. To speak more harshly, he was cursing the sect. Should Wei Wuyang become aware of this, it would at the very least lead to a charge of imprisonment. According to Leng Ningshuang's previous temperament, even as a holy son, anyone daring to harbor ulterior motives would meet a tragically grim fate. Yet, her demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. It was not merely that Lin Chuan possessed unparalleled talents. He had also assimilated the foundational essence of the Celestial Emperor within the Heavenly Demon Pearl. This was an opportunity coveted by countless cultivators, a rare fortune that even the most fortunate among millions would seldom encounter. To slay Lin Chuan would be an immense loss. However, these considerations were not of primary importance. The crux of the matter was that Lin Chuan, in a bid to protect her, was willing to shoulder the blame. This stirred feelings within the ordinarily frigid and unflinching female demoness, evoking emotions that transcended mere camaraderie. She was unfamiliar with the concept of love, yet she had heard whispers of the nuances between men and women. Perhaps this was what one might call love. In any case, Leng Ningshuang's perspective had shifted, leading her to make judgments utterly unlike her previous ones. She was attempting to shield Lin Chuan, to exonerate him. How could the sect master possess such unwavering faith in the Holy Sun? Indeed, the matter concerning the Heavenly Demon Pool and the Heavenly Demon Pearl has undoubtedly revealed to this elder the unwavering loyalty of the Holy Sun towards the sect leader. However, what I did not anticipate was the profound bond between the sect leader and the Holy Sun, forged in but a few fleeting encounters. I had believed the sect leader's demeanor to be merely ruthless and decisive. Little did I know he possessed such finesse in the art of manipulation. It brings me great comfort. Wei Wuyang expressed her relief, seemingly misunderstanding Lin Chuan's intentions. Yet, how delightful it is that Leng Ningshuang wishes for Wei Wuyang to perceive it this way. Indeed, that is the case. The Grand Elder can now rest assured. Leng Ningshuang feigned composure, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. She then turned her gaze towards Lin Chuan, her brows subtly knitting together, her heart suddenly burdened. Although it seemed that Lin Chuan harbored unique sentiments towards her, she was, after all, the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect and somewhat of a mentor to him. Should they truly shatter that boundary, would they not become a subject of ridicule in the realm of cultivation? Alas, what a predicament this is. A few anxious glances were lost among the tens of thousands of female disciples, hardly discernible. Lin Chuan was, of course, unaware that both Wei Wuyang and Leng Ningshuang had already formed numerous thoughts about him. However, his rather ostentatious lecture had incited the ire of many male disciples. What of the Holy Sun? Does he not fear retribution for his arrogance? Shh, keep your voice down. Though the Holy Sun appears languid, he is, after all, a formidable heavenly saint. Beware lest he overhears you. Not merely a heavenly saint, after the baptism of the Heavenly Demon Pool, the Holy Sun has already exhibited the potential of a heavenly emperor. He is likely the next leader of our sect. Alas, what a pity for the tens of thousands of female disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. They may soon find themselves ensnared by the Holy Sun. The male disciples grumbled in discontent. As men, why is there such a disparity in our fortunes? In contrast to the male disciples' prejudice against Lin Chuan, the female disciples eagerly anticipated him imparting more cultivation wisdom. Feeling their eager gazes upon him, Lin Chuan thought that if he did not share more, he would appear rather unsociable. Yet, he truly had little insight to offer regarding cultivation. Ahem. The path of the great Tao is inherently natural. Heaven and earth coexist with my being, and all things are united with me. The practice of cultivation is the pathway to the great Tao. One must follow the desires of the heart, abandon the pursuit of wisdom, and harmonize with nature, for all things converge into one. The great Tao encompasses 50, while the heavens manifest in 49. To retreat from one is to grasp the mysteries of heaven. Yet, these celestial mysteries are ever-changing, and the relentless pursuit for understanding may yield naught but frustration. It is far better to embrace the circumstances as they arise, for fortune may well come knocking unexpectedly. Much like a misplaced item, the more one anxiously searches, the more elusive it becomes. When one ceases the search, it may suddenly reappear. Given this, why not relax and savor life, distancing oneself from the entanglements of the world, the intrigues, and the violence? How delightful it would be. Lin Chuan spoke eloquently. As a traveler from another realm, he understood the principles of the Tao better than anyone. Yet, he also possessed a fair share of unconventional wisdom. The way he articulated the concept of tranquility and enjoyment in life was uniquely profound. Perhaps no one else in the entire realm of cultivation could rival his insight. When he finally fell silent, the entire lecture hall was enveloped in an uncanny stillness. Even Leng Ningshuang and Wei Wuyang were left in stunned silence. What was this talk of the great Tao and the freedom of desire? What did it mean to relax and enjoy life? A crowd of listeners found themselves unable to comprehend it fully, yet they felt that Lin Chuan spoke with remarkable wisdom. There was simply no room for rebuttal. Wait, I always sensed something amiss. This rascal has articulated laziness in such an exquisite manner. Does he truly believe this sect master cannot discern the truth? Cold Ningshuang's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and her lips twitched slightly. She nearly fell for this trickster's ruse. Fortunately, having perused numerous online novels in her youth, she had acquired a wealth of obscure and convoluted phrases. Perhaps, just perhaps, these could deceive this group of cultivators. Soon, I shall allow them to grasp the concept themselves. And then I can indulge in idleness with great aplomb. Oh joy! Lin Chuan's excitement was laid bare within. Yet he maintained a facade of solemnity and inscrutability on the surface. Had it not been for cold Leng Ningshuang's ability to hear his innermost thoughts, she likely would have been genuinely swayed by his seemingly harmless visage. Humph! Such exceptional talent, yet always inclined to take shortcuts. Is this not a gross waste of natural endowment? No, henceforth, it is imperative to impose strict discipline upon the Holy Son. Alternatively, perhaps imparting the most profound techniques of the Heavenly Demon Sect to him might incite greater diligence in his cultivation. Cold Lin Chuan shot an icy glare at Lin Chuan, silently resolving her determination. Within the Heavenly Demon Sect, there exists an abundance of esoteric techniques, predominantly of the demonic arts. Practitioners of the demonic sect naturally focus on cultivating these arts. However, the more advanced the demonic techniques, the greater the difficulty in mastering them. A moment's carelessness could lead one astray into madness, and in severe cases, result in the reversal of inner energy, culminating in self-destruction. Thus, those lacking sufficient cultivation must be cautious when approaching such profound techniques. Moreover, the most obscure and inscrutable techniques within the sect are safeguarded by the sect leader themselves, seldom revealed to others. This is not only to conceal the sect's treasured techniques, but also to prevent disciples from secretly practicing and inadvertently straying from the path. Nevertheless, Lin Chuan's cultivation and comprehension have reached the requisite standards. It is entirely reasonable to arrange for him to practice the advanced demonic arts. Should he be able to harness the power of these techniques to remain with Lin Chuan and stimulate his enthusiasm, it would not be in vain for cold Lin Ningshuang's efforts. The sect leader's words ring true. The Holy Son possesses many admirable qualities. Yet his innate laziness is a significant drawback. If he could be more proactive, his achievements would surely surpass expectations. Wei Wuyang could scarcely contain her agreement, wishing to raise both hands in support. Even she felt that Lin Chuan, blessed with exceptional aptitude, squandered his potential through his lack of effort. Such negligence is a true waste of talent. However, both she and cold Lin Ningshuang remain oblivious to the fact that Lin Chuan's prominence among the 100,000 disciples stems precisely from his indolence. There is no possibility of him embracing diligence. It will never happen in this lifetime, unless the system were to suddenly vanish. Relying on it to lead a carefree existence is far too simple for anyone to willingly toil away, given that the elder has also consented. The subsequent teachings shall be entrusted to the elder. The sect leader shall escort the Holy Son away for the time being. Cold Lin Ningshuang gradually rose and extended her delicate fingers towards Lin Chuan, unleashing a torrent of inner energy that instantly ensnared him securely. Here we go again, Lin Chuan exclaimed, his body uncontrollably hurtling towards Leng Ningshuang. Shortly thereafter, the disciples were met with a chilling scream. Two figures swiftly darted above their heads. By the time they regained their senses, Leng Ningshuang and Lin Chuan had long since vanished from the lecture hall. Ahem. The following lecture will be conducted by this esteemed elder. All disciples should pay close attention. Saintus Peak, Sect's Grand Hall. With a resounding thud, Lin Chuan crashed heavily to the ground, landing squarely on his backside, wincing in pain. At his level of expertise, a fall from a height of 100 feet should have posed no threat to him. However, the formidable power of cold condensation frost rendered him helpless. He yearned to summon his internal energy, yet found himself unable to do so. Cursed old hag, with such ferocity you were destined to remain unmarried for life. Alas, I once believed I might meet my end amidst the chaos of the righteous faction as assault. But now I realize my demise may very well come at the hands of this old witch. I must expedite my departure from the Heavenly Demon Sect, lest I eventually perish under her torment. Lin Chuan seethed with indignation. His feelings were hardly surprising. From his perspective, cold condensation frost was indeed ruthless. Whether it was her coercion to challenge Hong Tianhe, her imposing the 9 heavens thunder prison upon him in the demon pool, or her arbitrary decision to cast him from the heights, it all seemed deliberately targeted at him, with a clear intent to inflict harm. He simply could not fathom what offense he had committed against cold condensation frost. Or perhaps, as he speculated, she was merely experiencing the tumultuous nature of menopause. Women during this phase are often more capricious, quick to anger. Furthermore, it was rumored that cold condensation frost harbored a disdain for men. Lin Chuan, notorious within the Heavenly Demon Sect as a female killer, was constantly fawned over by over 60,000 female disciples, some even brazenly declaring their desire to bear his children. Such tales had likely reached the ears of cold condensation Frost, a woman afflicted by misandry. How could she possibly show him mercy? If this were indeed the case, it would be prudent for me to leave the Heavenly Demon Sect post-haste. How terrifying. Lin Chuan shuddered involuntarily, as if sensing that his time was drawing near. Unbeknownst to him, all these thoughts had reached cold condensation Frost's ears, and he failed to notice her increasingly frosty expression and the darkening of her countenance. Misandry, how dare anyone propagate such absurd claims? It is infuriating. I must uncover the identity of the one who dares to slander me. Should I find them? They shall face a fate most gruesome. Leng Ningshuang was nearly beside herself with rage. At merely 20 years of age, she had the audacity to single-handedly confront the Xianjian sect, all due to the insolence of its disciples. The graves of those she had slain were now overgrown with grass 3 zhang high. It seems her prolonged seclusion has caused the world to forget her notorious reputation. While the slanderer deserves severe punishment, the immediate priority is to prevent Lin Chuan from fleeing the sect. To this day, the Holy Sun still insists on abandoning the sect. Could it truly be as he claims, that I have been too harsh on him? A frown creased Leng Ningshuang's brow, and a flicker of unease danced in her beautiful eyes. Ever since she believed Lin Chuan had confessed his feelings for her, their relationship had transformed from mere comradeship into something far more complex. She had intended to be kindred to him. Yet her naturally cold demeanor rendered her incapable of understanding the nuances of care, leading to her well-meaning efforts being perceived as cruelty. Was her image truly so wretched in the eyes of the world? Very well. Perhaps her previous methods had been overly aggressive. This time, she would adopt a gentler approach. She would bestow upon Lin Chuan profound cultivation techniques, an opportunity that any practitioner of the demonic arts would covet. Surely, no one would refuse such a gift, including Lin Chuan. With this thought, Leng Ningshuang's lips curved into a confident smile. She then spoke softly, "Holy Son, you have been with our Heavenly Demon Sect for nearly a decade now. And you have held the title of Holy Son for 5 years, correct? 10 years ago, Lin Chuan was merely an ordinary 8-year-old child within our sect. It was 5 years ago that he crossed over, revealing his extraordinary talent. It was then that I and Wei Wuyong recognized his potential and appointed him as Holy Son. Since that time, Lin Chuan has been propelled to greatness through the system, transforming from an obscure disciple into a formidable heavenly saint. This meteoric rise has astonished even me. However, Lin Chuan remains blissfully unaware that I have been observing him all these years. It remains uncertain whether being under the watchful eye of such a formidable woman is a blessing or a curse. Indeed, Lin Chuan replied cautiously, swallowing hard in silence. The Holy Son has now ascended to the ranks of the celestial saint. According to the sect's regulations, anyone who attains the status of a celestial saint is permitted to cultivate the profound techniques of the sect. Given the Holy Son's extraordinary talent and remarkable brilliance, the sect leader has decided to make an exception. You shall be imparted with 10 divine-level demonic arts, and in 3 days, I shall personally assess your mastery of the mental incantations. Divine-level demonic arts? And 10 of them at once? This is tantamount to jeopardizing Lin Chuan's very life. Upon hearing such words from Leng Ningshuang, Lin Chuan's expression transformed into that of despair. As a habitual idler, how could he possibly be inclined to study demonic arts, especially those as esoteric and convoluted as divine-level techniques? Given that he often dozed off during lectures on the Tao, if he were to earnestly engage in study, wouldn't his persona be utterly ruined? Thus, Lin Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of aversion. However, when he beheld the frostbitten visage of Leng Ningshuang, he faltered. What a jest! The figure before him is none other than the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, a woman who single-handedly stormed the Xianjian sect and slaughtered hundreds. To dare refuse her goodwill would surely be tantamount to courting death. Nevertheless, one must possess self-awareness. Lin Chuan understood all too well that he was no prodigy. He was merely a fade of greatness. In 10 days' time, let alone mastering 10 divine-level demonic arts, he would be hard-pressed to even peruse them in their entirety. In light of this, what was the point of learning at all? He might as well remain in the grand hall and indulge in slumber. Given the nature of the system, it would undoubtedly bestow upon him ample rewards. Furthermore, the fact that Leng Ningshuang placed such significance on his potential, to the extent of offering 10 volumes of divine-level demonic arts for his cultivation, indicated that should the outcome be contrary to her expectations, it would surely incite her wrath. Thus, he might very well be rewarded with a banishment from the sect. Indeed, with that old hag's fiery temperament, she would undoubtedly impose punishment upon him. After 10 days, I shall voluntarily plead my case under the pretense of being unworthy to serve as the holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Let the transgression be labeled as banishment from the sect. Lin Chuan could not help but smirk, feeling quite pleased with himself. It must be said that his plan was impeccably devised. Moreover, given Leng Ningshuang's temperament, she would indeed punish Lin Chuan in a fit of rage. However, this was contingent upon her remaining oblivious to Lin Chuan's true thoughts. Voluntarily pleading for punishment? You intend to escape the sect under the guise of seeking a respite. Do you? The sect leader is left perplexed. Divine-level demonic arts are treasures coveted by countless souls. Why, then, does this lad remain unmoved? The chilling frost brought her excruciating pain. Lin Chuan's inner voice was in stark contrast to her intentions. She had originally planned to seize this opportunity to win Lin Chuan over, compelling him to remain steadfastly within the ranks of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yet, this young man, faced with the allure of divine demonic powers, remained unmoved, solely fixated on escaping the Heavenly Demon Sect. Could it be that he has foreseen an impending calamity for the sect, in a bid to preserve his own safety? Is he thus resolutely determined to flee at all costs? It must be so. If not for the son's knowledge of certain truths, he would never exhibit such unwavering resolve. It seems he harbors numerous secrets that even the sect master is unaware of. Humph. With that, the sect leader resolved to pry open your mouth and uncover the truth. Cold condensation frost cast a frosty glance at Lin Chuan, her mind already made up. Nevertheless, she intended to fulfill her promise to Lin Chuan. Moreover, she was acutely aware of his thoughts, thus there was no need for haste. After all, it was merely 10 volumes of divine-level martial arts. Even if she were to grant them to Lin Chuan, the lad would undoubtedly refrain from practicing them. At most, they would merely squander 10 days. Once the 10-day period elapsed, Lin Chuan's illusions would inevitably shatter. Of course, as the sect leader, the task she personally issued must be diligently pursued by her disciples. Lin Chuan not only clung to the divine-level techniques without studying them, but also intended to take the easy route. He must face some form of punishment. Even if the repercussions were not severe, they would undoubtedly create a stir within the sect. She aimed to ensure that every member of the sect was aware of it. By then, even if Lin Chuan harbored intentions of betraying the sect, he would certainly hesitate to escape clandestinely. Otherwise, should the Heavenly Demon Sect issue a bounty within the cultivation world, Lin Chuan would find himself with no place to stand. Thus, his dreams of descending the mountain to lead a carefree life would be rendered unattainable. You are still too inexperienced to challenge the master of this sect. Cold condensation frost secretly chuckled to herself. She then casually tossed a volume of cultivation technique in front of Lin Chuan. These 10 divine-level magical arts were all mere copies. Although they were reproductions, they meticulously detailed the essence of the techniques. Cold condensation frost never expected Lin Chuan to completely master all 10 divine-level magical arts within 10 days. She simply wanted him to remember the core principles. However, she could hardly anticipate that before she could finish her thoughts, Lin Chuan would already entertain the notion of giving up. In light of this, why should she waste her breath? She decided to proceed in accordance with Lin Chuan's inclination. After all, this lad could never escape from her grasp. 10 days. Once the deadline passes, the sect master will personally inspect. Since the 9 elders have shown exceptional regard for the Holy Son, the sect master will invite them to witness the Holy Son's grandeur alongside the disciples. The Holy Son must not disappoint his fellow sect members. Leng Ningshuang chuckled mischievously and departed, leaving Lin Chuan alone, absorbed in his thoughts about demonic cultivation. That wretched old hag. She is clearly setting me up for embarrassment. Moreover, it is to be in public. How will those female disciples who support me perceive me? Alas, it matters not. Soon I shall depart from the Tianma sect, so why bother with others' opinions? Lin Chuan smiled carefree, dismissing it from his mind. That is simply who he is, carefree and at ease. Yet, he is overly cautious about his own life. There is nothing inherently wrong with that. However, in the world of cultivation, rife with deceit and where life and death are dictated by fate, such an attitude appears out of place. Furthermore, with his astonishing talents, he is more prone to attracting attention. If he is unwilling to exert himself, others will compel him to do so, which starkly contrasts with his desire for a laid-back existence. What a dilemma! Lin Chuan understood his predicament all too well. Yet, alas, one cannot control their fate in the martial world. If not for his lack of skill, would he be forced to rely on others? Must he await the moment when the Tianma sect meets its demise? Should I actively cultivate? This thought emerged, and Lin Chuan resolutely rejected it. Lying down allows him to earn various rewards effortlessly. Why exhaust himself? The divine demonic technique appears enticing, but it cannot compare to the system. Moreover, cultivating such a technique is exceedingly troublesome. It is said that Leng Ningshuang, a prodigy of unparalleled talent, spent a full decade mastering just one volume of the Tianma technique before attaining the rank of Celestial Emperor. In contrast, Lin Chuan has achieved the status of Celestial Sage in merely 5 years without any effort. The comparison is clear. One path is evidently more advantageous. Enough of this. I have not read in years. I will surely fall asleep after a short while, rather than putting myself through hardship. I might as well lie down and enjoy a deep slumber. The floor of this grand hall is cool and refreshing, perfect for resting. Lin Chuan chuckled and lay down. Before he could close his eyes, a notification from the system echoed in his ears. Ding. While cultivating the divine demonic technique, the host has chosen to be lazy. The divine demonic technique is directly bestowed upon him, sparing him the toil of cultivation. Such a delightful occurrence is reserved solely for Lin Chuan. Since he can effortlessly attain the divine demonic technique by being a slacker, why should he laboriously cultivate? Lin Chuan disdainfully glanced at the 10 extraordinary demonic techniques beneath him. Casually stacking them, he used them as a pillow and reclined back. At that moment, he lay in the grand hall, crossing his legs and whistling, utterly carefree and content. This image of a roguish youth was visible only to Leng Ningshuang, who nearly choked with indignation. You reckless brat, do you truly intend to indulge in 10 days of idleness? Do you have any idea how coveted these 10 extraordinary demonic techniques are? Treasures that countless individuals yearn for yet cannot attain? You dare to treat them as mere cushions for slumber. Such heartlessness is truly exasperating. Leng Ningshuang gritted her teeth. She had never felt such helplessness towards anyone before. It was precisely because she valued Lin Chuan's unparalleled talent that she resolved to capture his heart with these extraordinary techniques. However, to Lin Chuan, what the world coveted so desperately was nothing more than a pillow for sleep. Even Leng Ningshuang found herself at a loss with him. Forget it. As today passes, there are still 9 days remaining. Even though he may be momentarily lost in his desires, it does not necessarily mean he can truly resist them. In 10 days, I shall personally verify. Cold as frost, Leng Ningshuang uttered a disdainful snort before her figure gradually faded into the shadows of the grand hall. At the same time, Lin Chuan, reclining within the hall, was not as leisurely as he appeared. Although he seemed languid, the system-bestowed Hunyuan Tiangong was gradually operating within him. Even without deliberately employing the demonic technique, the divine-grade magic art was incomparable to ordinary methods. The Hunyuan Tiangong formed a complete entity, perfectly integrating with Lin Chuan's body. The essence of Hunyuan is boundless, transcending meridians and acupoints, and dismissing the duality of yin and yang, the 4 symbols, and the 8 trigrams. It embodies the most primal and innocent essence of the universe. In comparison to the Tiangong cultivated by Leng Ningshuang, this Hunyuan Tiangong was of a far superior echelon, even surpassing the 10 divine-grade techniques she had bestowed upon him. Even if Lin Chuan refrained from active cultivation, the Hunyuan Tiangong would continue to develop autonomously, day and night. It sought the path of heaven, which was surely within reach. Undoubtedly, this technique was tailor-made for Lin Chuan, serving his purpose perfectly. Imagine, whether Lin Chuan was sleeping, dining, or wandering through the mountains, he was in a state of cultivation. Thus, his progress would never stagnate. Who would dare claim he was being lazy? Such an exceptional technique. However, it is not yet prudent to reveal it. Otherwise, with my astonishing talent, it would likely become increasingly difficult to depart from the Heavenly Demon Sect. I shall conceal it for now and await the arrival of 10 days. Lin Chuan sighed softly, speaking to himself with a sense of resignation. At the Saintess Peak, a graceful figure soared through the skies on a sword. In the mountains, disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect gazed up at that enchanting silhouette, their faces lighting up with joy. Even the 9 elders came to hear the news. Wu Naming has returned. Surely, there must be some progress regarding the great martial illusion. Everyone, swiftly follow this elder to the grand hall to pay respects to the sect leader. Wei Wuyong's face was alight with excitement as she reluctantly tore her gaze away from the figure above. The Wu Nanming she referred to is the senior sister of the Heavenly Demon Sect, a peer of Lin Chuan. Although her status within the sect may not match that of Lin Chuan, the Holy Son, her strength is formidable and her cultivation is commendable. She is known for her kindness and amiability, perhaps excessively so, which has earned her great popularity among her fellow disciples. Upon hearing of Wu Nanming's return to the mountain, Numerous disciples flocked to the Saintess Peak to welcome her, their cheers echoing from afar, rivaling the fervor of Lin Chuan's most ardent admirers. With a soft thud, the flying sword fell to the ground, and Wu Nanming gracefully descended. She was immediately surrounded by a throng of male and female disciples. The female disciples admired Wu Nanming's affability, while the male disciples were captivated by her stunning beauty. If one were to rank the appearances of the women in the Tianma sect, the foremost would undoubtedly be the sect leader, Leng Ningshuang. The second place, however, would surely belong to Wu Nanming. Regrettably, Leng Ningshuang, known as the female demon lord, had long established a reputation for her cold and ruthless demeanor, instilling fear in the hearts of all, including her own disciples, who would never dare harbor romantic feelings for her. In stark contrast, Wu Nanming's amiable disposition and exquisite looks made her a cherished figure among the male disciples, many of whom secretly adored her. Thus, it was only natural for a multitude of male disciples to gather around her upon her return to the mountain. Dear fellow brothers and sisters, it has been quite some time since we last met. I have exceedingly important matters to report to the sect leader upon my return. After attending to these urgent affairs, I shall gladly reminisce with you all. Wu Nanming inclined her body slightly and clasped her hands in farewell, preparing to depart. Unbeknownst to her, she was unaware of the recent happenings within the Grand Hall. Yet, the disciples were well aware of the situation. You cannot enter, one female disciple kindly cautioned. The doors of the Grand Hall have remained closed for 9 days. Ever since the sect leader took the Holy Sun away, no one has seen them. They too were eager to uncover what the sect leader and Lin Chuan were engaged in within the Grand Hall, resulting in their prolonged absence. While it was not unusual for the aloof Leng Ningshuang to remain out of sight for an entire year, Lin Chuan's case was different. He had never been observed in seclusion or engaged in serious cultivation. He was known for his carefree and leisurely disposition. The notion of him entering seclusion was utterly inconceivable. However, if Leng Ningshuang had indeed coerced Lin Chuan into seclusion, the situation would take on a different light. Alas, this left the female disciples who yearned for Lin Chuan's presence in a state of distress, having been deprived of the sight of his handsome visage for 9 long days. Is this truly the case? It is indeed rare for the Holy Sun to enter seclusion. This is a fortunate occurrence. Wu Nanming smiled with satisfaction. As the eldest disciple, she had often kept a watchful eye on Lin Chuan. Even before he ascended to the status of Holy Sun, she frequently urged him to practice diligently. Yet, Lin Chuan always responded affirmatively, only to indulge in idleness afterward. What was most exasperating was witnessing his remarkable progress in cultivation. In a mere 5 years, his abilities surged dramatically. By the time Wu Nanming descended the mountain, Lin Chuan had already attained the strength of a celestial sovereign, far surpassing her own accomplishments. How frustrating. After a year of training in the world below, it seemed that Wu Nanming had also made advancements in her cultivation. Could it be that she had reached the status of a celestial sovereign as well? A keen-eyed female disciple inquired curiously. Upon hearing this, many disciples cast envious glances in her direction. For them, attaining the rank of celestial sovereign represented one of the rarest heights within the realm of cultivation. Aside from formidable sects like the Heavenly Demon Sect that dominate the landscape, even the leaders of many mid-tier sects are merely celestial sovereigns. This implies that, should Wu Nanming desire it, she could easily sever ties with the Heavenly Demon Sect and establish her own sect. Indeed, throughout the trials of this year, I chanced upon an opportunity that allowed me to transcend my limitations and ascend to the esteemed rank of Heavenly Sovereign. However, I recently learned that someone within our sect has just achieved the rank of Celestial Saint, causing quite a stir among various sections. I wonder who this individual might be. Wu Nanming furrowed her brows slightly, showing no signs of reveling in the joy of her own accomplishment as a Heavenly Sovereign. In response to her senior sister's words, she realized that this person was none other than the Holy Sun. What? Wu Nanming exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Lin Chuan has broken through again. How could this be possible? It is indeed true. Recently, the sect leader was about to emerge from seclusion. The Holy Sun publicly achieved the rank of Celestial Sage, and all of our 100,000 disciples were present to witness this momentous event. We observed it with utmost clarity. There could be no doubt. Moreover, the Holy Sun personally vanquished Hong Tianhe, the leader of the Xianjin sect, a fact that has spread throughout the entire realm of cultivation. Surely, the senior sister is not unaware of this, is she? The female disciple blinked her bright, expressive eyes, as if to remind Wu Nanming. Before such a multitude of disciples, she must not embarrass herself. Indeed, I have heard of this matter. Wu Nanming suddenly came to her senses, and promptly nodded in agreement. Fortunately, the female disciple had reminded her in time. Otherwise, she would have truly shamed herself in front of the gathered disciples. The news of Lin Chuan's slaying of Hong Tianhe had already circulated widely in the world of cultivation. The information was rampant. If she were entirely ignorant of this, it would only invite contempt from others. The reputation of the senior sister would become a laughingstock. In truth, as she hurried back to the sect, she hardly had time to inquire about the details. She had only gleaned from scattered remarks that there was a conflict between the Xianjian sect and the Tianma sect, and that Hong Tianhe had fallen in this strife. However, she was unaware of who had dealt the fatal blow. Little did she expect that the one who had slain Hong Tianhe and achieved the status of celestial sage was none other than Lin Chuan. Oh heavens, how biased you are, Nen Meng. The elder Wei Wuyang's voice pierced through the crowd, reaching the ears of Wu Nanming. Many disciples turned in unison, bowing in reverence alongside Wu Nanming. Great elder. Wu Nanming's furrowed brow relaxed, as if the worries that had previously clouded her mind had dissipated. At this moment, Wei Wuyang arrived, accompanied by the 8 elders. They came to welcome Wu Nanming and also sought to personally meet Leng Ningshuang. 9 days prior, Leng Ningshuang had confined Lin Chuan within the Great Hall, and since then, there had been no news. Wei Wuyang was concerned that Leng Ningshuang's temperament could lead to trouble, especially considering Lin Chuan's notoriously lazy disposition. Should Leng Ningshuang endeavor to impart her profound techniques while Lin Chuan remained unmotivated, it was conceivable that the irascible sect leader might strike him down in a fit of rage. Lin Chuan was a rare genius, and it would indeed be a pity if he were to perish in such a manner. Nanming, your arrival is fortuitous. The sect leader and the Holy Son have been in seclusion for 9 days. I have heard that the sect leader intends to personally convey the divine magical arts to the Holy Son. I wonder how the Holy Son has fared today. Why don't we pay them a visit together? Wei Wuyang said cheerfully. Previously, she had no excuse to enter the Great Hall, but with Wu Nanming's return, the opportunity seemed akin to a pie falling from the sky, perfectly aligning with Wei Wuyang's desires. Unbeknownst to Wu Nanming, Wei Wuyang harbored ulterior motives. She readily agreed, though internally she was not as tranquil as her demeanor suggested. The sect leader intended to impart divine magical arts to Lin Chuan. Such techniques could only be cultivated by those of the heavenly sage realm. It appeared that Lin Chuan's attainment of that level was all but assured. How infuriating it was that she always seemed to lag behind him. Wu Nanming felt a surge of indignation. Clearly, Lin Chuan had joined the sect after her, and his lackadaisical nature was well known. She had seldom seen him engage in diligent practice. Yet, in just 5 short years, he had made remarkable strides in his cultivation. And after becoming the Holy Son, he had left Wu Nanming far behind. Even though Wu Nanming had sought the path of the celestial sovereign and had ventured down the mountain for training, upon her return, she discovered that Lin Chuan had already ascended to the heavenly sage realm. This sensation was akin to a diligent student who toiled day and night, only to find themselves in second place, while Lin Chuan, the first-place student, seemed to achieve his success without any visible effort. If Wu Nanming represented the overachiever, then Lin Chuan was the prodigy who, without exertion, effortlessly claimed the top spot. Isn't that exasperating? Not only was she infuriated, but both the elder and the sect leader were also encircling Lin Chuan. I will surpass him sooner or later, Wu Nanming muttered to herself, clenching her fists. It was nothing unusual for the junior disciple to surpass the senior sister in cultivation. The reason Wu Nanming harbored discontent towards Lin Chuan lay in his nonchalant demeanor. In stark contrast, she epitomized diligence and ambition. A hard-working individual overshadowed by a slothful counterpart. Naturally, she could not accept this. Great elder, she inquired calmly. Our sect's supreme magical arts are notoriously perilous, often leading one astray. Even with the sect master personally imparting knowledge, without exceptional talent, one may not possess the qualification to cultivate such arts. Since the Holy Son has only recently attained the celestial saint rank, why the urgency in bestowing upon him the supreme magical techniques? Wu Nanming's expression remained composed, yet a flicker of anticipation danced within her. An expectation she herself could not fully comprehend. Perhaps, in the depths of her heart, she secretly yearned for Lin Chuan's failure in cultivation, even a descent into madness. Yet, as this thought surfaced, she was taken aback. How could she, a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, entertain such malevolent notions? Fortunately, Wei Wuyang remained oblivious to her inner turmoil and continued to elaborate. The Holy Son's innate talent is unparalleled, a sight I have never witnessed in my lifetime. On the day the sect master emerged from seclusion, Hundreds of sect leaders came to demonstrate their prowess, including formidable figures such as the Celestial Emperor and Celestial Saints. Yet, they were all left astounded by the Holy Sun's triumph over Hong Tianhe. With such prodigious talent, one can only surmise that mastering the supreme magical arts will be well within his grasp. Moreover, Wei Wuyang hesitated for a moment. She contemplated whether to disclose her plan to win over Lin Chuan to Wu Nanming. Few were privy to this matter. Only the 9 elders and Leng Ningshuang were aware. Even though Wu Nanming held the esteemed title of senior sister in the Heavenly Demon Sect, it did not necessarily mean she shared the same sentiments as them. Thus, perhaps it was best to refrain from doing so. Is that so? This young man, Lin Chuan, possesses such audacity, daring to slay Hong Tianhe in front of hundreds of sect leaders. Wu Nanming clenched her fists tighter. Previously, she merely perceived Lin Chuan as lethargic, taking advantage of his high talent to indulge in idleness. However, upon hearing the account of Lin Chuan's slaying of Hong Tianhe today, her heart was profoundly shaken. One must ask, if she were to face such a scene as that day, would she be able to stand in comparison to Lin Chuan? Grateful for the warm reception from the 9 esteemed elders, this disciple has returned with significant news to convey to the sect leader. There is new information regarding the Grand Marshal. Wu Nanming was eager to shift the conversation. She feared that continuing to discuss Lin Chuan might arouse suspicion among others. As the eldest disciple, harboring resentment towards the Holy Sun would not be a trivial matter if discovered by outsiders. Indeed, it is true, Wei Wuyang exclaimed. You have accomplished a great feat this time, Nanming. Come, let us hasten to pay our respects to the sect master. With uncontainable joy, he took Nanming's delicate hand and strode toward the grand hall. The voices of the 9 elders and Nanming echoed as they announced their presence to the sect master. However, there was a prolonged silence in response. Behind them, thousands of disciples eagerly awaited, curious to witness how the Holy Sun had fared after 9 days of seclusion, diligently practicing the divine-level magical arts of silent cultivation. With a creak, the grand door slowly swung open, revealing a strikingly handsome visage. However, before Wei Wuyang and Wu Nanming could utter a word, the youth brazenly stretched his limbs, his eyes still heavy with sleep, remarking, "Didn't we agree on 10 days? I distinctly recall only slumbering for 9. The hall was in disarray, with several worn books haphazardly piled together, as if someone had used them as a makeshift pillow, coupled with Lin Chuan's recently awakened demeanor. It was evident that he had indeed been indulging in leisure. Witnessing this, Wu Nanming's jealousy flared anew. The sect leader personally imparted divine magical skills to Lin Chuan, yet he dared to squander his time in slumber? How could this be tolerated? Lin Chuan, Wu Nanming exclaimed, her voice laced with irritation. While it may be tolerable for you to be lazy on ordinary days, the master has bestowed upon you a divine magical skill out of regard for your potential. How can you be so heedless and indulge in idleness? The vexation simmered within her as she pondered the absurd fortune Lin Chuan seemed to possess. What stroke of luck had allowed him to garner such admiration from so many? It was not merely the masteress' favor. Even the heavens appeared to shower their blessings upon him, yet Lin Chuan remained oblivious to their value. In truth, this was not particularly troubling after all. The path one chooses in life is ultimately a matter of personal choice. However, Wu Nanming viewed Lin Chuan as a rival, which rendered her own diligent efforts seem all the more foolish in contrast. "Oh, it's senior sister," Lin Chuan remarked with a chuckle, attempting to deflect the tension. "You have become even more radiant in these past few months." Yet, alas, it appeared that Wu Nanming had already formed a negative opinion of him, refusing to engage in conversation. Cough, cough. Wei Wuyang noticed the peculiar atmosphere and quickly cleared the air with a cough. She then turned to Lin Chuan, her expression turning serious. Although some of Nanming's words were rather harsh, they were ultimately for the benefit of the Saint's son. "Since the past 9 days, you have been training under the sect master. Have you made any progress?" Her inquiry was initially casual. She merely expected Lin Chuan to provide a brief explanation to let the matter pass. After all, mastering a divine-level magical technique in just 9 days was an exceedingly ambitious endeavor. "Are you referring to those 10 divine-level magical techniques?" Lin Chuan shrugged nonchalantly, wearing an expression that suggested he was impervious to criticism. He had long anticipated this moment, as if he would engage in the arduous task of training. He envisioned a scenario where the entire sect would be aware of the 10 divine-level magical techniques laid before him, only to find him unappreciative of their value. The disappointment of Leng Ningshuang and the 9 elders would inevitably lead to punitive measures, perhaps even expulsion from the sect as a warning. In that case, his wish would be fulfilled. What 10 divine-level techniques? The sect master would never allow that. Wu Nanming was taken aback. Though she had yet to attain the status of a celestial sage, she had heard that divine-level magical techniques were notoriously difficult to master, and a moment of carelessness could lead to disastrous consequences. Why would Leng Ningshuang trust that Lin Chuan could handle it? Not only Wu Nanming was skeptical. The expressions of the 9 elders reflected their astonishment as well, though they had yet to voice their inquiries. If the senior sister did not believe it, she could simply observe. The 10 techniques on the ground were indeed bestowed upon him by the sect master. While they may be challenging to learn, they served perfectly as a pillow. The cold floor of the hall was quite comfortable for a nap. Lin Chuan yawned and stretched lazily, relishing his own enjoyment while inciting the ire of Wu Nanming and the 9 elders. This child is beyond redemption. Beyond redemption. Wei Wuyang shook her head in dismay. The other 8 elders sighed heavily, clearly expressing their profound disappointment in Lin Chuan. Yes, that was the sentiment. It seemed the necessary intensity had yet to be achieved. He needed to be pressed harder. Lin Chuan secretly reveled in the prospect. At this rate, expulsion from the sect was imminent. However, his unique status within the Heavenly Demon Sect rendered such an expulsion a challenging feat, requiring the sect master's personal decree. With the senior sister's return to the mountain, it was likely news from the great marsh illusion had arrived. I shall go and summon the sect master. Lin Chuan was filled with excitement. Everything was in place. He merely needed to bring forth this distinguished guest. Humph. Wu Nanming was in a fit of anger and could hardly be bothered to respond. However, Lin Chuan was quite enthusiastic, scampering eagerly towards the rear hall. Meanwhile, standing before the entrance to the rear hall was a tall figure, her chillingly beautiful eyes fixed intently on the approaching silhouette. You little rascal, do you truly wish to drive this sect master to despair? 10 formidable magical techniques. And you have not perused a single one within 9 days. I have never gone out of my way to please anyone in this lifetime. Yet you fail to appreciate it. I truly wish to strike you down. Leng Ningshuang gritted her teeth in silent reproach. It was one thing to have her goodwill treated with disdain by Lin Chuan. It was another that this young man still harbored thoughts of fleeing the sect. Were it not for his exceptional talents and the assistance he had provided her in making enemies, the mere act of his treasonous inclinations would suffice to warrant a death sentence. Of course, if Leng Ningshuang had not been able to hear Lin Chuan's innermost thoughts, she would remain oblivious to his true intentions. One could only lament how well he concealed his feelings. The depths of the human heart are inscrutable. Oh, sect master. Lin Chuan encountered Leng Ningshuang midway and immediately greeted her with a broad smile and a respectful bow. His face radiated excitement, leading one to believe he had achieved a significant breakthrough in his magical prowess and was poised to flaunt it. Only Leng Ningshuang understood that Lin Chuan was exhilarated at the prospect of being expelled from the sect today. How infuriating! Cold condensation frost trembled uncontrollably. Her piercing gaze shifted away from Lin Chuan, fearing that she might succumb to the temptation of striking him down. Master, the senior sister has returned. She mentioned that Lin Chuan has been incessantly prattling on. Yet, cold condensation frost absorbed not a single word of it. How goes your cultivation of the demonic arts? Her voice, frosty as winter, interrupted Lin Chuan's discourse as she strode towards the grand hall. Meanwhile, the 9 elders and Wu Nanming approached, only to come to an abrupt halt at the very spot where Lin Chuan had previously dozed off. The group gaped at the scattered supreme demonic manuals upon the ground, their expressions darkening with dismay. Those were the treasured relics of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Lin Chuan had the audacity to use them as pillows. Utterly despicable. In response to our master, I confess my foolishness. I am incapable of mastering these supreme demonic arts. I humbly request your punishment. Lin Chuan declared with a sense of righteousness, especially emphasizing the word punishment, almost wishing for cold condensation frost to impose it upon him. At that moment, cold condensation frost's gaze lingered on the 10 scattered supreme demonic manuals on the ground. To think of such treasures being used as pillows. Not only did it cause her heartache, but it also ignited a desire to eliminate Lin Chuan. However, cold condensation sighed, releasing a breath of exasperation, her expression remaining composed. It matters not. The cultivation of divine magical arts is inherently arduous. As the sect leader, I merely wish for you to remember the incantation. I hold no expectations for your successful mastery. You need not blame yourself. With a wave of her hand, she dismissed Lin Chuan's aspirations on the spot. What? Is it so difficult to receive a punishment? Can life not proceed normally? Lin Chuan exclaimed in frustration. He hastily clasped his fist once more, declaring, Disciple dares not conceal anything from the sect leader. I have not memorized the incantation. Moreover, I have not even reviewed the techniques since my arrival 9 days ago. I implore the sect leader to punish me." His tone was fervent, clearly betraying an undercurrent of anticipation. The 9 elders and Wu Niaming were taken aback. Could it be that the Holy Sun harbors a penchant for suffering? Cold Condensation had already stated there would be no punishment, yet he was eager for it. Cold Condensation herself felt a headache coming on. She understood Lin Chuan's intentions all too well. The notion of punishment was merely a pretext for him to seek an escape from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Originally, the aim of cultivating divine magical arts was to draw Lin Chuan closer, but now it had transformed into an inflexible demand. However, as the esteemed leader of the sect, she could not, in front of her disciples, plead with Lin Chuan to stay. That would be utterly humiliating. Moreover, the Heavenly Demon Sect had not yet declined to such a desperate state. This rascal truly believes that I am oblivious to his inner thoughts. Do you desire punishment? Very well. The sect leader decided to grant your wish. Cold Ning was seething with anger. With a cold snort, she spoke. The 9 elders have heard it. The Holy Sun seeks punishment. Therefore, I shall fulfill his request. Wu Niaming, heed my command. Immediately cast the Holy Sun into the abyss for a period of reflection. Without my order, he shall not be released. Upon hearing these words, Wu Niaming's face brightened with delight. The 9 elders remained silent. Lin Chuan was taken aback. Being cast into the abyss for reflection? This punishment deviated from his original plan. Wasn't he supposed to be expelled from the sect? Master, the disciple exclaimed, I have not even glanced at a single cultivation technique. Not only have I been too lazy to practice the divine magic bestowed upon me by the master, but I have also used them as a pillow for my slumber. The master should impose a severe punishment upon me, perhaps even expelling me from the sect. Otherwise, it would be difficult to maintain order among the disciples. Lin Chuan hurriedly pleaded. Yet, his words became increasingly awkward, far from sounding like a confession. They resembled a provocation instead. This audacious fellow, aware of his transgression, dared to challenge the master. Lin Chuan, you possess immense gall. Wu Niaming fumed, swiftly restraining Lin Chuan, as if fearing he might flee. But Lin Chuan had no intention of escaping. Rather, he yearned for the ire of Leng Ningshuang, hoping she would, in a fit of rage, cast him out. At that moment, Wei Wuyang and the other 9 elders were exceedingly anxious, yet they were simultaneously filled with confusion. Lin Chuan was clearly courting disaster, but none could fathom the reasons behind his actions. Why forsake the splendid 10 volumes of divine magic to provoke Leng Ningshuang? Who was she? A ruthless enchantress, capable of taking lives without a second thought. Did he not fear that she might slay him in a fit of fury? As for Lin Chuan, he was a once-in-a-millennium genius, bearing the legacy of the title Heavenly Emperor, a foundation bought at the cost of the Heavenly Demon Pool. If he were to perish so easily, the ancestors of the Heavenly Demon Sect would surely not forgive them. Master, while Lin Chuan is indeed at fault, I believe he must have his reasons that are difficult to articulate, Wei Wuyang implored urgently, attempting to mediate. However, before she could finish, she noticed that Leng Ningshuang's expression was as calm as ever. Not only did she show no sign of emotion, but the corners of her mouth also curled slightly upward, as if she were confident in her understanding of the situation. The master was smiling. Was she still the same notorious enchantress known to all? No. I have no unspoken reasons. There is no need for elder to plead on my behalf. I earnestly request the master to impose any punishment. Lin Chuan once again clasped his fists, showing no regard for Wei Wuyang's feelings. I, Lin Chuan, deserve to perish. Wei Wuyang was infuriated, her face flushed crimson. Had the situation been appropriate, she would have relished the opportunity to slap Lin Chuan soundly. They say Lin Chuan's talent is extraordinary, but his emotional intelligence seems rather lacking. Lin Chuan, it seems you possess a modicum of self-awareness. Acknowledging your transgressions, you rightly accept the consequences. Wu Niaming let out a cold chuckle, feeling a sense of satisfaction. She believed that merely having Lin Chuan reflect upon his mistakes was too lenient a punishment. To squander divine magical skills, to remain unlearned, to deceive the sect leader and the elders, these were transgressions that warranted a more severe retribution. This was not born of jealousy as the senior sister. Wu Niaming had always been revered by her fellow disciples for her unwavering integrity. Errors must be met with appropriate penalties. This principle was deeply ingrained within her. Moreover, Lin Chuan had consistently shown a lack of diligence in his studies. If he were not imparted with some lessons, how could the sect leader command respect? The senior sister is indeed correct. Regardless of the severity of the punishment, the disciples willingly accept it, without a hint of complaint. Lin Chuan emphasized this point. and his proactive acceptance of the repercussions left the 9 elders and Wu Niaming momentarily speechless. Just moments ago, Wu Niaming had deemed Lin Chuan's admission of guilt commendable. Yet now she found herself questioning her judgment. When circumstances deviate from the norm, something is amiss. Lin Chuan, he is simply too unusual. A cold huff pierced through the brief moment of awkwardness. Suddenly, an intense chill surged through the air. The 9 elders and Wu Niaming awakened in alarm and instinctively turned their gazes. There stood Leng Ningshuang, exuding an imposing aura, her garments billowing around her. The overwhelming pressure of a heavenly emperor filled the grand hall in an instant, rendering the atmosphere palpably heavy. In the next moment, a flicker caught everyone's eyes. Leng Ningshuang transformed into a shadow, racing towards Lin Chuan. The murderous intent radiating from her was so palpable that none dared to doubt it. Leng Ningshuang harbored a deadly resolve against Lin Chuan. "Master!" Wei Wuyang exclaimed in alarm, instinctively attempting to intervene. Yet, the disparity in strength between her and Leng Ningshuang was insurmountable. Although her reaction was swift, it proved too late to impede the unfolding events. As for the 8 elders and Wu Niaming, they stood frozen in place, utterly at a loss. Meanwhile, the phantom surged forward with alarming speed, its murderous intent palpable. With Lin Chuan as its sole target, the distance separating the Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Saint was negligible, yet their realms were worlds apart. Lin Chuan had indeed incited the wrath of this formidable female demon. His fate was sealed. Alas, Lin Chuan could only muster a silent gasp of astonishment within his mind. Instinctively, his entire being summoned forth his inner strength as danger loomed. He was compelled to give his all, for he faced a being of Heavenly Emperor caliber, leaving no room for arrogance. With a resounding clang, a multitude of exquisite spiritual treasures unfurled in an instant. Whoosh! The surge of inner energy stirred the winds, sweeping across all directions. Boom! Boom! The clash of inner forces against the external world produced a piercing sound that tormented the eardrums of all present. Yet, the 9 elders and Wu Niaming endured the discomfort, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Lin Chuan. The confrontation between the Heavenly Saint and the Heavenly Emperor was supposed to be a path to certain death. However, Lin Chuan appeared to be far from defenseless, especially with his innate inner strength, which resembled the most primal and pure energy in existence. Although his power was quantitatively inferior to that of Leng Ningshuang, its quality managed to withstand the Heavenly Emperor's threat, albeit tenuously. Hunyuan Tiangong. Wei Wuyang murmured the 5 words, which instantly brought tranquility to the previously tumultuous air. Upon observing Leng Ningshuang, one could see shock flickering in her beautiful eyes. "You reckless boy, how can you claim you haven't cultivated a divine-level demonic skill?" Her incredulous question, laced with astonishment, slipped out in a moment of excitement. She had to consider the implications at the time. Reflecting back, it was astounding that Lin Chuan had perfected a divine-level demonic skill in merely 9 days. A genius, unparalleled in the world. It was infuriating that such talent could not be utilized by the Heavenly Demon Sect. Leng Ningshuang's piercing gaze remained fixed on Lin Chuan, yet internally, she wrestled with doubt. Should someone of such extraordinary talent truly be eliminated? Meanwhile, the 9 elders and Wu Niaming stood in stunned silence, resembling statues as they stared at Lin Chuan. The Hunyuan Tiangong? This skill was the supreme technique of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Throughout 36 generations of sect leaders, only their ancestor had achieved mastery. The fact that the Holy Sun had accomplished this was utterly inconceivable. Wei Wuyang spoke in a flurry of excitement, inadvertently revealing the arduous nature of mastering the Hunyuan Tiangong, which explained the astonishment of the onlookers. However, one individual remained utterly perplexed: Wu Niaming. The Hunyuan Tiangong, a divine-level skill known only to the leaders of the Heavenly Demon Sect, was a mystery to her. Yet, even such a closely guarded treasure was undeniably divine. For Lin Chuan to cultivate a divine-level demonic skill within 9 days. Could such talent still be called human? It was likely that mere words like defying heaven were insufficient to describe him. Monster might be more fitting. I had foolishly compared myself to such a creature all along. There must be something amiss with my mind. Indeed, the distinction between a genius and an ordinary individual is stark. Henceforth, it would be prudent to refrain from such comparisons to spare my self-esteem from further injury. Wu Niaming felt despondent. Unlike others, she was not particularly astonished. Deep down, she had always believed that Lin Chuan's talents surpassed her own. Rather than surprise, what enveloped her most was a profound sense of defeat. In contrast, cold condensing frost and the 9 esteemed elders were far from being mere novices like Wu Niaming, who held only a superficial understanding of divine-grade magic arts. particularly cold, condensing frost, as a formidable heavenly emperor, had truly cultivated the heavenly demon technique to great perfection, thereby achieving a breakthrough to the realm of the heavenly emperor. Consequently, she possessed a clearer understanding of the challenges associated with mastering divine-grade magic. The notion of cultivating a divine-grade magic technique over the course of 9 heavens was something she had never dared to contemplate until today. Had someone suggested that such an event was indeed plausible, cold condensing frost would have deemed them mad. Yet, the reality lay before her. Lin Chuan had accomplished it. Moreover, he had even mastered the more intricate primordial heavenly demon technique, an extraordinarily challenging magic art that had only been successfully cultivated by the founder of the Heavenly Demon Sect. A miracle. Besides the term miracle, no other word seemed fitting. In summary, Lin Chuan's innate talent was far more extraordinary than she and the 9 elders had ever imagined. Such a prodigy, endowed with unparalleled potential, must not be allowed to defect from the sect. Furthermore, she was determined to bind Lin Chuan firmly to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Congratulations, esteemed leader. Congratulations, holy son. The emergence of the primordial heavenly demon technique is bound to astonish all sects across the world. With the holy son's exceptional talent, attaining the title of Heavenly Emperor is merely a matter of time. Wei Wuyong's face flushed crimson, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Upon witnessing this, even the uninformed Wu Niaming could discern the significance of the moment. Lin Chuan's achievement in mastering the demonic art is indeed remarkable. Otherwise, the usually composed Grand Elder would not have displayed such an uncharacteristic loss of composure. Indeed, cold condensation frost forcibly suppressed her exhilarating heart. Yet her expression revealed no discernible change. Unlike Wei Wuyong, her thoughts were far from simple. Lin Chuan contemplated the matter. For this rascal was perpetually yearning to defect from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Should he be given the slightest opportunity, he would not hesitate to revolt. Wei Wuyong's excitement was enough to send Lin Chuan into a euphoric state. If cold condensation frost, the sect leader, remained inactive, Lin Chuan would undoubtedly seek various excuses to flee. The Grand Elder's fervor suggested that the mixed-origin heavenly demon technique was indeed formidable. Should he seize the opportunity to curry favor with the old hag? Under the pretext of descending the mountain for training, he might manage to escape. Given the current enthusiasm, the old hag would likely acquiesce, wouldn't she? Lin Chuan's confidence soared, even contemplating to overstep his bounds. How audacious! At that moment, cold condensation frost, who had perceived Lin Chuan's thoughts, clenched her fists discreetly. Were it not for her appreciation of his talent and the past favors he had shown her, this punch could very well prove fatal for Lin Chuan. Fortunately, cold condensation frost managed to restrain her impulse. With an impassive expression, she gazed at Lin Chuan and, with her crimson lips parting slightly, declared, "The Holy Sun has cultivated the mixed-origin heavenly demon technique in just 9 days, showcasing exceptional talent. However, the time is still short, and it remains unstable. You must enter seclusion for a period to solidify your cultivation." She offered no opportunity for Lin Chuan to respond, effectively stifling his thoughts in their infancy. Lin Chuan stood there, momentarily stunned. The old hag undoubtedly possessed the ability to read minds. He was utterly astonished, yet regrettably, he lacked any evidence. "Your Majesty, the Sovereign," Wei Wuyong responded earnestly, nodding in agreement. The last vestige of hope was extinguished by the Grand Elder, leaving Lin Chuan utterly dejected. Humph. Upon observing Lin Chuan's dejected demeanor, Leng Ningshuang's lips curled into a subtle smile, her spirits soaring. This mischievous boy had caused her considerable discomfort, and today, she had finally relished in a delightful reprisal. It was a satisfaction beyond measure. It turned out that one need not take a life to exact revenge. Striking at the heart was far more gratifying. However, as the leader of a sect, she would not allow herself to dwell in such childish emotions. Having returned from her trials, Wu Niaming had successfully completed the task assigned to her by the sect to investigate the Great Marsh illusion. Legend spoke of a hidden paradise within the marsh, brimming with extraordinary flora. Those fortunate enough to venture into the Great Marsh often emerged with rare and coveted plants. Gradually, the tales of this mythical land spread among the various sections a year prior. Leng Ningshuang had dispatched Wu Niaming to descend from the mountain, not only for the purpose of honing her skills but also to gather intelligence regarding the Great Marsh illusion. Once information was obtained, the Celestial Demon Sect could seize the opportunity to infiltrate and procure valuable resources for cultivation. Now that Wu Niaming had returned, even if Leng Ningshuang did not inquire, it was evident she must possess some news. Nanming, Leng Ningshuang spoke with a tone of neutrality, indicating that Wu Niaming could now speak. Upon hearing this, Wu Nanming immediately withdrew her gaze from Lin Chuan and, with a serious expression, addressed the sect leader. Master, I have gathered intelligence regarding the location of the Great Marsh Illusion. However, I am not the only one privy to this information. It is likely that within a few days, the whereabouts of the Great Marsh Illusion will circulate throughout the cultivation world. Within a month, numerous sects will dispatch their disciples to enter it. I implore you, Master, to mobilize our disciples at once and head there. The location of the Great Marsh Illusion has been compromised. Various sects are already sending their disciples to the Great Marsh. Within half a month, a fierce contest for the Great Marsh Illusion will undoubtedly ensue. This is the news I have brought back since returning to the mountain. The competition for resources is a time-honored tradition in the world of cultivation. Elixirs, spiritual treasures, herbs, and internal cores, these consumables are all sought-after targets for various sections. If we arrive too late, there may be nothing left to claim. Furthermore, it is crucial that the disciples sent to the Great Marsh Illusion possess a certain level of strength. Otherwise, even if they attempt to seize something, they may only recover the scraps that others have discarded. Master, the Great Marsh Illusion is renowned as a treasure trove. Our sect has already gained a formidable reputation due to your ascension to the Heavenly Emperor and the Holy Sun's rise to the Heavenly Saint. This presents an opportune moment to assert our dominance and let the other sects recognize the might of our Tianma sect. Therefore, I believe that the transgressions of the Holy Sun can be temporarily set aside. Let him accompany Wu Nanming to the Great Marsh Illusion to redeem himself through merit. Wei Wuyang earnestly presented her strategy with a respectful gesture. Upon hearing her words, the 8 elders promptly expressed their agreement, wholeheartedly supporting Wei Wuyang's plan. It is understandable that they hold Lin Chuan in high regard. Given Lin Chuan's unparalleled aptitude, he is a rarity among the younger generation. Moreover, he has successfully cultivated the legendary Hunyuan Tianma skill, making him a standout among his peers. It is even somewhat presumptuous to suggest that no other cultivator of his age will ever emerge again. Should he appear in the Great Marsh Illusion, he would undoubtedly wreak havoc and his reputation would spread far and wide, allowing the world to witness the extraordinary talent of Lin Chuan among the young disciples of the Tianma sect. However, Wei Wuyang underestimated Lin Chuan's desires. Despite his extraordinary potential, he is eager to descend the mountain. Once he does, he will surely seek a reason to escape, and at that moment, he would be like a dragon diving into the sea, never to return. Master, I too endorse the elders' arrangement. Since the Holy Sun joined our Tianma sect, he has been negligent in his training and inattentive in his lessons. Although he possesses remarkable talent, rare in this world, he severely lacks practical experience. This upcoming battle in the Great Marsh Illusion will undoubtedly be a significant one. This is an opportune moment for the Holy Sun to undergo further trials. Wu Nanming also took the opportunity to strike a blow, which only exacerbated the troubles for Leng Ningshuang. However, where there is anxiety for some, there is joy for others. At this moment, Lin Chuan bore an expression of calm, though the unusual brilliance in his eyes betrayed his excitement. How splendid! As soon as I descend the mountain, I shall seize an opportunity to slip away. The Heavenly Demon Sect, the Old Hag, and the 9 Elders, we shall meet again only in another lifetime. Lin Chuan's inner thoughts were so vivid that all his intentions were laid bare to Leng Ningshuang, just as she had anticipated. The Holy Sun's departure was destined to be irreversible. Allowing him to leave the mountain would contradict Leng Ningshuang's original intent. Yet, Wei Wuyang and Wu Nanming were not mistaken. The Great Marsh Illusion was indeed a battleground where various sects vied for resources. A platform to showcase the prowess of the younger generation of the Heavenly Demon Sect. In the realm of cultivation, individuals of Lin Chuan's age who have attained the status of a celestial saint are virtually non-existent. It is simply unimaginable. Moreover, Lin Chuan wielded the divine skill of the primordial heavenly demon technique. Once he enters the Great Marsh Illusion, he would surely wreak havoc, instilling fear throughout the cultivation world. If all goes smoothly, the Heavenly Demon Sect would undoubtedly attain great renown, rendering them impervious to threats. Previously, Lin Chuan had remarked that the enmity between the Xianyuan Sword Sect and the Heavenly Demon Sect, alongside the demise of Hong Tianhe, would surely incite the righteous sect's disdain. In the future, when the forces of good and evil clash, the Heavenly Demon Sect would be the foremost target. One day, the Holy Maiden Peak could very well become a hell on earth. This was the reason behind Lin Chuan's firm resolve to betray the sect. Initially, Leng Ningshuang had scoffed at the idea. Yet upon reflection, the possibility was not entirely unfounded. A tree that stands too tall is often the first to be struck. Leng Ningshuang herself was already a figure of considerable notoriety. coupled with the fact that Hong Tianhe met his end within the Heavenly Demon Sect. It was not inconceivable that the righteous sects could grow wary. Consequently, they might turn their collective ire towards the Holy Maiden Peak. However, while it is prudent to guard against potential threats, Leng Ningshuang dared not make unfounded claims. Would she truly request assistance from other sects based on a non-existent pretext? With her temperament, she would rather perish than bow her head. Thus, the only path laid before the Heavenly Demon Sect was one of overwhelming strength to intimidate the righteous sects into submission. Yet, this was not a feat achievable by mere celestial emperors. Unless, Leng Ningshuang's beautiful gaze slowly shifted towards Lin Chuan, her icy eyes concealing her cunning. As the sect leader, she had to consider the sect's greater interests. Should the Heavenly Demon Sect ever find itself in peril, only one person could save it. That person could only be Lin Chuan. But not the Lin Chuan of now, rather. It was the Lin Chuan who would one day achieve the title of Celestial Emperor. Leng Ningshuang understood well that individuals of Lin Chuan's extraordinary talent could not be confined by ordinary means. Rather than imprisoning him with various excuses, it would be more prudent to release him from the mountain. Only then might there be a chance for him to attain the title of Celestial Emperor. Of course, once Lin Chuan departs from the Heavenly Demon Sect, he will undoubtedly seek every possible way to escape. Relying on Wu Niaming will not suffice to restrain him. In the entirety of the Heavenly Demon Sect, there exists only one person capable of limiting Lin Chuan, and that person is none other than Leng Ningshuang herself. Very well. After 5 years of entering the sect, the Son of Heaven has matured into a formidable figure and is now ready to embark on a journey of experience. This time, the selection of participants for the training in the Grand Martial Illusion has been arranged by the Grand Elder. The only requirement from our sect leader is that you all must demonstrate the might of the Heavenly Demon Sect. With time pressing, you are to set forth without delay. After giving her instructions, Leng Ningshuang dismissed the crowd. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a fleeting expression of excitement on Lin Chuan's face, which, though momentary, did not escape her keen observation. However, as the others departed, Leng Ningshuang retained Wei Wuyang. Sect leader, do you have further instructions? Wei Wuyang inquired respectfully. Observing Leng Ningshuang's demeanor, it remained as indifferent as ever, betraying no sign of emotion. At just 25 years of age, she has already evolved into a remarkably mature sect leader. Great Elder, the sect leader expressed, recently, there have been no pressing matters within the sect, and I intend to embark on a distant journey. There are certain affairs that require my attention. I kindly request that you and the 8 elders oversee the sect in my absence. Embarking on a distant journey? Could it be to address the grievances with the Xinjiang sect? Wei Wuyang furrowed her brow. It was not that she opposed Leng Ningshuang's intentions towards the Xinjiang sect. The slaying of Hong Tianhe by Lin Chuan had already set the Tianma sect and the Xinjiang sect on a path of irreconcilable enmity. If left unaddressed, the situation could worsen. However, given Leng Ningshuang's capabilities, it seemed entirely plausible that she might annihilate the Xinjiang sect without hesitation. Wei Wuyang merely worried whether such absolute measures were truly wise. The sect leader may proceed as she wishes. The entire Tianma sect stands united with the leader. Regardless of what the future holds, we shall face glory and disgrace together. This bold proclamation from Wei Wuyang underscored her unwavering loyalty to Leng Ningshuang. Even if she herself was uncertain of the consequences of obliterating the Xinjiang sect. Nevertheless, she continued to support Leng Ningshuang's endeavors. Thank you, Great Elder. Leng Ningshuang replied with a stoic expression. Her demeanor betrayed no emotion, nor did her heart waver. It was not that she was devoid of compassion, rather, she believed that Wei Wuyang's unconditional support for her as the sect leader was only to be expected. The Xinjiang sect must be eradicated. Yet, her purpose in descending the mountain extended beyond merely confronting the Xinjiang sect. Surveillance of Lin Chuan was of paramount importance. A rising star with the foundation of a titled emperor, yet he constantly contemplated escape. Leng Ningshuang felt compelled to exercise utmost caution. Regrettably, she could not disclose her intention to tail her disciples. Such revelations would be quite embarrassing. Even if she were to confide in Wei Wuyang about her ability to perceive Lin Chuan's innermost thoughts, there was no guarantee that Wei Wuyang would believe her. In the realm of cultivation, a skill that allows one to read the thoughts of others was virtually unheard of. It would be absurd to expect her to trust such a claim. Rather than squander words, it would be more prudent to take matters into her own hands. Once Lin Chuan was settled, she would swiftly eliminate the Xinjiang sect. Proceed, said the cold and elegant Frost, gently waving her hand to dismiss the Grand Elder, who then vanished from the main hall without a trace of sound. Half a day later, atop the Sanctus Peak, Wunan Ming and 9 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect stood in neat formation. The 9 Grand Elders had just concluded their admonitions and assigned the trial task of the Great Marsh Illusion. Aside from Wunan Ming and Lin Chuan, the other 8 disciples were brimming with excitement, fully aware that the Great Marsh was not solely the domain of the Heavenly Demon Sect. According to the intelligence brought back by Ming, at least 100 sects were converging upon the Great Marsh, with participants numbering no less than 1,000, all of whom were the elite of the younger generation. However, these 10 were not inferior to their counterparts. The sect master had decreed that they must uphold the honor of the sect at all costs, and they could not bring shame to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Wei Wuyong's impassioned rhetoric only served to heighten the disciples' enthusiasm. Although the 8 disciples were the backbone of the Heavenly Demon Sect, in the broader context of the cultivation world, they could only be considered above average. When confronted with disciples from 100 sects, they would hardly stand out. Yet, they felt no fear. With a formidable being like Wunan Ming, a celestial sovereign, and Lin Chuan, a celestial saint, leading them, what was there to dread? The Grand Elder could rest assured. With the senior sister and the saint's son at the helm, facing 100 sects, or even 1,000, would pose no challenge. They mused that perhaps it would not even require the intervention of the 8 of them. The disciples from other factions would likely be so intimidated by the saint's son's reputation that they would scatter in fear. This declaration elicited a hearty laughter from the group. In terms of confidence, they surpassed even Lin Chuan. Remarkably, not even Wunan Ming found grounds to refute this assertion. After all, the celestial saint was undeniably formidable. Cough, cough. Maintain a low profile, Lin Chuan said awkwardly. His fellow disciples held him in such high regard, yet he was solely focused on making his escape. This caused him a deep sense of guilt. However, in order to preserve his own life, he felt compelled to leave. Tease his conscience somewhat. It would be wise to distance himself from his fellow disciples as much as possible. Set forth, with a commanding voice. Wunan Ming led Lin Chuan and the others down the mountain. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Saint's Peak, a shadow glided through the air, making its way towards the base of the mountain. Remarkably, its path aligned with that of Lin Chuan and his companions. Yet this figure moved with such silence that it was nearly imperceptible, even in broad daylight. As night enveloped the forest, around a flickering campfire, 10 individuals gathered. After half a day's journey, they were nearing the Great Marsh. The mode of travel for cultivators diverges entirely from that of mere mortals. They possess the ability to traverse the skies with remarkable speed. 1,000 miles in a day is merely an understatement. For someone of Lin Chuan's caliber, a celestial being, covering 10,000 miles in a single day would be a mere trifle. To accommodate the other 8 disciples of the Heavenly Sect, Wunan Ming was compelled to reduce their pace. Otherwise, by the late hours of night, they would have already entered the Great Marsh. The crackling of the firewood infused the desolate night with a touch of vitality. A group of disciples from the Heavenly Demon Sect had scarcely settled down when Lin Chuan rose and strolled towards a grand tree. Subsequently, before the eyes of all, he positioned himself beneath the tree and promptly succumbed to slumber. Goodness, the Holy Sun is not a celestial saint. He is clearly a deity of sleep. I have heard tales of the Holy Sun's ability to doze off at any place and any time, unfazed by circumstances. Such a talent, if possessed by us, would be deemed laziness. For the Holy Sun, it is simply a manifestation of his free spirit, an art beyond our reach. Undoubtedly, it is astonishing that he has achieved the status of a celestial saint within a mere 5 years without ever witnessing him cultivate. Truly, it seems as though the heavens themselves have been feeding him. The 8 disciples gazed upon him with envy, though their admiration was limited to that sentiment alone. The realms of celestial sect, celestial venerable, and celestial saint, despite the mere 2 steps separating them, are often unattainable for countless cultivators who expend their entire lives in pursuit. While it is undeniably frustrating, the harsh reality remains. Diligence is crucial, yet innate talent holds even greater significance. Even someone like Wunan Ming, who ascended to the status of celestial venerable through sheer effort, possesses commendable aptitude, albeit slightly inferior when compared to Lin Chuan. Nevertheless, in the grand scheme of cultivators, he is still a rare prodigy. Regrettably, the Holy Sun seems somewhat out of place. Despite his striking appearance, he has yet to find a romantic partner. What a pity! A male disciple lamented. In truth, several male disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect had often fantasized about possessing the striking visage of Lin Chuan. Otherwise, why would they still find themselves in the unfortunate state of being single? Moreover, the sect imposed no restrictions on romantic entanglements among its disciples, rendering their single status all the more disgraceful. What nonsense is this? As cultivators on the path of immortality, we must embrace unity and dispel distracting thoughts. Engaging in dual cultivation will only hinder our progress. No wonder you remain mere disciples of the Heavenly Sect. It appears the training in our lectures is not sufficiently rigorous. Wu Nanming suddenly reprimanded. As the senior sister, she did not always maintain a relaxed demeanor, especially concerning cultivation, where she exhibited even greater strictness than Wei Wuyang. It was evident that the casual banter of the 8 disciples had crossed her threshold of tolerance. This was hardly surprising, after all. She had consistently set her sights on surpassing Lin Chuan. In contrast, these disciples of the Heavenly Sect envied Lin Chuan's looks, even fantasizing about transforming into him to escape their singlehood. Absurd. As they approached the Great Marsh, disciples from various sects were bound to converge. A significant battle loomed on the horizon. Since the atmosphere was relatively calm, it would be wise to rest early. Wu Nanming, feeling vexed, scolded the group and sent them away. Following her admonition, the disciples dared not continue their idle chatter and obediently settled down to rest. Meanwhile, under a great tree, Lin Chuan was anything but at ease. Having descended the mountain for half a day, he had been seeking an opportunity to depart. At this moment, he finally sensed the moment had come. To leave? Now is the time. Lin Chuan rose abruptly, gazing into the night, stepping forward towards Hope. Saint Sun, where do you intend to go? A chilling voice pierced the darkness, reaching Lin Chuan's ears. It felt as though an icicle had been thrust into his embrace on a frigid winter's night. He shuddered and froze in place. The foot he had extended hung suspended in the air. The sound of rustling leaves swept past him like the wind. The cool night breeze was not only damp but also carried an eerie chill. Suddenly, a shadow darted through the trees, startling Lin Chuan into retracting his foot. This is it. The old hag has discovered me. No, why am I panicking? I haven't made any overt movements. Even if the old hag arrives, there is no need for alarm. At worst, I could simply tell her that I was in the woods to relieve myself. What could she possibly do to me? Lin Chuan quickly regained his composure, his mind racing as he concocted various justifications, eagerly awaiting the appearance of cold condensation frost. However, after a brief moment, there was still no sign of her. Doubts crept into his mind, leaving him to question whether he had merely imagined the voice. Yet, he distinctly remembered a woman's voice, strikingly similar to that of cold condensation frost, and he had indeed seen a shadow flitting through the trees. With his keen eyesight, he could not have been mistaken. Disciple Lin Chuan humbly welcomes the sect master. If the sect master is present, please reveal yourself, he boldly called out. If he had indeed misheard or misseen, he could simply depart without a care after this test. Conversely, should cold condensation frost manifest, he could easily conjure an excuse to evade the situation, allowing for a peaceful resolution. Of course, there was a third possibility, the old witch truly possessed the ability to read minds. If she were aware of his thoughts of defection, it would be entirely reasonable for her to follow him. However, given her nature, if she had truly discerned his intentions, she certainly would not allow him to live this long. Unless, perhaps, the old witch had developed an interest in him. As Lin Chuan pondered these matters, his brows knitted together in contemplation, a surge of resentment began to well within him. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the woods as something snapped, jolting Lin Chuan into alertness. Is that you, sect master? He inquired once more, tentatively. No sooner had the words left his lips than a rabbit leapt from the underbrush, glancing at Lin Chuan before darting away like a gust of wind. So it was merely a rabbit. What a pity, Lin Chuan mused. Although the old hag possessed a rather fierce temperament, her appearance was not without merit. If she were to become his girlfriend, he could reluctantly accept it. Lin Chuan's thoughts drifted into a daydream. This was not born from vanity, but rather from the undeniable popularity of his looks among the female disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. It was not merely a matter of finding a girlfriend. He could easily have a harem of 3,000 beauties. Moreover, his previous intimate moments with Leng Ningshuang made him realize that she was not entirely unattainable. However, dealing with a woman of such a difficult disposition was perilous. It required a daring spirit, willing to risk life itself. Regrettably, Lin Chuan valued his life above all else. When it came to love, he would much prefer to live a few more years. Click! With a resounding boom, a tremendous noise emanated from the distance, reminiscent of a colossal tree crashing to the ground. The sound was so powerful that it reverberated across a 100-mile radius, startling all within earshot. What is happening? Wu Nanming's voice echoed sharply through the air. Soon after, she led 8 disciples from the Heavenly Demon Sect towards the scene. The 10 of them quickly assembled, their expressions grave as they gazed into the shadowy woods. "Holy Son, do you know what has transpired?" Wu Nanming shot a wary glance at Lin Chuan. Upon their arrival, he was the sole figure present, prompting their inquiry. Yet, Lin Chuan wore a bewildered expression, clearly shaken. The commotion just moments ago was no mere coincidence. Though he had not ventured to investigate, he could surmise that the fallen tree was the result of human intervention. A solitary tree could easily be felled, even by a celestial master. However, with the thought that Leng Ningshuang was lurking nearby, Lin Chuan found it impossible to remain calm. Could it be that the old witch has truly arrived? She must have overheard my words, which has incited her wrath. This is it. I am doomed. Perhaps I should flee immediately, for otherwise, she will surely slay me. Panic coursed through Lin Chuan's mind. Leng Ningshuang's ruthlessness was renowned far and wide. The last person who dared to provoke her now lay buried in the graveyard of the Xinjian sect, likely long since decomposed. He certainly did not wish to follow in that person's footsteps. Yet, as he pondered further, a troubling thought struck him. If the one concealed in the darkness were indeed Leng Ningshuang, why did she not reveal herself? Was she perhaps waiting to monitor him, to prevent his escape? This line of reasoning only deepened Lin Chuan's dread. He had never divulged his plans to defect from the sect to anyone. How could she possibly know? Unless she possessed the ability to read minds, or perhaps this cold, merciless woman had an extraordinary perceptiveness. This was more formidable than even Conan. "Master Sister, I have just sensed an exceptionally strong fluctuation of inner force in this vicinity. This individual surpasses me in strength. Yet, for reasons unknown, he remains reluctant to reveal himself. This has inadvertently afforded us the opportunity to depart. I propose that we hasten our exit. We must not provoke this person unless absolutely necessary." Lin Chuan fabricated a casual lie. However, within this fabrication lies a kernel of truth. The individual he referred to is indeed more powerful than he. Yet, that person is merely Leng Ningshuang. Even if there were to be any hostility, it would be directed solely at him. As for Wu Nanming and the others, they would remain unharmed. Nevertheless, Lin Chuan's words instilled considerable fear among the group. Could it be that someone more formidable than him is none other than the Heavenly Emperor? Is it possible that a being of such caliber exists in this vicinity? Is it true? Wu Nanming furrowed her brow and cautiously inquired. Lin Chuan nodded, adopting a demeanor of constant vigilance. This only heightened the apprehension among the crowd. "Senior sister, the saint's perception cannot be mistaken. We should retreat swiftly." The disciples immediately echoed Lin Chuan's sentiments. Among their peers, they undoubtedly trusted Lin Chuan, especially considering his formidable cultivation. How could he possibly be wrong? Very well. Heeding the words of the Holy Son, they departed from this place and hastened towards the vast expanse. Without a flicker of doubt in her heart, Wu Nanming promptly instructed her disciples to prepare their belongings and swiftly make their exit. In the very moment that Lin Chuan and his companions departed, a figure cloaked in black emerged quietly from the thicket. The woman's exquisite visage bore a myriad of emotions, her enchanting eyes fixated on the retreating silhouettes, barely discernible in the distance. "How infuriating! You wretched boy! Is it truly so terrifying to you, the leader of this sect? My temperament is fierce, my disposition unfriendly? Is this how you perceive me? Yet even so, does that mean I cannot aspire to be your girlfriend? Humph. The esteemed holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect exhibits such timidity. Perhaps, as the sect leader, I should offer him a subtle hint. No. I am the leader of a sect. I cannot behave in such a manner." Leng Ningshuang muttered to herself, visibly torn. "What am I even saying? This rascal was just on the brink of betraying the sect. That is the crux of the matter. For many days, the various sects have been diligently searching for the great martial illusion. This unclaimed treasure trove has emerged, naturally attracting a multitude of cultivators. Whether disciples of sects or solitary practitioners, they have flocked here in succession. Furthermore, the back-and-forth journey of Wu Nanming to the Heavenly Demon Sect has already rendered the great marsh teeming with people. However, the precise location of the illusion remains elusive. Within the forested seas, numerous ferocious beasts wander. Entering alone inevitably invites danger. Thus, most who seek the great marsh illusion tend to be groups of cultivators, either disciples from sects or solitary practitioners banding together. When the 10 members of the Heavenly Demon Sect arrived at the Great Marsh, the location of the illusion remained a mystery. The expansive Great Marsh forest stretches for thousands of miles. Even with thousands seeking it, considerable time is required. Nonetheless, it will not exceed half a month. Furthermore, the news of the illusion's emergence has already spread. It won't be long before tens of thousands gather here. Wu Nanming gazed at the bustling figures and calmly explained. She was among the first to genuinely seek the great martial illusion. Unfortunately, the news from other sects was no less swift than that of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Long before the exploration of the forest commenced, she had already clashed with disciples from other sections. However, their strengths were evenly matched, and the Heavenly Demon Sect lacked reinforcements. Ultimately, Wu Nanming had no choice but to retreat temporarily. In truth, her intention was to send more disciples to contend for the great martial illusion. Yet, Leng Ningshuang dispatched Lin Chuan along with 8 other disciples of the Heavenly Sect. It seemed that the purpose of this expedition was not primarily to seize resources, but rather to establish Lin Chuan's reputation among the myriad sections. Additionally, it served to provide the 8 disciples with valuable experience. Indeed, Lin Chuan, despite his youth, had already attained the status of a heavenly sage. In the realm of cultivation, such talent is undeniably remarkable. However, as the saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind. With Lin Chuan's exceptional abilities, does Leng Ningshuang not fear the untimely demise of such a prodigy? Throughout the journey, Wu Nanming was consumed by worries regarding the recent events, particularly those that transpired the previous night. The formidable figure cloaked in darkness had instilled considerable trepidation in Lin Chuan. Coupled with the demise of Hong Tianhe, Lin Chuan's notoriety had surged. It was entirely possible that eyes were already upon him. While celestial emperors are indeed rare in this world, they are not non-existent. Beyond the likes of Leng Ningshuang from the Tianma sect, there exists Elder Faming from the Fanning Temple, the esteemed Jianshin from the Qingyang sect, the Knife Emperor of the Blood Slaughter sect, and the ancient Baiku from the 100 Ghosts Gate. All of these individuals are celestial emperors. On that fateful day of battle, such a multitude of celestial emperors bore witness to Lin Chuan's slaying of Hong Tianhe. It is conceivable that they have long harbored intentions of eliminating him. And this grand day's illusion serves as the perfect opportunity for such a plot, as well as an ideal moment to suppress the growth of the Tianma sect. It would be unthinkable to squander such a chance. Contemplating this, Wu Nanming felt the weight of responsibility upon her shoulders intensify. Though Lin Chuan's cultivation surpassed her own, she was nonetheless the senior sister. Moreover, the sect leader had entrusted her with leading the expedition into the day's illusion, clearly placing the safety of the disciples in her hands. How could she justify any misfortune to the sect leader and the clan? Ladies and gentlemen, it is certain that our journey into the day's illusion will culminate in a fierce melee. Yet, the magnitude of this chaos remains unpredictable. I can only hope that the 10 of us who embarked on this journey may return together. Especially you, Lin Chuan. As the Holy Son and the most cherished talent of our sect leader, you must not encounter any mishap. Do you understand? Wu Nanming's gaze was fervent, as if fearing to lose sight of him. In truth, had it not been for the events of the previous night, Lin Chuan would have already slipped away. Even now, he harbored suspicions that Leng Ningshuang was trailing him, perpetually monitoring his movements. Otherwise, how could he remain so compliant? Senior sister, allow me to speak candidly. The day's illusion is fraught with peril, teeming with both fish and dragons. It is possible to lose one's life at any moment. Rather than risk it, it may be wiser to return home. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of resources for cultivation. Furthermore, the fierce competition is rather undignified. Our Tianma sect is not lacking in wealth. Why not procure what we need with coin? Even thieves have their code. The demonic sect ought to adhere to some semblance of propriety, Lin Chuan asserted with righteous fervor. Originally, when Leng Ningshuang had dispatched him from the mountain, he had acquiesced. But his true intent was not to partake in any trivial contest for resources within the illusion, but rather to seize the opportunity to defect from the sect. Little did he know that his plan was doomed from the start. He could only follow Wu Nanming into the days. But who decreed that entering the days necessitated participation in the fray? The blades are merciless. What if he were to be fatally struck? Even if one does not suffer a fatal wound, a mere scratch can still bring considerable pain for a prolonged period. Moreover, while others may lack cultivation resources, he himself is not in want. With a little idleness, the system generously bestows a plethora of treasures, far more than he could ever utilize. Yet, the resources acquired through arduous struggle must be surrendered in full to the sect. What a futile endeavor this is. Hence, Lin Chuan contemplated whether he could persuade Wu Nanming to refrain from entering the great martial illusion, suggesting instead that they enjoy the blooming flowers and the moonlight on the periphery for a few days before returning home. What a delightful plan that would be. The 8 disciples of the Heavenly Sect stared at Lin Chuan in disbelief. The atmosphere suddenly shifted into something peculiar. Lin Chuan braced himself, expecting an onslaught. But in the next moment, the 8 disciples were overtaken by a wave of emotion. Is the Holy Sun truly concerned for us? They thought. Tears flowed as they realized the Holy Sun had shown them such care. Their hearts swelled with joy. Upon returning, I shall boast to my sisters about this. How envious they will be. The 4 female disciples transformed into a state of infatuation, weeping profusely. Even the 4 male disciples exhibited expressions of profound self-satisfaction, leading one to ponder whether they harbored peculiar inclinations. Observing this, Lin Chuan could only cradle his forehead, murmuring to himself, what a miscalculation, a grave miscalculation. Perhaps having too much charm is not a blessing after all. Headache. Wu Nanming gazed at her rather peculiar fellow disciples, utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? During her absence from the sect, had Lin Chuan's popularity among the disciples soared to such absurd heights? No. Something felt amiss with Lin Chuan's recent statements. It seemed this scoundrel was having second thoughts. How could he, a heavenly sage, exhibit such timidity? Perhaps even more cautious than herself? Indolent and timid, despite his handsome visage, his character was indeed wanting. She simply could not fathom how such a slothful and cowardly individual could earn the heavens' favor. Oh heavens! Have you truly lost your sight? In a fit of exasperation, Wu Nanming cast aside the notion of caution. Regardless of whether it was a chaotic melee or a desperate struggle, retreat was not an option. If Lin Chuan was unwilling to engage in combat, she would plunge into the fray herself. She was determined to uncover just how much substance lay behind this so-called heavenly sage. Without further ado, the gathered disciples hastily followed me into the vast expanse, eager to seize resources. Should anyone dare to falter, upon our return to the sect, I shall surely report them to the sect leader, ensuring their expulsion. In the great expanse, Wu Nanming led Lin Chuan and 9 other fellow disciples deep into the wilderness. Along the way, the disciples brimmed with fervor, eager for a chance to showcase their skills should an opponent present themselves. Only Lin Chuan trailed behind languidly, occasionally revealing a peculiar smile at the corner of his lips, appearing as if he were slightly unhinged. Expulsion from the sect, haha. Lin Chuan chuckled to himself. But none were aware that he was secretly delighted at the prospect of escaping from the Heavenly Demon Sect once more. Fortunately, Wu Nanming remained oblivious to Lin Chuan's thoughts. Otherwise, she would surely have been driven to the brink of despair. Senior sister, what is wrong with the Holy Sun? Has he suffered some sort of shock? The disciples, perplexed, could only turn to Wu Nanming for clarification. Humph. Wu Nanming's response was succinct and clear. These disciples were merely infatuated admirers of Lin Chuan, oblivious to the fact that he sought nothing more than to shirk his responsibilities. However, she would never grant Lin Chuan the luxury of idleness. Aha, it was him. Wu Nanming's piercing gaze immediately locked onto a group of individuals. Within the vast expanse of the Great Marsh, countless cultivators traversed its depths. Many bore grudges against the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yet, the target of Wu Nanming's attention was not among them. Rather, it was her own adversary, the Bloodslaughter Sect. Although the Bloodslaughter Sect was also a den of darkness, the relationship between the 2 factions was far from harmonious, particularly in the face of self-interest. Treachery and intrigue were all too common. The last time Wu Nanming ventured into the Great Marsh, she was assaulted by disciples of the Bloodslaughter Sect. And among them stood the very individual now leading the disciples of the Bloodslaughter Sect in search of the entrance to the illusory realm of the Great Marsh. Li Taifeng. He was one of the direct disciples of the Bloodslaughter Sect's leader, the Blade Emperor. 3 years ago, he ascended to the realm of the Celestial Sovereign, earning a formidable reputation among the myriad sections. To their astonishment, it was he who led the Bloodslaughter Sect into the enigmatic Great Marsh this time. Behind Wu Nanming, a voice tinged with anxiety echoed. Li Taifeng's fearsome reputation preceded him, and the Bloodslaughter Sect was already notorious. It was no wonder they felt apprehensive. At that moment, Li Taifeng seemed to sense the gaze of the crowd and turned to face them. In an instant, his eyes locked with Wu Nanming's, creating a spark of tension in the air. Senior sister, they are approaching. A disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect whispered urgently. As soon as the words left his lips, Li Taifeng decisively led his followers forward with purposeful strides. There were nearly 30 disciples in tow, all possessing cultivation levels exceeding that of the Celestial Sect. They held an overwhelming numerical advantage and were evenly matched in strength. Should a conflict arise, it was clear that the Heavenly Demon Sect would be at a disadvantage. However, Wu Nanming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect exhibited no signs of concern. The disciples dispatched by the Bloodslaughter Sect stood before them, and even a formidable celestial sovereign like Li Tangfeng had made his presence known. This signified that no unexpected variables could arise from the Bloodslaughter sect. On the other hand, the Heavenly Demon Sect had Lin Chuan on their side, which was their pillar of strength. Hiki, Nanming, my junior sister. It has been but a few days since our last parting, and today we meet again. I have yet to clarify the misunderstanding from our previous encounter. If you do not mind, let us, disciples of the Demon Sect, embark together on a quest through the Great Marsh illusion. It would also grant me the opportunity to dispel the misunderstanding, would it not? Li Tangfeng grinned broadly. His stature was imposing, with a robust physique that made him resemble an unwieldy rock formation. In contrast, while Wu Nanming was not diminutive, she possessed a slender grace. Compared to Li Tangfeng, her presence seemed considerably diminished. Although both were of the same celestial rank, Li Tangfeng had made a breakthrough 3 years prior, leaving a 2-year gap in their advancements. The disparity in their cultivation was evident, clearly placing Wu Nanming at a disadvantage. It was precisely this that emboldened Li Tangfeng's arrogance. Misunderstanding? The words spoken by senior brother Li made it seem as though asking me to be your wife was also a misunderstanding. Wu Nanming's expression darkened, her tone icy. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect widened their eyes, a hint of indignation etched upon their faces. Even Lin Chuan, not far away, was drawn in, craning his neck as if eavesdropping on gossip. How daring of this fellow to covet the woman of such a senior brother. Lin Chuan marveled. In his eyes, Wu Nanming was even more formidable than Leng Ningshuang. 5 years ago, before he had ascended to the status of the Holy Son, it was Wu Nanming, as the master sister who had urged the disciples to hone their skills. Naturally, he was among them. Back then, he could hardly afford to be lazy or sleep in, for Wu Nanming would drag him from his warm bed every day. She always repeated the same phrase, "It's already noon, and you still dare to linger in bed." Of course, Lin Chuan's perception of Wu Nanming's strictness was not limited to that. He had endured being rapped on the head for sleeping in class. He had been yanked back by his ears for attempting to sneak away during training, having experienced 3 long years under her tutelage. He had finally managed to escape from Wu Nanming's grasp, yet she left an indelible impression on him as a fierce taskmaster. Even though Wu Nanming was immensely popular among the male disciples and possessed striking beauty, Lin Chuan would never consider pursuing her. Hiki, Sister Nanming is truly candid. Indeed. This is not a misunderstanding, but rather the sincere words of me, Li. If Sister agrees, I care nothing for that trifling disillusion. Let us wed and return to the Blood Fiend sect at once. Li Tangfeng spoke incessantly, his face alight with excitement, as if Nanming had already acquiesced to his proposal. Begone! How could our esteemed senior sister possibly harbor any regard for someone like you? You self-important fool. Depart at once. The 4 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect rebuked vehemently. What a farce! Our senior sister is not only beautiful, but also gentle and kind to her disciples. Such a paragon of perfection, that even her own disciples dare not entertain any fanciful notions. What is Li Tangfeng, after all? If Wu Nanming were to wed, she would surely seek a person of stature, akin to Lin Chuan, rather than a dullard of your ilk. When did it become your turn to speak? Get away! Li Tangfeng exclaimed sharply. The disciples of the Blood Shaman sect behind him immediately surged forth, seemingly intent on attacking the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Are you ready to take action? Who fears whom? Do not presume that your numbers intimidate us. With the Holy Son on our side, you are nothing but refuse. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect immediately assumed their stances. Faced with nearly 4 times their numbers, they were not daunted in the slightest. On the contrary, they were filled with exhilaration. They would witness Lin Chuan's prowess once more, allowing the cultivators of the Great Marsh to behold the Holy Son's magnificent presence. Son of God. Lin Chuan. He is the one who recently slain the master of the Xinjian sect, a being of celestial might. The disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect were thrown into disarray. Li Tangfeng's expression instantly soured. He seemingly did not anticipate that Lin Chuan would accompany them to the Great Marsh. That is a celestial being, a power second only to the Heavenly Emperor. As a member of the younger generation, he is a formidable adversary that far surpasses the Heavenly Sovereign. If the rumors hold true, then he and the multitude of cultivators entering the Great Marsh are indeed insignificant. Indeed, the Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect has personally arrived. Li Tangfeng yearned to behold the visage of the Holy One. Might he request the Holy Son to reveal himself? Li Tangfeng remained undeterred. The beauty was right before him. If he faltered, where would he hide his face? Moreover, rumors can be both true and false. Without witnessing it with his own eyes, how could he be content? You wish to see the Holy Sun, do you? He stands right there. As the words fell, the crowd followed the direction of the man's finger. There, 10 zhang away. A young man squatted on the ground, yawning. As if sensing the multitude of gazes upon him, he paused in bewilderment. That one, I agree. I concur. Lin Chuan found himself entirely out of sync with Li Tangfeng and the others. He mistakenly believed that the group was seeking his input. Unbeknownst to him, a long-standing feud existed between Wu Nanming and Li Tangfeng. The notion of them becoming a couple was far-fetched. Even a physical altercation would be a mild outcome. Nevertheless, Lin Chuan's seemingly nonsensical remarks surprisingly eased the previously tense atmosphere. Li Tangfeng had anticipated that this young scion of the Heavenly Demon Sect would stand up for Wu Nanming. Furthermore, as a formidable heavenly saint, he ought to possess an air of superiority. Yet, upon closer inspection, this young man, despite his striking appearance, was nothing more than a naive newcomer to the intricacies of the world. Kiki, how delightful, O Holy Sun! If I, Li, were to marry your esteemed senior sister, then the Holy Sun would indeed be my brother-in-law. We would be one family. I, Li, shall certainly present a grand gift to the Holy Sun. Li Tangfeng beamed with joy. His only concern was the potential interference from Lin Chuan. In the presence of the celestial venerable, he felt he had no chance whatsoever. Who could have anticipated that this Holy Sun would be so unexpectedly remarkable? Truly, today the heavens have opened their eyes. Lin Chuan replied nonchalantly, yet suddenly became acutely aware of an overwhelming intent to kill emanating from Wu Nanming. What was happening? Lin Chuan was taken aback. Under normal circumstances, how could Wu Nanming harbor such murderous intentions towards him? Had he perhaps spoken out of turn? Lin Chuan, I shall end you. Wu Nanming suddenly erupted in fury. Her exquisite visage was suffused with wrath, turning a deep shade of crimson. Her beautiful eyes radiated a piercing cold light, filled with an inexhaustible killing intent directed at Lin Chuan, as if he were her mortal enemy. As it appeared that Wu Nanming was on the verge of losing control, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect grew anxious. Senior sister, please calm down. Saint's son, do you not understand? Senior sister has a vendetta against the one surnamed Li. He has been tormenting her. The disciples hastily elucidated. It was evident that Lin Chuan was an outsider in this matter. His state of confusion was not a recent development. He often spaced out when others spoke. Even on such a momentous occasion as the sect master's emergence from seclusion, he dared to remain indifferent. What else could he possibly do? Thus, it was entirely reasonable that he had not heard Li Tangfeng's provocations. Lin Chuan blinked, still wearing a perplexed expression. Indeed. His thoughts were still lingering on the moment when Li Tangfeng confessed to Wu Nanming. He had completely disregarded the ensuing conversation. It became clear that the misunderstanding lay here. No wonder Wu Nanming wore such a fierce expression, as if she were ready to inflict harm upon him. It was all a misunderstanding. Since the senior sister was unwilling to pursue a relationship with Li Tangfeng, she ought to simply decline. And as for you, Li Tangfeng, why persist in your relentless pursuit when my senior sister holds no affection for you? Allow me to offer you a word of caution. Those who pander shamelessly often meet a dismal fate, especially considering that my senior sister is quite the tempestuous character. It would be wise to maintain a respectful distance and cut losses while one can. Lin Chuan spoke earnestly. He was merely trying to provide a benevolent warning to Li Tangfeng. The sooner one distances themselves from a woman as fearsome as Wu Nanming, the better. Moreover, the animosity between Wu Nanming and Li Tangfeng was of no concern to him. He merely mentioned it in passing. Whether Li Tangfeng chose to heed his advice was entirely up to him. As long as it did not interfere with his own rest, he was content. What's this? Li Tangfeng was filled with confusion. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect had already made their intentions clear. He had anticipated that Lin Chuan would stand up for his fellow sect members, which left him quite anxious. However, Lin Chuan appeared to be utterly oblivious and even began to offer him advice. How peculiar! Was this lad truly foolish, or merely feigning ignorance? If he were indeed a formidable celestial saint, any attack from him would render us powerless. This young man did not seem like a simpleton, rather. He appeared to be stalling for time. Could it be that he is merely a paper tiger, and that Hong Tian's demise was orchestrated by Leng Ningshuang? Should we test him? The disciples of the Blood Fiend sect began to whisper among themselves. Lin Chuan's demeanor was exceedingly strange, lacking any semblance of a masterful presence. Even if he were inherently easygoing, he ought not to concern himself with his adversaries. He hardly resembled a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect. With such an array of peculiar behaviors, it was no wonder the Blood Fiend sect's disciples harbored suspicions. There was some merit to their reasoning. The news of the Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect's battle with Hong Tianhe had only circulated within the martial world. Moreover, the sect leader had been present at the scene. Yet, upon returning to the mountain, he had never mentioned the incident again. At that time, I found it rather odd. Perhaps, the claims of the Holy Son attaining celestial saint status were merely fabrications of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Nevertheless, one must not be careless. We ought to preserve the friendship between our two sections. A gentle probe would suffice. We must not cause him harm. Li Tangfeng decisively issued his orders. Who says that a large frame equates to a lack of intellect? Li Tangfeng's thoughts were indeed quite astute. Tap, tap, tap. 3 disciples of the blood-slaughter sect strode forth from the crowd. These individuals, handpicked by the Blade Sovereign himself, were adept disciples accompanying Li Tangfeng to explore the enigmatic day's illusion. All possessed formidable cultivation at the celestial sect level, marking them as a vital force within the realm of cultivation. However, when compared to the heavenly saints, they still fell significantly short. Though the 3 blood-slaughter sect disciples were self-assured, they were not arrogant. They could not definitively ascertain whether Lin Chuan was merely a paper tiger. Yet, if their conjecture proved accurate, it would grant them leverage over the celestial demon sect. Should they seize the opportunity to threaten Wu Nanming? Li Tangfeng's aspirations of winning her affection could indeed materialize. Furthermore, with a bit of manipulation, they could potentially suppress the celestial demon sect, a considerable achievement for the blood-slaughter sect. With this thought in mind, the excitement among the 3 disciples intensified, and their steps became noticeably lighter. The trio glided past Wu Nanming, their presence drawing the attentive gazes of the celestial demon sect disciples. The sudden approach of these blood-slaughter sect disciples towards Lin Chuan raised suspicions. Could it be that they were indeed fulfilling Li Tangfeng's promise to present a gift? However, Wu Nanming harbored doubts. If Li Tangfeng genuinely intended to bestow a gift upon Lin Chuan, he would have done so personally rather than send unrelated individuals. Moreover, despite their light-footedness, the disciples' eyes gleamed with a sharpness that hinted at an underlying combat readiness. This demeanor was far from that of mere gift-bearers. It resembled preparations for impending battle. Humph! A faint smile curved at the corners of Wu Nanming's lips as she let out a cold snort. Her earlier anger dissipated, replaced by a newfound sense of amusement. Li Tangfeng had the audacity to doubt Lin Chuan's prowess, thus sending disciples to test him. How foolish of him! Lin Chuan was inherently a languid individual, often too indifferent to even open his eyes when a knife was at his throat. He had once confided in her his personal motto, never engage unless absolutely necessary. Indeed, Lin Chuan had attained a level of lethargy that was almost philosophical. For him to take action, it would require an imminent catastrophe threatening his very existence, compelling him to intervene. In such dire circumstances, he would undoubtedly seek a swift resolution. For the most efficient way to eliminate an adversary was to extinguish their life. Lin Chuan, are you not reluctant to offend Li Tangfeng? Allow me to provide you with a reason to do so. Wu Nanming has misunderstood. Lin Chuan is not merely hesitant to confront Li Tangfeng. He is, in truth, timid. Indeed, Lin Chuan embodies a certain timidity. Having lived 2 lives, he is acutely aware of the perils that accompany prominence. He would rather choose the life of a lowly fish, quietly cultivating his strength, than become an adversary to others and be perpetually pursued by enemies. Furthermore, in his previous existence, he had grown exceedingly astute to the intricacies of this world. In the realm of cultivation, one must contend with the young, only to face the old, and ultimately, the even older. There are endless vendettas to reckon with. If one cannot eradicate the roots of animosity, it is far wiser to evade conflict altogether, unless one's life is at stake, in which case, one must resolve matters swiftly. Any individual who might leak information must be eliminated to avert future troubles. Wu Nanming believes she understands Lin Chuan, yet she is profoundly mistaken. Nonetheless, her attempts to compel Lin Chuan to act have indeed encroached upon his limits. For one who has chosen the path of a lowly fish, the sole boundary is not mere laziness, but the fundamental will to survive. Thus, the 3 disciples of the Blood Fiend sect who dared to provoke Lin Chuan are fated for a grim end. The name of the Holy Sun resonates like thunder. We are fortunate to witness it today, and as such, we 3 feel a surge of eagerness. Might the Holy Sun be so gracious as to impart some guidance? The 3 disciples exchanged words, each attempting to incite Lin Chuan into action. Their phrasing was rather polite, sounding as if they merely sought to spar. However, should a confrontation ensue, controlling the intensity of their strikes would prove challenging. After speaking, the trio gazed at Lin Chuan with eager anticipation, having lavished such flattery upon him. Surely he could not refuse them, would he dare? May I offer some advice? Your petty squabbles are of no concern to me. If you feel the urge to brawl, why not simply rub your hands against the ground? Resorting to violence at every turn lacks grace. With the energy expended on such frivolities, you would be better off taking a few more steps to uncover the illusions that lie ahead. Furthermore, your esteemed Li Tangfeng is currently professing his feelings to my senior sister. What significance do you three fools possess? In any narrative, the three of you would scarcely survive as mere caricatures of incompetence. Lin Chuan unleashed a torrent of disdainful words, rolling his eyes with evident contempt. By the time he concluded his tirade, it was not just the three disciples of the Blood Fiend sect who were left dumbfounded. Even Wu Nanming and Li Tangfeng, along with a host of disciples from both the Heavenly Demon Sect and Blood Fiend Sect, stood bewildered. Particularly, Li Tangfeng was acutely aware that Lin Chuan displayed no semblance of a masterful demeanor, despite being a formidable figure in his own right. He felt compelled to maintain at least a facade of dignity. This incessant chattering surpassed even the most loquacious of village elders. Yet, surprisingly, there was a kernel of truth in Lin Chuan's words. How infuriating! Simultaneously, Wu Nanming seethed with anger. This rascal Lin Chuan still clung to the notion of Li Tangfeng professing his love for her. Could it be that he genuinely wished to hand her over to Li Tangfeng? Did he truly believe that she and Li Tangfeng were a suitable match? Unforgivable! Lin Chuan, should you continue with your nonsensical prattle, I shall tear your lips asunder. Unable to endure any longer, Wu Nanming took it upon herself to intervene. After chastising Lin Chuan, she didn't even bother to gauge his reaction. Instead, she turned her ire towards Li Tangfeng, exclaiming, Li Tangfeng, if you truly desire to marry me, you must first defeat Lin Chuan. The holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect is akin to a half-sovereign. Only by vanquishing him will you earn the right to claim my hand. However, my holy son never deigns to engage with mediocrity. Whether you can best him depends entirely on your prowess. Her words ignited something within Li Tangfeng. He was not oblivious to the fact that, at his level of cultivation, he stood no chance against Lin Chuan. However, pride compelled him to uphold his bravado. Having publicly declared his intentions, he could hardly retract them now. Moreover, he harbored suspicions that Lin Chuan's strength was merely a faade, and Lin Chuan's demeanor bore little resemblance to that of a true heavenly saint. This only intensified his reckless optimism. Nonetheless, one must tread carefully. He could not afford to completely alienate Lin Chuan. Thus, he resolved to engage him under the pretense of a friendly spar. Tap, tap, tap. Li Tangfeng strode purposefully towards Lin Chuan. He had accepted this duel, driven by pride and the desire to win the heart of a fair maiden. As Lin Chuan observed Li Tangfeng approaching, his expression was one of utter exasperation. What does this have to do with me? He truly did not wish to play the role of a third wheel. Why must he be coerced into this? It is often said that a gentleman ought to facilitate the happiness of others. Perhaps I shall feign a few exchanges with Li Tangfeng, and then seize the opportunity to withdraw? In doing so, the system would reward him, and he could also contribute to the union of a couple. A win-win situation. Yes, that is the plan. With this thought, Lin Chuan broke into a smile. However, this smile instantly caused Li Tangfeng and the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect to erupt in alarm. Oh no, the Holy Sun is about to strike. The disciples of the Blood Fiend sect were taken aback, with the three closest to Lin Chuan hastily retreating to preserve their lives. Even Li Tangfeng's advancing foot came to a sudden halt, paralyzed by trepidation. Do not provoke the Holy Sun. Li Tangfeng quickly extended his hand, attempting to restrain Lin Chuan. Yet, his words left Lin Chuan perplexed. Was he truly angry? How could he, with such affability, be prone to anger? Nevertheless, Li Tangfeng remained undeterred. Convinced that Lin Chuan was indeed incensed, he hastily clarified, I am well aware that I am no match for the Holy Sun. However, your esteemed senior sister has expressly demanded that I defeat you. I can only muster the courage to accept this challenge. I implore the Holy Sun to show mercy. Li Tangfeng clasped his fists in respect, genuinely believing in his own sentiment. He did not harbor the expectation of truly besting Lin Chuan. Of course, were Lin Chuan to be a weakling, he would not be in his current predicament. Indeed, he might have directly eliminated Lin Chuan, tarnishing the reputation of the Heavenly Demon Sect, while simultaneously securing his own fame. In that scenario, Wu Nanming would become his plaything. Please. Lin Chuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile playing upon his lips. To their astonishment, he readily agreed. This left Wu Nanming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect utterly dumbfounded. Had their holy son truly changed his disposition? Lin Chuan had suddenly become so enthusiastic. It was quite unexpected. However, since he had accepted the challenge, it marked a promising beginning. There was no reason to intervene at this point. Wu Niaming could only suppress her displeasure and allow Lin Chuan to continue his charade. Such magnanimity from the Holy Sun was indeed admirable. Please, Li Tangfeng exclaimed with great delight. Opportunities to prove oneself are rare, and this also allows him to gauge Lin Chuan's abilities. Naturally, he would not let this chance slip away. With a swift motion, a blood-red blade was unleashed. In that instant, the aura surrounding Li Tangfeng transformed. He remained the disciple of the Blood Slaughter sect, the direct pupil of the Blade Emperor. Yet, this mere blood blade intensified his malevolence 100-fold. This blade was a supreme spiritual treasure. Who among them did not possess such a treasure? Holy Sun, show this brat your prowess and frighten him to death. Come on. Holy Sun, let the disciples of the Blood Slaughter sect witness your might. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect jeered. They were brimming with confidence in Lin Chuan. The memory of Lin Chuan's devastating strike against Hong Tianhe still lingered vividly. How could a mere celestial sovereign contend with Lin Chuan? As the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect continued to boast, Li Tangfeng and the Blood Slaughter sect disciples grew anxious, their eyes fixed on Lin Chuan, awaiting the moment he would unveil his treasure. I, Lin Chuan, possess a sword that can move mountains, overturn seas, vanquish demons, subdue evil, command deities, pluck stars, sever rivers, destroy cities, and create worlds. This sword is named the Heavenly Sword. I have a sword, named the Heavenly Sword, Lin Chuan proclaimed, raising his sword with boldness. His declaration was indeed impressive. Yet, no matter how grand his words, they could not conceal the undeniable truth of the two fingers he wielded. The absence of a spiritual treasure remained evident. What grandiose claims were these? Celestial sword. Do you fancy yourself a sword deity? Li Tangfeng shot a disapproving glance at Lin Chuan. The sight of him posturing was enough to irritate him. After all, he was a direct disciple of the Blade Emperor, a prodigy well known throughout the Blood Slaughter sect. Never had he encountered someone so audacious as to show off in his presence. What was even more infuriating was that Lin Chuan chose to flaunt his bravado in front of Wu Niaming. How was he supposed to maintain his dignity? Were it not for Lin Chuan being a formidable celestial saint, Li Tangfeng's fist would have long since sought to make acquaintance with Lin Chuan's nose. Such words. Lin Chuan scoffed, rolling his eyes at Li Tangfeng. If I don't embellish a little, how am I supposed to coast along? Those disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect have witnessed my spiritual treasures. If I were to showcase those treasures, how could I maintain my facade? Do you think they are fools, incapable of discerning my intentions? A dog biting El Daubin does not signify a good-hearted person. Lin Chuan felt rather wronged. He had merely wished to facilitate a beneficial relationship while subtly easing his own burdens. It was disheartening that Li Tangfeng failed to appreciate his goodwill. In truth, Lin Chuan was earnestly trying to foster the connection between Li Tangfeng and Wu Niaming, not out of a belief in Li Tangfeng's virtue, but rather because he perceived that Wu Niaming did not treat him well and often targeted him. Such a senior sister would be better off marrying sooner rather than later. Lin Chuan, I warn you, she said. If you intentionally lose to Li Tangfeng, I shall take my own life. Wu Niaming seemed to perceive Lin Chuan's thoughts. This rascal had a tendency to shirk responsibility at crucial moments. Despite possessing numerous exquisite spiritual treasures, he stubbornly refrained from utilizing them. Instead, he merely blew on his two fingers for an extended period. Did he disdain Li Tangfeng? Certainly not. This fellow was merely seeking an excuse, intending to deliberately concede to Li Tangfeng. Wu Niaming was infuriated. Was the honor and disgrace of the sect truly so inconsequential to Lin Chuan? What on earth was this scoundrel contemplating? Hiss. He was unexpectedly seen through. Lin Chuan inhaled sharply. Following that, he shot a furious glare at Li Tangfeng. It was all this fellow's fault. If it weren't for his loose tongue, with Lin Chuan's acting skills, he could have easily deceived everyone. What was the point? What did it have to do with me? Li Tangfeng was taken aback, his face displaying a look of anxiety. However, he quickly broke into a smile. Lin Chuan's anger was not a bad thing. After all, this would allow him to engage in earnest sparring with Lin Chuan. If he emerged victorious, it would be splendid. If he were to lose, given Lin Chuan's foolishness, he would likely not delve too deeply into the matter. It was a win-win situation in every conceivable way. Holy Sun, if we delay any longer, the grand illusion of the Great Marsh shall no longer concern us. Moreover, I value my reputation. Your claims of the Heavenly Sword are simply unconvincing to others. Why not summon forth your spiritual treasure and let us have a proper duel? Li Tangfeng urged. He had no time to waste on idle chatter with Lin Chuan. Furthermore, he was eager to witness the spiritual treasure possessed by Lin Chuan, the holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Even if he lost, he would still acquire valuable information to report back to the Blade Emperor. I apologize, but I must decline. Suddenly, Lin Chuan changed his tone. He reverted to his previous languid demeanor, plopping down onto the grass, yawning as he said, "My senior sister has stated that if I were to lose, she would take her own life. I cannot bear such a responsibility. Please, young Master Li, feel free." Previously, he had intended to do a favor. However, a single remark from Wu Niaming had awakened Lin Chuan to the reality that she had no desire to marry Li Tangfeng. So why should he meddle in their affairs? Yet, his statement amounted to a jest at the expense of Li Tangfeng and a group of disciples from the Bloodslaughter sect. How could that not incite anger? Lin Chuan, do you truly believe that my Blood Fiend sect is easy to bully? Can you dictate our actions at will? How can my sect maintain its standing in the realm of cultivation henceforth? Regardless, you must engage in a duel with me. Otherwise, you shall not leave. Li Tangfeng seethed with fury, brandishing his blade menacingly at Lin Chuan. An overwhelming aura of malevolence instantly enveloped the surroundings. The Blood Fiend sect's unique demonic techniques thrive on the intensity of malice, enhancing one's strength accordingly. Thus, the temperaments of the disciples are notoriously volatile, often resorting to lethal measures with brutal methods. Even someone as tempestuous as Leng Ningshuang appears gentle in comparison to those of the Blood Fiend sect. Had Li Tangfeng not recognized Lin Chuan as a formidable heavenly sage from the outset, he would have been disinclined to utter another word. Yet, what difference does it make? Knowing? In the face of this confrontation, allowing Lin Chuan to depart would tarnish the sect's reputation. Even in defeat, would the Heavenly Demon Sect dare to openly confront the Blood Fiend sect? Let us not forget, this is the Great Marsh, where disciples from various sects are watching intently. Should he perish, the Heavenly Demon Sect would undoubtedly suffer as well. Senior sister, it seems that the situation has escalated significantly. The disciples of the Celestial Demon Sect have sensed something amiss. Li Tangfeng appears to be in a frenzy, clearly overwhelmed by rage. If Lin Chuan were to inadvertently cause Li Tangfeng's demise, it would ignite a blood feud between the two major sections. Yet, Li Tangfeng has explicitly issued a challenge. Are they truly expected to let Lin Chuan back down? Not a problem. This matter is a personal grudge between myself and Li Tangfeng and does not concern others. Shortly, you must swiftly escort the Holy Sun away. I shall confront Li Tangfeng myself. Wu Niaming furrowed her brow, regretting her decision. To put it plainly, this situation was instigated by her. Even the pressure on Lin Chuan to engage in combat with Li Tangfeng was her doing. Should complications arise, she would undoubtedly bear the blame. As the senior disciple, it is her duty to step forward and ensure the safety of her fellow disciples. Alas, at the very moment when Wu Nanming lifted her foot, a sigh resonated through the air. Upon hearing the sound, Wu Nanming turned her gaze. At that moment, Lin Chuan was staring at Li Tangfeng with a face full of sorrow. Why is it that a group of fools always seeks their own demise? Yet, while you may choose to perish, you must not implicate me in the eradication of the root cause. Within this vast expanse, there are 100 sects and at least 8,000 disciples. Even capturing 8,000 swine is no easy feat, let alone exterminating them all. Lin Chuan muttered incessantly. Although his expression remained calm, his words were persistently fixated on the theme of murder. What could he possibly mean? Does he intend to annihilate everyone present? Has he lost his mind? Suddenly, Lin Chuan soared into the air, his eyes radiating a chilling light as he fixed his gaze on Wu Niaming, asking, "Sister, I may need to distance myself from the Heavenly Demon Sect for a while. To avoid implicating the sect, if you encounter the sect leader, please ensure you provide a thorough explanation. Otherwise, I shall be slain by the sect leader." As his words hung in the air, before anyone could react, Lin Chuan's cold gaze was immediately locked onto Li Tangfeng. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding explosions echoed around Lin Chuan. Treasures of the highest caliber continually emerged, leading the onlookers to mistakenly believe he was deliberately flaunting his prowess. However, a palpable aura of murderous intent surged directly towards Li Tangfeng, revealing the true nature of Lin Chuan's intentions. He was indeed resolved to kill, aiming for a swift and decisive strike. My grievances with the Blood Demon Sect have no bearing on the Heavenly Demon Sect. From this moment forth, I, Lin Chuan, am no longer a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Should vengeance be sought, come to me, Lin Chuan. His voice resonated powerfully across the vast expanse, proclaiming to the world that he was finally free from the shackles of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yet, Wu Nanming and a group of disciples from the Heavenly Demon Sect remained enraptured by emotions, naively believing that Lin Chuan had sacrificed himself for their sake. In truth, that was far from the case. He merely sought to seize this opportunity to depart from the Heavenly Demon Sect. At long last, he had found the chance. Unbeknownst to even Li Tangfeng, he had unwittingly become a mere pawn in this unfolding drama, destined to endure the blows. Without this, the entire performance would lack completeness. Hunyuan Heavenly Demon Art. An inescapable doom. Lin Chuan raised his arms to the heavens, unleashing a surge of inner power. Dozens of exquisite spiritual treasures surrounded him, their dazzling brilliance overwhelming under the scorching sun. Yet, in comparison to the might of the primordial heavenly demon technique, they appeared utterly insignificant. This was a divine-level demonic art, one so arduous that even the mightiest of celestial emperors would struggle to master it. Lin Chuan, merely a heavenly saint, astonishingly wielded such a formidable technique. At that moment, the disciples from various sects in the vast marsh stared in disbelief. Had it not been for the howling winds, they might have thought time itself had come to a standstill. Li Tangfeng trembled in terror, his face drained of color. The overwhelming presence rivaled that of a celestial emperor. Even the wrath of the Blade Emperor paled in comparison. He couldn't help but regret. What kind of being had he provoked? This was no mere sparring match. It was a matter of life and death. Yet, under such immense pressure, he became tongue-tied, his mind blank, forgetting even to plead for mercy. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding echoes of precious artifacts colliding filled the air. One exquisite spiritual treasure after another redirected their aim towards Li Tangfeng. The winds howled incessantly, carrying an icy chill. Lin Chuan's murderous intent had been ignited and could not be reined in. He was not inherently timid. Rather, he valued his life. In the realm of cultivation, even the slightest oversight could precipitate catastrophic consequences. When will the cycle of vengeance cease? Only by eradicating the root of the problem can one hope to enjoy lasting peace. Li Tangfeng must perish. Furthermore, the disciples of the sect, who found themselves amidst the vast marsh, were mere witnesses. These individuals, too, could not be spared. Kill. Suddenly, Lin Chuan's eyes widened, and an outburst of fury erupted from his lips. Simultaneously, dozens of exquisite spiritual treasures, imbued with unparalleled killing intent, hurtled towards Li Tangfeng. The 8,000 disciples of the sect gazed upon this battle, fully aware of the inevitable outcome. Li Tangfeng was doomed. Help! The desperate cries of Li Tangfeng were mercilessly scattered by the raging winds. At this point, aside from calling for help, he had little else at his disposal to rescue himself, unless a miracle were to occur. Humph! At the critical moment, a cold snort pierced through the howling winds, resonating in the ears of the onlookers. The originally ferocious dozens of exquisite spiritual treasures seemed to have encountered their nemesis, as they were suddenly subdued in midair. Each precious artifact struggled desperately, yet it was as if they were ensnared in an invisible cage, unable to move an inch. After a considerable time, the crowd finally realized that within this vast expanse, another force, even more formidable, had descended. It was this force that had subdued Lin Chuan, a formidable being among the celestial saints. Master, Wu Nanming exclaimed in astonishment. She was all too familiar with this presence. There was no room for misjudgment. With a rustling sound, the wind swirled the garments, and a graceful figure descended from the heavens, floating gently to the ground, clad in black, with piercing eyes. Her countenance was as stunningly frigid as an iceberg. Indeed, the frosty aura of a snow queen had arrived. Lin Chuan could not help but inhale sharply, as memories of the events that transpired in the forest last night flooded his mind. Could it truly be her? Last night, he had contemplated forsaking his sect, only to hear the voice of Leng Ningshuang. Yet, despite calling out for her numerous times, she never appeared, leading him to believe he had misheard. Now, with Leng Ningshuang's sudden emergence, it became evident that the voice he heard last night indeed belonged to her. It seemed she had been shadowing him all along, only revealing herself now. Had Leng Ningshuang been surveilling him throughout this journey? Gulu. Lin Chuan felt a shiver run down his spine. He had an unsettling sense that Leng Ningshuang could see right through him. Yet, if that were truly the case, how could someone with Leng Ningshuang's temperament endure until now? Thus, Lin Chuan found himself in a quandary, pondering whether he should make a hasty retreat. Meanwhile, Leng Ningshuang was equally exasperated. She had indeed been shadowing Lin Chuan and his companions. The events of the previous night had heightened her vigilance. This young man was resolutely intent on betraying the Heavenly Demon Sect. A moment's carelessness could allow him to slip away. Even upon reaching the Great Marsh, Should he encounter Li Tangfeng, he would undoubtedly concoct a justification for his defection. It was utterly infuriating. Meanwhile, Wen Yiming and her group remained blissfully unaware, expressing their gratitude towards Lin Chuan, which only served to aggravate her further. In truth, her intervention to save Li Tangfeng had been a last resort. Li Tangfeng was hardly a paragon of virtue, and she harbored a strong aversion even towards the Blood Fiend sect. Under normal circumstances, she would not hesitate to eliminate him. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Lin Chuan had the audacity to use the assassination of Li Tangfeng as a pretext for his betrayal. This was something she could not tolerate. Thus, she had no choice but to reveal herself. In any case, Li Tangfeng must not perish, especially not under the pretext of Lin Chuan's treachery. With a resounding crash, the formidable pressure of the Heavenly Emperor's might was unleashed. Instantly, Lin Chuan's numerous exquisite spiritual treasures were subdued. However, cold condensation frost did not impose further difficulties upon Lin Chuan. With a graceful sweep of her sleeve, she summoned a gust of energy that returned all the spiritual treasures to him. Lin Chuan, with a slight curl of his lips, let out a silent sigh. Subsequently, he drew the treasures back into his body, fully aware that his scheme to betray the sect had once again met with failure. Begone! Cold condensation frost uttered with a low hiss, her ire directed at none other than the disciples of the Blood Slaughter sect. Just moments ago, Li Tangfeng had narrowly escaped death and was still reveling in his fortune. He dared not linger any longer. With a swift clasp of his fist towards cold condensation frost and a hasty expression of thanks, he hurriedly led his disciples away. Although they had departed, a rift had undoubtedly formed. Lin Chuan observed the icy glare cast by Li Tangfeng as he took his leave, foreseeing that the exploration of the Grand Marsh illusion would inevitably entangle them in a web of grievances with the Blood Slaughter sect. Such a cliché narrative. This could have been avoided. It was all the fault of that old witch, cold condensation frost. Why must she meddle in affairs that did not concern her? Master! Wen Yiming led a group of disciples rushing forth. After they all bowed respectfully, they stood to the side with deference. Following their gaze, they too looked toward Lin Chuan, as did the 8,000 disciples from the other sects present in the vast marsh. Although Lin Chuan had failed to slay Li Tangfeng, the formidable strength he had displayed was sufficient to command the respect of all. Within this great marsh, the majority were young disciples from various sects. There were scarcely any heavenly saints, let alone heavenly lords. It could be said that Lin Chuan could traverse this expanse with unchallenged authority. At that moment, the disciples from the other sects began to deliberate amongst themselves, deciding that in the future, should they encounter Lin Chuan or any disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, it would be prudent to take a detour. The Holy Sun is most benevolent, who grants you the right to sacrifice your life for righteousness and betray your sect. Remember this, my disciples, even in death, you are still the ghosts of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Naming, you and the others must remember this. Should the Holy Sun entertain such thoughts again, there is no need to take them seriously. In the vast marsh, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect listened attentively to the teachings of cold condensation frost. Their hearts stirred with deep emotion. They even felt fortunate for Lin Chuan, marveling at how he had come to have such a remarkable master. Ha ha ha. Lin Chuan's laughter was so forced that it rendered his handsome face somewhat unattractive. He was uncertain whether Leng Ningshuang possessed the ability to read minds. However, her previous remarks had irrevocably severed his escape routes. His plan to defect from the sect had failed once more. He was left with no choice but to remain a ghost of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Was his soul destined to be bound? Yet, these concerns were not his primary worry. At present, Lin Chuan's greatest apprehension was the realization that Leng Ningshuang had been monitoring him all along. Should he reveal even the slightest inclination to defect, he feared he would soon be nothing more than a cold corpse. Given Leng Ningshuang's ruthless and merciless nature, he had no doubt she would carry out such an act without hesitation. The misfortune of being pursued by such a tenacious sect leader felt like a curse he had borne for 8 lifetimes. He imagined that one day, while attempting to flee, she might suddenly appear, and his life would be forfeit. The wicked old hag. It was an utter disgrace that she did not pursue a career as an assassin. Lin Chuan seethed inwardly, unable to express his frustration openly. He believed his thoughts were concealed, yet, ironically, Leng Ningshuang could hear his inner voice. Surprisingly, this time, she did not respond with anger. Instead, she smirked, reveling in his misfortune. Taking pleasure in Lin Chuan's discomfort, she felt a sense of accomplishment. You troublesome rascal. Causing me endless trouble. Now, let us see if this leaves you with psychological scars, and whether you dare to run again. Leng Ningshuang was grateful for her vigilance this time. Otherwise, Lin Chuan might have indeed escaped. Although her appearance was compelled by necessity, it seemed to yield unexpected results. Henceforth, whenever Lin Chuan contemplated fleeing, he would surely remember this day, and the seeds of fear had been sown. Very well. The sect master merely passed by on this occasion. The exploration of the Great Marsh requires you all to rely on your own abilities to achieve noteworthy accomplishments. Once the exploration concludes, you shall return to the sect independently. The sect master has other matters to attend to and cannot linger longer. Leng Ningshuang cast a detached glance over the crowd. However, her gaze circled back and lingered on Lin Chuan. A mischievous glint fixed upon his eyes. Her lively orb seemed to convey a message. Though these words were far from sweet nothings, they were a warning. I shall keep a vigilant watch over you. Leng Ningshuang's eyes betrayed such an implication. The most critical aspect was that Lin Chuan fully comprehended this. Thus, he felt a sense of trepidation. After all, he was uncertain whether Leng Ningshuang truly had matters to attend to, or if she deliberately spoke those words for his ears alone. In the event that he attempted to flee, and she suddenly appeared before him, the situation would not merely be awkward, it could very well spell disaster for him. Humph. You all should take care of yourselves, especially you, Lin Chuan. The somber voice of Leng Ningshuang lingered in the air as her dark gown swept away like a shadowy wind. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, and before they could react, the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect had vanished without a trace. After a long pause, Dazé gradually emerged from the profound silence, and the atmosphere once again became lively. Although Leng Ningshuang had departed, discussions about her remained unabated. However, most refrained from speaking until they were certain she had truly left. After all, the tragic demise of the disciples from the Xinjian sect served as a cautionary tale. Unless one was reckless with their life, they dared not openly criticize her in her presence. It has been said that the Tiangong Pavilion recently released a ranking of enchanting cultivators. I learned that Leng Ningshuang claimed the second position. Initially, I was skeptical, but seeing her today, I must admit the accolades are well-deserved. Hush, keep your voice down. The last person who mocked her beauty now has grass 3 feet high on their grave. Do you wish to tempt fate as well? Perhaps I should refrain. Such a breathtaking visage, yet she possesses a devilish nature. Best to steer clear. Leng Ningshuang's notorious reputation preceded her, even upon witnessing her true form. Disciples from other sects dared not harbor any covetous thoughts. In contrast, Wunan Ming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect felt a warmth within. Particularly for Wunan Ming, she deeply regretted her previous machinations against Lin Chuan. He had forsaken his identity as a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect for her sake. A bond that moved her profoundly. At that moment, her delicate face flushed, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with unshed tears. In her life, she had never encountered a man so loyal and devoted, especially one as handsome as Lin Chuan. If she were to choose a romantic partner, surely Lin Chuan would be the ideal choice. Thank you, Lin Xingzi. Wunan Ming nodded, her tone softer than ever before. Her gratitude toward Lin Chuan was heartfelt, albeit her feelings had become somewhat complicated. Lin Chuan felt quite unaccustomed to the bashful Wunan Ming before him. Was this truly the fierce woman who had dragged him from his warm bed? Of course, her gratitude stemmed from his expulsion of Li Tangfeng. Although the plan had deviated slightly, it had not spiraled into a worse outcome, which could be considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Such words, senior sister, are unwarranted. We are of the same sect. When a senior sister is in distress, how can a junior brother stand idly by? Nevertheless, when venturing outside, it is often better to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, preserving one's life is of utmost importance. Lin Chuan spoke with utmost seriousness. Originally, he had intended to eliminate Li Tangfeng and then flee. Even with numerous eyewitnesses present, the world of cultivation is vast, and there would always be a place for him to hide. However, the current circumstances were markedly different. Due to the influence of Leng Ningshuang, he found himself compelled to remain at the Heavenly Demon Sect. One could escape the monk, but not the temple, should trouble arise. Others would simply approach the Heavenly Demon Sect to unearth him. For the sake of his own life, he resolved to avoid any unnecessary conflicts. Naturally, if Li Tangfeng insisted on seeking vengeance for prior grievances, he would find a secluded spot to deal with him, ensuring that no future troubles would arise. Moreover, in the complex environment of the Great Marsh Illusion, one could never dismiss the possibility of encountering ferocious beasts. If Li Tangfeng were to perish beneath the jaws of such a creature, it would leave no witnesses to testify against him. Should there be any witnesses, they would have to be dealt with as well. Rooting out all potential threats was Lin Chuan's modus operandi. Indeed, that was the plan. Lin Chuan squinted, stroking his chin, nodding intermittently as he muttered to himself, lost in contemplation. Wu Nanming and a group of disciples from the Heavenly Demon Sect looked on, utterly bewildered. They simply could not fathom what thoughts occupied the mind of their sect's holy son. Roar. Suddenly, a thunderous bellow erupted from the depths of the vast marsh. The shock wave generated by that roar surged forth like a tempest, causing the trees to sway wildly. It startled the disciples from various sects, prompting them to regain their composure. 8,000 pairs of eyes turned in unison, each face illuminated with exhilaration. Found it. At long last, the illusion of the Great Marsh has come into existence. The illusion of the Great Marsh is now open. Instantly, 8,000 disciples from various sects were drawn towards it, momentarily casting aside their thoughts of cold condensed frost and Lin Chuan. They were poised to enter the illusion and seize valuable resources. Gazing outwards, one could see a throng of people amidst the depths of the forest. Yet, each disciple adopted a stance as if ready to sprint, embodying an eagerness that suggested if they lagged even for a moment, the treasures would be snatched away by others. Saint Child, esteemed colleagues, it is time to set off, Wu Nanming stated with utmost seriousness. Within the vast and illusory realm, countless resources lay in wait. Merely 8,000 individuals would undoubtedly be insufficient to seize them all. Yet, wherever there are people, conflict is bound to arise. It is the pursuit of profit that delineates the boundaries of good and evil. Once one steps into the illusion, even the most innocent souls will find themselves entangled in strife. As the saying goes, in the world of martial arts, one cannot act solely according to one's own will. Not every situation can be navigated at one's leisure. Even Lin Chuan was acutely aware of this reality. Thus, as he followed closely behind Wu Nanming, the languid demeanor he once exhibited had vanished, replaced by a newfound gravity. However, deep within, he still harbored a sense of reluctance. He truly wished to avoid such troublesome affairs. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect have arrived. This was the phrase that echoed throughout their journey. With the cautionary tale of Li Tangfeng fresh in their minds, only the foolish or exceptionally reckless would dare provoke the Heavenly Demon Sect. Even though Leng Ningshuang had departed, Lin Chuan, a figure of the celestial sage level, remained. And he was indeed a celestial sage. Among the younger generation, it cannot be said that such powerful figures are common. Rather, he stands alone, unmatched. To provoke Lin Chuan? That would be akin to courting death. Moreover, each individual possesses but one life, and none are eager to perish needlessly. Thankfully, the majority of disciples from various sects chose to yield, fearful of offending the Heavenly Demon Sect. The sensation of being revered and given way was truly delightful. Each disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect walked with their heads held high, exuding an air of confidence. They were well aware that their fortunes were tied to Lin Chuan. But what did it matter? They were all fellow disciples, brothers and sisters in the same sect. Had this been in the past, Wu Nanming would undoubtedly have harbored numerous grievances. However, after the incident involving Li Tangfeng, her feelings towards Lin Chuan became increasingly complicated. A man who dared to risk his standing within the sect for her sake, while perhaps reckless, displayed a genuine spirit, coupled with Lin Chuan's strikingly handsome visage. Often dubbed the killer of maidens, and his extraordinary talents that transcended the ages, he was undeniably a dragon among men. Would she truly reject the advances of such a man? Oh dear, how vexing. With the impending battle on the horizon, why was she indulging in such fanciful thoughts? She needed to gather her wits, for the vast illusion was fraught with peril. Wu Nanming slapped her cheeks, striving to quell her fluttering heart. Yet, the whims of a young girl in love clouded her reason. Before long, her rationality was submerged beneath the tide of infatuation. She found herself stealing glances at Lin Chuan, turning away only to break into a silly grin. Has the senior sister fallen ill? She had been acting rather strangely since earlier. This is unfortunate. At such a critical moment, the absence of our esteemed senior sister deprives our Heavenly Demon Sect of a significant source of support. The disciples are filled with anxiety. However, considering Wu Nanming's strong-willed nature, it would be inappropriate to inquire directly. Thus, they decided to send Lin Chuan to devise a solution. Is senior sister unwell? Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow and cast a glance at Wu Nanming, instantly engulfed in melancholy. He had initially hoped to find a spot to relax once they entered the illusory realm. Alas, Wu Nanming's illness strikes at the most inconvenient time. Nevertheless, her ailment may not be entirely disadvantageous. It provides him with a valid excuse to conceal everyone. Resources are of little concern now. It is crucial to recognize that the disciples present hail from illustrious sections. Offending even one could be akin to provoking a hornet's nest. Even if he were to eliminate all 8,000, unforeseen consequences could still arise. One cannot contain fire with mere paper. He wishes to avoid the troublesome scenario of facing retribution from the higher-ups, so he resolves to steer clear of conflict. Therefore, upon entering the Grand Marshal, he intends to seek a refuge until senior sister's condition improves for further discussions. Lin Chuan declared with utmost conviction, exuding an air of reliability. Originally, the 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were already his ardent admirers. This situation has only deepened their admiration. Tap, tap. Lin Chuan strode towards Wu Nanming, then circumvented her to block her path. What are you doing? Wu Nanming slightly raised her head to glance at Lin Chuan, only for her beautiful eyes to dart away in an instant. A faint blush adorned her delicate face, resembling a shy flush. However, Lin Chuan, possessing preconceived notions, mistakenly believed that Wu Nanming was genuinely unwell, attributing the blush to a fever. Can cultivators also suffer from fevers and colds? Nonsense. Cultivators are still human, not immortals. If one were to become an immortal, what need is there for cultivation? After days of arduous travel, it was evident that the senior sister was fatigued. This time, I shall lead the expedition into the Great Marshal, allowing her to rest for a while. Lin Chuan declared decisively and imperiously, offering Wu Nanming no opportunity for refusal. He knew her well. She was fiercely competitive and unwilling to concede. Being tasked with this mission into the Great Marshal was a responsibility of their sect, and she would not easily relent. Lin Chuan had even prepared for a second round of persuasion. Should Wu Nanming refuse, he would enlist the support of the 8 disciples to persuade her collectively. At worst, they could hold a vote. Regardless, he was determined to seize authority. Saint's son, you are concerned about me. How could I dare? Wu Nanming murmured, her head lowered as she fidgeted with her thumb, the blush now creeping down to her neck. This is bad. Her condition seems to be worsening. The disciples were filled with concern. However, Lin Chuan furrowed his brow. Was Wu Nanming truly ill? It didn't seem quite right. Yet, none of that mattered. Seizing power was the priority. Senior sister, we are from the same sect. Throughout our journey, you have exerted yourself tirelessly without proper rest. Surely, you must be exhausted. Since the sect leader has assigned me to this task and, among everyone, my cultivation is the highest, it is only natural that the responsibility of protecting our fellow disciples falls to me. You may rest assured and take a break without worry. Lin Chuan stated earnestly. In the past, whenever his cultivation was mentioned, Wu Nanming had not reacted positively. He understood that she had always aspired to surpass him. Such was her nature, unyielding and competitive. However, the facts were evident. Even if Wu Nanming refused to accept it, she would have to concede. Nevertheless, she would surely be upset. The saint's son is so concerned for the senior sister. How delightful for her. Then I shall heed the junior brother's words. Lin Chuan felt that something was amiss. Wu Nanming's words and actions were indeed peculiar. Could it be that her fever had muddled her mind? It appears that her condition is more dire than her disciples had anticipated. Realizing this, Lin Chuan could not help but feel a sense of urgency. He was simply lethargic and valued his own life, not malevolent. As a fellow disciple of the Heavenly Demonic Sect, Wu Nanming had been akin to a mentor since his entry into the sect. Although she was somewhat strict and harsh, often visiting his residence to disrupt his slumber, this did not diminish the bond they shared. How could he remain indifferent to the severe illness afflicting his senior sister? Hasten. Let us enter the illusory realm and find a secluded spot to recuperate. Lin Chuan decisively commanded, leading the disciples straight to the Great Marsh illusory realm. The so-called illusory realm is merely a place distinct from the mundane world. Here, the air is filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrances of blooming flowers. With verdant grasses carpeting the ground, spiritual herbs abound, and ferocious beasts roam in abundance. Despite the numerous dangers, opportunities also accompany them. The abundant spiritual herbs, coupled with the valuable beast cores and hides that can be obtained from vanquished beasts, hold immense worth. Each sect must sustain a multitude of disciples, relying not solely on techniques and spiritual treasures, but also on substantial wealth and cultivation resources. The larger the sect, the greater the daily consumption of resources. Without economic support and resource replenishment, a sect would have long since perished. Of course, locations like the Great Marsh illusory realm are treasures that are both rare and coveted. However, the treasures found therein are merely fortuitous discoveries that contribute to the prosperity of the sect. Yet, should the quantity and quality of the treasures and spiritual herbs brought back be substantial, it could very well elevate a sect's standing significantly. Nonetheless, this time, The number of sects venturing into the Great Marsh illusory realm is considerable. Although there are only 8,000 individuals, they represent the cream of the crop from each sect's younger generation. The Celestial Sect and the Celestial Masters are numerous. Even if a collision occurs, determining a victor is no simple task. For someone like Lin Chuan, a heavenly saint powerhouse, this situation is akin to fishing in a barrel, remarkably unfair. Thus, it is unlikely that any sect would willingly approach the heavenly demonic sect, and even disciples from other sects would maintain a certain distance. Saint Son, we have entered the illusory realm. Please instruct us on which direction to proceed. The disciples inquired with curiosity. However, a glance around revealed that most of the surrounding area was occupied by disciples from other sections. If they were to seize territory, it would likely entail a fierce battle. It was not that they were slow to act. Rather, the entrance to the illusory realm was simply too far away. Some fortunate disciples from other sects had entered the illusory realm first, naturally claiming advantageous terrain without conflict. Furthermore, the treasures at the entrance may not necessarily be of high quality. Perhaps the resources deeper within are more abundant. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chuan began to form a clearer understanding. Logically, the depths of such a treasure-laden land should be infused with greater spiritual energy, thus yielding superior resources. However, conversely, the ferocious beasts dwelling there would also be more formidable. It is evident that the beasts entangled with disciples from other sects possess considerable strength, at least on par with the Celestial Sect. Conservatively estimating, it is conceivable that the beasts in the depths of the illusion could include those of the Celestial Sovereign or even Celestial Saint caliber. Should this indeed be the case, to recklessly venture into those depths could pose a grave threat to one's life. Nonetheless, Lin Chuan contemplated that engaging with disciples from other sects at the periphery would inevitably lead to conflicts. Contending with others breeds enmity, whereas battling ferocious beasts allows for the possibility of retreat if one is outmatched. Thus, one can evade the entanglements of fate. With a swift motion, 10 figures entered the illusion, breaking free from the throng and making their way deeper into the enigmatic realm. These silhouettes were strikingly prominent, arguably the most attention-grabbing individuals within the vast expanse. Their actions, of course, did not escape the notice of the onlookers, particularly that of Lin Chuan. A formidable figure among the celestial saints, he embodied the essence of mystery and confidence. His unwavering stride towards the depths of the illusion immediately instilled a profound sense of purpose among the many disciples. The Heavenly Demon Sect was aware of the secrets concealed within the great illusion. Undoubtedly, they were in pursuit of the hidden treasures of this mystical domain. Hurry, keep up. If we are late, we won't even get a taste of the soup. Amidst a chorus of affirmative conjectures, thousands surged forward, relentlessly pursuing the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Even those who initially intended to safeguard their modest plots of land now abandoned their territories, frantically chasing after Lin Chuan. What is happening? The tumultuous commotion behind him was impossible to overlook. Lin Chuan turned around and was utterly taken aback. He truly wished to remain untainted by fate. Yet, why were these disciples from other sects relentlessly pursuing him? Had he perhaps drawn too much attention, inciting their ire? Lin Chuan felt a looming sense of danger hovering above him. At this juncture, he faced two choices: to annihilate the 8,000 disciples or to evade them as skillfully as possible and seek refuge in a secluded spot. After all, 8,000 individuals were no trifling matter. Even rounding up 8,000 pigs would take at least 3 days. Such a tiresome endeavor was not something he was inclined to undertake unless absolutely necessary. Thus, he was left with no option but to choose the latter. Step back, Lin Chuan commanded coldly, abruptly coming to a halt. Before the eyes of all present, he summoned the Lin Fire Sword. This sword, a supreme spiritual treasure, possessed an extraordinary fire attribute. Even a gentle swing could unleash a torrent of flames. When combined with the inner strength of a celestial saint, its effects were even more remarkable. The Hunyuan heavenly demon could cleave the heavens and earth with a single stroke. The divine magical prowess reemerged, and the formidable inner energy surged forth like a tempest, sweeping across the land for miles. A dazzling pillar of fire soared into the sky, instilling fear in the hearts of disciples from distant sects, even those 100 miles away, who dared not advance a single step. Whoosh! The inferno seemed poised to scorch the heavens. The might of the celestial saint was capable of shaking the very foundations of the earth. Thus, such overwhelming power was anticipated by the onlookers. However, the sudden eruption of Lin Chuan's tumult raised questions. What could possibly be his intent? Did he harbor murderous intentions towards them? The terror of the celestial saint was indeed palpable. Nevertheless, the prowess of a single strike was insufficient to harm 100 miles. Should circumstances shift, a swift retreat would be the wisest course. Many disciples from other sects had already prepared to scatter. Yet, the rare opportunity to witness the celestial saint in action left curiosity binding them to the scene. At this moment, among the crowd, there existed a faction whose emotions were particularly intricate, the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect. Li Tangfeng gazed intently at Lin Chuan amidst the soaring flames, his expression dark and foreboding. The might of that strike was undeniably fearsome. Had Lin Chuan chosen to wield such power against him half an hour prior, he would have met his doom without a doubt. Yet, Lin Chuan had not even showcased a fraction of his strength. This scoundrel not only underestimated me, but also dared to insult me. I shall not rest until this grievance is avenged. Li Tangfeng seethed through clenched teeth. With a resounding crash, a single sword cleaved the heavens and the earth. The Lin Ningshuang sword severed the ground in twain. While the inferno of blazing flames isolated Lin Chuan and his companions from the disciples of the other sect, both sides gazed longingly at one another. Yet the chasm of fire loomed impossibly between them, stretching for 300 miles. Even if they were to circumvent it at full speed, considerable time would be required. The pursuit of Lin Chuan was now a futile endeavor, and the disciples of the other sect could only watch the retreating figures with heavy hearts and sighs of resignation. Extinguish the flames as swiftly as possible. Within the depths of the grand illusion, the air is rich with spiritual energy, promising the emergence of treasures. Yet, the Heavenly Demon Sect seeks to monopolize these wonders. We cannot allow their ambitions to prevail. Waves of murmurs resonate throughout the illusion, revealing the true intentions of the 8,000 disciples from various sections. Regrettably, Lin Chuan remains oblivious. He merely seeks a safe haven. Ironically, his desires align with those of the other disciples. In truth, he harbors no yearning for treasures. Even if he were to do nothing, the system would still reward him with an array of rare artifacts, such as the Lin Fire Sword and the Falling Star Hammer, each a paragon of spiritual treasures. To others, these are coveted items that are seldom encountered. Given that a mere idle existence grants him such riches, why would he risk his life competing with a throng of individuals? However, as fate would have it, the winds of fortune do not always favor tranquility. Holy Sun, how long must we flee? I perceive that no one pursues us any longer. Should we not pause to rest? The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were filled with confusion. Previously, Lin Chuan's single strike exuded the might of creation, earning significant respect for the sect and intimidating the 8,000 disciples from other sections. Yet, in the aftermath, Lin Chuan continued to lead them in a frantic dash. Did he possess knowledge of the secrets buried within the illusion? An hour elapsed, and they remained in their frantic flight, surrounded by exotic flora, yet bereft of the opportunity to gather any. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect felt their hearts bleed. Do not let your guard down. Dangers lurk in the shadows of the world. Countless tales recount the downfall of those who grew complacent. A cautious approach ensures longevity. Lin Chuan furrowed his brows, speaking with earnest gravity. His trepidation does not stem from cowardice. Life is fraught with perils. Had he not acted decisively earlier, he might now be surrounded and slain by the 8,000 disciples from other sections. Though he is a formidable celestial saint, facing 8,000 heavenly sovereign disciples renders even him wary. Furthermore, he bears the weight of a group of burdensome companions, necessitating a heightened level of caution. The Holy Sun speaks wisely. It is always prudent to be cautious. We must not slacken our pace. Let us hasten to catch up. Wen Yiming found this sentiment compelling and aligned herself with Lin Chuan. As the senior sister and the Holy Sun, who would dare disregard their words? Even in the presence of mountains of gold and silver, without the consent of the two, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect dared not pause their steps. They could only gaze longingly at the rare and precious treasures, shedding silent tears. After another hour had elapsed, Lin Chuan, who had been leading the way, finally slowed his pace. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were overjoyed at this development. Surely, they could now gather the extraordinary flowers and herbs that adorned the ground. This area, with its towering peaks stretching for hundreds of miles, seemed an excellent refuge. Everyone, conceal yourselves within. No one is permitted to emerge without my command. Lin Chuan issued a stern and uncompromising order. Wu Nanming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were taken aback. Conceal themselves? What about the extraordinary flora? Were they to forsake every single one of them? What was the purpose of venturing into this illusion if not to explore? Yet, before they could voice their concerns, They witnessed Lin Chuan striding purposefully, even somewhat urgently, into the mountains. With the leader advancing, who among the remaining dared to lag behind? As Wu Nanming and her companions traversed through the fields of spiritual herbs, they could only hastily pluck a few before fervently following Lin Chuan into the mountains. Ding. Illusion exploration. Host is idling. Reward. Inner Dan of the Nine-Tailed Qi Long Level 9 Beast. The system's notification chimed in an exceedingly untimely manner, much to Lin Chuan's displeasure. What did it mean by idling? He was merely striving to preserve his life. Within this illusion, countless ferocious beasts roamed. And he was being pursued by 8,000 disciples from other sections. He had retreated into the mountains solely for the sake of survival. Yet, the system absurdly categorized his actions as idling. How preposterous! Why does the Holy Sun appear glum? Is there a matter weighing on your mind? Wu Nanming inquired. Noticing Lin Chuan's discontent, since entering the illusion, her demeanor towards Lin Chuan had undergone a complete transformation. To the other disciples, this was hardly remarkable. For Wu Nanming had always been exceptionally gentle with others, earning her immense popularity among her peers. Yet, she seemed to single Lin Chuan out. Otherwise, how could he have dubbed her the fierce old woman? However, this fierce old woman had suddenly adopted a gentler disposition. Lin Chuan's initial reaction was to suspect that she had fallen ill and her mind had become muddled. Nevertheless, out of camaraderie, he refrained from expressing this suspicion outright. Moreover, they were currently ensnared in a perilous situation, surrounded by wolves in front and tigers behind, making internal unity particularly crucial. Yet, within the vast expanse of the Great Zhe illusion, he seemed to be the only one who held this belief. To be candid with you, my esteemed sister, I find myself deeply concerned about our predicament. While the struggle for resources is indeed a customary aspect of the cultivation world, it is invariably accompanied by bloodshed and turmoil. A person's life is singular and irreplaceable. Once extinguished, all is lost. Given that the sect leader has entrusted the lives of each of you into my care, I feel a profound responsibility for your well-being. In this battle, our foremost priority must be to preserve our lives. The acquisition of resources pales in significance. Remember, we embark on this journey with but one objective. Alas, Lin Chuan earnestly imparted the philosophy of survival to Wu Nanming and her companions. As his words reverberated through the air, an eerie silence enveloped the entire mountain range. The 9 individuals before him gazed at him in stunned disbelief, as if he had uttered earth-shattering wisdom. Observing their reaction, Lin Chuan smiled with satisfaction. He had finally persuaded these combat-oriented cultivators. As long as Wu Nanming heeded his counsel, they could undoubtedly exit the illusion unscathed. Even returning empty-handed held little consequence. Surely, even the ferocious Leng Ningshuang would not chastise them for failing to procure resources. The Holy Sun seemed overly cautious. Indeed, the realm of illusions was fraught with ferocious beasts and cunning cultivators. Yet, if one remained so timid and fearful, how could they ever grow formidable in the world of cultivation? It is essential to recognize that cultivation is fundamentally about defying fate. Merely existing in a state of survival renders one unworthy of the path. The disciples were discontented, voicing their grievances. Wu Nanming furrowed her brow, deep in contemplation, seemingly weighing the merits of the cultivation path. It was evident, however, that she harbored significant dissatisfaction with Lin Chuan's assertions. You are mistaken, profoundly mistaken. The Great Way encompasses 50, while the heavenly transformation comprises 49, leaving one to escape. The 49 represent the Great Way, and the solitary one signifies a glimmer of hope. This glimmer of hope is elusive and intangible. To attain it is akin to leaping through the dragon gate, standing proudly beyond the mundane. Failure, however, leads to demise and the extinguishing of one's path, resulting in the loss of all. Yet, all beings aspire to ascend in a single step. Even if the opportunity is scarce, they flock in droves. This is the psychology of a gambler. Yet, in your eyes, the 49 paths of the Great Way remain unseen. That is the true pursuit of the cultivator. The path of cultivation indeed consists of 49 avenues, each relatively safe in its own right. Yet you choose not to select them, but rather the most arduous path. Is it that you disdain your own life? Or do you find the thrill of dancing on the precipice of death amusing? If you lack wisdom, it could be bestowed upon others, however. To frighten with ignorance is rather unethical. Lin Chuan's tone shifted abruptly as he admonished the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Upon hearing his lengthy discourse, Wu Nanming and the disciples of the sect were taken aback, their eyes reflecting a profound shock. They had never encountered such notions before. Even in the lectures of the Heavenly Demon Sect, such rhetoric was unheard of. The 9 elders, all of whom were heavenly saints, consistently emphasized the arduous and perilous nature of the cultivation path. A moment's carelessness could lead to death and the obliteration of one's path. Thus, seeking the heavenly way was deemed a rebellion against fate. It was akin to traversing a precarious narrow bridge, searching for a sliver of hope amidst countless dangers. Yet, in Lin Chuan's discourse, the path of cultivation appeared radiant. There were indeed 49 paths, each promising a bright future, without the peril of life-threatening risks. One could achieve the supreme great way. How had they never heard of such fortuity before? Could it be that the 9 elders erred? Or had so many heavenly saints narrowed the pathways? Wu Nanming, a person of strong principles, was not easily swayed from her convictions. Her resilient spirit had earned her the status of a heavenly sovereign. However, after listening to Lin Chuan's words today, she found herself wavering. It was due to Lin Chuan's extraordinary talent and his cultivation prowess rivaling that of the 9 elders. If one could become a heavenly saint merely through idleness, who would still wish to meditate and cultivate? Perhaps all cultivators should simply lie in bed and indulge in slumber. What the Holy Son asserts, I cannot agree with. Undoubtedly, the Holy Son is exceptionally gifted. Even through idleness, he can achieve the status of a heavenly saint. But how can the Holy Son be so certain that others emulating the path he seeks can carve out their own realms? Everyone present is a pillar of the Heavenly Demon Sect, possessing a certain foundation in their cultivation. By what right does the Holy Son dismiss us all and declare our pursuit of the path as erroneous? Wu Nanming furrowed her brows, her previously amiable demeanor transformed. She confronted Lin Chuan on the spot. How delightful. This is truly the fierce senior sister I know. Lin Chuan, rather than feeling fear, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Wu Nanming seemed unconcerned. She was entirely devoted to her cultivation, and now that the conversation had shifted to her most cherished topic, she was determined to uncover the truth regarding Leng Ningshuang. At this moment, the 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were all ears, eagerly awaiting her inquiry. For those who pursue the path of cultivation, their aspirations extend far beyond mere combat. The cultivation of the heart is equally paramount. If one cannot even comprehend the path they seek, their future prospects will be dim. Does the senior sister wish to know the reason? This is simple. Beyond the mountains, the 8,000 disciples of the various sects embody the answers you seek. Each one of them is intertwined with the destinies of you and me. Behind these 8,000 disciples lies a multitude, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, even millions, of formidable cultivators. Each causal link they create connects to countless others. The sects they represent, along with their families and friends, are all part of this intricate web of fate. To take a life is to incite the wrath of many seeking vengeance. If one were to slay a heavenly sovereign, one would inevitably attract the ire of heavenly saints, heavenly emperors, and even those of the exalted title of heavenly emperor. What does it matter if you possess the gifts of the chosen? How much time can you possibly have to grow? How much energy can you muster to confront the relentless pursuit of these foes? Should there come a day when you find yourself asleep, wounded, or in a state of unconsciousness, and your adversaries arrive at that very moment, your fate would be sealed in the depths of slumber. Without life, the path you seek loses all significance. Lin Chuan spoke calmly and with deliberation. As a traveler from another realm, if he were to fail to grasp this fundamental truth, it would render his 2 lifetimes meaningless. Thus, upon his arrival in the world of cultivation, he has always been exceedingly cautious of his life. Only by preserving his existence can he hope to attain all that he desires. As the old adage goes, once life is extinguished, nothing remains. Causality. Wu Nanming's eyes were hollow and devoid of spirit. The discourse of Lin Chuan was something she had never encountered before, although she could not accept it outright. She was profoundly shaken. The most troubling aspect was that she found herself unable to refute him. After all, Lin Chuan had already attained the status of a celestial sage, which was sufficient to validate the righteousness of his path. However, whether it was suitable for all cultivators remained uncertain. According to the Saint Son, during this expedition into the Grand Marsh illusion, should we not take refuge in the cave? If that is the case, why venture into the illusion at all? Would it not be safer to remain outside? A disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect questioned. If Lin Chuan harbors such fears, then why enter the illusion in the first place? Clearly, his initial resolve contradicts his current stance. Oh, did you think I desired this? The journey into the illusion was commanded by the leader herself. Previously, the leader had made an appearance. Who knows whether she has truly departed? What if she is still nearby? We cannot simply flee in such a naive manner. Would the leader easily let us off the hook? A necessary performance remains indispensable. Do you understand? Lin Chuan shot them a disdainful glance. This group of cultivators had evidently lost their wits, failing to grasp even the most rudimentary pretense. Teaming up with such inept companions was utterly exhausting. Upon hearing his words, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect nodded in unison, their expressions reflecting a dawning comprehension. Perhaps they had begun to grasp Lin Chuan's intentions. Yet, convincing them to fully embrace his cautious approach would prove challenging. After all, returning empty-handed from a treasure-laden site equated to incurring a significant loss. Even if danger lurked nearby, it had not yet manifested before them, had it? A modicum of risk-taking was only natural. Holy Sun, the mountains beyond are teeming with rare flora. We could certainly gather some with due caution. They argued, moreover. This cavern appears vast, seemingly containing its own universe. While the Holy Sun may wish to avoid entanglement with others, confronting ferocious beasts presents no such dilemma, does it? The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect sought to persuade him, hoping to seize some advantage before their exit. The prospect of returning empty-handed was unbearable enough without external pressure. Stay put. You are not permitted to wander, Lin Chuan admonished softly. With a single command, he restrained the eager disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Time held little value for cultivators. Even for someone as laid-back as Lin Chuan, moments of meditation were not uncommon. Yet, it was during this brief lapse of vigilance that his meticulously crafted plan encountered unforeseen complications. Ultimately, 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect ventured deeper into the cavern. A resounding roar echoed through the mountains, abruptly rousing Lin Chuan and Wu Nanming from their slumber. Beholding the desolate expanse before them, Lin Chuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. This is troubling. They are in peril. Let us hasten to their aid, urged Wu Nanming, her expression fraught with urgency as she implored Lin Chuan. Help is of no use. The aura of a 9th-level ferocious beast looms, comparable to that of a celestial emperor. They must have already met their demise. To be prudent, we should retreat. In the vast illusion of the great marsh, the earth trembles violently, and the creatures of the air and land sense an imminent threat. The 1,000-mile illusion descends into chaos. Even those ferocious beasts engaged in battle with the cultivators suddenly become agitated. They gaze fearfully towards the mountain range, trembling incessantly, before fleeing desperately in the opposite direction. The 8,000 disciples from other sects stand bewildered. They can distinctly feel the ground beneath them shaking violently, as if a colossal beast is about to break through the surface. The unusual occurrence must signify something sinister. There must be something extraordinary in the mountains. Li Tangfeng, with his keen insight, deduces certain clues from the reactions of the various beasts. However, the disciples present are not fools. Such blatant hints cannot be concealed from them. Yet, the abrupt turn of events is overwhelmingly impactful. Almost all ferocious beasts respond as if faced with a formidable opponent, indicating that the entity about to emerge from the earth is undoubtedly extraordinary. Should we press forward, the outcome of life or death remains uncertain. If we lose our lives, what value is there in treasures, no matter how precious? If my memory serves me right, Lin Chuan and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect fled towards the mountains. This treasure, capable of causing such commotion, must be remarkable. If it falls into the hands of the Heavenly Demon Sect, will it not elevate their power to new heights? Li Tangfeng snorts coldly, analyzing the situation to himself. His voice is not loud, yet it effectively reaches the ears of all present. He seeks vengeance against Lin Chuan and Wu Nanming. How can he easily forgive those who dared to humiliate him? Senior Brotherly speaks wisely. If there is a significant treasure within the mountains, the strength of the Heavenly Demon Sect Saint Sun will undoubtedly not return empty-handed. However, the emerging creature is formidable as well. When powerful beings confront each other, the clash will not yield a swift resolution. In the struggle of the clam and the snipe, the fisherman benefits. We too have our opportunities. A pale-faced young gentleman, elegantly wielding a folding fan, cast a cheerful glance toward Li Tangfeng. Though he appeared genteel and amiable, he was surrounded by an eerie solitude, as if the very air around him repelled others. Those closest to him regarded him with the same trepidation one might reserve for a harbinger of doom, keen to distance themselves. This individual was a disciple of the 100 Ghosts sect, known as the Ghost Scholar. The sect was adept in the esoteric arts of strange and supernatural phenomena. Even the most rudimentary practices, such as nurturing minor spirits, were mere trifles to them. It was rumored that the 100 Ghosts sect possessed the art of curses, able to stealthily afflict others with malevolent spells. Those marked by their gaze were akin to being shadowed by the spectral messengers of life and death. Their fates no longer their own, but dictated by the sect. Upon encountering the ambiguous expression in the ghost scholar's eyes, Li Tengfeng felt an unsettling chill. Unbeknownst to him, the smile that played upon his lips had morphed into a stiff and unattractive grimace. Even the disciples of the blood slaughter sect who stood behind him took hesitant steps back, fearful of drawing the ghost scholar's attention. As the saying goes, a gentleman should assist others in their noble endeavors. Li, with genuine affection for the witch Nan Meng of the Heavenly Demon Sect, elicited a sense of admiration from the ghost scholar. Should the ghost scholar be able to fulfill Li's wishes, it would serve as a gesture of goodwill from the 100 Ghost sect to the blood slaughter sect. He inquired, with habitual grace, how Li felt about this proposition. With a fan flicking gracefully, the ghost scholar exuded an air of assuredness. Despite the widespread disdain the various sects held for the 100 Ghost sect, none dared to provoke them lightly, for their enigmatic powers were indeed formidable. Thus, the ghost scholar's confidence stemmed from the sect's formidable reputation. However, even with his inscrutable methods, his cultivation was but that of a heavenly sovereign. The Heavenly Demon Sect boasted more than just Nan Meng among its ranks. It also had Lin Chuan, a formidable heavenly saint standing in his way. Did the ghost scholar truly believe he could challenge a heavenly saint with the prowess of a heavenly sovereign? Certainly. If he succeeded, it would be a splendid outcome. Even if he did not, it seemed to Li Tengfeng that the risk was minimal. He would have the opportunity to vex Lin Chuan while simultaneously fostering goodwill with the 100 Ghost sect. A most advantageous arrangement indeed. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Tengfeng smiled and declared, "Young Master Ghost, your kind intentions are greatly appreciated on behalf of the blood slaughter sect. As the treasures are soon to be revealed, it matters not who claims them, save for the Heavenly Demon Sect. I am willing to accompany you, young Master Ghost." To temper the arrogance of the Heavenly Demon Sect and Lin Chuan. Were Lin Chuan present, he would undoubtedly protest his innocence, for he had never acted with arrogance. How was it, then, that in Li Tengfeng's words, he had become the very embodiment of hubris? He had always yearned for a life of discretion. Yet the more he aspired to remain inconspicuous, the more elusive that desire became, especially this time. The entire great Zhe Phantom realm erupted with a tumult akin to the collapse of heaven and earth, drawing every gaze towards it. Meanwhile, he found himself perilously close to the brink of death. He wished to flee. He could have escaped in time. However, Wu Nanming seized him with an iron grip, thwarting Lin Chuan's plans once again. "Senior sister, elder sister, dear aunt, if you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you. Please, take a moment to sense the threat." The creature emerging from below is a level 9 ferocious beast, a formidable entity rivaling a celestial emperor. "I am but a humble disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, not a god of war. Can you not let me go?" Lin Chuan lamented with a face full of despair. Ding! Danger approaches, and the host is idly drifting. Reward, agility 1. At a critical juncture, the system chose to mock Lin Chuan. Is there no respite from this life? Lin Chuan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Although his agility had improved, without a means to utilize it, the enhancement might as well be non-existent. Wu Nanming obstructed his path, leaving him no avenue of escape. Was he left with no choice but to confront the ferocious beast head-on? Danger warning. Level 9 ferocious beast, the young Emperor Wolf, is about to emerge. The odds of winning in a direct confrontation are 1. Host is advised to vacate the danger zone immediately. The system issued a warning, marking the first time Lin Chuan had experienced such in the realm of cultivation. This underscored the formidable nature of the level 9 ferocious beast. However, why was it a youngling? Was this Emperor Wolf merely a baby? Yet, to be fair, even as a cub, it possessed level 9 strength. Should it reach maturity, would it not ascend to the heavens? Help! Master Sister, Holy Son, please save us. The long-missing 8 sons of the Heavenly Demon Sect rushed back in a frenzy. They were covered in dirt and grime, howling in despair. It would be an understatement to say they were merely in disarray. They were in utter turmoil. Most alarmingly, a fierce sandstorm surged behind them, with a young wolf pursuing them with frenzied intensity. Even within the pitch-black confines of the cave, one could distinctly perceive its cold, bloodthirsty green eyes. Lin Chuan inhaled sharply. This intense aura of murderous intent was all too familiar to him, reminiscent of the chilling frost. So, it turns out the old hag is of the wolf lineage. In this critical moment, Lin Chuan couldn't help but silently mock. Nevertheless, after his jest, he was compelled to fight with all his might. He never anticipated that they could return alive. If that is the case, I, Lin Chuan, shall also fight to the death. Should I perish, I ask that the senior sister and the others report to the sect leader that I, Lin Chuan, died in the pursuit of saving my comrades. Though I harbor regrets, it would be a death worthy of honor. It was rare for Lin Chuan to exhibit such determination. Yet he uttered words of despair. However, Wanming and the others felt no surprise at all. That ninth-level ferocious beast, the young imperial wolf, possessed strength comparable to that of a heavenly emperor. Even though Lin Chuan was a celestial saint, he could not possibly contend with the imperial wolf. This battle was destined to be one fraught with peril. Swish, swish, swish. Wanming led the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, swords drawn and standing resolute. They all understood that their lives hung in the balance, teetering on the precipice of a single moment. Even though the 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were filled with regret, lamenting their choices, now was not the time to apportion blame. Lin Chuan. Wanming gazed at Lin Chuan's silhouette, softly uttering his name. She did not require Lin Chuan to do anything, nor did she need to comprehend how he intended to confront the imperial wolf cubs. Merely repeating his name served to alleviate her feelings of guilt towards him. Originally, Lin Chuan could have departed, having no obligation to risk his own life. Yet, because of her, he was thrust into such perilous circumstances. If Lin Chuan were to perish, she truly would not know how to explain to her sect and to Leng Ningshuang. Oh whoa! The roar of the emperor wolf resonated harshly within the cave. While not far away, sand and debris coalesced into a tempest of dust. Charged with the potent malevolence of a 9th-tier fierce beast, it surged towards the group. At that moment, Lin Chuan stood motionless, his back turned to Wanming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Despite the promise of a desperate struggle, he remained utterly unprepared. This predicament left the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect both anxious and perplexed. Yet, at such a critical juncture, they had no opportunity to inquire about Lin Chuan's intentions. They could only remain vigilant beside Wanming as she activated a protective formation, hoping it would provide some measure of defense. Closer, just a bit closer. Lin Chuan entirely disregarded his companions behind him, muttering incantations under his breath. He indeed had a strategy to confront the young emperor wolf, but witnessing the current spectacle, he began to doubt if he would be swept away by the dust storm the moment the beast approached. How absurd it was that a celestial saint like him found himself outmatched by a mere cub of a fierce beast. It seemed he had not yet embraced his role as a slacker sufficiently. Moreover, the rewards from the system were far from adequate. If he could survive this ordeal, he vowed to double his idleness and expedite his ascendance to the rank of celestial emperor. Naturally, such thoughts would remain unspoken to others. Should anyone discover that his path to strength lay in laziness, they would undoubtedly regard him as mad. Holy son, why do you not make your move? A disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect implored anxiously as the young emperor wolf drew perilously close, while Lin Chuan had yet to even summon his treasures. Despite the promise of a desperate fight, had he truly opted for a passive demise? Shoo! Without waiting for others to inquire, Lin Chuan immediately made a gesture for silence. Lower your voices, we must not startle it. Moreover, stow away your weapons, Lin Chuan declared with a grave expression. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, their minds racing with doubt about Lin Chuan's sanity. In such a perilous situation, he actually instructed them to disarm? Was there truly any difference between that and surrendering? Bang! 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 The commotion within the cave grew increasingly chaotic. As the emperor wolf drew near, Lin Chuan remained utterly still. The others, however, began to feel a sense of bewilderment. Were they truly going to heed Lin Chuan's words and relinquish their weapons? If we listen to him, we shall put them away. I have faith in Lin Chuan. With unwavering resolve, Wanming was the first to sheathe her weapon. Observing this, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect had no choice but to follow suit. Here they come. A startled exclamation echoed through the air. The young wolf of the imperial breed had indeed arrived. A tempest of sand surged forth, yet one wolf's head emerged first, its piercing emerald eyes radiating a chilling luminescence. The aura of this 9th-tier ferocious beast was akin to a tempest, causing Lin Chuan's robe to flutter violently. In the next moment, a massive maw, reminiscent of a bloodied abyss, lunged towards Lin Chuan's head. Surely, the size of just its head was comparable to that of an adult human. Would you dare to call this a mere cub? Son of heaven! The disciples of the Celestial Demon Sect instinctively shouted. For them, their hopes rested entirely upon Lin Chuan. Should he perish, their chances of survival would vanish as well. At this critical juncture, it seemed that Lin Chuan had heard their pleas and finally began to act. He slowly raised his arm, extending his hand towards the imperial wolf cub. This motion, though not swift, was deliberate, akin to summoning a beloved pet. However, Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the imperial wolf cub suddenly lunged forward. Wu Naming and the disciples of the celestial demon sect barely had time to open their mouths, unable even to utter a cry of alarm. In an instant, the imperial wolf cub was sprawled at Lin Chuan's feet, cradling its head and emitting a sound reminiscent of crunching. Lin Chuan remained unscathed, while the imperial wolf cub appeared to relish whatever it was consuming. The crowd stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the extraordinary scene before them. With trepidation, they cautiously approached to discern the unfolding events. At that moment, they beheld the young imperial wolf, contentedly gnawing on a perfectly round inner elixir, which was now reduced to half its original size. The ferocious energy contained within the elixir was being voraciously absorbed by the young wolf. This elixir, imbued with power that even the most formidable celestial beings would envy, seemed reserved solely for those of the Heavenly Emperor's caliber. However, it was important to note that such elixirs are unique to ferocious beasts, leading to the undeniable conclusion that this particular elixir belonged to a ninth-tier ferocious creature. The inner elixir of the nine-tailed Qi dragon. Wu Naming's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression mirroring that of the other 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. To use the inner elixir of a nine-tailed Qi dragon to nourish an imperial wolf cub was an extravagant act indeed. Setting aside how Lin Chuan acquired such a precious ninth-tier elixir, he had managed to use it to pacify the imperial wolf and save the lives of all 10 of them. It was truly remarkable. Lin Chuan exhaled a breath of foul air. He had narrowly escaped with his life. However, he had also sacrificed a priceless inner elixir. This transaction was utterly unworthy. Originally, he could have avoided such a losing deal. It was all the fault of those 8 disciples. Lin Chuan glared fiercely at the 8 individuals before him. The 8 disciples, aware of their shortcomings, lowered their heads and managed a wry smile. Now is not the time to reproach them, thought Lin Xingxi. Although they had momentarily quelled the imperial wolf, safety was not yet guaranteed. To err on the side of caution, it would be wise to exit the cave sooner rather than later. Wu Naming stepped forward at an opportune moment. Both teased the tension among the disciples and out of genuine concern that the imperial wolf might harbor malicious intentions after consuming the inner elixir. Sister speaks wisely. However, in my humble opinion, retreating from the cave may not be as prudent as delving deeper. Surely, you all agree that one cannot leave a treasure mountain empty-handed. Given that the cave is guarded by the offspring of the imperial wolf, it must be a site of immense value. Why not seize the opportunity before we depart? Lin Chuan, breaking from his usual reticence, actively encouraged the others to seek treasures. This astonished Wu Naming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Was this truly the cautious Xingxi they had come to know? In truth, Lin Chuan's boldness had not increased. Rather, he had connected the recent events to the world outside the cave. The emergence of the imperial wolf had stirred a considerable commotion, causing even the mountains to tremble. The other areas of the illusion were undoubtedly affected as well. It was plausible that a multitude of disciples from different sects were hastening to the mountains at this very moment. Men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Great risks often accompany substantial rewards. In the realm of cultivation, reckless adventurers were a common sight. Brother Wolf, we are no longer strangers. I bring you a flock of plump sheep. Please, indulge yourself without reservation. Lin Chuan spoke to the imperial wolf's cubs, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. This expression sent shivers down the spines of Wu Naming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. What a cunning strategy to drive the wolf and feast upon the sheep. Beyond the 100-mile mountain range of the day's illusion, thousands of disciples from various sects had gathered. Previously, the enormous commotion had incited chaos among the ferocious beasts, naturally drawing the attention of these cultivators. The tremors from below led them toward the mountains. The unusual occurrences hinted at hidden dangers, often accompanied by significant opportunities. Indeed, among cultivators, there were many who risked their lives to seek treasures, undeterred by peril. Moreover, since Lin Chuan and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect had previously made a beeline for the mountains, many speculated that the Heavenly Demon Sect had prior knowledge of a certain treasure secret. Thus, they sought to distance themselves from the crowd to enjoy the spoils alone. Given this chain of reasoning, it was hardly surprising that thousands had gathered beneath the mountain. Strange. Just moments ago, the earth trembled violently. And now an unexpected tranquility has descended. Could it be that it has already concluded? Li Taifeng furrowed his brow, his mind in turmoil. The quest for treasure was merely a secondary objective. The primary goal was to exact revenge on Lin Chuan and Wu Naming. He understood well that even if Lin Chuan remained passive, his prowess as a heavenly sage rendered him the most remarkable figure within the vast illusory realm. As the saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind. for the disciples of various sects to reap the greatest benefits within the illusion. It was imperative to eliminate Lin Chuan first, with the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect being the optimal choice. This was a sentiment shared by many, not merely a selfish desire of Li Tangfeng. However, every endeavor begins with a challenge. Someone must take the initiative, and that individual must possess the authority to lead. Thus, Li Tangfeng volunteered to spearhead the treasure hunt. Of course, the encouragement from the ghostly scholar served as a catalyst. The alliance between the Blood Fiend sect and the 100 Ghosts sect provided other sects with a justification to join the fray. Even with a heavenly sage present, a surge of thousands could muster the strength to contend with Lin Chuan. Li Tangfeng's strategy was straightforward, since he could not stand against Lin Chuan alone. He would endeavor to rally as many allies as possible to encircle and eliminate Lin Chuan and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect within the cave. It appears that the malevolent creatures within the cave have devoured nearly all of the disciples from the Heavenly Demon Sect. We shall seize this opportunity to reap the rewards. The ghostly scholar licked his lips and chuckled softly. This statement merely suggested a possibility, yet it directly articulated the innermost desires of the crowd. The act of killing and plundering treasures is, after all, one of the most common occurrences in the realm of cultivation. Should the treasures within the cave prove to be exceptionally valuable, it would not be surprising if the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were slain. Indeed, even among these thousands, they would turn upon one another in a frenzied struggle. The instinct to die for wealth is inherently human. With that in mind, what are we waiting for? The early bird catches the worm. It all depends on who possesses the deepest fortune. Someone erupted into laughter and was the first to dash out of the crowd, plunging into the cave. This individual's actions instantly sparked discontent among others. However, despite their incessant complaints, none of the thousands were willing to be left behind. In an instant, they surged into the cave like wild stallions, clamoring and jostling for position. Even Li Tangfeng and the ghostly scholar found themselves swept up in the throng, unwilling to lag behind. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed chaotically within the cavern. Thousands surged into the cave simultaneously, eclipsing the solitary beam of light. At that moment, the cavern was shrouded in dimness, where a faint silhouette of white fur could be discerned, accompanied by a rustling sound. What is that? Li Tangfeng raised an eyebrow slightly, leaning forward to observe intently. As the footsteps faded away, the surrounding air grew significantly quieter. Consequently, the sound of gnawing became eerily unsettling. Burp. The tuft of white fur seemed to have just feasted, letting out a belch. A large head shook twice, slowly revealing its pair of emerald green eyes. The terrifying glow emanating from those eyes caused everyone present to gasp in trepidation. Though their cultivation levels were not particularly high, they could sense the extraordinary power of the beast before them. Most alarming was the fact that it was exceedingly dangerous. Even if all of them combined, thousands in number, would stand no chance against this ferocious creature. A 9th-level beast? How could such a perilous entity exist here? What of Lin Chuan and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect? Had they already fallen prey to this beast? Li Tangfeng's face contorted with 3 questions. The news of Lin Chuan's demise should have brought him joy, even excitement. Yet now, he found himself confronting a 9th-level beast, and his own life was in jeopardy. Perhaps he would soon meet Lin Chuan in the underworld. How could he possibly feel pleased now? Calm down. This creature has just eaten. It should be satiated. We should slowly retreat from the cave and devise a plan to enter later. We must not disturb it. Otherwise, we will all perish. Li Tangfeng urged the crowd in a hushed tone. All present were the cream of the crop from various sects, and while they may not have been exceptionally cunning, they were far from foolish. A 9th-level beast, comparable to an emperor-level warrior, stood before them. Retreat was undoubtedly the wisest choice for survival. Consequently, not a single individual dared to contradict Li Tangfeng. Instead, they cooperatively began to withdraw. To avoid provoking the emperor wolf, they kept a vigilant watch on the creature, stealthily making their way out of the cave like thieves. In no time, the once crowded cavern had become desolate, devoid of any human presence. The emperor wolf pup, perhaps having eaten its fill, lazily yawned and then lay down, drifting into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, deep within the cave, Lin Chuan pressed his forehead in frustration, rolling his eyes repeatedly. What a failure! The plan to drive away the wolves and seize the sheep had utterly backfired. He muttered to himself, troubled not only by the conflict with the disciples of other sects, but also by the fact that the emperor wolf stood guard at the entrance. If they did not move, escape would be impossible. Moreover, Li Tangfeng and his thousands of followers would not simply depart. They would lie in wait, determined to exhaust Lin Chuan and his companions. With such dual obstacles, Lin Chuan and his team had no avenue for retreat, which he deemed the most significant reason for their failure. It appeared that leaving was not an option for now. They might as well delve deeper. Let us delve into the nature of the treasure that the royal wolf cub is safeguarding, shall we? Wu Nanming has regained her composure. Just moments ago, 8 disciples from the Heavenly Demon Sect recounted their experiences. Previously, they had disregarded Lin Chuan's caution and insisted on entering the cave, thereby provoking the royal wolf. Fortunately, Lin Chuan, with his remarkable wit, managed to temporarily appease the royal wolf using a 9th-level beast's inner core. Otherwise, their lives would have perished in that very encounter. Although these 8 individuals acted recklessly, their folly was not entirely without merit, for they were able to witness firsthand the location of the royal wolf, where an exceedingly precious treasure was housed. Is it truly a treasure? Lin Chuan's expression grew solemn once again. The 8 individuals nodded in unison, yet hesitated to speak further. Previously, they had deemed Lin Chuan overly cautious, believing it unnecessary. However, after the incident with the Emperor Wolf, their admiration for him had blossomed sincerely. In their eyes, Lin Chuan possessed not only formidable strength but also an uncanny foresight. What seemed to be an inconspicuous cave harbored a 9th-level ferocious beast. Had they heeded Lin Chuan's warnings, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. Do you suspect there is something amiss with this treasure? Wu Nanming inquired softly. Ever since descending the mountain with Lin Chuan, her perception of him had undergone a profound transformation. Once, she had found the indolent to be intolerable, yet he had displayed remarkable courage and an uncanny ability to make astute judgments in complex situations. Upon reflection, Lin Chuan embodied the qualities of a true strongman, unfazed even when faced with monumental challenges. It was undeniable that Wu Nanming had been thoroughly impressed by him. Her capacity for independent thought diminished as she increasingly placed her faith in his judgment. There should be no issue. You have not misjudged. This is indeed a treasure. However, the adage "a common man bears the burden of possessing a gem" rings true. Whether this treasure brings fortune or calamity remains uncertain, Lin Chuan stated, shaking his head slightly. His demeanor grave. His caution remained unwavering, yet this time, no one dared to question him. The logic was simple. Any treasure is an object of fervent desire among various sections. Even within the Heavenly Demon Sect, it would be regarded as a prized possession. Had the treasure guarded by the Emperor Wolf been one of the 10 greatest treasures, the ensuing uproar would have been magnified 100-fold. Although Lin Chuan and his companions possessed unique advantages that allowed them to potentially claim the treasure first, such an item, once revealed, would undoubtedly attract lethal peril. It was conceivable that the first to attack them might be the young Emperor Wolf. Even if they managed to evade the pursuit of this ferocious beast, they would still have to contend with the frenzied onslaught of 8,000 disciples from rival sections. Thus, from the moment they secured the treasure, Lin Chuan and his group would face an incessant stream of dangers until they returned to the Heavenly Demon Sect. According to the Holy Sun, should we pursue this treasure? The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect felt a headache coming on, ultimately leaving the decision to Lin Chuan. Although Wu Nanming was ostensibly the leader of the expedition, the disciples seemed to have nearly forgotten her role. Even Wu Nanming was completely unaware of this, her gaze fixated intently on Lin Chuan. Well, Lin Chuan pondered, stroking his chin. His serious demeanor only enhanced his handsome appearance, were it not for the perilous situation that surrounded them. The 4 female disciples would undoubtedly succumb to infatuation once more. The conclusion Lin Chuan reached was that while it was permissible to desire, it was unnecessary. However, Wu Nanming and her companions were left perplexed by his words. What did he mean by permissible but unnecessary? They yearned for Lin Chuan to elucidate his thoughts. Yet he merely smiled and turned to venture deeper into the cave. Observing this, the others had no choice but to follow, eager to witness what extraordinary feats Lin Chuan would conjure next. Having previously explored the cave, the 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect had a clear understanding of its internal structure. Thus, the group found the original location of the Emperor Wolf with relative ease. Before them lay a humble stone chamber, within which stood a solitary 7-foot spear. This spear, encased in dust for countless years, appeared as pristine as ever, radiating a dazzling silver light even in the darkness of the cave. The 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear, ranked 5th among the top 10 treasures. Indeed, it was a veritable hot potato. When Nanming furrowed her brow, her expression grave. After being influenced by Lin Chuan, she and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect had become considerably more cautious. Although the treasure lay before their eyes, they dared not even touch it, let alone seize it. What an enticing bait! If they could ensnare all 8,000 fish here, they could surely sever the ties of causality. Safety must come first. Before such a grand treasure, Lin Chuan remained unperturbed. Wu Nanming and the disciples looked to him for guidance, naturally refraining from any reckless actions. Yet, entering the treasure mountain only to leave empty-handed felt like a significant loss. Nevertheless, Lin Chuan seemed to harbor other plans. Thus, the group suppressed their urges to claim the treasure. At that moment, the emperor wolf cub within the cave slumbered soundly. A ninth-grade beast core was sufficient for it to cultivate for quite some time. As long as they did not disturb it, it showed little interest in the cultivators. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed from within the cave. Outside, thousands of disciples from various sects anxiously deliberated ways to enter the cavern in search of treasures. Alas, a formidable ninth-level beast guarded the entrance, and to trespass would likely invite dire consequences. Even the most reckless among them would prefer not to meet an untimely demise. Moreover, these cultivators were the cherished children of their respective sects, valuing their lives far more than ordinary individuals. Has someone emerged? The crowd, with keen ears, instantly turned their gaze towards the source of the sound. Soon after, several figures stepped forth from the pitch-black cave, with none other than Lin Chuan leading the way, the very person they had yearned for. Clang, clang. The sound of iron clashing resonated as countless figures swiftly descended upon the cave's periphery, encircling Lin Chuan and his companions in an instant. An array of bizarre and chilling weapons glistened ominously in their hands, and the disciples harbored no intention of concealing their murderous intent. Within the vast illusion of the Great Marsh, Lin Chuan's cultivation was widely acknowledged as the strongest. Even the renowned celestial expert, Li Tangfeng, had been left far behind by Lin Chuan, nearly falling victim to him. Such a formidable rival had to be dealt with swiftly, otherwise the treasures within this illusion would likely fall into the hands of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Previously, they had refrained from confronting the sect directly, wary of Lin Chuan's heavenly saintly prowess. Yet now, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. With their overwhelming numbers, they believed that sheer force could overpower him. With sufficient resolve, they were confident they could vanquish Lin Chuan at that very moment. "Brother Lin," one of them called out, "the treasures within this cave are rightfully yours. Yet, I wager you never anticipated that despite your considerable efforts, we lay in wait like hunters. Surrender the treasures, and we shall spare your life. How do you see this?" Li Tangfeng said with a triumphant smile. This situation was orchestrated entirely by him, forcing Lin Chuan and his companions into a dire predicament, thus restoring some of his lost dignity. Naturally, he felt a sense of pride. However, in the face of the encirclement, Lin Chuan appeared unfazed. Not a trace of panic crossed his face. If it were merely an act of bravado on his part, it could be dismissed. The crucial factor, however, was that Wu Nanming and the 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect remained equally composed. This was decidedly unusual. "Li Tangfeng, we anticipated your presence outside the cave. To speak candidly, we have indeed discovered the treasure. However, we have chosen to leave it within. Would you care to know why?" Wu Nanming scoffed softly, eloquently elaborating. This rhetorical question caused those eager to act to hesitate for a moment. The treasure remains within the cave? Does that not mean they must still contend with the Emperor's wolves? If that is the case, even if they were to eliminate Lin Chuan and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, they would merely claim a few lives, remaining utterly oblivious to the treasure's whereabouts. It seems rather a case of incurring more losses than gains. Sister Nanming, your lengthy discourse is merely a ruse to delay time. Even if you do not take the treasure, I can procure it myself. However, Lin Chuan and you are formidable adversaries to those of us who enter the Great Marsh illusion. If you remain alive, you will undoubtedly become a significant threat to us." Li Tangfeng sneered coldly, casting a glance around the crowd. He then raised his voice, proclaiming, "Everyone, there is no need for hesitation. Let us unite to slay Lin Chuan, and then we can comfortably divide the resources within this illusion." Upon hearing these words, the crowd stirred with excitement. Undoubtedly, Li Tangfeng had voiced the sentiments of many. Lin Chuan's existence posed the greatest threat to them. Eliminating him swiftly would avert future troubles. Do you truly believe you can contend with the Emperor Wolf? Or do you possess the audacity to seize the 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear in the presence of the Emperor Wolf? A calm voice, tinged with mockery, echoed among the crowd. Merely 2 questions, yet they ignited a fervor among the people. The 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear. The 5th-ranked treasure on the top 10 treasures list. It is actually here. Excited exclamations erupted everywhere. No one could resist the allure of a treasured artifact. especially one that ranked 5th among the top 10. This temptation was irresistible even to the mightiest of celestial emperors, let alone a throng of heavenly sovereigns and cultivators from the heavenly sect. Is this truly the case? Questioned a voice from behind Li Tangfeng. The pale, ghastly visage of the ghost scholar emerged. Lin Chuan had encountered many from the 100 Ghost sect, yet none were as pathetically weak as the ghost scholar. Alas, the world of cultivation is abundant with elixirs, yet it lacks the 6-flavor Remania pill. Otherwise, he would have surely recommended it to the ghost scholar to remedy his frail condition. Whether it is true or not, do you not trust me? Why ask such a question? Lin Chuan shot a glance of disdain at the ghost scholar. He detested that face, which radiated malevolence. Li Tangfeng, on the other hand, appeared somewhat simple-minded and easily deceived. He decisively ignored the sulking ghost scholar and turned to Li Tangfeng, smiling, brotherly. You must be curious as to how I managed to escape the Emperor Wolf unscathed. I shall share with you. My reluctance to take the treasure was not due to fear of your encirclement outside the cave, but rather to avoid provoking the Emperor Wolf. Consider this. The Emperor Wolf exists to guard the treasures. Any disturbance regarding the treasures would undoubtedly incite its wrath. Hence, I sought your counsel. Counsel? Are you out of your mind? Li Tangfeng gazed at Lin Chuan with a look of incredulity, as if observing a fool. The multitude he had assembled was indeed there to take Lin Chuan's life. How could this man still harbor thoughts of seeking assistance? Surely, he did not believe that everyone was merely here for amusement. Oh dear, why must everyone regard Lin with such disdainful eyes? Acquiring the treasured artifact is no simple feat. If you desire it, so too does Lin. Yet, at this moment, we share a common formidable adversary, the Imperial Wolf. Until we address this threat, how can we even contemplate seizing the treasure? Just imagine, it is the 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear, beckoning to us from within the cavern. Lin Chuan's tone resembled that of a child being coaxed. Though somewhat childish, it was nonetheless a profound truth. There are said to be no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. Whether it be the assassination of Lin Chuan or the acquisition of the treasure, it ultimately hinges upon which interest prevails in the hearts of the multitude. At this juncture, the hesitance etched on the faces of the thousands of disciples from various sects reveals their greater yearning for the treasure. Even Li Tangfeng, who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Lin Chuan, found himself enticed by the allure of the artifact. Do tell, how did you manage to survive the Imperial Wolf's ordeal? Li Tangfeng ultimately could not resist the temptation of the treasure. He had fallen into the trap meticulously crafted by Lin Chuan the moment he let his guard down. Lin had anticipated that thousands would be stationed outside the cave, and he had calculated that these individuals had come with the intent of seizing the treasure. Coupled with the threat of the Imperial Wolf, it could be said that Lin Chuan and the disciples from the Heavenly Demon Sect faced overwhelming peril. Should Lin Chuan choose to be ruthless, carving a path through blood would be within his capabilities. However, bringing along the burdensome Wang Nanming and others would prove to be a formidable challenge. Though he often spoke of fleeing for his life and harbored a longing to escape the Heavenly Demon Sect, the bonds of camaraderie are not so easily severed. Should Wang Nanming and the others meet a tragic end within the illusion, how could he return alone to the Heavenly Demon Sect? How would his fellow disciples regard him? He was merely indolent, not cold-blooded. If he could never escape the Heavenly Demon Sect, he would have to continue living there, perhaps to others. Such a dire predicament would warrant a valiant charge fueled by fervor. Yet for someone as lethargic as he, even the slightest exertion felt like a waste of energy. If a matter could be resolved with mere words, why bother with action? The thrill of intellectual dominance far surpassed that of physical confrontation. Ahem. Lin Chuan placed his fist against his mouth and coughed twice. His affectation of profundity irked the large crowd around him, yet Lin Chuan reveled in the moment. The sensation of deceiving a multitude of fools was undeniably delightful. To appease the monarch wolf, one merely requires a 9th-grade beast core. Alas, Lin only possessed one, which had already been consumed by the monarch wolf. Should any of you possess more, you could effortlessly acquire the treasured artifact and depart in peace. Lin Chuan spoke eloquently. Although the beast core was indeed precious, it remained a disposable commodity, one that cannot be taken with us in life or death. If one could exchange a single core for a treasure such as the 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear, it would be an exceedingly advantageous trade. Once Li Tangfeng and his companions entered the cave, preoccupied with seizing the treasure, he could boldly escort Wu Nanming and the others away from this perilous place. If fortune favored him, the monarch wolf would hold back the thousands of people, and amidst their mutual destruction, he could reap the rewards. What a flawless scheme. At this moment, Lin Chuan was still lost in self-indulgence, oblivious to the bewildered expressions on Li Tangfeng and his companions' faces. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. In the vast space, only the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds could be heard, while not a single soul dared to speak. What happened? Lin Chuan realized that a moment had passed. He cast a curious glance around him. Ha. Li Tangfeng's lips twitched repeatedly, an expression of helplessness almost spilling over. Brother Lin, are you jesting with us? A 9th-level ferocious beast's inner core. If I possessed such a treasure, would I be troubled by a mere imperial wolf? Even within my blood slaughter sect or your heavenly demon sect, an inner core worthy of rivaling a celestial emperor is a treasure of utmost significance. Yet you intend to feed it to a beast? He nearly shouted the last sentence. However, this was not born out of hatred for Lin Chuan, but rather a pang of sympathy for him and the heavenly demon sect. That was indeed the inner core of a 9th-level ferocious beast. Regardless of the beast in question, its inner core is an exceedingly rare and extraordinary gem in this world. The Blade Emperor of the Blood Slaughter sect has achieved the status of a celestial emperor for over a century. Yet he has stagnated in his cultivation for at least 40 years, in pursuit of a 9th-level ferocious beast's inner core. He has expended tremendous effort and declared he would spare no resources in this endeavor. This underscores how extraordinarily rare such a core truly is. It is common knowledge among cultivators. How could Lin Chuan, a powerful figure of the holy sanctum and the scion of the heavenly demon sect, be so unaware? Li Tangfeng couldn't help but wonder if this young man was lacking in intellect. Is it truly precious? Lin Chuan gazed at Wu Niaming with a look of bewilderment. Indeed. Wu Niaming replied resolutely to his inquiry. In truth, when she witnessed Lin Chuan feeding the emperor wolf with the 9-tailed Qilong pill, her heart ached considerably. However, at that moment, her life was in peril, leaving no room for contemplation. She had been deeply touched by Lin Chuan's willingness to sacrifice such a precious treasure to save the lives of others. Yet now, her doubts began to surface. She questioned whether Lin Chuan truly understood the value of such treasures, pondering if he merely selected the most suitable nourishment for the emperor wolf without a true appreciation for its worth. Very well. Lin Chuan shrugged his shoulders, bewildered. After all, numerous treasures had been bestowed upon him directly by the system. Over the course of 5 years, he had amassed an inconceivable quantity of treasures, elixirs, and various rare artifacts. He had little inclination to delve into their intricacies. It so happened that the system had recently gifted him an inner core, a fact he had scarcely pondered. Even now, he merely felt that without the 9th-level beast's inner core, he could not deceive Li Tangfeng and the others into entering the cavern. It was merely disappointment. Without the 9th-level inner core, an 8th-level one would suffice. There is no need to be so stingy. Should they acquire a supreme treasure, the others could contribute funds to make up for it. Lin Chuan earnestly began to arrange matters. Yet, as soon as these words left his lips, at least 10 individuals immediately spat blood. Moreover, Li Tangfeng and Gue Rushan's expressions grew even more grim. Lin Chuan, are you attempting to amuse yourself at our expense? An 8th-grade inner elixir? Do not presume that we can procure such a thing. Even with the might of the heavenly demon sect, acquiring 3 would be impossible. If you are unaware of this, it would be prudent to remain silent. Alternatively, I could forego the treasure entirely and simply end your life now. Li Tangfeng, enraged and humiliated, immediately summoned his artifact, unleashing a surge of malevolence. Observing this, the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect also readied themselves, awaiting Li Tangfeng's command to initiate the assault. Meanwhile, the ghostly scholar decisively snapped his folding fan shut, his shadowy eyes narrowing into slits. Coupled with his identity as a disciple of the 100 Ghosts sect, he exuded an aura of enigma. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, thousands of individuals mirrored the hostility. Their weapons, which had only recently been lowered, now encircling Lin Chuan and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. A brutal clash was on the verge of erupting. Saint Sun, let us break free. The disciples of the Celestial Demon Sect could no longer endure the humiliation. Although they were few in number, they possessed the strength of the Celestial Sect. Wu Niaming was even a formidable celestial sovereign. Coupled with Lin Chuan, the sole celestial saint of the Great Zhe illusion, they were not without the power to fight. Rather than living in oppression, it would be more honorable to fall valiantly. What is the point of killing? All you know is violence, just like the old demon and the sect master. Lin Chuan cast a disdainful glance at the speaker. He then turned to Li Tangfeng and chuckled. Is it really necessary to make such a grand fuss over a mere 8th-tier beast core? I, Lin, am not particularly remarkable. Yet I happen to possess 2 of them. Allow me to generously offer them to you, brotherly. Before the last words had settled, Lin Chuan abruptly tossed two dark shadows that swiftly flew towards Li Tangfeng. With a sharp clap, Li Tangfeng seized it in his grasp, his face a canvas of skepticism as he scrutinized his fist. The ghostly scholar could not help but stretch his neck in curiosity. Surrounding them, thousands of disciples from various sects directed their inquisitive gazes toward the same focal point. The moment Li Tangfeng's palm gradually unfurled, a collective gasp resonated among the onlookers. Even Wu Nanming and the 8 disciples from the Heavenly Demon Sect were left in utter astonishment, murmuring in disbelief, "Goodness! It is indeed the inner core of an 8th-level ferocious beast. Still just 2. How wealthy is the Holy Sun? Is it truly worthy of such astonishment for merely 2 level 8 beast core?" Lin Chuan cast a disdainful glance at the crowd. These simpletons likely had no inkling of the myriad rare treasures he had amassed over the past 5 years. The level 8 beast cores were indeed trivial in comparison. However, considering he possessed more than a dozen exquisite spiritual treasures, it would not be surprising for him to casually gift away these beast cores. Yet, such generosity was not born out of a benevolent spirit. Lin Chuan was never one to be taken advantage of. He would not engage in a losing deal without a greater advantage. On the surface, he maintained the guise of a selfless angel. And if he could earn the title of a sage, then perhaps no one would dare to trouble him again. Level 8 beast cores. Truly for Li? Li Tangfeng scrutinized Lin Chuan with suspicion, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the 2 plump and enticing cores. In his lifetime, he had never encountered level 8 beast cores, let alone 2 of them. Even in the Bloodslaughter sect, a level 7 beast core was the pinnacle, and that was procured only through the direct efforts of the sect master, the Blade Emperor. Yet here, the Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect could present 2 so casually. Just how affluent must this Heavenly Demon Sect be? Brotherly, you are mistaken. These 2 cores are not a gift for you, but rather intended to appease the Emperor Wolf. Only by soothing the Emperor Wolf can we seize the 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear. However, in my humble opinion, the 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear is guarded by the Emperor Wolf. The moment we attempt to move it, we risk disturbing this beast, and a fierce battle will surely ensue. I, being of lesser prowess, am aware that I cannot contend with a level 9 beast. Thus, I seek to join forces with you all. What say you? Lin Chuan maintained an unperturbed expression, lying without a hint of shame. In his own words, this was akin to the performance of a master thespian. If there were awards for acting within the realm of cultivation, he would undoubtedly be the recipient. Of course, the allure of the 2 level 8 beast cores was already compelling enough. If Li Tangfeng were to act greedily and abscond with the cores, Lin Chuan would be powerless to stop him. Yet, when comparing treasures to the cores, the latter's temptation was all too clear to the most naive of fools. It was merely a matter of whether Li Tangfeng harbored ambition. Brother Lin is astute. I am impressed, Li Tangfeng replied. However, if you are so willing to part with 2 level 8 beast cores, do you not fear that after seizing the treasure, there may be none left for you? As the favored disciple of the Blade Emperor, it was no surprise that he was not easily deceived. Even the nearby ghostly scholar, fanning himself, regarded Lin Chuan with a cold smile. These 2 had not entirely placed their trust in him. The Holy Sun's extravagant display was likely an attempt to use them as a shield. Indeed, within the realm of immortals, there exist numerous desperate souls. Yet, even these reckless individuals would not willingly embrace death without cause. It appears that the schemes of the Holy Sun may soon unravel, the ghostly scholar chuckled. This enigmatic figure, neither foolish nor naive, astutely discerned Lin Chuan's intentions. Wu Nanming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect immediately furrowed their brows, their gazes converging on Lin Chuan. Tension palpable in the air. Surrounding them, the thousands of disciples from various sects engaged in fervent discussions. Among them were both the astute and the dim-witted. Yet, they all experienced a moment of clarity sparked by the ghostly scholar's words. They were living beings, not mere puppets devoid of thought. Even if a treasure lay just within reach, one must possess the means to seize it. Absent tangible benefits, they would not risk their lives for anyone. TSK. Lin knew that everyone would not place their trust in him. Very well. Since even the 2 8th-level beast cores failed to earn your trust, let me, Lin, take the lead. However, I must express a word of caution. It is uncertain how long one can withstand a 9th-level beast with the power of the Heavenly Saint. Should I fall, you will have no choice but to fight for your lives. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Chuan decisively summoned the Lin Fire Sword. This is a supreme spiritual treasure, a rarity even among the great sections. By wielding such an exquisite artifact at the outset, Lin Chuan aims to demonstrate his unwavering resolve. Upon witnessing this, the murmurs of doubt promptly ceased. Instead, Li Tangfeng and Gui Russian furrowed their brows, caught in a moment of hesitation. Hiki. With such sincerity from the Holy Sun, if we were to remain skeptical, it would be an inevitable manifestation of a petty heart judging the intentions of a noble one. Very well. Even if the path ahead is fraught with peril, the specter shall venture forth alongside the Holy Sun. The ghostly scholar chuckled softly, taking the lead in expressing his resolve. This individual, adept in the art of strategy, had finally relented. It was evident that he truly found himself at a loss against Lin Chuan. Li Tangfeng merely curled his lip, choosing silence. Yet, he gestured for the disciples of the blood slaughter sect to follow, thereby indicating his willingness to enter the cavern as well. Initially, Lin Chuan had contemplated presenting 2 inner elixirs to Li Tangfeng to reassure the group. However, Li Tangfeng outright declined, reasoning that since they were all destined to nourish the imperial wolf, it mattered little to whom they were given. Lin Chuan, are you truly intent on engaging in battle with the emperor wolf? Wu Naming's expression was fraught with anxiety, for this was not in accordance with Lin Chuan's original plan. Although Lin Chuan had not disclosed the specifics to her, she could surmise some of the details. It was merely a matter of luring Li Tangfeng and the others into the cave to seize the coveted treasure. At the moment the emperor wolf awakened, they would clash fiercely, allowing the Heavenly Demon Sect to reap the rewards. This scheme was initially flawless. However, cultivators are not foolish. They have seen through Lin Chuan's intentions. Left with no other choice, Lin Chuan could only risk himself. Of course, Lin Chuan shrugged, casting a fleeting glance at Li Tangfeng and Gui Rushing, who were like pesky flies hovering behind him. Although they feigned nonchalance, it was likely they were straining to catch his whispered words. The quest for the treasured artifact was inherently perilous. Despite the vast expanse of the day's illusion stretching 800 miles, the Emperor Wolf was a ferocious beast comparable to the Celestial Emperor. As long as it remained alive, even if we managed to flee 100 miles, our safety would be far from guaranteed. In this battle, no one could expect to remain unscathed. Should I perish, I implore my senior sister to swiftly escort our fellow disciples out of the illusion to prevent utter annihilation. Lin Chuan sighed softly, his expression somber, as if he were preparing for a journey from which there would be no return. While his words seemed directed towards Wu Naming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, they were, in truth, a veiled attempt to manipulate Li Tangfeng and Gui Rushing. The underlying message was clear. He would undoubtedly enter the cave, but Wu Naming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect would not accompany him, citing brotherhood as the reason. If these two were to disregard such sentiments, Lin Chuan would make his position explicit and decline to proceed. It would be the other disciples from different sects who would likely be left in a state of urgency. Aha! The great virtue of the Holy Sun. This journey is fraught with peril, and the Holy Sun is the most formidable among us. Should he perish, we too shall find ourselves in dire straits. Sister Nanming, do not worry. We shall undoubtedly exert ourselves to assist the Holy Sun. We will ensure his safety. The ghostly scholar appeared remarkably solemn. Subsequently, he patted Li Tangfeng and led several thousand disciples from other sects into the cavern. As the moment they stepped into the cave arrived, a pair of emerald eyes pierced through the darkness, gazing intently. This beast has remarkably completed the refinement of its 9th-tier inner core so swiftly. Lin, it is your turn. The imperial wolf pup awakened. The 9th-tier ferocious beast stood within the cave, akin to a lone sentinel guarding a critical pass. Despite the presence of 8,000 skilled fighters within the Great Marsh Illusion, should the imperial wolf unleash its fury, it would surely result in substantial casualties. None of us emerged from the cracks of stone, and naturally, we are unwilling to meet an untimely demise without cause. If we could employ cunning means to subdue the imperial wolf, we would all be more than pleased to reap the rewards. Lin, it is your turn. Li Tangfeng maintained a tranquil demeanor. In this instance, he refrained from revealing any hostility towards Lin Chuan, as he still required the other as assistants. Whether he would remain so composed after his needs were fulfilled, however, remained uncertain. Absolutely. Lin Chuan gestured an okay sign towards Li Tangfeng, indifferent to whether the latter comprehended it. The crux lay in deceiving these fools. However, the imperial wolf was by no means his pet. Whether the inner core of an 8th-level ferocious beast would satiate this creature remained uncertain. Thus, despite Lin Chuan's composed demeanor, he was ever prepared for battle. Alas, the regal wolf fixed its keen green eyes intently upon Lin Chuan. Remarkably, this beast did not immediately launch an attack. This was indeed a promising sign. It seemed that the previous 9-tailed Qi Long pill had some effect after all. If he could seize the opportunity to tame it, that would be even better. Lin Chuan licked his lips, indulging in such fanciful thoughts. Since his arrival in the realm of cultivation, he had yet to hear of anyone bold enough to harbor a ninth-tier ferocious beast as a pet. In the current world, the Celestial Emperor stood as the apex of power. The title of Celestial Emperor belonged to legendary figures, elusive as the dragon, seen only in whispers. Lin Chuan had never encountered any mention of a Celestial Emperor in existence. Yet, this young regal wolf already possessed the strength of a Celestial Emperor. Its inherent pride would never yield easily to humanity. Thus, the most favorable outcome would be to leave behind two eighth-tier inner cores to pacify the regal wolf. While Li Tangfeng and his companions delved into the cave in search of treasures, he would make a swift escape, and at the moment they seized the treasures, the inevitable wrath of the regal wolf would ensue. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Lin Chuan would reap the benefits. How delightful. Aha. Lin Chuan chuckled to himself. Lost in thought, the imperial wolf tilted its little head, its vibrant green eyes reflecting a hint of confusion, as if pondering what this foolish human found so amusing. Fortunately, Lin Chuan had his back turned to the others, concealing the mischievous grin on his face. This allowed him to observe the imperial wolf pup up close. Upon closer inspection, Lin Chuan suddenly realized that the creature seemed to have grown significantly since their last encounter. If the previous imperial wolf could be likened to a small puppy, this one now resembled a fully grown dog. Should it grow even larger, it would undoubtedly transform into a striking Siberian husky, one that Lin Chuan could ride around with abandon. To have a ninth-level ferocious beast as a steed seemed rather extravagant. Yet, if such fortune were to befall him, even Leng Ningshuang would have to take a step back. In that moment, Lin Chuan contemplated whether he should depart from the Heavenly Demon Sect or remain. Knowing that the old witch's words would no longer hold sway, he stroked his chin, indulging in another bout of daydreaming. Brother Lin, what are you dawdling about? Are you merely passing the time? Suddenly, Li Tongfeng's voice rang out. The emperor is not anxious, yet the eunuchs are in a state of panic. He truly is excessively cautious. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan shrugged his shoulders, leisurely producing two eighth-grade beast inner cores and waving them before the emperor's wolf-like eyes. Good dog. I bring you food once more. A full belly ensures a good sleep. I have treated you well, so you mustn't bite me. If you must bite, then direct your fangs towards those nefarious individuals behind me. Lin Chuan spoke gently to the imperial wolf cub, as one would to a child. Though his voice was soft, it resonated clearly within the cave. The expressions of Li Tangfeng and the others darkened instantaneously. Nonetheless, they understood well that Lin Chuan's return to the cavern was merely a consequence of their coercion. It was only natural for him to harbor some resentment. Their intentions were straightforward, to utilize Lin Chuan to placate the imperial wolf. Once they obtained the coveted treasure, his value would diminish, leaving no room for hesitation regarding his fate. The young imperial wolf, unable to comprehend Lin Chuan's words, fixated intently on the two eighth-grade inner elixirs, licking its tongue in anticipation. Indeed, whether human or beast, exquisite cuisine serves as the most potent means of ensnaring one's heart. The poor little creature, likely confined to its cave since birth, has yet to savor the delectable delights of the human realm. If only there were a roasted chicken leg, perhaps it could be persuaded. Lin Chuan, crouched on the ground, contemplated thoughtfully while stroking his chin. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed behind him. Li Tangfeng and the others were in a great hurry, their urgent strides a clear indication of their intentions. They left a portion of their group behind to keep an eye on this young one. After acquiring the treasured item, retreat must not be compromised. Gui Rushing cast a cold smile at Lin Chuan. Damn it! Lin Chuan cursed inwardly, realizing that his thoughts had been discerned by Gui Rushing. Must these minor characters not possess a hint of awareness befitting their roles? Why be so astute? It is truly vexing. As a chosen one under the care of a system, Lin Chuan had always envisioned himself as the protagonist of this cultivation world. Yet, in the novels, aren't the supporting characters typically portrayed as dim-witted, fragile dolls, easily shattered? Why, then, do they all appear so remarkably clever in his presence? I refuse to accept this. Lin Chuan sulked on the ground, arms crossed in a fit of anger. A group of onlookers gazed at him, utterly bewildered. What on earth was wrong with this fellow? Let us set aside our concerns for the moment. Securing the treasure is of utmost importance. Li Tangfeng called out to the crowd, swiftly leading away the majority. Those who remained were either driven by fear of death, hoping to escape quickly should an unforeseen calamity arise, or they were vassals of the Blood Slaughter sect and the 100 Ghosts Gate, compelled to obey the commands of Li Tangfeng and the ghost scholar. In any case, a considerable number of guards remained to watch over Lin Chuan. If he were to fight his way out, it would indeed be possible to kill his way through. However, such an action would render his prior strategies utterly meaningless, making him appear rather foolish. Hey brother, have you brought any food? Don't be so stingy. I've already sacrificed 2 8th-level ferocious beast cores, so is it too much to ask for a bit of sustenance? Ideally, something like cooked meat. If not, roasted meat will suffice. Lin Chuan forcibly dragged a few disciples from other clans, employing both sweet talk and coercion. With such audacity, if it weren't for his formidable cultivation and relatively handsome appearance, he would have been beaten long ago. How delightful. I surmise that this delectable barbecue hails from Baixiang Lu. A mere pound demands 2 taels of silver. You truly possess great wealth. Lin Chuan incessantly praised the young man who provided him with the food, yet his eyes furtively darted towards the king wolf. Is it fragrant? Surely you have never tasted it. If you desire to indulge, you must first eliminate these foolish beings. He brandished the barbecue in his hand, seemingly intent on flaunting it before the king wolf. No one can resist the allure of Baixiang Lu's barbecue. At that moment, the king wolf appeared to lose interest in the 8th-grade beast core in its mouth. Its emerald green eyes fixated hungrily on the barbecue, saliva cascading uncontrollably. It was yearning. The beast core had lost its appeal. The tantalizing barbecue was far more enticing to the king wolf. This tactic is aptly named offering flowers to the Buddha. What of the 9th-grade beast? In truth, it is merely an underdeveloped wolf cub. With a little temptation, it is not impossible to subdue. Here you go. Lin Chuan casually tossed the roasted meat over, his eyes gleaming with delight as he observed the emperor wolf devouring the offering. He even dared to reach out, gently stroking the wolf's head as one might do with a playful puppy. As long as the emperor wolf did not resist, he believed he had effectively won its favor. However, this audacious act sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. After all, this was a level 9 ferocious beast, possessing strength on par with that of a celestial emperor. Should it unleash its fury, it could indeed claim lives. Lin, please do not bring about our demise. The spectators implored with concern. Yet, Lin Chuan seemed unfazed, resolutely continuing his approach. In the next moment, his fingers brushed against the wolf's needle-like fur. Remarkably, the beast, reminiscent of a husky, continued to relish the roasted meat, displaying no signs of agitation whatsoever. Success. Lin Chuan's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. He was overwhelmed with joy. Subsequently, his actions became increasingly vigorous. He vigorously rubbed the head of the imperial wolf. The tactile experience was neither exceptional nor terrible. While this did not yet equate to taming the ferocious beast, it certainly established a connection with the young imperial wolf. It seemed that his previous 2 feedings had not been in vain. However, this only applied to the young ferocious beasts. Dealing with adult ferocious beasts would prove to be a far more challenging endeavor. A circle of onlookers gazed in disbelief at Lin Chuan's audacious maneuver. They could not ascertain whether Lin Chuan had indeed tamed the emperor wolf. However, judging by the atmosphere, it seemed that a certain rapport had developed between the man and the beast. What was most alarming was that Lin Chuan was a formidable figure of the celestial saint level. Now, with the addition of a 9th-tier ferocious beast of the heavenly emperor rank, should he truly decide to break free, they would be utterly incapable of stopping him. Brother Lin, congratulations. Once Master Li Tangfeng retrieves the treasured artifact, we shall depart in peace, and it is Brother Lin who deserves the greatest credit. Thus he may also partake in the division of the spoils. The crowd forced smiles upon their faces, hastily uttering flattering words to avoid potential conflict that might ensnare them. The mere minnows in this turbulent sea. Ha ha. Indeed, congratulations to all. The division of the treasure is assured. After all, it was Lin who, alongside the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, first uncovered it. However, it is high time to settle the score with those who followed Li Tangfeng and Gui rushing to besiege the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Lin Chuan grinned widely, his eyes crescent-shaped with delight, yet his words were laden with daggers. Anyone not foolish could discern that Lin Chuan was intent on reckoning come autumn. Those who had aided Li Tangfeng and Gui rushing would surely face repercussions. Brother Lin, must you be so harsh? You know well that we, the smaller sects, are compelled to bend to the whims of the larger factions. Whatever Li Tangfeng dictates, we have no choice but to comply. Why should your vendetta be imposed upon us? The others, their faces etched with panic, were powerless against both Li Tangfeng and Lin Chuan. This is the tragedy of the insignificant. Yet, these minor characters are not without merit. Their sheer numbers lend a semblance of deterrence. Otherwise, Lin Chuan would not have been cornered to such an extent. Let us not forget, with his prowess, dealing with Li Tangfeng and Gui Rushin would be child's play. It is solely due to the overwhelming number of lackeys that he finds his hands tied. Alas, it is not that Lin does not trust you all, but rather that you are utterly unworthy of that trust. Allow me to disclose this. Li Tangfeng and Gui Rushin are undoubtedly doomed. Should they perish, you shall be regarded as the informed witnesses. If one does not eradicate the roots, the grass will spring anew with the gentle caress of spring winds. As soon as these words fell, Lin Chuan's gaze suddenly turned chillingly cold. An icy aura of murderous intent swiftly enveloped the cave. As if within the span of a single breath, the temperature plummeted by several degrees. The crowd was struck with terror, their faces etched with profound fear. Clang, clang, clang. Various weapons were instantly brandished in their hands. The glinting blades were all directed at Lin Chuan. Even in the face of fear, they were unwilling to relinquish their desire for survival. Once again, a confrontation looms. How troublesome. Lin Chuan sighed with a hint of exasperation. Usually, he was quite languid in his demeanor. Even though he was fully aware that he had to engage in this battle, he still felt a deep-seated aversion to it. If only he could avoid getting his hands dirty, that would be splendid. With this thought in mind, he couldn't help but cast a glance at the Emperor Wolf beside him. Perhaps he could devise a plan to have the Emperor Wolf take charge instead? Brother Wolf, let us deliberate for a moment, shall we? I shall offer you 2 inner elixirs from 8th level ferocious beasts in exchange for your assistance in eliminating these dozen or so individuals. Should that prove insufficient, I am willing to add 2 more. Lin Chuan spoke with exuberance, though he had no genuine expectation that the Emperor Wolf could comprehend human speech. Suddenly, the Imperial Wolf discarded the remnants of its roasted meat. With its round green eyes fixed ahead, it nodded its large head and turned to Lin Chuan, as if to declare, "It is settled." This scene left Lin Chuan and the others utterly astonished. The Imperial Wolf could comprehend human speech. This creature had truly transcended into a being of remarkable intelligence. Behold, Wolf brother, catch! Lin Chuan exclaimed with delight. He was utterly unconcerned about the loss of a few inner Dan. After all, he possessed an abundance of them. To subdue fierce beasts with inner Dan felt like a tremendous gain to him. Of course, this was under the condition that no one was privy to his thoughts. It is important to note that, in the realm of ferocious beasts, a power comparable to that of a heavenly emperor was merely akin to that of a cub. An 8th level ferocious beast represented a true celestial saint's strength. Such beasts were not only immensely powerful but also exceedingly rare. An 8th level inner Dan was a treasure of immeasurable worth, often priceless and unattainable. Lin Chuan's indifference was one thing. He even intended to offer candy beans to the Emperor Wolf. Such indulgence was nothing short of extravagant. Anyone with a modicum of understanding of the cultivation world would quickly grasp why the Emperor Wolf developed an affinity for him. Lin Chuan was, in essence, a nurturing figure akin to a treasure trove. Who could possibly resist such a lure? Don't come over here. The anguished cries of the crowd soon erupted within the cavern. Roars and screams intermingled. Yet they could not sustain for even 20 breaths before the cave once again fell silent. Meanwhile, both outside the cavern and deep within, anyone who heard those cries could not help but change their countenance dramatically. Something has gone awry. When Aming gazed vacantly into the pitch-black cavern, her delicate form trembling incessantly. Undoubtedly, she was consumed with concern for Lin Chuan. Had it not been for the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect obstructing her, she would have ventured into the cave to search for him. Meanwhile, deep within the cavern, Li Tangfeng and his companions had claimed the treasured artifact for themselves. Initially, each of them harbored ulterior motives, scheming to eliminate one another and seize the treasure alone. Yet, due to the rampage of the Imperial Wolf, they found themselves momentarily united. Their plan was to first deal with the beast before deliberating on the division of the spoils. The ghostly scholar rarely displayed such gravity. The 9th level ferocious beast rivaled the might of the Heavenly Emperor, creating unprecedented pressure. Should Lin Chuan also fall victim to the wolf's jaws, these esteemed beings of the celestial realm and heavenly sect would likely face perilous odds, teetering on the brink of death. Inside the cavern, thousands of individuals were crammed into the narrow passage, moving with excruciating slowness, their anxiety palpable. The formidable prowess of the Imperial Wolf instilled a profound psychological terror within them. The echoes of previous blood-curdling screams only intensified the fears of the timid, with some already beginning to invoke prayers and seek divine intervention. Why panic? Do we really fear a mere beast with so many of us gathered here? Moreover, with the 9 heavens dragon roar spear in hand, defeat is not an inevitability. Listen closely, everyone. This is a moment of life and death. If we remain fragmented like scattered sand, our demise is assured. However, if we unite as one, our chances of survival will be greatly enhanced. When we confront that beast, I, Li Tangfeng, shall lead the charge. Who among you is willing to join me in this battle? With a thunderous shout, Li Tangfeng sought to inspire his comrades. After all, he is a direct disciple of the Blade Emperor. Even if he is not a genius, he is certainly no fool. It is only natural that he makes the right judgment in a moment of crisis. Yet, he is not alone in his cleverness. The Ghost Scholar is another of such minds. He understands that in perilous circumstances, only a desperate fight offers a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, he stood beside Li Tangfeng. With a leader emerging, others quickly rallied to his side. Soon, hundreds expressed their resolve to carve a bloody path alongside Li Tangfeng. Very well. Subsequently, Lin Chuan devised the following strategy. Soon, upon rounding the corner, we shall encounter that beast. At that moment, retreat will no longer be an option. We must forge ahead with unwavering resolve. Li Tangfeng decisively concluded the matter, sparing these individuals from future regrets. Thereafter, hundreds convened to deliberate on a seemingly meticulous, yet fundamentally superfluous plan. A gathering of celestial sovereigns and formidable sect masters, when confronted with the might of an emperor, renders any stratagem utterly futile. Such schemes serve merely as a psychological bomb for the masses, devoid of any tangible utility. Thus, we shall proceed as planned. Charge forth. With a thunderous command from Li Tangfeng, he resolutely brandished the recently seized Nine Heavens Dragon Chant Spear. This artifact ranked fifth among the revered treasures. Though he had scarcely begun to comprehend its intricacies, its status as a treasure promised extraordinary capabilities, potentially capable of miraculous feats. At his behest, hundreds surged around the corner, driven by a resolve to face their demise. Even those who wished to survive understood that escaping their plight would not come easily. Thus, their fighting spirit soared, and their battle cries resounded with fervor. However, this clamor was short-lived. The moment they burst forth from the corner, their shouts abruptly ceased. Even those who followed closely behind fell silent as they crossed the threshold, leaving behind thousands. The sudden stillness filled them with perplexity. Surely, if these hundreds had plunged into an abyss, there would be at least some sounds of struggle. The eerie silence was undeniably unsettling. What on earth has transpired? One could not contain their curiosity and shouted out. Soon, a response emerged. How could this be? The answer seemed somewhat evasive. Yet it was evident that the speaker was more bewildered than those who remained. Ultimately, the remaining thousands, driven by curiosity, crowded toward the corner. They rose on their toes, stretching their necks to peer over the heads before them. What lay before their eyes was a scene of utter chaos, strewn with debris, and a wolf the size of an adult husky. Perched upon the beast was a grinning young man, whose visage outshone all the men present in handsomeness. Yet his smile bore a mocking quality that was deeply disconcerting. Lin Chuan, they were all slain by you. Li Tangfeng pointed at the tattered corpses strewn across the ground. Those were dozens of formidable experts from the Heavenly Sect. All perished within 20 breaths. The staggering disparity in strength between the two sides instilled a chilling dread. Indeed, Lin Chuan nodded. This time, he felt no inclination to argue. After all, he was resolutely determined to eradicate the roots of the problem. There was absolutely no need to deceive a group of individuals on the brink of death. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Chuan casually sketched a semicircle before him. A dazzling array of exquisite spiritual treasures materialized, displayed as if in an exhibition. 18 weapons, each and every one an unparalleled spiritual artifact. The onlookers were left utterly astounded. Even in grand sects like the Bloodslaughter Sect and the 100 Ghosts Sect, producing 18 supreme spiritual treasures would be an exceedingly arduous task. It is unlikely that even a sect leader possesses such an abundance of treasures. Yet here stood Lin Chuan, nearly the holy son of the celestial demon sect, exuding such wealth. Li Tangfeng's envy flared. Whether it was the 9th and 8th grade beast cores that Lin Chuan had effortlessly produced, or the 18 exquisite spiritual treasures now on display, each was enough to ignite his jealousy. However, he knew he was no match for Lin Chuan. Yet, the latter's relentless pursuit of the Emperor Wolf had cornered thousands of disciples from other sects, creating a fortuitous opportunity for him, an opportunity to eliminate Lin Chuan. My friends, you have all witnessed it. Lin Chuan commands the Emperor Wolf, seeking to slay us and seize our treasures. If we wish to survive, we must fight with all our might. Today, it is either my demise or Lin Chuan's. We are left with no alternative. Li Tangfeng skillfully sowed discord, successfully inciting the fury of the crowd. In an instant, thousands drew their swords, bloodlust surging forth. The imperial wolf became agitated as well. It possessed a sense of smell far more acute than that of humans. The intense aura of killing intent was enough to drive it into a frenzy. In contrast, Lin Chuan, the instigator, remained remarkably composed. In truth, the murderous intent of the crowd fell well within his expectations. Li Tefeng was not mistaken in this battle. Only one side could survive. Excluding the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, all present must perish. Brother Wolf, do not hold back any longer. Go forth. Annihilate these individuals, and I shall treat you to a grand feast. Lin Chuan chuckled, dismounting from the wolf's back. He then manipulated 18 exquisite spiritual treasures to completely seal off the only escape route. The imperial wolf licked its lips and broke into a grin. At this sight, Li Tangfeng and his companions turned pale with fear. Could this beast truly comprehend human speech? Li Tangfeng thought in disbelief. If that were indeed the case, then their conversation upon entering the cave must have been overheard by the imperial wolf. Infuriating. This creature possessed intelligence, cunningly manipulating them like puppets. A sudden gust of wind surged forth, unleashing a torrent of dazzling silver light that surged into the crowd. Instantly, the tranquil cave erupted into chaos. Filled with shouts of murder, howls of despair, pleas for mercy, and roars of fury. The cacophony of discordant voices filled the cavern, transforming the once serene darkness into a veritable hell on earth. Outside the cave, Wanming and the others stood transfixed, gazing upon the mountain range, which trembled violently under the oppressive force of the terrifying Heavenly Emperor. Was the Emperor Wolf truly this formidable? The exit had been sealed by Lin, and those wishing to escape had no choice but to vanquish both the Emperor Wolf and Lin. Lin Chuan, with a cheerful demeanor, observed the turmoil within the cave, occasionally interjecting with biting remarks that rattled the spirits of those inside. As a time traveler, Lin Chuan's wit far surpassed that of these cultivators. Manipulating emotions and sowing discord were merely fundamental tactics for him. If he could shatter the morale of thousands with mere words, he would gladly expend his breath to do so. Yet, even with his unparalleled verbal prowess, it remained contingent upon his overwhelming strength. Otherwise, no amount of rhetoric would be sufficient to bring about the demise of the thousands gathered under Li Tangfeng. Ultimately, fortune favored him as he had successfully subdued the Emperor Wolf as his enforcer. Without this advantage, he could never have retained so many cultivators. Lin Chuan, do not be so ruthless. We are all disciples of significant standing within our esteemed sections. Should we perish, your Heavenly Demon Sect shall inevitably face a wrathful retribution. Leng Ningshuang possesses formidable strength, capable of withstanding the onslaught of numerous sects. Li Tangfeng, in a fit of rage and humiliation, shouted vehemently. He was desperate. It was precisely because he understood that his life was in peril here that he resorted to invoking the name of his sect to threaten Lin Chuan. He was aware that this was a desperate measure. Perhaps it would compel Lin Chuan to hesitate and spare them. Yet, it was equally likely to incite Lin Chuan's suspicions, leading to their extermination. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Chuan had initially harbored such intentions. Regardless of Li Tangfeng's justifications, the eradication of all threats was Lin Chuan's unwavering resolve. Awu. The howl of the imperial wolf reverberated, intertwined with the anguished cries of numerous disciples, casting an even more ominous atmosphere within the cave. Every moment witnessed another life succumb to the jaws of this beast, a creature whose ferocity rivaled that of the celestial sovereigns. Despite the gathering of thousands, they were utterly powerless against this monstrous entity. Engaging the imperial wolf in combat offered no hope of survival. The solitary opportunity for escape lay with Lin Chuan. If he were slain, the path to freedom from the cave would be unveiled. Once they emerged from the great marsh illusion, it would herald the downfall of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Brotherly, why waste words with him? Let us dispatch Lin Chuan and break free together. The ghostly scholar declared with a sinister countenance. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for contemplation. Within the chaotic melee, over 60 individuals swiftly emerged. Li Tangfeng and the ghostly scholar were among them, their singular focus unwavering. Lin Chuan, slay him, and the possibility of survival would be restored for all. Have you finally recalled Lin? However, you may have forgotten that Lin is indeed of the Heavenly Sage. Are you all truly prepared to confront him? Lin Chuan remarked languidly. If possible, he genuinely wished to avoid engaging in conflict. For someone as indolent as he, even sitting in a lecture hall felt like a squandering of energy, let alone engaging in a brawl. Nonetheless, when faced with the potential loss of life, one must be willing to expend the necessary effort, especially this time. Even if it meant revealing all his trump cards, he could not afford to let a single person escape. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly bring endless calamity upon him and the Heavenly Demon Sect. Whoosh. 18 exquisite spiritual treasures whirled through the air. Lin Chuan had long since prepared for battle. Even the languid expression that usually adorned his face vanished, replaced by a rare seriousness. The true celestial saint was finally ready to engage. It remains uncertain whether this is a stroke of fortune for Li Tangfeng and Gui rushing, or if misfortune has befallen them. Kill. Li Tangfeng commanded impatiently. Over 60 individuals crowded within the tunnel of the cave, resembling a herd of enraged bison charging towards Lin Chuan. A myriad of weapons glimmered menacingly. Infused with the formidable internal energies of the celestial sovereigns and the celestial sect's elites, the pressure exerted upon the cave's walls caused them to fracture incessantly, with debris cascading from the ceiling as though the very mountain might collapse at any moment. Yet, despite such perilous circumstances, Lin Chuan exhibited no inclination to retreat. Even if it meant being entombed beneath the mountain, he could not permit Li Tangfeng and his cohorts to flee. The primordial celestial demon technique. Celestial demons in chaotic dance. Lin Chuan murmured softly, his voice penetrating the howling winds, reaching the ears of Li Tangfeng and the others. The renowned and legendary primordial celestial demon technique, known to all, was effortlessly wielded by Lin Chuan. How could this be conceivable? Yet, before Li Tangfeng and Gui rushing could voice their incredulity, a torrent of immense internal energy surged forth like a tsunami. The oppressive aura enveloped them, inducing a suffocating anguish. Even more terrifying was the sight of the 18 exquisite spiritual treasures behind Lin Chuan, each infused with profound internal power, swirling like a tempest of celestial demons. Hurtling towards them. Boom, boom. A cloud of blood mist erupted beside Li Tangfeng. Those who came into contact with the supreme spiritual treasures perished instantly, not even having the chance to emit a single cry of agony. The might of a celestial saint is indeed terrifying. Soon, the barrage of attacks came to a halt. Originally, there were over 60 celestial sovereigns and celestial sect experts. Now, merely around 20 remained. Li Tangfeng, filled with trepidation, cast a fearful glance around. He discovered that the ghost scholar was in disarray, kneeling on the ground, with the spiritual treasure fan in his hand reduced to a mere half-skeleton. Had it not been for the divine treasure he possessed, his fate would likely have been no better than that of the ghost scholar. Defeat was inevitable. Li Tangfeng's mind was a blank slate, and the dwindling remnants of his consciousness urged him to accept his fate. In just a brief exchange, the outcome had already been sealed. As a celestial sovereign, he was merely one realm apart from Lin Chuan, the celestial saint. Yet the disparity felt as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. In that moment, he recalled that not long ago, Lin Chuan had effortlessly dispatched the sect master of the Xinjin sect, Hong Tiana. In retrospect, the rumors held truth. He had underestimated Lin Chuan. With a resounding clang, the Nine Heavens Dragon Roar spear fell to the ground, producing a sound reminiscent of metal striking stone. With a thud, Li Tangfeng collapsed to the ground, his eyes devoid of life. In a single strike, Lin Chuan had effortlessly shattered Li Tangfeng's confidence. A blow to the heart, Lin Chuan achieved this with ease. Cough, cough. The ghostly scholar clutched his chest, expelling 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood. With a bitter smile, he turned to Li Tangfeng and declared, "We have been defeated. It seems we are destined to perish here. Yet, I cannot resign myself to this fate. That young lad, Lin Chuan, is merely a few years our junior. And yet his prowess is utterly terrifying. Though I may die, I cannot close my eyes in peace." At this moment, the ghostly scholar was overtaken by jealousy, especially after experiencing Lin Chuan's formidable abilities firsthand. He understood that in this life, and perhaps even in the next, he could never surpass Lin Chuan. This only fueled his envy further. Both were young disciples within the sect, their ages comparable, yet their talents and levels of cultivation were worlds apart. Such a stark contrast was utterly disheartening. It drove the ghostly scholar to contemplate that even in death, he wished to drag Lin Chuan down with him. "Does Brother Ghost have a brilliant plan?" Li Tangfeng exclaimed with joy. Initially enveloped in despair, the words of the ghostly scholar rekindled a glimmer of hope within him. However, like the ghostly scholar, he had long since abandoned the desire for survival. Instead, he sought to perish alongside Lin Chuan. If such a prodigious talent could be brought down to hell with them, it would grant them a semblance of achievement. Life-binding goo. I yearn to intertwine Lin Chuan's fate with my own. All it requires is a single drop of his blood. I implore you, brotherly, to procure it at any cost. I wish to descend into hell alongside Lin Chuan. The 100 Ghost sect is feared for its incessantly emerging and bizarre techniques. The use of goo insects is merely one aspect. It is said that within the 100 Ghost sect, there also exist arts of controlling spirits, crafting puppets, and commanding corpses. These methods, which tarnish one's moral standing, have traditionally been scorned by the esteemed sections. Yet, in the Hundred Ghosts sect, they are the prevailing practices. 50 years prior, a faction of self-proclaimed righteous sects attempted to besiege the Hundred Ghosts sect, numbering as high as 30,000. The outcome, however, was catastrophic for the assailants, who suffered countless casualties in bizarre and horrific manners. In the aftermath, every sect that participated in the siege was utterly annihilated. Their fate's so grim that even the most formidable sects still tremble at the mere mention. It was this very siege that instilled a paralyzing fear of the Hundred Ghosts sect, ensuring that no one dared to challenge it for half a century. Over the last 50 years, the development of the Hundred Ghosts sect has not been particularly prosperous, yet it cannot be deemed dire either. The primary reason lies in the alarming nature of its methods. Rarely does anyone choose to join, unless absolutely compelled. However, those who do become members are invariably the most nefarious of individuals. Without a doubt, the Ghost Scholar stands as the epitome of malevolence. He fears not death. Yet before his end, he is singularly consumed by thoughts of vengeance. He is more terrifying than a desperate outlaw. Is a single drop of blood truly sufficient? Li Tongfeng's fingers trembled as he slowly picked up the precious item that had fallen to the ground. It represented his sole chance of harming Lin Chuan. Yet, how substantial was this possibility? He could not be certain. Perhaps 10%? Or even less than that. Hey! A shout pulled Li Tongfeng and Gui rushing back to reality after their whispered conversation. They looked up to find Lin Chuan staring intently at them. Suddenly, Lin Chuan waved his hand, unleashing a violent surge of inner power that drew back the scattered exquisite spiritual treasures. The Hundred Ghosts sect is notorious for its sinister and unpredictable tactics. Surely, you two do not believe that I, Lin, am unaware of your intentions? I suspect you are contemplating a mutual demise with me. If that is the case, I shall take the initiative and eliminate you both. With that, Lin Chuan directed his finger, commanding 18 exquisite spiritual treasures to rush towards Li Tongfeng and Gui rushing. Wait. Li Tongfeng's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly relinquished his treasured possession. Instinctively, he raised his hands in surrender. Gui Rushan's face turned ashen. Damn you, Lin Chuan. You have reached the Heavenly Saint level and have complete control over the situation. Why are you still being so cautious? You wretched fiend. You are not playing by the rules. I forgot to inform you both. To preserve one's life, the most effective method is to maintain a low profile. However, if one cannot remain inconspicuous, it becomes imperative to eradicate the threat entirely, regardless of whether you are a celestial sovereign, a heavenly sect, or a heavenly emperor. Here in Lin's presence, there exists only one path, that of death. Lin Chuan let out a cold sneer, indifferent to whether Li Tongfeng's surrender was genuine or feigned. He commanded 18 supreme spiritual treasures to charge forth directly. Bastard! Li Tongfeng seethed with indignation. Having already surrendered, he found himself the target of Lin Chuan's relentless pursuit. He had been driven to the brink of despair, leaving him with no choice but to fight desperately for his survival. Let us proceed, with our fates already sealed. Why should we hesitate? If I can drag Lin Chuan down to hell with me, it would be a gain for both of us. The ghostly scholar spoke with a grim expression. The current situation required no further incitement from him. Crack! Li Tongfeng tightly grasped the Nine Heavens Dragon Roar spear. Reclaiming this treasured weapon he had discarded twice before. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue. A torrent of sanguinary murderous intent erupted from within him. With my life, I shall sever the enemy's head. Each word escaped through clenched teeth. Accompanied by the surge of his own blood, his inner strength surged forth like a mist of blood. Undoubtedly, this technique was a desperate move, one that consumed his very lifespan. It was also the most renowned martial art of the Bloodslaughter sect. Only disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect, at the brink of death, could invoke this technique by sacrificing their lives to perish alongside their adversary. Clearly, Li Tongfeng had reached a critical juncture. Whether or not to employ the blood battle of 8 directions, death was inevitable. It was better to take Lin Chuan down with him before his demise. Whoosh! The fierce howling of the wind mingled with an intense scent of blood. Lin Chuan could sense the aura of Li Tongfeng surging wildly. The celestial beings, at the pinnacle of power, forcibly elevated their cultivation by sacrificing their lifespan, drawing ever closer to the realm of the celestial saint. Impressive. However, it is regrettable that one may approach the pinnacle of the celestial saint, yet never attain it, ultimately becoming a mere failure. Yet, what if one were to forcibly transcend the celestial saint? I have vanquished Hong Tianhe before. An ordinary celestial saint pales in comparison to my prowess. Lin Chuan chuckled lightly, dismissive of the notion. Despite his disdain for Li Tongfeng, he remained vigilant of the cunning Geirsheng. compared to a brash individual like Li Tangfeng. A schemer like Sheng is far more formidable. Although he was unaware of any conspiracies these two might have devised, he recognized that eliminating Sheng first, preventing him from employing any tactics, was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Thus, with a swift motion of his sword, he decisively channeled a significant portion of his power. 18 exquisite spiritual treasures, the majority of which were aimed directly at Sheng. In that instant, his terrifying celestial saint cultivation was unleashed without reservation, hurtling through Li Tangfeng and crashing forcefully towards the scheming Sheng behind him. Boom, boom, boom. Resounding explosions echoed within the cavern. Clouds of dust erupted, and a fierce blaze ignited. 10 exquisite spiritual treasures converged upon a singular location, instantly engulfing the figure of Rushing. Even Li Tangfeng was caught off guard. The battle concluded in an instant. You! Li Tangfeng exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. As he shifted his gaze from the direction of the ghostly scholar to Lin Chuan, he was taken aback to witness a shadow suddenly soar into the air. The spot where Lin Chuan once stood was now eerily vacant. How swift! Li Tangfeng could only exclaim. He watched as Lin Chuan's handsome and composed visage gracefully passed by him. Stand aside! A nonchalant voice swept by. Before Li Tangfeng could react, 8 exquisite spiritual treasures struck him fiercely. With a loud thud, he spewed forth a torrent of blood, his body uncontrollably propelled away, crashing heavily against the mountainside, embedding himself within it. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan plunged into the swirling dust, summoning his exquisite spiritual treasure to disperse the haze. When the tumult finally subsided, all that remained was a deep pit, devoid of any trace of presence. Indeed, he had vanished. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow and let out a soft sigh. He had sensed something amiss moments prior. The ghostly scholar merely incited Li Tangfeng to make a move, while remaining utterly passive himself. Despite his disheveled appearance, he had sustained no injuries whatsoever. Coupled with the unpredictable methods of the 100 Ghost sect, it was nearly impossible to ascertain the means by which the ghostly scholar had eluded capture. Teleportation technique? Lin Chuan crouched at the edge of the deep pit, inhaling deeply. A chilling scent reminiscent of the residual energy left behind by the ghostly scholar permeated the air. Even if it were not a teleportation technique, the ghostly scholar must have departed from this very spot. Why can't you simply await your demise in peace? You compel me to expend extra effort in pursuit of you. Such a nuisance. Inside the cavern, the news of the ghostly scholar's retreat spread like wildfire. The one most affected was Li Tangfeng, who had intended to sacrifice his life for a fierce confrontation with Lin Chuan. In the end, however, he found himself merely a pawn in someone else's game. How infuriating. Yet his current predicament was exceedingly awkward. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for the ghostly scholar. But he had also offended Lin Chuan, leaving him caught between two fires. Should his life extinguish here, he would undoubtedly live with regret for eternity. Damn that ghost. May you find no peace in death. I, Li, will haunt you even as a spirit. Li Tangfeng gritted his teeth and uttered with venom. However, no sooner had he spoken than he felt a chilling gaze directed towards him. Lin Chuan's handsome visage was devoid of expression, as if he were staring at a corpse. Utterly devoid of emotional fluctuation. Brotherly, you must understand that if we allow the ghostly scholar to escape, our Heavenly Demon Sect will face dire consequences. Thus, my time is exceedingly precious. Would you kindly consider perishing, so as to spare us both the waste of time? Lin Chuan toyed with the Lin Hu's sword, speaking languidly. For one who was inherently lethargic, even the act of killing seemed an unnecessary expenditure of energy. Yet, out of caution, he recognized that Li Tangfeng was among the strongest and most cunning of the thousands present. Without securing his life, Lin Chuan would not dare to depart carelessly. With a resounding clang, the 9 Heavens Dragon Roar spear fell to the ground. Li Tangfeng, in a state of despair, hung his head and with a bitter smile remarked, "This treasured artifact rightfully belongs to you. I shall return it to its rightful owner. However, I have a request. Allow me to slay the ghost scholar. If you can fulfill this desire of mine, afterward, I will leave your fate in your own hands." As he spoke these words, Li Tangfeng's face was a mask of fury, his desire to devour the ghost scholar alive palpable. His hatred was undeniably genuine. Yet, the phrase "leave your fate in your own hands" was far from sincere. He understood Lin Chuan's resolve. He would undoubtedly eradicate all those who had wronged him today. The demise of the ghost scholar was thus a foregone conclusion. If the ghost scholar was destined to perish, why should he dirty his own hands? In essence, he sought to seize this opportunity to escape from peril. Alas, he had vastly underestimated Lin Chuan's caution. Or rather, Lin Chuan, valuing his own life above all, would not allow any flaw to mar his plans. I shall take the 9 heavens dragon roar spear, but I must also claim your life, brotherly. Rest assured. After your demise, the ghost scholar shall accompany you to hell. It will not exceed half an hour. Lin Chuan chuckled lightly. He then directed his sword, and 18 exquisite spiritual treasures aligned toward the same target. Compared to before, Lin Chuan's aura surged, fully manifesting his heavenly saint cultivation. This was not due to an elevated regard for his adversary, but rather a fear of overestimating himself and allowing another wretched creature like the ghost scholar to slip through the cracks. No, you cannot take my life. I am the cherished disciple of the Blade Monarch. Should I perish, the Heavenly Demon Sect shall surely seek vengeance. Brother Lin, please hear me out. I assure you, the events of today shall remain a secret known only to us. There is no need for us to escalate matters to this extent. Li Tangfeng, caught between threats and gentle persuasion, realized that his sole recourse lay in the power of his words to sway Lin Chuan. Yet, despite his attempts to appeal to reason and emotion, the 18 exquisite spiritual treasures continued their inexorable advance. Lin Chuan's resolve to kill had not wavered in the slightest. Lin Chuan, you shall regret this. You cannot kill me. Li Tangfeng's frantic roar reverberated throughout the cavern. Yet, it was soon drowned out by a tremendous rumble. The mountain trembled violently, rocks cascading down relentlessly. The residual force of inner energy unleashed a tempest that ravaged the cave for a full moment. As the dust settled, Lin Chuan found himself utterly alone. Not a trace of Li Tangfeng remained. Not even a scrap of flesh was left behind. How tragic. Thousands of disciples from the rival sect stood in stunned silence. If Li Tangfeng met such a gruesome fate, what hope did they, mere pawns, have of survival? It dawned on them that they had gravely underestimated Lin Chuan's strength. The might of a heavenly saint was indeed formidable. How could they possibly provoke such power? To compound their misfortune, they were up against a wolf of imperial stature, rivaling that of the heavenly emperor. The prospect of escaping was bleak. To retain their bodies intact upon death would be a stroke of luck. Oh, I do not wish to die. It is all Li Tangfeng's and Gue Rushan's fault. We were so easily deceived. I was wrong. I truly see my errors now. Spare my life, I beg you. The cries shattered the oppressive silence. The escape of Gue Rushing and the tragic demise of Li Tangfeng had severely dampened the morale of these individuals. Among the throng of thousands, nearly all were dispirited cowards, including disciples from the Blood Fiend sect and the 100 Ghost sect. Burp. The Emperor Wolf let out an incongruous belch. After a fierce battle, it had indulged itself to an excess. Yet, if these thousands of lives remained unresolved, would all that Lin Chuan had accomplished thus far be rendered meaningless? To cut the grass without uprooting it allows it to regrow with the spring breeze. It was time to make a decisive choice. 10 8th grade beast intercourse. Lin Chuan stated with a cold indifference in exchange for the lives of these 2,321 individuals. Do you consent, Brother Wolf? He was aware that the Emperor Wolf comprehended human speech, so he decided to dispense with any pretense. After all, these were over 2,000 lives at stake. The act of slaughter would undoubtedly be exhausting. Since he possessed an abundance of beast intercourse, it would be far more efficient to employ a ready-made enforcer to do the work for him. Ding. At the moment of massacre, the host slacked off. Reward, 1,000-mile reduction. Once again, an unexpected gain. Lin Chuan vowed that he had not slacked off for the sake of the reward. It was merely his inherent laziness. Nevertheless, 1,000-mile reduction seemed to be a technique, one that could greatly expedite travel. It appeared to be particularly useful for pursuing others, especially for chasing after fleeing scholars, an ideal application. It seemed the system had quite thoughtfully considered his needs. Could it be that the lazy are indeed blessed? Lin Chuan mused with a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, upon hearing Lin Chuan's conditions, the Emperor Wolf turned its head towards him and flashed a toothy grin. This human and wolf, without uttering a single word, were able to intuitively grasp each other's intentions. It felt somewhat peculiar. However, the Emperor Wolf's intelligence spared Lin Chuan a considerable amount of effort. If communication had required exertion, a person as indolent as Lin Chuan would undoubtedly contemplate whether to subjugate it. When the Emperor Wolf's piercing green eyes once again surveyed the crowd, a chilling glint erupted forth. Help! Within the cave, the only sound that pierced the silence was the anguished cries, reverberating endlessly in an unsettling and hollow manner. Even outside the cave, the hair on the necks of Wu Niaming and her companion stood on end. What on earth was transpiring within? Wu Niaming found herself incessantly speculating, her curiosity urging her to venture inside, yet her disciples steadfastly restrained her. This was due to Lin Chuan's prior instructions forbidding their entry. How remarkably obedient these disciples were. In truth, it was not merely their compliance. It was the presence of a celestial-level emperor wolf within the cave, an ominous beast that even Lin Chuan could not contend with. Entering would be tantamount to courting death. Remaining outside, they at least had a chance to escape should the need arise. Though the dreadful screams echoed from within, their curiosity had to be suppressed. After all, curiosity could be a perilous thing. Fortunately, their wait was not prolonged. The harrowing cries gradually subsided, yet the hearts of the onlookers raced even more fervently. They feared that Lin Chuan might have met with grave misfortune. What could they possibly do? Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps shattered the tranquility. In the next moment, a silhouette emerged from the depths of the pitch-black cavern. Following closely, a strikingly handsome visage pierced through the shadows, revealing itself to Wu Niaming and the others. Son of the Sacred, Lin Chuan. A wave of joy surged through the crowd. Lin Chuan had emerged alive, and astonishingly, he seemed utterly unscathed. How was this possible? The onlookers were filled with both astonishment and delight. Yet, in the next moment, their expressions froze. 9 pairs of terrified eyes simultaneously turned to gaze at what lay behind Lin Chuan. A wolf, its entire coat shimmering silver, followed closely in his wake, its head seemingly adorned with a large character that signified danger. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan appeared completely oblivious, cheerfully flashing a sign towards Wu Niaming and the others. Hooray! Oh, you big-headed fool! Wu Niaming is quite troubled. Is this truly a moment for relaxation? Danger! She swiftly drew her sword, recklessly charging towards Lin Chuan. Heedless of the peril to her own life, formed the formation. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect acted decisively, swiftly arranging their defenses. The Emperor Wolf was overwhelming in strength, and thousands of disciples from other sects had perished in the cave. How could a mere 10 of them hope to withstand such might? It seemed that this battle would lead to certain doom. Yet, despite the dire circumstances, Wu Niaming and her companions did not abandon their desire for survival. However, unlike the other 8 disciples, Wu Niaming instinctively shielded Lin Chuan. This simple act stirred something within Lin Chuan's heart. From now on, I shall no longer refer to you as the fierce old hag. He acknowledged his feelings of being moved, yet he understood it was merely the bond of brotherhood. Even among comrades, the entrusting of life and death was not uncommon. Had he not entertained such thoughts before? Seeing your sister, you misunderstand. Brother Wolf and I are friends. He would never harm us, would he? Lin Chuan said with a smile, tossing an 8th-level beast core toward the Emperor Wolf. Wu. The Emperor Wolf let out a languid growl, swallowing its inner core in one gulp before sprawling on the ground to doze off. This indolent demeanor was remarkably akin to that of Lin Chuan. Upon witnessing this, Wu Niaming and the others couldn't help but think of a phrase, birds of a feather flock together. However, the fact that Lin Chuan, as a celestial saint, managed to subdue a level 9 beast was bound to send ripples through the realm of cultivation if word got out. Naturally, Wu Niaming and her companions discerned that Lin Chuan's method of subjugating the Emperor Wolf was merely a result of bombarding it with a plethora of beast intercourse. The exact quantity he had in reserve remained a mystery to all. Yet, another pressing concern arose. Should Lin Chuan run out of beast intercourse, whether he could still maintain control over the Emperor Wolf was uncertain. At that juncture, whether the Emperor Wolf would unleash its inherent ferocity was equally dubious. In summary, keeping this level 9 beast in close proximity posed both potential fortune and peril, the outcome of which was difficult to ascertain. They were eager to inquire about Lin Chuan's thoughts on the matter. Just as Wu Niaming was about to speak, Lin Chuan broke the silence first. Sister, and esteemed junior brothers and sisters, can I trust you? He surveyed the 9 with a furrowed brow, his gaze imbued with a sense of gravity. The typically languid Lin Chuan rarely displayed such a serious expression, indicating that whatever he was about to say was of utmost importance. Certainly. Wu Niaming and the 8 disciples nodded in unison, each exhibiting a solemn demeanor, not daring to exhibit even the slightest negligence. That is good. Lin Chuan nodded and continued. Everyone, please remember that today's events pertain to the survival of the Heavenly Demon Sect. If even a whisper of this matter escapes, the consequences will be dire. I believe none of you wish for our actions to incite a siege upon the Heavenly Demon Sect by other sects, leading to our utter annihilation. With these words, the attendees grasped Lin Chuan's profound concern. Within the cavern lay nearly 3,000 disciples from various sections. Although these individuals were primarily slain by the Emperor Wolf, the orchestration was Lin Chuan's design. Consequently, the repercussions would inevitably fall upon Lin Chuan and the Heavenly Demon Sect. It is crucial to understand that these 3,000 souls represented the backbone of the younger generation from their respective sects, particularly Li Tangfeng and Gue Rushing. The status of these two within the Blood Slaughter sect and the 100 Ghost sect was hardly inferior to Lin Chuan standing in the Heavenly Demon Sect. Should news of their demise leak, the two sects would undoubtedly launch an assault on the Heavenly Demon Sect, demanding accountability from Leng Ningshuang. Regardless of the circumstances faced by the Heavenly Demon Sect, Lin Chuan was bound to face dire consequences. Now that all lives had been extinguished, the situation was irretrievable. The only course of action left was to obliterate the evidence. It was unforeseen that matters would escalate to this extent. There was no recourse but to proceed in this manner. Lin Chuan, what are your intentions for handling this? Wu Nanming sighed softly, her mind swirling in confusion. She could only defer to Lin Chuan's arrangements. After all, he had orchestrated the entire affair from beginning to end. Despite his notorious laziness, he possessed a wealth of cunning ideas. Entrusting it to him should pose no issues, right? Very simple. Please step back. Everyone, leave the rest to me. Lin Chuan waved his hand and casually kicked the emperor wolf, signaling it to keep its distance. Alas, the imperial wolf lazily opened its eyes and emitted a dissatisfied growl towards Lin Chuan. Yet, that was all it did. It seemed to understand Lin Chuan's intentions and promptly retreated several hundred steps away. Was it truly necessary to distance itself so far? Wu Nanming pondered. What on earth did Lin Chuan intend to do that could affect a range of 600 steps? In truth, Lin Chuan was somewhat astonished himself. They say animals possess keen senses, but encountering one with such remarkable intelligence was a first for him. It appeared that this wolf's intellect was extraordinarily high. In the future, he would need to exercise greater caution when attempting to deceive it. He mused to himself before advising Wu Nanming to retreat as far as possible. Whoosh! Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind erupted from the ground. It was not a change in the weather of the illusory Great Marsh, but rather Lin Chuan fully mobilizing his internal energy. At the same time, he summoned 18 exquisite spiritual treasures along with one supreme artifact. In comparison to his earlier confrontations with Li Tangfeng and Gue Rushing, he was now truly unleashing his full power. However, this time, he faced an entire mountain range, a vast expanse stretching for hundreds of miles. Was he truly contemplating the collapse of a mountain? Had he lost his senses? Wu Nanming was astonished. Was it necessary to expend such effort against an entire mountain range merely for the sake of erasing evidence? The celestial sage, while indeed formidable, possessed the power to move mountains and fill seas, but that was merely a hyperbolic expression. The genuine ability to alter landscapes awaited the arrival of the celestial emperor. Moreover, did Lin Chuan not fear drawing the attention of other sect disciples with his actions against a mountain range that spanned hundreds of miles? Let us not forget, there were still 5,000 people outside. The primal chaos heavenly demon technique. Celestial demon's banishment. A sudden, thunderous roar echoed through the air. Lin Chuan's inner strength surged once more, doubling in magnitude. The residual force swept across 10 miles, nearly sending Wu Nanming and her companions, situated 600 paces away, flying into the air. Impressive. This must be the true power of the Holy Sun. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were filled with exhilaration. They believed they were finally about to witness Lin Chuan unleash his full strength. However, in the next moment, a tremendous divine might descended from the heavens, shattering the clouds above. 19 beams of light, each of a distinct hue, plummeted towards the mountain range. The magnitude of this spectacle reverberated throughout the vast illusion of the Great Marsh. Even the ghostly scholar, who was desperately fleeing, found himself halting in his tracks, staring in terror at the heavens. Lin Chuan. He was actually poised to obliterate the 100-mile mountain range. This madman, the exasperated scholar lamented, if I had known, I would not have provoked him. No, remaining in the Great Marsh illusion will inevitably lead to my demise at his hands. I must escape at once. After a brief moment of hesitation, he scrambled towards the soul exit. Lin Chuan was not idle. Having resolved to eradicate all threats, he would leave no potential danger behind. Inside the cavern lay a heap of corpses. Perhaps a few fortunate souls had managed to survive. To be on the safe side, it was most prudent to obliterate the entire mountain. Furthermore, the scholar remained a loose end within the Great Marsh illusion. It was imperative to resolve this matter before he could flee the illusion. Time was, after all, the most elusive resource he possessed. Boom, boom. The tremors powerful enough to shake the earth reverberated through the crowd. A mountain range, stretching for hundreds of miles, collapsed at a visibly alarming rate. The terrifying technique known as the Celestial Demon S-World Burial exhibited a destructive force that surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary celestial sage. The reason for this lay in Lin Chuan's unconventional mastery of a divine-grade demonic art, although he often displayed a lackadaisical demeanor. The accumulation of his years of training was indeed substantial. The rewards from the system were exceedingly practical. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Chuan had evolved into a profoundly formidable being. However, his own laziness had resulted in infrequent confrontations with others. Even when he was compelled to act, he typically achieved victory through unexpected strategies, never truly exerting his full strength. This occasion, however, was markedly different. Lin Chuan was pressed for time, and the destruction of the extensive mountain range was no trivial endeavor. Thus, he committed himself wholeheartedly without overthinking. As for the outcome, it was remarkably effective. My goodness, could this truly be the work of a saint? Such terrifying destructive capacity seemed more akin to that of an emperor. Had the saint already transcended to the level of an emperor? The disciples of the celestial demon sect could not help but speculate. Their thoughts were understandable, given Lin Chuan's profound concealment of his abilities. Even among his fellow sect members, they had seldom witnessed him in action, let alone at full strength. With this display, surely the potential for future threats had been eradicated. Wu Nanming's furrowed brow relaxed as she silently exhaled in relief. The mountain that once towered 100 zhang had now dwindled to merely a few dozen. Within 50 miles, the landscape had transformed into a chaotic heap of rubble. Anyone buried beneath such debris would have no hope of survival. No, it was still insufficient. Suddenly, Lin Chuan shook his head, countering with an exceedingly serious tone. What? Wu Nanming exclaimed, filled with perplexity. The entire mountain had been reduced to this state, and yet, was it still not sufficient? Did you presume that those thousands of disciples from other sects were akin to cockroaches with lives so insignificant? Sister, do not be complacent. This matter concerns the survival of both the Heavenly Demon Sect and ourselves. No degree of caution is excessive. Moreover, this mountain range stretches for hundreds of miles, and it is entirely plausible that there exist unseen caverns. If we let even a single survivor escape due to a moment of negligence, it could bring catastrophic ruin upon the Heavenly Demon Sect. Caution is the key to enduring a millennium. Lin Chuan glanced back at Wu Nanming, his demeanor grave. As a time traveler, he was acutely aware of the dire consequences that could arise from carelessness. In television dramas and novels, it is often the arrogant villain whose moment of oversight allows the protagonist to escape death. The protagonist, seizing the opportunity of apparent demise, undergoes a remarkable transformation, ultimately turning the tables on the antagonist. If one were to assess Lin Chuan's ruthlessness at this moment, he would undoubtedly be classified as a villain, for he held the lives of thousands in his hands. Once the information leaked, it would create a sensation throughout the realm of cultivation. Even the slightest oversight could unleash immeasurable calamity. Therefore, exercising caution is undeniably wise. Yet, the entire mountain has been obliterated to this extent. What more could you possibly do? Are you suggesting we exhume the bodies and slay them anew? Wu Nanming said with a bitter smile. Indeed, examining each body would be the most prudent course of action. However, this is utterly impractical. Firstly, the collapse has turned the mountain into a mass grave, making it impossible to retrieve the bodies. Moreover, the earlier commotion would surely attract numerous onlookers, leaving Lin Chuan and the others with little time. Secondly, Lin Chuan could not possibly recognize each corpse. Aside from Li Tangfeng and Gue rushing, he was unfamiliar with anyone else. Even verifying the number of individuals present would be beyond his capability. How then could he authenticate their identities? Since verification is unattainable, there remains but one solution: to erase the entire mountain range from existence. Lin Chuan's tone was resolute, leaving Wu Nanming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect in shock. Even the Emperor Wolf lifted his gaze to regard him. Huh, surely you jest. Wu Nanming's lips twitched twice, her expression one of utter disbelief. She did not wait for Lin Chuan's response, but instead witnessed him unleash his inner power once more. This time, he was firing on all cylinders. Compared to before, his aura not only did not diminish, it seemed to have intensified further. How is this possible? It was astonishing that he had not revealed his full strength. Wu Nanming wore an expression of disbelief, yet she was equally exhilarated. The presence of a formidable talent like Lin Chuan at such a young age was indeed a blessing for the Heavenly Demon Sect. Even if the sect were to face dire tribulations in the future, there would be no need to rely solely on Leng Ningshuang. Moreover, Lin Chuan was still young, with ample opportunities for growth ahead of him. Perhaps in time, his achievements would surpass those of Leng Ningshuang. No, it could be said with certainty that he would indeed eclipse her. The Hunyuan Heavenly Demon Art, a mere ordinary punch. At that moment, Lin Chuan seemed to attempt a punch. What appeared to be a casual and effortless strike emanated a tremendous momentum. It was a force that even a powerful figure like Wu Nanming could not withstand. Just an ordinary punch, and it possessed such might. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were left in awe. Having witnessed Lin Chuan's terrifying prowess, they dared not consider his display as mere bravado. This seemingly simple punch undoubtedly held the power to split mountains and shatter stones. Yet, to level a mountain range stretching for hundreds of miles. It seemed he still had a considerable distance to cover. With a thunderous roar, a massive explosion erupted, sending plumes of smoke swirling into the air. However, the localized haze did little to obscure the onlooker's view. At that moment, an immense pit, 100 feet deep, had been forcefully carved into the mountainside by Lin Chuan's fist. A testament to the formidable power he wielded. Quite impressive. Lin Chuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction with this outcome. However, he was acutely aware of the time constraints he faced and had no luxury to linger. Resolutely, he summoned all his internal energy. This time, he intended to obliterate the mountain range entirely before intercepting the ghostly scholar. With the Hunyuan Tiangong and a series of precise punches, a low roar escaped his lips, heralding the imminent tempest. The formidable power of the heavenly saint was laid bare before Lin Chuan, yet to the perception of Wu Naming and others, he possessed a terrifying strength that surpassed that of the heavenly saint. Subsequently, countless shadows of fist rained down upon the mountain range with ferocious intensity. With each strike, the mountains erupted. The extensive range, stretching for hundreds of miles, could not withstand the assault of one so insignificantly small as Lin Chuan. The saint was undeniably formidable. But was it truly necessary to go to such lengths? The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect looked on in confusion. At this moment, not only were the thousands of corpses within the cave obliterated, but the entire mountain range had nearly vanished without a trace. Lin Chuan had orchestrated a textbook execution of eradication. While it might have been a tad exaggerated, it could be assured that not a single remnant was left behind. In the day's illusion, as the fierce wind subsided, 5,000 individuals stood frozen on the plain, gazing into the distance. Once, there had been a mountain range spanning hundreds of miles. Now, it had vanished without a trace. Heaven alone knew what had transpired there. Due to their distance, they could only observe 9 beams of light descending from the sky, followed by a tremor. When they regained consciousness, the mountain range had simply ceased to exist. While they could not ascertain the cause of its destruction, everyone understood that the terrifying force was anything but natural. It was undoubtedly man-made. To obliterate a mountain range of such magnitude in an instant could only be accomplished by a being of emperor-level strength. Was it possible that an emperor-level entity was concealed within the day's illusion? As this thought emerged, many were struck pale with fear. It should be noted that those who entered here were all disciples of the younger generation from various sects, with Lin Chuan being the strongest among them. Yet he was merely a heavenly saint. Should an emperor-level being truly intervene, the 8,000 souls who ventured into the illusion would stand no chance of survival. What to do? In comparison to one's life, the rare treasures within the illusion are not worth clinging to. Perhaps, this place originally belongs to some reclusive master, and our intrusion has incited their wrath. If we leave now, it may not be too late. A flurry of frantic speculation ensued among the crowd. Fear of the unknown is intrinsic to human nature, allowing even greed to be momentarily cast aside. However, their wild imaginings inadvertently aided Lin Chuan significantly. Initially, he had worried that the commotion he stirred would attract numerous onlookers. Yet, he overlooked the fact that his displayed prowess had transcended the common understanding of the heavenly sage, inadvertently drawing the ire towards an enigmatic heavenly emperor. Whether such a being truly exists remains a mystery known only to ghosts. Naturally, Lin Chuan never placed his hopes on others. After obliterating the mountain range, he did not waste a moment. He decisively invoked the technique of traversing 1,000 miles in an instant, making a beeline for the exit of the illusion. At this juncture, all who were privy to the truth had perished, leaving only the ghostly scholar as a lingering threat. Eliminating him would allow Lin Chuan to rest easy. However, a time disparity existed between them. If he solely relied on his legs to pursue, the ghostly scholar would likely have already fled back to the 100 Ghost Gate. Fortunately, the system proved to be quite considerate, rewarding him with a technique for rapid traversal. The notion of traversing 1,000 miles in an instant is not as mythical as legends suggest, nor can it achieve the feats of Sun Wukong, who could leap tens of thousands of miles with a single somersault. Nevertheless, the ability to fold space and accelerate travel does exist. Compared to the method of burrowing underground, the effect of traversing 1,000 miles in an instant is approximately 50 times greater. While burrowing allows for 10 zhong per breath, traversing 1,000 miles permits 500 zhong per breath. Despite such a significant difference, Lin Chuan remained uneasy. His concerns were not unfounded. After all, within the vast illusion, There exists but a single exit. Once the ghostly scholar leaves the illusion, finding him would be akin to searching for a needle in the ocean. Sister, remain here and do not wander. I will eliminate the ghostly scholar and reunite with you. Brother Wolf, you are forbidden from harming them. Upon my return, I shall reward you with 2 inner cores of 8th grade ferocious beasts. Lin Chuan, in a state of urgency, hastily left behind a brief explanation before vanishing without a trace. His sudden disappearance startled the Emperor Wolf. Unbeknownst to Lin Chuan, this technique of traversing vast distances in an instant, while seemingly a mere means of travel, was no simpler to master than the Hunyuan demon art. It could indeed be classified as a divine-level skill. Unfortunately, neither the Emperor Wolf nor Wu Naming possessed the discernment to recognize its value, merely perceiving that Lin Chuan had inexplicably vanished. At this moment, on the opposite side of the Great Marsh Illusion, the ghost scholar was fleeing in a state of utter disarray. As the exit of the illusion came into view, a faint smile of relief finally appeared on his weary face. Escaped at last, finally free from this wretched place of strife. I never anticipated that the holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect would be even more formidable than the rumors suggested. It seems I have indeed stumbled upon an insurmountable obstacle. However, do not revel in your triumph. With the display of power you just exhibited, I can confidently assert that Li Tangfeng and his companions must have perished at your hands. That amounts to 3,000 lives. Once this news spreads throughout the realm of cultivation, the entire Heavenly Demon Sect will face utter annihilation. Lin Chuan, even if I cannot vanquish you, I possess the means to ensure your utter destruction. The ghost scholar gritted his teeth, speaking to himself. His animosity towards Lin Chuan was palpable. Disciples of the 100 Ghost Sect are known for their vengeful nature, and the ghost scholar exemplified this trait. Moreover, within the 100 Ghost Sect, he was regarded as a prodigy, basking in the adulation of his peers. Having always sailed smoothly through life, he had never encountered such a devastating setback. This time, he had nearly lost his very life. How could there be such a vast chasm between him and his contemporaries? He refused to accept it. Yet, mere dissatisfaction would not suffice. He was acutely aware that, given Lin Chuan's extraordinary talent, surpassing him would likely be an insurmountable challenge, even over the span of a lifetime. Nevertheless, he would not resign himself to a life burdened by inner demons. In light of this, he resolved to unleash every means at his disposal to obliterate Lin Chuan. A sudden chill swept through the air. Before the ghostly scholar could comprehend the situation, a sharp, piercing pain surged through his chest, propelling him uncontrollably into the distance. In the haze, he discerned a shadow racing towards him like a bolt of lightning. It was Lin Chuan. A scream of terror escaped his lips, a reaction born of instinct that seemed to provoke his pursuer. Cursed be the oversight. Had he known, he would have sealed his lips. Lin Chuan shook his head in frustration. Although his concerns may have been somewhat excessive, caution is the mother of safety. What if someone was hidden nearby, concealed so expertly that even he could not detect them? Was the ghostly scholar's cry not a direct revelation of his identity? Nevertheless, there was no doubt that the ghostly scholar must perish. Once this individual was dealt with, he would thoroughly scrutinize the surroundings. With a dull thud, a sound jolted Lin Chuan back to reality. The ghostly scholar had collapsed onto the ground. Already in a disheveled state, he now appeared even more wretched. Though his appearance had always been somewhat unrefined, he had strived to present himself with dignity, attempting to embody the grace of a refined gentleman in every gesture. All of this was due to Lin Chuan. The carefully maintained image he had worked so hard to uphold was now utterly shattered. With a swift motion, Lin Chuan unleashed the 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear. Simultaneously, a chilling glint flashed in his eyes, revealing his murderous intent. Gulu. The ghostly scholar's face was etched with terror. He was truly afraid. Wait, can we talk? He pleaded. Absolutely not. Lin Chuan retorted decisively. He then raised the 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear and thrust it directly at the ghost scholar. Did he think he would perish from excessive chatter? Such naivety. At the exit of the Great Marsh Illusion, the ghost scholar collapsed into a pool of blood, a ghastly wound marring his chest, his fatal injury. Just moments ago, he had been vibrant and full of life. Now, he found himself on the brink of death. Yet, there was not a trace of regret within him, only sheer astonishment. He was astounded by Lin Chuan's ruthless decisiveness. Rather than pondering how Lin Chuan had managed to catch up so swiftly, his curiosity lay in the sheer ferocity and determination of Lin Chuan's methods. As a fellow disciple of the younger generation, he perceived Lin Chuan's temperament as far beyond that of a mere 20-year-old. It resembled more that of a seasoned veteran, well-versed in the ways of the world. To provoke such a person and force him into the role of an adversary was the ghost scholar's lament. Given another chance, He would never have entangled himself with someone like Lin Chuan. Alas, there exists no elixir for regret in this world. And his life was swiftly ebbing away with each drop of blood. Cough, cough. The ghostly scholar coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his breath faint as he murmured. Dying at your hands would not be unjust. He only wished to know the fate of Li Tangfeng and the 3,000 disciples of the other sections. They couldn't have. As he spoke, the ghostly scholar seemed to realize something. With a bitter smile, he ceased to continue. In truth, the moment the distant mountains vanished from view, he had already comprehended that those 3,000 individuals could not possibly have survived. Yet, he could not bring himself to accept the notion that a celestial saint could achieve such a feat. He preferred to believe that Lin Chuan had merely surpassed the usual level of celestial saint power rather than entertain the dreadful possibility that Lin Chuan had concealed his true cultivation and had ascended to the rank of celestial emperor. After all, acknowledging that outcome would only deepen his sense of defeat. Indeed, they are all dead, leaving only you. He had not anticipated that even with the use of the 9 Heavens Dragon Chanting Spear, he could not eliminate you on the spot. Were the members of the 100 Ghosts sect truly endowed with such formidable vitality? Lin Chuan candidly spoke the truth, taking the opportunity to express his dissatisfaction. Failing to deliver a decisive blow to the ghostly scholar had already wasted precious time. Should others be lurking nearby, the situation could become significantly more dire. After all, the ghostly scholar was bound to perish sooner or later. It would be wiser to focus more on assessing the surroundings. By the time the ghostly scholar finished his ramblings, Lin Chuan had thoroughly surveyed the vicinity. Fortunately, there was not a soul in sight. Ah, fortune smiles upon me. Lin Chuan exhaled a sigh of relief, a faint smile gracing his lips. Despite the myriad of challenges he faced today, the outcome remained relatively satisfactory. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, it would be prudent to swiftly deal with the ghostly scholar. Blade energy, Lin Chuan murmured, and instantly his internal force coalesced into a sword. Subsequently, he forcefully swung, creating a deep pit the size of a person in the ground. Spirit Fire Sword. He uttered another low exclamation, summoning a top-tier fire attribute spiritual treasure. As the weapon was thrust into the deep pit, flames gradually ignited. Having completed these actions, Lin Chuan nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze toward the ghostly scholar, who appeared utterly bewildered, entirely unaware of the purpose behind Lin Chuan's elaborate preparations. My dear ghostly brother, I hold you in high regard as a man. Since your demise is imminent, I shall refrain from tormenting you further. This fiery pit shall serve as my parting gift to you. Do feel free to leap in. Lin Chuan gestured invitingly, standing idly by without the slightest intention of moving. Were it not for his concern that the ghostly scholar might divulge secrets, he would hardly have gone to such lengths to pursue him. Yet, even in this critical moment of eradicating threats, he still chose to indulge in idleness. The very essence of laziness had become ingrained in his being. He was beyond redemption in this lifetime. Ding. While pursuing an enemy, the host engaged in idleness. Reward, Carefree Mastery, Divine Level. The reward has been fully granted, and the host has automatically begun to cultivate the technique. Carefree Mastery continuously absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, automatically transforming it into internal strength. As long as the universe endures, cultivation never ceases. Although the system invariably discerned when Lin Chuan was genuinely slacking, the feeling of being seen through always left him discontented. After all, idleness is not a virtue, and being called out for it is even more disgraceful. Even someone as thick-skinned as Lin Chuan felt a twinge of guilt. However, the rewards bestowed by the system were simply too abundant, compelling him to reluctantly accept. As for this latest reward, Lin Chuan was exceedingly pleased. He had always been inherently lazy, disinclined to expend energy on dedicated cultivation. Yet, Carefree Mastery allowed for self-cultivation free from Lin Chuan's conscious effort. Was this not the ultimate skill for the indolent? As long as the universe persists, cultivation shall continue unabated. Well said. From now on, I can unapologetically indulge in long slumbers. Should anyone dare to disturb my repose, I shall wield this tome of techniques and strike them across the face. Well, except for my senior sister and the old hag, Lin Chuan prudently reminded himself. He was wary of hastily establishing a fade that might later come back to haunt him. This moment of soliloquy consumed a full 30 breaths of time. When he finally regained his composure, the ghostly scholar had already become a lifeless corpse. Alas, Lin Chuan shook his head with a wry smile. He had forgotten that the ghostly scholar was already in a state of severe depletion. That he had managed to endure for so long was solely due to his status as a cultivator. It was a miracle that he had not perished after being left unattended for such an extended period. Well, it appears I must take it upon myself to incinerate you. As if your arrogance weren't enough, Lin Chuan cast a disdainful glance at the ghostly scholar's lifeless body. Then, seizing the garment of his counterpart, he gave it a vigorous toss. With a swift motion, the body landed precisely in the fiery pit. Crackling, the great fire blazed fiercely, and an acrid scent of charred flesh permeated the air. Lin Chuan was instantly filled with regret. The stench of incineration was overpowering. Even if it did not attract disciples from other sects, it would surely draw nearby ferocious beasts. While Lin Chuan was not particularly fearful of these low-level creatures, he could not dismiss the possibility of a frenzied beast seizing the corpse of the ghostly scholar. If that were to happen, all his efforts would be in vain. Indeed, rooting out the problem was far more complex than he had anticipated. He had intended to conserve his energy, but it seemed that was no longer feasible. Resolutely, Lin Chuan adjusted his stance. He summoned forth 18 exquisite spiritual treasures and the legendary 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear in one breath. The celestial demon surged forth, and the thunderous prison of the 9 heavens unfolded. Boom, boom, boom. Resounding thunderclaps echoed ominously. Dark clouds gathered as lightning rolled ominously across the sky. Before long, the heavens darkened within 100 miles. Once again, this phenomenon stirred the thousands of disciples from various sects within the illusion. What could be happening today? In just half an hour, there had been 2 celestial anomalies. Could it be that there was more than one celestial emperor in the Great Marsh illusion? This was dire. This time it was at the exit. If indeed there were 2 celestial emperors, one would surely block our escape. The thousands of disciples from different sects spiraled into a frenzy of speculation, once again elevating Lin Chuan to the status of a hidden master. Esteemed elder, please do not be enraged. Should we have offended you in any way, we implore your forgiveness. As for the rare treasures we have gathered within the illusion, if they belong to you, we are willing to return them all. With a clatter, thousands of disciples cast their hard-earned treasures onto the ground in a heap. The sheer volume formed small mountains before each individual. Despite their reluctance, none dared to act rashly under the looming presence of 2 celestial emperors. Better to relinquish their treasures than to risk their lives. The once charged atmosphere of anger suddenly dissipated, as if the heavens had forgiven the avarice of humanity, retracting its wrath. The thousands of disciples let out a collective sigh of relief, gazing at the mounds of exquisite treasures at their feet with a heavy heart. Though they felt discontent, they dared not entertain further greed. However, to part with the treasures they had already acquired required immense fortitude. Had it not been for the peril to their lives, it is likely that no one would have been willing to do so. The sight of these dazzling treasures was enough to render them breathless with sorrow. Ultimately, nearly 5,000 individuals resolutely discarded their treasures, departing without a backward glance. Their exodus signified the conclusion of their adventure within the Great Marsh illusion. Yet, for Lin Chuan and the disciples of the demon sect, the treasure-hunting journey was just beginning. Initially, they had set out with the intent to unearth treasures, but they soon discovered the ground strewn with rare and precious items. More importantly, these countless treasures appeared to be ownerless. How extraordinary! Could it be that such an abundance of treasures had fallen from the heavens? The disciples of the demon sect were both astonished and elated, though more than anything, they were perplexed. Nonetheless, despite their bewilderment, they eagerly collected everything. They had originally thought that acquiring a few high-quality spiritual herbs during their expedition in the Great Marsh illusion would be a success. Yet within these heaps of treasures lay over 10,000 7th-grade spiritual herbs and a staggering multitude of 4th grade and below. If they were to bring these back to their sect, it would certainly leave everyone astounded. The disciples were filled with exuberance, though their achievements were serendipitous. Fortune is indeed a facet of strength. In the realm of cultivation, the significance of fate and blessings is paramount. Those endowed with profound blessings often encounter opportunities unattainable by the average individual. Such is the nature of destiny, unyielding to dissent. However, an abundance of treasures may not be entirely beneficial. While the extent of other sects' disciples' acquisitions remains unknown, the quantity we have amassed is unparalleled. A towering tree invites the wind. Wealth should not be flaunted. All the rare and exquisite treasures should be safely tucked away within spatial rings. Under no circumstances should we mention our gains to anyone. Otherwise, before we can return to the sect, we may fall prey to ambush. Do you understand? Wu Nanming said solemnly. Compared to these junior disciples, she was indeed a seasoned veteran. She was well aware of the inscrutable nature of human hearts. Moreover, the extraordinary gains of the day were too remarkable to disclose lightly. Not only them, but even their sect refrained from revealing any information. Lin Chuan was right. One must exercise discretion in life. With this thought, Wu Niaming raised her gaze to the distance. On a small earthen mound, Lin Chuan was intently surveying his surroundings. Just a short while ago, he had volunteered to take watch, displaying an unprecedented level of initiative. For a moment, Wu Niaming nearly suspected that the Lin Chuan before her was an impostor. In hindsight, it was likely that Lin Chuan deemed the treasures too abundant and conspicuous, necessitating vigilance against potential thieves. However, it seemed that fortune smiled upon them today. They first encountered an astonishing number of unclaimed treasures, and subsequently, not a single outsider had crossed their path for such an extended period. It appeared that the heavens were particularly kind to them. Senior sister, everything is ready. 5 million spiritual herbs have been safely stored in the spatial ring. We can depart at any moment, reported a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The 8 of them were utterly elated, their smiles stretching from ear to ear. Wu Niaming shared in their excitement but remained acutely aware of her role as their senior sister, needing to maintain composure. Thus, she merely nodded, her expression devoid of any tumult. Though her calmness was feigned, it instilled a profound sense of reassurance among the disciples, an assurance that even Lin Chuan could not provide. Given his laid-back demeanor, while he often achieved miraculous feats, he lacked the steadiness they required. Certainly, Lin Chuan preferred not to be overly relied upon, as that would induce discomfort within him. Junior brother Lin, we may proceed, Wu Niaming reminded her disciples. After enduring such a lengthy endeavor and reaping considerable rewards, it was time to take their leave. Their time spent in the Great Marsh illusion was not extensive. It had only been 2 or 3 days. Yet, it had significantly altered Wu Niaming's perception of Lin Chuan. It was not that he had impressed her with sheer strength. Rather, it was his discernment in handling matters. Lin Chuan's excessive caution was indeed justified. The world was fraught with peril, where even the slightest misstep could lead to loss of life. Only with utmost vigilance could one ensure absolute safety. Remarkably, this fledgling youth, Lin Chuan, had demonstrated an aptitude for caution that surpassed even her own. Sister, Lin Chuan declared with a grave expression, I fear I can no longer accompany you. The others were taken aback by his words. Fortunately, Wu Niaming and the others were unaware of Lin Chuan's previous thoughts of betraying the sect. Otherwise, even under duress, they would never allow him to depart alone. Of course, Lin Chuan was not bold enough to flee. The terrifying sensation stemming from the sudden appearance of Leng Ningshuang lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. It was entirely possible that she lurked nearby, waiting for him to attempt an escape before springing forth to frighten him once more. Have you all come to understand the significance of eradicating threats at their roots? He continued somberly. And let us not forget, half a month prior, the leader of the Xinjiang sect, Hong Tianhe, met his demise at my hands. The enmity harbored by the Xinjiang sect towards the Tianma sect and myself is profound. This matter poses a considerable risk. If it remains unresolved, I shall find no peace in my days or nights. The death of Hong Tianhe had weighed heavily on Lin Chuan's conscience. He did not regret taking the man's life. Rather, he lamented his failure to contain the news, which had left him with numerous potential calamities. Ever the cautious one, his greatest fear was the day when the Tianma sect would be besieged. With Leng Ningshuang's formidable reputation and her audacious disposition, it was only a matter of time before calamity struck. Should old grievances and new animosities converge in the future, the Tianma sect would undoubtedly face annihilation. Regrettably, he found himself unable to escape the Tianma sect. Even if he refused to accept his fate, he must strive to eliminate any impending dangers. Only then could he hope to sleep soundly. Naturally, if Leng Ningshuang opposed him, she would certainly obstruct his path. Conversely, if she did not intervene, it would imply her tacit consent, granting Lin Chuan the freedom to act with confidence. Very well. The junior disciple, inherently cautious, though embarking on his first venture into the martial world, possessed a deeper understanding of it than I did. The senior sister harbored no apprehensions. Nevertheless, your status as the holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect renders you unique. In all pursuits, one must act within their means. Depart early and return swiftly. Wu Niaming nodded. Though her expression was grave, she did not dissuade Lin Chuan. It was the first time Lin Chuan witnessed such gentleness from the senior sister. He was momentarily taken aback. Conversely, the other disciples were unfazed, for Wu Niaming had always been exceptionally kind to them. Was I the only one to be treated differently? Was her deliberate teasing a manifestation of affection, intended to capture my attention? Lin Chuan gazed at Wu Niaming, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. Hiss. Could even the senior sister harbor secret affections for me? The last confession I received was from Leng Ningshuang. To this day, Lin Chuan remains perplexed as to why. After taking the initiative, he ended up receiving a beating. And now, it appears that the attention has shifted to Wu Nanming. Although Lin Chuan is aware that with his captivating and handsome visage, attracting a harem of beauties would be a mere trifle, he dares not readily accept Wu Nanming's affections. The reason is simple. Wu Nanming holds an unparalleled status in the hearts of the many male disciples of the Tianma sect. If one were to inquire as to who possesses the highest popularity among the female disciples of the Tianma sect, it would undoubtedly be Wu Nanming. Aside from Lin Chuan, she epitomizes gentleness, composure, and understanding in the eyes of all the male disciples. It is no exaggeration to say that she is the goddess in the hearts of every male disciple of the Tianma sect. Should the day arise when this goddess is claimed by a man, the 70,000 male disciples of the Tianma sect would surely erupt in fury. After all, Lin Chuan is the Holy Son. He must continue to reside within the Tianma sect. Just imagine, wherever he goes, he would be met with a multitude of resentful, piercing gazes. The very thought is utterly terrifying. Moreover, how could someone as low-key as he navigate life so brazenly? Alas, if I were to directly reject the affections of my senior, it is likely that I would be met with resentment. I ought to seek an opportune moment to gently and subtly decline. Lin Chuan contemplated this in his heart. He then cast a glance at the Emperor Wolf, who lay sleeping nearby. His brows furrowed immediately. The size of this creature was quite imposing. Previously, in the cave, it was merely the size of a husky. However, as Lin Chuan continued to feed it inner elixirs, it grew larger and larger. Now, it towered over him. What was even more concerning was the Emperor Wolf's notorious reputation. Even a fool would recognize it as a level 9 ferocious beast, its power comparable to that of a celestial sovereign. If I were to venture out of the illusion with it and be discovered by others, all of Lin Chuan's previous efforts would be rendered futile. Brother Wolf, might I have a word with you? Many novels suggest that ferocious beasts can freely alter their size. Surely, you possess this ability as well. Do not misunderstand. I do not intend to regard you as a mere pet. I merely wish to impart some wisdom. The world beyond is fraught with peril. Do you comprehend the saying, a tall tree attracts the wind? Although you possess great strength, there exist many who surpass you. As the adage goes, there are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people, as well as wolves beyond wolves. Caution is the mother of safety. You surely do not wish to encounter a swift downfall upon your first venture outside. Lin Chuan spared no effort in persuading the Imperial Wolf. With his silver tongue, dealing with a novice from the underworld was child's play. It was evident that the Imperial Wolf, who initially exuded dominance, gradually curled up and trembled in response to Lin Chuan's words. Lin Chuan realized that his persuasive tactics had achieved their desired effect. Dear Wolf, if you can grasp my sincere intentions, it would be splendid. For your safety, do endeavor to shrink yourself as much as possible, so that I may facilitate your passage. He patiently elaborated once more. Alas, the Emperor Wolf nodded, seemingly comprehending. Then, he swiftly diminished in size until he became as small as a palm. How adorable! The female disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were overwhelmed by maternal instincts, unable to resist gathering around the miniature Emperor Wolf. Fortunately, they remembered that this 9th-level ferocious beast had just slain 3,000 people. Since they had already collected everything, it was best to depart from this place of turmoil swiftly. Lin Chuan grasped the Emperor Wolf and tucked it into his embrace. Thus, their journey in the Great Marsh Illusion came to an end. However, the group was unaware that, aside from the Heavenly Demon Sect reaping substantial rewards, the other sects had left empty-handed. Thankfully, Lin Chuan was prudent, adhering to the principle of keeping wealth discreet. Therefore, even when encountering others, they would not easily reveal their secrets. Approximately half an hour passed before they finally emerged from the Great Marsh Illusion. At the moment they stood at the exit, they were bewildered by the scene before them. Outside the illusion, a multitude of despondent and even dejected cultivators sat in silence. Undoubtedly, these nearly 5,000 cultivators were disciples from other sects who had just exited the Great Marsh Illusion. For some inexplicable reason, the atmosphere felt remarkably heavy, as if a dark cloud loomed over their heads. The ambience was exceptionally oppressive. People of the Heavenly Demon Sect, you were the last to leave the illusion? A voice broke the silence as someone noticed Lin Chuan and his companions. This inquiry drew several gazes their way. Previously, these disciples had pursued Lin Chuan and his group. But Lin Chuan had opened the heavens with a single strike, instilling fear in most. Subsequently, only Li Tangfeng and Gue Rushing led 3,000 people in pursuit, while the others remained in the illusion, scavenging for treasures. Then came the collapse of the mountains, which vanished entirely. The exit also triggered a celestial phenomenon that thoroughly terrified the 5,000 disciples from other sections. However, until Lin Chuan and his companions exited the illusion, sealing it behind them, Li Tafeng and Gui Rushan's 3,000 followers had not been seen. A bold and terrifying thought immediately took root in everyone's minds. Those 3,000 individuals had perished. The previously stifling atmosphere suddenly became lively as everyone engaged in fervent discussion about this topic. It should be noted that the disciples who entered the Great Marsh Illusion were all young prodigies handpicked by their respective sections, particularly Li Tangfeng and Gui Rushing. Both rising stars were more than a match for many seasoned cultivators. In their own sects, these two were cherished by their leaders. It is easy to imagine the uproar that would ensue upon the Blood Fiend sect and the 100 Ghost sect learning of their demise. It would not be long before the cultivation world experienced a significant upheaval. Who could have anticipated that a mere illusion could inflict such catastrophic losses? To have escaped with their lives was indeed a stroke of fortune. The crowd expressed their astonishment. To this day, they still believed that within the vast illusion of the Great Marsh, there existed more than 2 formidable celestial emperors. While Li Tafeng and his companions had perished at the hands of these celestial beings. Of course, the reason they did not suspect Lin Chuan was that he had executed his actions with remarkable cleanliness. Moreover, he publicly presented himself as a heavenly saint. Yet his true strength surpassed that of a heavenly saint, remaining undiscovered by the masses. Lin Chuan once again savored the sweet fruits of discretion, simultaneously leaving a profound impression on Wu Nanming and her companions regarding this operation. They resolved to learn from Lin Chuan in the future, pledging to exercise an extraordinary level of caution in all their endeavors. However, could they truly reach Lin Chuan's level of finesse? Senior sister, we shall not rest along the way. Though it may tire us somewhat, it will significantly mitigate the dangers ahead. The junior brother still has matters to attend to. So we part ways here. Lin Chuan clasped his fist in salute, his solemn demeanor leaving the others somewhat unsettled. He was acutely aware that his murderous intent had already been ignited. Thus, he resolved to eradicate all potential threats in one decisive sweep. This way, even if he could not escape the clutches of the Heavenly Demon Sect, he would no longer live in constant fear and anxiety. Xinjian Mountain, a renowned peak within the realm of cultivation, houses the illustrious Xinjian sect. The former sect leader, Hong Tianhe, tragically fell, and news of his demise reverberated throughout the world of cultivation, stirring countless sections. In recent days, white cloth adorned the exterior of the Xinjian sect, a somber testament to their mourning and indignation towards the perpetrator. The fervor for avenging Hong Tianhe has surged within the sect, drawing the attention and support of many factions harboring grievances against the Heavenly Demon Sect. The hall where Hong Tianhe's widow resides has transformed into a council chamber for vengeance, with as many as 20 representatives gathered, each symbolizing a different sect. This illustrates that the Heavenly Demon Sect has made many enemies over the years. Should these sects unite to assault the Heavenly Demon Sect, the calamity foretold by Lin Chuan may indeed come to pass. The death of our former sect leader serves as a harbinger for the entire cultivation world. Since its inception, the Heavenly Demon Sect has proclaimed itself a demonic cult, inherently a formidable adversary to us righteous cultivators. Today, we aim to collaborate with all present to eradicate the Heavenly Demon Sect and restore clarity to the world of cultivation. The Grand Elder, Zhenin Jinren, occupied the central position, his expression resolute. As a figure of righteousness, he must embody unwavering integrity to persuade the other sects to join in the extermination of the Heavenly Demon Sect. However, despite the assembly of numerous individuals, not all shared his sentiments. The primary reason lay in the formidable presence of Leng Ningshuang. Her attainment of the rank of Heavenly Emperor signifies the official ascension of the Heavenly Demon Sect to the status of a super sect. It is no exaggeration to assert that a Heavenly Emperor possesses the strength to rival thousands. Even if the most powerful heavenly saints from various sects banded together, they might still falter against Leng Ningshuang alone. This explains why, despite the gathering of 20 sect leaders, many harbor ulterior motives. Nevertheless, the Xinjian sect finds itself at a point of no return. Years past, the grievances between the Xinjian sect and Leng Ningshuang have remained a lingering affliction for its disciples. Now, with the sudden emergence of a heavenly saint from the Heavenly Demon Sect, whose single strike claimed the life of Hong Tianhe, the world is left in shock. If the Heavenly Demon Sect is allowed to continue its expansion, not only will revenge be out of reach, but the Xinjian sect will inevitably face annihilation. Therefore, even for the sake of self-preservation, the Heavenly Demon Sect must be eradicated. Alas, the words of Master Chongyin resonated with us. We were not oblivious to the reality. However, We are merely second-rate sects, and even if we were to mobilize all our strength, we would still find it difficult to contend with the formidable might of the Celestial Emperor. To rashly unite and besiege the Heavenly Demon Sect would be akin to courting death. This candid lamentation immediately stirred a wave of anxiety among the crowd, followed by a flurry of discussions, though the content was largely uniform. The individuals gathered here held positions and statuses not dissimilar to that of the Xinjiang sect. Without the support of a super sect, they would never dare to provoke the Heavenly Demon Sect. Is it possible that the plan to eradicate the Heavenly Demon Sect has yet to commence and is already doomed to failure? I had anticipated the concerns of all present. Indeed, the emergence of Cold as a celestial emperor has instilled a profound fear in everyone. However, in the realm of cultivation, there exists more than just her as a celestial emperor. Moreover, it is not solely we who harbor disdain for the Heavenly Demon Sect. To be frank, I have already established connections with the Bloodslaughter sect and the 100 Ghost sect. Both the Blade Emperor and Elder Giku have pledged their support to aid the Xinjiang sect in obliterating the Heavenly Demon Sect. We need only raise our arms, and the Sacred Maiden of the Forbidden Army will undoubtedly summon powerful allies to proclaim the eradication of the demonic cult. Master Chongyin rose and spoke with fervor, his ambitions laid bare for all to see. However, such an inspiring declaration did not elicit much in the way of response. Most of those present merely widened their eyes in astonishment. The Blade Emperor and Elder Giku? Does the master not realize that both the Bloodslaughter sect and the 100 Ghost sect are also part of the demonic cult? The alliance of righteous and demonic sects to eliminate another demonic sect is indeed a peculiar maneuver, and we beg your pardon for our confusion. The speaker wore a discontented expression, even extending a cursory salute. He held reservations about Master Chongyin's plan to ally with the demonic sect. Many shared his sentiment. After all, the endeavor to besiege the Heavenly Demon Sect was already under the banner of righteousness. It was a cause that could be justified. Yet, should there be assistance from the demonic sect during this process, the carefully crafted banner of justice would be rendered meaningless. Perhaps they would even be criticized by future generations for such an alliance. Impudent. Suddenly, the esteemed Master Zhongying bellowed. In an instant, a surge of energy erupted, sweeping forth like a roaring tsunami. A scream pierced the air, drawing the attention of the crowd. They turned to see the individual who had just opposed Master Chongyin lying in a pool of blood, though he was not yet dead. His body was riddled with more than a dozen wounds, unmistakably inflicted by sword energy. What is the meaning of this, Master Chongyin? The onlookers were filled with both astonishment and fear. This was the territory of the Xinjiang sect, and they had come alone, believing they were here to discuss a collaboration. They had not taken any precautions, only to find that Master Chongyin had resorted to violence over a mere disagreement. Should hostilities escalate, it seemed that none present would emerge unscathed. Indeed, there is nothing of significance. This serves as a reminder to all that the formidable power of the demon sect has already taken shape. Should we continue to harbor individual agendas and fail to unite against this common foe, we shall inevitably find ourselves at the mercy of the demonic forces. The campaign against the Heavenly Demon Sect is an inevitable tide of events. Every faction involved is a sharp blade, whether righteous or malevolent. As long as we can eradicate the Heavenly Demon Sect, I am indifferent to the means. I implore you all to acquiesce. Otherwise, do not blame me for my unyielding demeanor. The expression on Master Chongyin's face was grim, and his tone was menacing. This was not a discussion. It was clearly a threat. Even if the Xinjiang sect were a pirate vessel, it is now too late for anyone to jump ship. At this very moment, the leaders of various sects were weighing the pros and cons. To put it bluntly, their primary concern was preserving their own dignity. They insisted on having a righteous cause before daring to engage the Heavenly Demon Sect in a life-and-death struggle. However, if they could relinquish this vanity and allow the Blood Fiend sect and the 100 Ghost sect to join forces, the two super sects would stand against the Heavenly Demon Sect alone. The odds of victory would be firmly in their favor. Yet, should they cling to their principles, they would inevitably find themselves at odds with the Xinjiang sect. If they were to sever ties, the outcome could be uncertain. A resounding explosion shattered the tranquility, abruptly drawing the contemplative minds of the gathered individuals back to reality. What has transpired? The esteemed Master Chongyin furrowed his brow, gazing beyond the Hall of Spirits. A blaze illuminated the Xiansword sect, and even the entirety of Xiansword Mountain. A natural disaster, or an act of human malice? A resounding boom echoed through the air once more. The entire Xianjian mountain trembled as if it were shaken by an earthquake. The expression on the face of Master Chongyin grew increasingly grim. This time, he was certain that the source of this disturbance was not a natural disaster, but rather a result of human intervention. Who dares to be insolent in my Xianjin sect? If you possess courage, state your name. With that, the esteemed Lin Chuan shattered the stone slab beneath his feet and swiftly emerged from the spirit hall. He gazed upward, and there above the sect loomed a figure clad in a flowing black gown, soaring through the air. Her exquisitely beautiful visage seemed perpetually adorned with a frost-like chill. She was breathtakingly beautiful, a rarity unmatched in this world. Yet, even such captivating beauty stirred no desire within the hearts of men. For her name was Leng Ningshuang. From her elevated stance, Leng Ningshuang surveyed the mortals below. Her frigid gaze, akin to the distant moonlight, cast a chilling aura upon the gathered crowd, enveloping them in an almost bone-deep coldness. To the Xianjin sect, she was nothing short of a demon. Even now, they could not forget the blood-soaked tempest of 6 years past. It was on that fateful day that an irreparable enmity was forged between the Xianjin sect and the Tianma sect. As time has flowed on, Leng Ningshuang had ascended to the ranks of the celestial emperors. Upon her return to the Xianjin sect, she became an unstoppable force of terror. Moreover, Lin Chuan was preoccupied with clandestine plots alongside other sects, scheming to eradicate the Tianma sect. The animosity between the two factions had long since reached an irrevocable state of hostility. Cold condensation frost. You have slain the leader of the Xianjin sect. How can we maintain our dignity in this world without avenging this grudge? The eyes of the true man Chuan glimmered with a chilling malice, a murderous intent soaring to the heavens. Indeed, cold condensation frost is formidable, yet she has come alone. The Xianjin sect is the territory of true man Chuan. With the combined might of all the heavenly saints present, they might not be unable to contend with cold condensation frost. Time is of the essence. This is an opportune moment to vanquish her. Fellow cultivators, the female demon stands before us. If we do not act now, when shall we? He bellowed, effectively issuing a challenge to cold condensation frost in front of everyone. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others from different sects changed drastically. They harbored a deep resentment towards true man Chuan. Do not speak recklessly. We have no intention of opposing the Heavenly Demon Sect. We have come solely to mourn the late sect leader Hong. We implore you, sect leader Cold, do not misconstrue our intentions. The crowd hastily clarified, fearful of being implicated. Begone! A cold, crisp command echoed in the ears of the crowd. Instantly, they were met with the frigid gaze of the frost. Despite the humiliation they had endured, they felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, each face alight with joy. Thank you. The crowd hastily clasped their fists and fled, vanishing without a trace within the halls of the Xianjin sect in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the disciples of the Xianjin sect were left in stunned silence. Just moments ago, they had gathered 20 leaders from various sects, each a formidable saint-level expert. If they had united to confront Leng Ningshuang, even if they could not prevail, they would at least remain undefeated. Alas, the hearts of men were scattered, ultimately revealing them to be merely a rabble. Only the Xianjin sect dared to stand against the celestial demon sect. Disciples, heed the call. Everyone, prepare the demon-slaying formation. Today marks the anniversary of our esteemed sect master Hong's passing. Let us offer this female demon's head in tribute. The revered master Chuan bellowed, promptly leading his 80,000 disciples to swiftly establish the formation. The demon-slaying formation is a unique array of the Xianjin sect, devised specifically to counter the forces of the demonic sections. Ironically, it was conceived under the leadership of Hong Tianha, and named as such with the intent to eradicate the Tianma sect. Given its recent inception, it has never been employed in earnest, and thus, even Leng Ningshuang had not witnessed it before. Nevertheless, the combined might of 80,000 disciples of the Xianjin sect is undeniably formidable. Were she not a powerhouse at the level of the Heavenly Emperor, she might have hesitated to confront them. Lin Chuan's words proved true. The seeds of fate I have sown over the years will surely recoil upon the Tianma sect. The day I executed Hong Tianha may very well have been the catalyst for the Tianma sect's annihilation. In retrospect, the reasoning is even more persuasive. Thus, my arduous journey over the past few days targeting your Xianjin sect has not been in vain. Leng Ningshuang mused to herself, now convinced that Lin Chuan's concerns were not unfounded. A towering tree attracts the wind. All things are interconnected. Yet, it is she who has sown these seeds of fate. It is her duty to eradicate these adverse elements for the Tianma sect. Hence, let the Xianjin sect be the first to face her wrath. With a resounding roar, a colossal explosion erupted, illuminating the skies above Xianyan Mountain with a brilliant blaze. Dark clouds gathered in the heavens, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. seemingly heralding an impending clash of titanic proportions. The might of a celestial sovereign was unleashed, inevitably conjuring extraordinary phenomena across the realm, visible to the naked eye for miles around. This overwhelming spectacle persisted for a full hour, casting its formidable influence even upon the towns nestled at the foot of Xianyan Mountain. Meanwhile, far from this tumult, a young man galloped upon a majestic imperial wolf, the oppressive weight of the encroaching storm clouds above instilling within him a foreboding sense of dread. How peculiar! After inquiring along the way, Lin Chuan found himself at the forefront of the Xianjin sect. Such a terrifying celestial phenomenon. Could it be that someone within the sect had achieved a breakthrough? Lin Chuan's brow furrowed, his mood considerably heavy. He had heard that the strength of the Xianjin sect was rather lackluster. Within the sect, apart from Hong Tinha, there was only the true Saint Chongqing. The other disciples were merely at the levels of heavenly sovereigns or heavenly sects. Even among first-rate sects, they ranked at the bottom. With his own prowess, he could easily overpower the Xianjin sect. However, Lin Chuan's intentions were far more ruthless than mere domination. He planned to obliterate the Xianjin sect. In his eyes, having slain Hong Tianhe meant that the Xianjin sect and the Tianma sect were now locked in a deadly rivalry. Should the Tianma sect ever face calamity, the first to be trampled would undoubtedly be the Xianjin sect. Such a glaring threat must be eradicated at the earliest opportunity. Wolf brother, once we ascend the Xianjin mountain, you must lend your strength, he urged. Rest assured, as long as we annihilate the Xianjin sect, I will ensure you are well fed. Lin Chuan waved the inner core of an 8th-level ferocious beast in his hand. Offering inducements was the only way he could coexist peacefully with the Emperor Wolf. Fortunately, over the past 5 years, he had amassed a considerable amount of sustenance. Otherwise, he would not have enough to satisfy the gluttonous creature. Help! Suddenly, a series of desperate cries caught Lin Chuan's attention. He was taken aback, swiftly leaping off the back of the wolf. Brother Wolf, Lin Chuan whispered sharply. The Emperor Wolf did not hesitate. It immediately minimized its form. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a miniature version of itself and jumped into Lin Chuan's hand, seeking refuge. Its movements were so practiced that they evoked a pang of sympathy. There was no other choice. Throughout their journey, the Emperor Wolf could only maintain its shrunken state, as Lin Chuan had cautioned. The world of martial arts is fraught with peril, and masters abound. Despite the Emperor Wolf's status as a 9th-tier fierce beast, human greed is utterly unpredictable. Once the Emperor Wolf attracts unwanted attention, it would encounter countless troubles. Could it contend with 3,000 foes, or even 10,000? For cultivators, a 9th-tier fierce beast is a treasure trove, with its inner core being comparable to a priceless gem. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. The treachery of human hearts is far more terrifying than formidable strength. Poor Emperor Wolf, despite its immense power and imposing presence, was deceived by Lin Chuan into becoming a coward. Whenever it encountered humans, it would instinctively hide without Lin Chuan's prompting. Nevertheless, this arrangement spared Lin Chuan considerable trouble. Ahead, there appeared to be a number of refugees. Perhaps he should inquire about their situation. Lin Chuan carefully tucked the Emperor Wolf into his embrace and cautiously approached the gathering of refugees. When celestial beings clash, it is the mortals who suffer. It was a mystery how the once mighty Xianjin sect had drawn the ire of such a formidable woman. Now, it seemed that the Xianjin sect was doomed. The murmurs of the refugees, unsurprisingly, reached Lin Chuan's ears. From their fragmented conversations, it was easy to discern that the Xianjin sect was in dire straits. It seemed a tremendously powerful master had invaded the sect, and judging by the atmosphere, this individual intended to annihilate them entirely. Hiss! The ferocity of this presence is reminiscent of an ancient crone. Moreover, it is the kind of formidable expert who confronts directly, at least of the caliber of a celestial emperor. Could it truly be the old witch? Lin Chuan surveyed his surroundings, seemingly in search of someone. Ever since departing from the vast illusion of the Great Marsh, he had ample opportunities to flee. He would never return to the celestial demon sect. Yet, he hesitated. Ultimately, it stemmed from his uncertainty about whether Leng Ningshuang was still following him. The last encounter left him with considerable psychological trauma. A person as cautious as he would never gamble with his life. It was precisely because he suspected that Leng Ningshuang was tailing him that he dared to venture boldly towards the Xianyuan sword sect. However, if Leng Ningshuang had already infiltrated the Xianyuan sword sect, then why should Lin Chuan adhere to his original plan? He swallowed hard, a low sound escaping his throat. The thought of escaping the Heavenly Demon Sect surged uncontrollably within him, an overwhelming frenzy. This was an exceedingly rare opportunity, perhaps the singular chance of his lifetime. Yet, If he were to misjudge the situation, it could lead to his own demise. Given the malevolent nature of the old crone, it was entirely plausible that she would execute him on the spot. Cough, cough. Disciple Lin Chuan earnestly requests an audience with the sect master. If the sect master is present, please do show yourself. Lin Chuan respectfully clasped his fists in greeting, his head slightly elevated, his eyes darting about. He was uncertain where Leng Ningshuang might unexpectedly appear. A group of refugees nearby regarded him with expressions of bewilderment. Time passed, yet there was no sign of response. Could it be that she truly was not here? Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, his heart feeling as though it were ensnared, tingling with discomfort. He contemplated fleeing but hesitated. What if Leng Ningshuang was lurking nearby, deliberately remaining hidden, waiting for him to escape? Would he not be falling into her trap? Caution is the mother of safety. Better to be overly cautious than to take reckless risks. Lin Chuan, ever vigilant, dared not act impulsively. Yet, he could not remain stagnant forever. Unless he could ascertain Leng Ningshuang's precise whereabouts. He resolved to ascend the mountain. Taking a deep breath, he made a bold decision. How could one capture a tiger cub without venturing into its lair? If he were to remain at the Heavenly Demon Sect, the Xianjian sect would surely be annihilated. Conversely, if he chose to depart, he must confirm whether it was indeed Leng Ningshuang who was engaged in battle with the Xianjian sect. Once he established that the so-called immortal spoken of by the refugees was indeed Leng Ningshuang, he could confidently and boldly sever ties with his sect. The mere thought of freedom filled Lin Chuan with exhilaration. He promptly brushed past the refugees and hastened towards Xianjian Mountain. Boom! The deafening thunderclaps resounded incessantly. The ominous clouds above seemed as if the heavens were about to collapse, threatening to crash down upon the peak of Xianjian Mountain at any moment. Within the darkened clouds, dozens of thunder dragons coiled, appearing strikingly familiar to Lin Chuan. It seemed to be the nine heavens thunder prison of the Heavenly Demon Sect. A thunderous roar reverberated as a terrifying bolt of lightning struck the Xiansword sect. The blinding brilliance ignited a conflagration that soared into the heavens. The overwhelming force of the impact caused the entire Xiansword mountain to tremble violently, sending tremors throughout the surrounding 100 miles, a sight that was truly fearsome. It is no wonder that the nearby towns were thrown into chaos. Such a spectacle could only be likened to a celestial battle. In a desperate bid for survival, the common folk had no choice but to flee. There was no alternative. In the eyes of cultivators, mortals were akin to mere ants. Moreover, the reckless cold condensation frost was a notorious female demon known for her disregard for consequences. Should it be confirmed that she was the instigator of this turmoil, the reputation of the Heavenly Demon Sect would be irreparably tarnished. Alas, how can I feel at ease within the sect with such a domineering leader? Although the reputation of the demonic sect is already tarnished, there is no need for such arrogance. I beseech you to learn from the Blood Slaughter sect and the 100 Ghosts sect. They are also a part of the demonic faction, yet they maintain a low profile. Lin Chuan sighed heavily. Lacking a profound understanding of the immortal cultivation world, he often felt that others had better wives and more admirable sections. His expectations were not lofty. Even as a demonic sect, a touch of humility would suffice. He did not seek to acquire divine-level techniques from the sect, as he possessed a system that rendered such desires unnecessary. All he yearned for was a tranquil existence, waking late, enjoying leisurely days, and indulging in nature. Perhaps fishing by the riverside. He merely wished to lead a content life, transforming from an idle fish into one of strength. Yet, the winds of fate are relentless. He aspired for discretion, but found himself entangled with the enigmatic Leng Ningshuang. Was it a debt from his past life, or was he simply cursed by fate? Enough of such thoughts. He ascended the mountain to investigate. If this individual turned out to be the ancient witch, he would leave without hesitation, never to return again. He longed for a life of joy. Lin Chuan exhaled a deep breath, and his thoughts began to clarify. There was no need for inner turmoil. The choices of his future would reveal themselves once he reached the mountain's peak. Meanwhile, atop Xianjian Mountain, a figure clad in black was besieged by 80,000 disciples of the Xianjian sect. The demon-slaying Grand Array harnessed the full might of the Xianjian sect to confront the foe, its power surpassing even that of the Heavenly Emperor. With a sigh, the frost of condensation sat cross-legged, her expression tinged with fatigue. She had just expelled a breath of stagnant air to alleviate her discomfort. Indeed, she found herself at a disadvantage in the battle against the Xiansword sect, a revelation that took her by surprise. Although she had slain nearly 100 foes in the process, it had drained a significant portion of her internal energy. It is worth noting that over 90% of the disciples from the Xiansword sect were beneath the level of celestial sovereign. Ordinarily, they would be akin to ants easily crushed beneath her heel. Yet, even the smallest of creatures can overwhelm an elephant in numbers. Moreover, the demon-slaying Grand Array had amalgamated the strength of these 80,000 ants, amplifying their dispersed power to an extraordinary level. Haha. Cold condensation frost. You could never have anticipated that my Xianjian sect possesses a trump card capable of vanquishing you. Before you meet your demise, allow me to enlighten you. The demon-slaying array was conceived by our former sect leader, Hong Tianhe, specifically designed to counter your demonic sect. Alas, that little rascal, Lin Chuan, failed to accompany you to your end. Otherwise, we could have seized this opportunity to avenge the blood-soaked enmity against sect leader Hong. Zhongyin, the true man, wore a fierce expression, his teeth clenched in rage. The mere thought of Hong Tianhe falling at the hands of an obscure youth like Lin Chuan filled him with humiliation. There were numerous outsiders present at that time, tarnishing the reputation of the Xianjian sect. Fortunately, due to the pressure exerted by cold condensation frost, the news did not spread widely. Yet, the truth cannot remain concealed forever. Over time, the tale of Hong Tianhe's demise at the hands of that brash young man began to circulate. To this day, the animosity harbored by the members of the Xianjian sect towards Lin Chuan has even surpassed that directed at cold condensation frost. Rest assured, after your demise, my Xianyuan sword sect shall summon other sects to jointly eradicate the Heavenly Demon Sect. I shall also utilize this demon-slaying formation to sever Lin Chuan's head, ensuring that you and your disciple meet once more in the depths of hell. The peril faced by Leng Ningshuang is merely one facet of the situation. The demon-slaying formation is the crux of the matter. For years, the Xianyuan sword sect has concealed its depths. All 80,000 disciples within the sect have engaged in the practice of this formation, and not a single soul has divulged its secrets. This has led to a significant misapprehension on Leng Ningshuang's part regarding the Xianyuan sword sect. Now, she has ventured alone into the enemy's ranks, utterly suppressed by the demon-slaying formation. Even if she were to exert every ounce of her strength to forcibly break the formation, the outcome would likely result in the loss of countless disciples of the Xianyuan sword sect in exchange for her own survival. At this juncture, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Leng Ningshuang has no choice but to walk this path to its bitter end. Such a clever scheme. The sect leader conceded that this demon-slaying array was indeed extraordinary. However, should they attempt to slay him, the Xianjian sect would undoubtedly pay a blood price for it. To exchange the lives of tens of thousands of disciples for the life of one sect leader, would the esteemed Chongyin truly be willing to make such a trade? Leng Ningshuang exhaled a breath of stagnant air, her icy countenance betraying no emotion. She was inherently of such temperament. Even in the face of life and death, one should not expect to witness the slightest hint of weakness from her. Upon hearing her words, Chongyin's expression darkened. He was well aware of Leng Ningshuang's ruthless methods. Even with the demon-slaying array as their support, to slay a heavenly emperor would require a heavy toll. Was it truly worth sacrificing tens of thousands of Xianjian disciples for the sake of pride? A moment of hesitation flickered in his mind, but he quickly regained his resolve. Inner demon. Though I am loath to admit it, you, Leng Ningshuang, and the Heavenly Demon Sect have long since become the inner demons of my Xianjian sect. All 80,000 disciples of my sect are ensnared by your influence. Should we fail to dispel this inner demon, our progress may be imperiled. Furthermore, our righteous sect has ever been mortal enemies with the demonic cult. In this battle, I aim to make it known to the world that the essence of righteousness endures, and justice remains unextinguished. The esteemed Master Chonyin's commanding voice reverberated, instantly igniting a unified resolve among the members of the Xianjian sect. In that moment, the gazes of all 80,000 disciples transformed into an unwavering determination. It seemed as though slaying Leng Ningshuang was a noble cause for the sake of all humanity. Even if it led to their demise, they would die for a worthy cause. Thus, once the battle commenced, many would charge fearlessly, undeterred by the specter of death. The insignificant ant dared to entertain the notion of shaking the mighty tree. Leng Ningshuang maintained an expressionless demeanor. Although she was indeed shaken by the fearless gaze of the disciple from the Xianjian sect, as the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, she could not show weakness. Even in the face of death, she was determined to make the world understand that to challenge the Heavenly Demon Sect, one must be prepared to pay a blood price. Heavenly Demon Technique. 9 heavens of thunderous hell. Kill. A chilling whisper echoed through the air. Above the clouds, the thunderous dragon that had lingered for an eternity unleashed a deafening roar. Subsequently, massive thunder dragons, as colossal as mountain peaks, descended with a sudden ferocity. The first of these thunderous beasts struck the rear mountain in an instant. With a resounding boom, A blinding flash of lightning erupted. The scorching wave of heat surged forth, mercilessly engulfing the Xianjin mountain in flames. And this was merely the first of the thunderous dragons. Kill. The master Zhongying, with an expression of urgency, decisively issued the command to attack. He was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by the Heavenly Emperor. Although the demon-slaying array could confine Leng Ningshuang, should she unleash her full power, even the 80,000 disciples of the Xianjin sect would struggle to make an impact. In essence, the array's primary function was merely to restrain the opponent. The so-called killing move was but a strategy of waiting for the adversary to exhaust themselves. Only when Leng Ningshuang was fatigued could they hope to strike her down in one fell swoop. However, he had still underestimated the terrifying prowess of the Heavenly Emperor. Leng Ningshuang's momentary burst of power could effortlessly level Xianjin Mountain in the blink of an eye. Once there was a breach in the formation, confining her would become an arduous task, unless lives were sacrificed to fill the gap. Whoosh! The fierce winds howled. Countless heads, seemingly endless, converged towards the center. The surging internal energy coalesced into tumultuous waves. Various martial arts techniques, though disparate, amalgamated into a formidable force due to their sheer numbers. Thousands of disciples from the Xianjin sect charged fearlessly forward, with even more waiting in the wings. These throngs of disciples, akin to moths drawn to a flame, recklessly surged towards Leng Ningshuang, utterly consumed by madness. They had nearly forgotten the very reason for their assault on her. Boom! The second lightning dragon arrived as expected, striking perfectly amidst the crowd. The harrowing scream sent chills down the spine. Flames, smoke, shattered stones, ruins, and a grim carpet of charred bodies. In a fleeting moment, the Xianjin sect transformed into a veritable hell on earth. The fortunate survivors of the Xianjin sect stood frozen in place, abruptly awakening from their frenzy. A single question burgeoned in their minds. Why have I fought so fiercely? Yet, before they could seek an answer, they were jolted back to reality by the cacophony of battle cries. More of their fellow disciples, undaunted by death, charged forth. Even the sacrifice of thousands paled in comparison to the 80,000 disciples, rendering it utterly insignificant. Subsequently, the third, fourth, and fifth thunderous bolts descended in quick succession. The ground trembled, nearly causing the entire Xianjin mountain to collapse. The raging inferno illuminated the sky, and even from the mountain's base, the cries of the Xianjin disciples echoed clearly, mingling with their agonizing wails. Gulp. Indeed, the old witch revealed her most ferocious side to me at last. How terrifying. This is the consequence of provoking her. Well, with the Xianjin sect obliterated, these fools will no longer have the opportunity to pin Hong Tianhe's transgressions on me. Hee. Now is the perfect time to depart from the Tianma sect and indulge in a life of leisure. On the mountainside, Lin Chuan immediately spotted the flowing black dress. Under the glow of the flames, Leng Ningshuang's exquisite visage remained as frigid as ever. Coupled with her ruthless tactics, the title of the female demon was undoubtedly deserved. Though countless Xianjin disciples perished in the fierce battle, what concern was it of Lin Chuan's? Not long ago, he had dispatched 3,000 disciples from other sects himself. In truth, both he and Leng Ningshuang could be deemed demons, the sole distinction lying in their approaches, one cautious, the other domineering. Given their divergent philosophies, it was best to part ways. The world is vast, there will always be a place for Lin Chuan. With that, Lin Chuan turned and began his descent down the mountain, preparing to make his escape. With a resounding boom, another clap of thunder echoed through the air. The sixth lightning dragon had completed its formation, poised to strike. This was all within Lin Chuan's expectations. Thunder resonated with increasing intensity, growing ever more distinct. This served as a harbinger of the Thunder Dragon's liberation. If all proceeded as anticipated, its target remained the Xianjin sect. However, as this notion took form, Lin Chuan found himself momentarily stunned. He lifted his gaze towards the clouds, where the sixth Thunder Dragon roared, its abyssal maw agape. In an unexpected turn, it surged directly towards the mountainside. This indicated that the Thunder Dragon was indeed seeking him. Is it possible? Once again, he has been discovered. It remains uncertain whether it is the Heavenly Emperor's formidable perception or a mere coincidence that cold condensation frost has stumbled upon a dead rat. The nine heavens thunder prison fortuitously descended upon Lin Chuan, the thunderous roar leaving him in a state of shock. The disciples of the Xianjin sect were equally astounded. Master Chongyin and his 80,000 disciples inexplicably evaded disaster. They could not help but speculate that cold condensation frost's internal energy had been excessively depleted, leading to an errant strike. Yet Lin Chuan understood the truth. It was not a blunder on cold condensation Frost's part, but rather that he had been discovered. Impudent brat. At this juncture, you still entertain thoughts of fleeing. However, your arrival is indeed timely. With your presence, we shall surely dismantle the demon-slaying array. Cold Ningshuang felt a surge of delight within her. In truth, she was unaware that Lin Chuan would inevitably come to the Heavenly Sect. After all, this young man values his life immensely. How could he dare to challenge a medium-sized sect on his own, risking his very existence? Yet, when she sensed Lin Chuan's presence, she was taken aback, and the realization dawned upon her. Lin Chuan was not timid. Quite the contrary, he possessed audacity in abundance. Out of caution, he was willing to eradicate a sect simply to erase the karmic consequences of slaying Hong Tian'er. In Lin Chuan's eyes, even the bonds of companionship and moral constraints held no weight. As long as he could preserve his own life, he would sacrifice anyone, even a medium-sized sect, without hesitation. This sentiment resonated with cold Ningshuang. Since you are here, why hide? Do you not also wish to annihilate the Heavenly Sect and eliminate this threat? I, the sect master, shall grant you this opportunity. Cold Ningshuang's voice echoed through the mountains and forests like an ancient bell, effectively extinguishing any thoughts Lin Chuan harbored about escaping. The master exuded unparalleled valor, leaving no room for disciples to intervene. Given the disciples' limited cultivation, it would be best for him to cheer for the master from the mountainside. Lin Chuan said with a playful grin. Engaging in such a troublesome fight was hardly his desire. If there was an option to win effortlessly, who would willingly squander their energy? Enough of the idle chatter. Cold condensation Frost reprimanded. If you do not take action, this sect leader shall eliminate you first. At this point, to still entertain the thought of shirking responsibility is truly beyond redemption. Stop. The disciple is coming. Lin Chuan pouted, reluctantly shifting his footsteps. Hurry up. The sharp reprimand from cold condensation Frost followed closely behind. That little rascal Lin Chuan truly knows how to dig in his heels, retreating only when pressed. She even questioned whether Lin Chuan was part donkey. Without a good whip, he wouldn't even know to move forward. Her heart felt utterly exhausted. What on earth is this female devil up to? The expression of Master Chonian was decidedly grim. Amidst the fierce battle, could they not take things more seriously? As for the identity of the person descending the mountain, he held no interest whatsoever. Within the entirety of the Heavenly Demon Sect, his only desire lay in the demise of cold condensation Frost and Lin Chuan. Surely, Lin Chuan wouldn't come to seek his own death as well. Achoo! A sneeze echoed through the sect. Outside the gate, a languid young man was rubbing his nose. Upon lifting his gaze and spotting the throngs of heads on the mountain, he was taken aback. Goodness, so many people. Lin Chuan was utterly astonished. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. You dare, you little rascal! Cold Ningshuang bellowed. Stop him! Master Chong-ing promptly commanded. In that moment, it seemed as though cold Ningshuang and the Heavenly Sect were united as one, while Lin Chuan had unwittingly become their common target. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of figures descended before Lin Chuan, completely sealing off his escape routes. In truth, had Lin Chuan truly wished to flee, these disciples of the Heavenly Sect would hardly have been able to impede him. However, the call of cold condensation Frost caused him to hesitate momentarily. Master, are you not pushing me into the abyss? A mere glance reveals that there are at least tens of thousands here. I, as a disciple, lack the capability to confront this. Lin Chuan lamented with a grim expression, pleading for mercy. You old hag, if you wish to court death, so be it. Why must you drag me into this? I have lived a life of caution, only to meet my demise at the hands of a woman. How tragic. His inner thoughts were far more candid than his spoken words, leading cold condensation Frost to instantly grasp Lin Chuan's sentiments. She, too, understood that the Heavenly Sect had laid bare all its resources this time. Breaking the demon-slaying array would not be an easy task. Should other disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect arrive, their efforts would likely prove futile. Even Wei Wuyang and the 9 elders would be incapable of assisting her in dismantling the array. Yet, Lin Chuan undoubtedly possessed the ability to accomplish it. Enough of the trivialities. Although the leader of this sect is reluctant to admit it, the demon-slaying formation created by the Heavenly Sect has indeed caused considerable trouble. Surely, you would not wish to be constantly remembered by others in the future. Therefore, exert all your effort to assist me in dismantling this formation. Cold Ningshuang openly revealed the truth. Is this truly the fearless female demon lord we once knew? Lin Chuan furrowed his brow, taken aback by cold Ningshuang's apparent vulnerability. This was a stark contrast to the resolute leader he had come to know. It was evident that the demon-slaying formation posed significant challenges for her. Otherwise, the typically unyielding cold Ningshuang would never utter such words, should he choose not to intervene. And if cold Ningshuang were to meet an untimely demise, the Tianma sect would undoubtedly weaken. When the walls crumble, the crowd will push. Within a few days, a multitude of sects would gather at the foot of the Saintess Peak, eager to devour the Tianma sect. Even if Lin Chuan were to flee, his reputation for having slain Hong Tianhe would render him a target for both the Xianjian sect and numerous other factions. In this vast world, there would likely be no refuge for him. Therefore, it is imperative that cold Ningshuang must not come to harm. In this battle, he must commit himself wholeheartedly. Cold condensation frost, you have finally acknowledged it. And Lin Chuan, you have willingly walked into the trap. Truly, the heavens have favored my Xianjian sect. Today, my numerous disciples shall avenge the deep-seated enmity against the Lord Hong. All disciples, heed my command, activate the great formation immediately, and vanquish the demons. The resounding laughter of Master Chongyin pierced the air with an unsettling sharpness. Before him stood the two greatest adversaries of the Xianjian sect, a sight worthy of exhilaration. With his command, 80,000 disciples of the Xianjian sect stirred restlessly, utilizing the demon-slaying formation while draining the inner strength of the demonic sect. The Xianjian sect could simultaneously amplify its own combat prowess. In this ebb and flow, cold condensation frost and Lin Chuan would undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage. Master Chongyin was already prepared for a protracted battle. Even if it took 10 days or half a month, he was patient enough to eliminate the vile and wicked. The inner strength was gradually dissipating. Although the loss was slow and scarcely noticeable, prolonged combat under such circumstances would be exceedingly detrimental to our side. No wonder it is called the demon-slaying formation. Lin Chuan discerned the essence of the formation at a glance. In truth, it was not difficult to unravel the demon-slaying formation. Even cold condensation frost had detected it early on. However, she was engaged in her solitary battle and lacked the leisure to decipher it. Moreover, as disciples of the demonic sect, both she and Lin Chuan had only cultivated the demonic arts, placing them inherently in a passive position. In cold condensation frost's view, the only way to break the demon-slaying formation was through sheer force. There was no alternative. However, Lin Chuan did not share this sentiment. Brother Wolf, I find myself in trouble once more, but this time is different from the last. If I perish, you shall lose your granary. Can you bear such a loss? As the battle loomed, Lin Chuan whispered to a little wolf cub by his side. What a jest! Did this rascal truly lack awareness, or was he deliberately slacking off? Cold condensation frost glared at Lin Chuan, her teeth clenched in frustration. Were it not for the pressing battle, she would have relished the opportunity to slap him into silence. Yet, the moment the little wolf cub poked its head out, her anger vanished without a trace. Her beautiful eyes sparkled in astonishment, filled with disbelief. This is impossible. Lin Chuan, possessing merely the cultivation of Tianqing, could not possibly subdue such a formidable beast. Perhaps it was merely a figment of imagination. Leng Ningshuang slightly shook her head, resolutely dismissing her own thoughts. However, the Emperor Wolf would not cease to exist simply because of Leng Ningshuang's speculation. It gracefully descended to the ground, casually swinging its small head a few times. Its pair of astute eyes lazily glanced at Lin Chuan, seemingly conveying the message, you must keep your word. For reasons unknown, Lin Chuan was able to comprehend the meaning expressed by the Emperor Wolf. He promptly nodded and assured, rest assured. Not a single one of the 38th grade beast cores will be missing. However, none of these Xianjian sect disciples can be spared. They must be dealt with thoroughly. Only Lin Chuan would dare to negotiate with a 9th grade beast. Fortunately, the disciples of Xianjian sect were unaware of the Emperor Wolf's true rank. Otherwise, even the esteemed Zhong Yin would be struck with terror. Enough of this nonsense. Zhong Yin was quite irate. The battle was at a stalemate, with both sides brimming with pent-up frustration awaiting release. Yet, Lin Chuan remained so leisurely. It was merely a beast the size of a palm. Was it truly worth the time of so many? Since Lin Chuan placed such importance on this little wolf, it would be best to make him the target first. Thus, Zhong Yin directed a beam of sword energy straight towards the Emperor Wolf. The whooshing sound of the piercing air cut through the crowd, striking the Emperor Wolf squarely on its forehead. Humph! The esteemed Zhenren Zhongying smiled with satisfaction, just as the Emperor's wolf collapsed lifelessly to the ground. He awaited to see if Lin Chuan could still maintain his smile. However, in the next moment, all present were astounded. The diminutive wolf, no larger than a palm, not only remained alive but also widened its emerald eyes and became utterly enraged. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening bellow, the Emperor Wolf's form rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a creature larger than 3 men combined. Its lustrous silver fur shimmered majestically, exuding an overwhelming aura that instilled fear in all who beheld it. Moments ago, it had appeared as a harmless little creature, but now it radiated an unbridled ferocity. What was most terrifying, however, was its cultivation level, which rivaled that of a celestial emperor. A 9th-tier ferocious beast. The realized Master Zhangyin stuttered as he articulated the Emperor Wolf's rank. Regret washed over him. He lamented his inability to discern the true strength of the Emperor Wolf. The sword energy he had just unleashed had undoubtedly provoked this fearsome beast. Could it truly be? Cold Ningshuang's face mirrored disbelief. She simply could not fathom how Lin Chuan was able to coexist peacefully with a 9th-tier ferocious beast. It appeared that Lin Chuan could even command the Emperor Wolf to perform tasks. The allure of an individual captivating both men and women is conceivable. Yet the notion that even a ferocious beast could be swayed was beyond Cold Ningshuang's wildest imagination. Monster. This lad is becoming increasingly inscrutable. However, with the assistance of the Emperor Wolf, matters have become considerably more manageable. Leng Ningshuang exhaled a breath of murky air, and her previously taut nerves began to ease somewhat. If a formidable celestial emperor could not unravel the demon-slaying formation, then those 2 celestial emperors certainly could. The wheel of fortune has turned. This time, it is the Xianjian sect's turn to face adversity. Go. With Lin Chuan's low command, the Emperor Wolf dashed out with a swift motion, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage. Unlike cultivators, ferocious beasts are incapable of practicing cultivation techniques and lack the finesse to harness their internal energy. However, their instinctual combat style is more direct and exudes a formidable aura. The wolf, as swift as the wind and as electric as lightning, plunged into the crowd, instantly inciting a wave of panic. The speed of the Emperor Wolf surpassed the limits of even the most skilled cultivators. Even Leng Ningshuang, a formidable figure among the celestial emperors, could not achieve such a level of swiftness. The cries of despair echoed incessantly. In the blink of an eye, the disciples of the Xianjian sect suffered grievous casualties. Moreover, they perished beneath the jaws and claws of the wolves, their fates horrifically tragic. This only heightened the sense of dread. Do not panic, he commanded. Form groups of 10 and guard each exit. Upon spotting the beast, everyone nearby must converge and launch an assault. Our Xianyuan sword sect boasts 80,000 disciples, sufficient to slay a 9th-tier ferocious beast. The esteemed Master Chongyin relentlessly issued commands, striving to restore order to the frenzied crowd. Indeed, his strategy could temporarily suppress the speed of the Imperial Wolf. However, to capture or even slay the Imperial Wolf was nothing short of a fantasy. A naive one. A cold snort descended from above. Upon hearing this, the esteemed Jinren Chongyin raised his head, his pupils trembling in response. He had been preoccupied with dealing with the Emperor Wolf, momentarily forgetting about Leng Ningshuang. Could the Xianjian sect truly withstand the combined might of 2 formidable heavenly emperors? No, that is not all. There was also Lin Chuan. Jinren Chongyin regained his clarity. He immediately glanced towards the mountain gate, only to find Lin Chuan seated on the ground, gnawing on half a roasted chicken. The chicken from Baixiang Tower was indeed delectable. He must make time to indulge there soon. As Lin Chuan devoured his meal, he mumbled some trivialities, as if the brutal slaughter within the sect and his own existence were worlds apart. This lad is truly inscrutable. Jinren Chongyin felt a deep sense of frustration. Compared to straightforward individuals like Leng Ningshuang, Lin Chuan was shrouded in enigma. His unpredictable nature made his thoughts exceedingly difficult to fathom. Only Leng Ningshuang could perceive Lin Chuan's true intentions, realizing that he was merely indulging in laziness. However, to others, Lin Chuan might simply appear to feign weakness, waiting for his adversaries to lower their guard before striking unexpectedly. Because of this perception, even if Lin Chuan did nothing, Jinren Chongyin and the Xianjian sect had to divert at least a third of their attention to guard against him. Ding! While Leng Ningshuang battled fiercely against the Emperor Wolf, the host was slacking off. Reward: Hunyuan Overlord Blade, 4th on the treasure rankings. The reward is secured. Lin Chuan smiled with satisfaction. The system's rewards had been anticipated long ago. The more dire the circumstances under which one slacked off, the more generous the rewards. Clearly, being trapped in the demon-slaying array, facing the onslaught of 80,000 disciples of the Xianjian sect, could not be more perilous. Hence, the system's rewards would undoubtedly be enhanced. However, Lin Chuan had not expected the system to bestow a treasure as a reward. Profoundly profitable, Lin Chuan joyfully savored his roast chicken, contemplating how best to utilize the precious treasure he had just acquired. Meanwhile, The situation for Cold Condensation Frost and the Tsang Wolf King was far from easy. The 80,000 disciples of the Xianjian sect, under the command of the esteemed Lin Chuan, remained vigilant, fully aware of the peril they faced. Before them stood a female demon of emperor rank, accompanied by a ferocious beast comparable to an emperor. One misstep could lead to their utter annihilation, leaving no trace behind. As a prestigious sect, while the disciples of the Xianjian sect displayed varied levels of prowess, they were nonetheless a congregation of formidable talents, with over 1,000 at the level of celestial sovereign. Yet, when confronted with two figures of emperor caliber, their strength seemed trivial. With merely a flick of her finger, Cold Condensation Frost could summon a thunderous spell powerful enough to reduce them to mere ashes. However, with the imminent destruction of the Xianjian sect looming, they found themselves bereft of options. Yet, they were not alone in this dire predicament. There was also a holy son of the celestial rank. This holy son had a few disciples attending to Lin Chuan's commands, fixated on Lin Chuan. To their astonishment, the holy son was blissfully indulging in roast chicken. This bewildered not only Lin Chuan but also the disciples of the Xianjian sect. Was this young man devoid of reason? At such a critical juncture, while his master fought valiantly ahead, he chose to hide away, feasting on chicken. Nevertheless, the onlookers dared not underestimate him. Lin Chuan wielded power surpassing that of a mere holy son. The sect leader, Hong Tianhe, of the same rank, had been swiftly dispatched. This seemingly foolish young man possessed the strength to obliterate a multitude with a mere slap. At that moment, Cold Condensation Frost unleashed a wave of palm energy, forcing back the 1,000-odd disciples of the Xianjian sect. The air crackled with impending thunder, and even before it descended, the sound alone awakened a deep-seated fear within the hearts of the disciples. This female demon was indeed worthy of her emperor status. Damn it! My sword had almost reached her, yet with a single surge of her palm energy, she rendered my efforts futile. Regardless of her formidable strength, the 80,000 disciples of the Xianjian sect were no mere pushovers. They voiced their grievances, yet none dared to advance. The disciples who had been repelled by Cold Condensation Frost as palm energy had suffered heavy casualties. At that moment, Cold Condensation Frost cast a glance toward Lin Chuan. While his strength was commendable, would he falter against the multitude of Xianjian sect disciples? She pondered, a flicker of concern for Lin Chuan surfacing in her heart. After all, she had initially intended to single-handedly eradicate the Xianjian sect. Unexpectedly, Lin Chuan, although eager to withdraw from the sect, still harbored concern for its safety, daring to venture alone into the heart of danger for the sake of his faction. Yet, in the next instant, Cold Condensation Frost felt an urge to curse. This young man was, against all odds, leisurely enjoying his roast chicken at such a critical moment. In the face of life and death, how could one nonchalantly indulge in roasted chicken? Such a display is utterly intolerable. Lin Chuan, how can you still be slacking off at such a critical moment? If you do not take action soon, I assure you, I will ensure you enter the gates of the Heavenly Demon Sect horizontally. Leng Ningshuang bellowed fiercely. An overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the surroundings, causing the disciples of the Xianjian sect, who were eager to seize the moment and strike, while Leng Ningshuang was distracted, to be forcefully repelled several dozen steps back. The disciple closest to Leng Ningshuang, unable to withstand the intensity of the pressure, spat out blood and collapsed heavily to the ground. Why is this female demon so formidable? Damn it, is this the pressure of a heavenly emperor? Brothers, let us charge together. The disciples of the Xianjian sect were filled with fury, but before they could voice their intentions, a chilling gust of wind swept through, sending a shiver down their spines. Turning around, they were met with the terrifying gaze of a green-eyed, ferocious beast, fixed intently upon them. The 9th-grade ferocious beast, the Emperor Wolf. Before they could react, the Emperor Wolf lunged forward, plunging into the crowd. It had completely regarded these disciples of the Xianjian sect as mere prey. Beneath its colossal form, the disciples felt an overwhelming sense of despair. They were utterly powerless. Countless disciples of the Xianjian sect were promptly devoured by the Emperor Wolf. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan suddenly felt a jolt of alarm. He had heard Leng Ningshuang's booming voice clearly. He was not deaf. With a grave expression, Lin Chuan stood up, fixating his gaze on the disciples of the Xianjian sect before him. This is bad. The demon is about to strike. Don't be afraid. The other two are at the Heavenly Emperor level. He is merely a heavenly saint. Wait, how dare you, a disciple of the Heavenly Sect, utter such words? Lin Chuan's actions left the surrounding disciples of the Xianjian sect utterly dumbfounded. They hastily retreated several steps, fearful of Lin Chuan's sudden attack. This is someone capable of annihilating a sect leader with a single strike. Leng Ningshuang felt a wave of relief wash over her. This young man. At a crucial moment, still grasped the gravity of the situation. Damn it, I've got something stuck in my teeth. This roasted chicken is indeed delicious. But why does it feel a bit dry? Lin Chuan mused to himself while raising his hand to cover his face and pick at his teeth. This action horrified the nearby disciples of the Heavenly sect. This is bad. The demon is preparing to use a hidden weapon. Quick! Get ready to form a formation to defend against the enemy. This is a strike from a heavenly saint. We must not underestimate it. Cold Ningshuang's temples throbbed with anger. This young man, I should never have believed he could do anything useful. A hidden weapon? Nonsense. Picking his teeth in public and covering his face, how shameful can he be? If it weren't for the multitude of Heavenly sect disciples surrounding her, preventing her from moving, Cold Ningshuang would have certainly gone over and turned Lin Chuan into a pig's head. At this moment, Cold Ningshuang silently vowed that once she dealt with these disciples, she would thoroughly teach this troublesome brat a lesson. Lin Chuan found himself in a state of inner turmoil. Must there truly be a confrontation? Why is there so much violence and bloodshed? Couldn't they simply gather in harmony, sipping tea and discussing how best to eradicate their foes? As Lin Chuan's mind wandered into these fantastical musings, Leng Ningshuang's frustration only intensified. Yet, she found herself unable to act against him at that moment. Instead, she directed her pin-up rage entirely upon the disciples of the Heavenly sect beside her. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The air surrounding the disciples appeared to be violently torn asunder. Thunder rumbled ominously, and sporadic flashes of lightning erupted. Seeing this, real Master Chonin was taken aback. Was this a technique? A thunder-based technique? It was said to be capable of rending space itself, transforming a region into an independent domain where the practitioner could easily slaughter the ensnared. Real Master Chonin had only heard tales of such a power, never having witnessed it firsthand. To his astonishment, Leng Ningshuang had achieved such a formidable level of strength. Alarmed, he instinctively shouted, "It's a technique. Quickly, gather together." Guardian Mountain Formation. The term law startled Lin Chuan. He had heard his senior sister, Wen Ming, mention it before. This law could only be grasped by those who had reached the Emperor of Heaven level, with only a minuscule chance of mastery. It was said that only those who attained the title of Emperor of Heaven could fully wield this deadly skill. Once the law was unleashed, nothing would survive within 100 miles. Lin Chuan was immediately taken aback, gazing at Leng Ningshuang in astonishment. To think that the old witch could master the law. Was she on the verge of becoming an Emperor of Heaven? This would be disastrous. Wouldn't she be even more ruthless against me? While Leng Ningshuang was deeply engrossed in crafting the law, she nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing Lin Chuan's thoughts. While others were astounded by the law. How could this boy's mind be so peculiar? Nevertheless, she could hardly afford to entertain such distractions now. Once the law was invoked, there would be no turning back. The heavens would change colors, and all life would be extinguished. In truth, Leng Ningshuang had already mastered the law but had refrained from revealing it. After all, showcasing the law would inevitably attract unnecessary trouble, especially from hidden masters, emperors of heaven, or even titled emperors of heaven. That would be catastrophic. However, at this moment, she could no longer concern herself with such matters. For the Heavenly sect still held a trump card, a formation even more formidable than the demon-slaying array, the Guardian Mountain Sword Array. Although no emperor-level figure had ever emerged from the Heavenly sect, it still enjoyed considerable prestige among the righteous sects, largely due to this Guardian Mountain Sword Array. This array required at least 10,000 participants to activate. All participants would sacrifice a portion of their vital blood to infuse the formation. Thus, the more individuals involved, the stronger the Guardian Mountain Sword Array would become. After all, it harnessed the collective power of all participants, and its might should not be underestimated. With a total of 80,000 disciples in the Heavenly sect, an array activated by such a multitude could potentially bring even an Emperor of Heaven to ruin. However, the time required to execute this array was considerable, and it would inflict some damage on the bodies of those involved. Yet, facing the imminent threat of annihilation, Leng Ningshuang had no doubt that these individuals would not hesitate to act. This was also the reason why Leng Ningshuang had been reluctant to take action against the Heavenly sect. If struck by this blow, even she might not be able to withstand it. Now, with 80,000 disciples gathered, they were poised to unleash the Guardian Mountain Sword Array at any moment. Initially, Leng Ningshuang had thought that with herself, Lin Chuan, and a 9th-tier magical beast, dealing with these fish of merely the celestial venerable level would be a piece of cake. However, it seemed that this 9th-tier magical beast was merely a juvenile, possessing only rudimentary means of attack. Furthermore, Lin Chuan was infuriatingly indifferent. seemingly unconcerned with the gravity of the situation. Thus, the condensation frost, compelled by circumstance, reluctantly revealed its possession of the arcane method. Given the current situation, a swift resolution is imperative. As for the potential involvement of significant figures, that is a concern for another time. As long as one acts with sufficient alacrity, no one shall uncover the true identity of the one who unleashed this esoteric technique. Celestial Demon Technique. 9 Transformations of Thunder. The heavens strike down upon the world. With those words, the formidable Lei Sha Ufa Min was unleashed. As Leng Ningshuang parted her crimson lips, she uttered a series of esoteric incantations in a tongue foreign to many. Almost immediately, a chilling wind swept through, and the rift in space echoed with the cacophony of countless thunderous roars. The deafening noise caused even the seasoned Jinren Chongqing to draw a sharp breath. This female fiend had truly lost her wits. Not only did they feel the tremors of dread, but even the fierce emperor wolf beside them took a few steps back, instinctively wary of the lightning that emanated from the torn fabric of reality. Lin Chuan stood frozen, his expression one of sheer astonishment as he gazed at Leng Ningshuang. This ancient sorceress had truly transformed into a harbinger of doom. The ominous aura radiating from her sent ripples of genuine fear through the disciples of the Heavenly Sect, as if they would be obliterated by the lightning at any moment. Fortunately, the incantation did not strip Leng Ningshuang of her awareness. She still retained control over the raging tempest of thunder surrounding her. Jinren Chongqing, in a state of panic, observed the air around them begin to warp and fracture, rendering even the most basic act of breathing a Herculean task for the 80,000 disciples present. Quick, offer your blood, and activate the Mountain Guard Sword Formation. We must eradicate this witch today. As he spoke, he bit into his own tongue, offering a drop of his essence to the central formation. Yet, time was slipping away. The incantation required a significant duration to manifest, nearly equal to that of the Mountain Guard Sword Formation. However, Leng Ningshuang had revealed her trump card prematurely, meaning that no matter how swiftly they acted, she would annihilate the disciples of the Heavenly Sect before they could launch their counterattack. The frigid expression on Leng Ningshuang's face seemed to dictate the death knell for the entire sect. The Heavenly Sect shall not allow this calamity to unfold. Jinren Chongqing bellowed, his eyes now a fierce crimson. Leng Ningshuang, you have forced my hand. Today, I shall ensure you have no place to rest. With that declaration, he bit his tongue once more, unleashing a torrent of his vital essence. The blood surged into the Mountain Guard Sword Formation, causing the once golden array to take on a sinister crimson hue, rendering it particularly fearsome. Leng Ningshuang narrowed her eyes. What was this man plotting? Such reckless actions would surely drain his life force entirely. Regardless of his strength, he was courting death. Had he truly lost his sanity? At that moment, Jinren Chongqing wore a chilling smile. With all his blood offered, his complexion turned ashen, and he swayed unsteadily, as if the slightest touch would send him crashing to the ground. Leng Ningshuang, you may know of our Mountain Guard Sword Formation, but you are unaware of the method by which we can activate it with such swiftness. To initiate the Mountain Guard Sword Formation rapidly, it suffices to sacrifice the entire essence of an individual at the Soul Master level or above, regardless of one's status as a Celestial Emperor. In the presence of the Mountain Guard Sword Formation, there exists only a path to demise. Master Chongqing exerted the last vestiges of his strength to utter his final words. Ultimately, he collapsed, a mere husk of bones, falling to the ground in a shattered heap. Without his essence, his life flickered like a candle in the wind. Yet, for the sake of the entire Heavenly Sect, Master Chongqing had no choice but to proceed in such a manner. What manner of peculiar formation is this? Whatever happened to the esteemed righteous sect? Why must a formation demand the full essence of a person? Is this not a technique exclusive to the demonic cult? Cold Ningshuang once again heard Lin Chuan's voice of complaint. However, at this moment, she could afford no further distractions. If the Mountain Guard Sword Formation were to activate, all would be lost. Cold Ningshuang had not anticipated that Master Chongqing possessed such a trump card. The Mountain Guard Sword Formation can indeed be initiated swiftly. No wonder few demonic cults dared to provoke the Heavenly Sect. It was due to this very reason. A self-deprecating smile flickered across Cold Ningshuang's face. Who would have thought she would meet her end here? At this moment, 80,000 disciples of the Heavenly Sect had gathered. At their center, a large yin-yang symbol composed of jade emitted a brilliant golden glow. Countless sword energies whirled within. Cold Ningshuang understood all too well. The Mountain Guard Sword Formation was at its zenith, poised to unleash its power at any moment. Yet, her own technique required a bit more time. Beside her, Lin Chuan could no longer remain passive. Was this the end? How could the Xianjin sect possess such a hidden ace? If the mountain guard sword formation were to fire directly at them, Leng Ningshuang, he himself, and the Emperor Wolf would undoubtedly perish. Even Leng Ningshuang, a celestial emperor, found herself utterly powerless. Flee. This thought struck Lin Chuan's mind with urgency. With the ability to traverse vast distances underground, if he exerted every ounce of his strength, escape was certainly possible. However, Leng Ningshuang had already set her formation. He was utterly confined within its bounds. Oh, you old hag, you've led me to my doom. Lin Chuan seethed internally. Upon hearing this, Leng Ningshuang was momentarily taken aback. Why was Lin Chuan still uttering such bizarre statements? Compensation? What could be compensated when life itself was at stake? Yet, in that moment, Lin Chuan finally sprang into action. Countless treasures erupted from behind him in an instant. The dazzling golden radiance nearly blinded the disciples of the Xianjin sect. How could this fellow possess such an abundance of treasures? Treasures? No, these are divine artifacts. Nonsense. Most of them are supreme divine artifacts. Why is this young man so affluent? No, the crux of the matter lies in why he has summoned forth such an abundance of treasures. Countless disciples murmured amongst themselves. Yet in their eyes, regardless of Lin Chuan and Leng Ningshuang's intentions, their efforts seemed futile. However, Lin Chuan's brow furrowed in concern. Alas, he found himself in a predicament. Among his numerous treasures, not a single one appeared to be of any utility. Ultimately, Lin Chuan's attention was drawn to the fourth-ranked innate treasure awarded by the system, the Hunyuan Overlord Blade. This blade was deemed an innate treasure because of its extraordinary ability to momentarily suspend time and sever the fabric of time itself, though it was merely for an instant. It might prove advantageous against the mountain-protecting sword formation before him. However, should he employ it, the Hunyuan Overlord Blade might very well cease to exist. Yet, in this moment, Lin Chuan could no longer afford to ponder the consequences. The preservation of life was paramount. Subsequently, Lin Chuan rummaged through his spatial ring and produced a fiery red elixir, which he placed into the mouth of the imperial wolf. As he stroked the wolf's mane, he implored, "Oh, little wolf, for our survival, I beseech you to assist me. This elixir will swiftly enhance your speed and strength. All you need to do is grasp this great blade and charge towards that mountain-protecting formation." Upon hearing this, the wolf's vibrant green eyes narrowed in alarm, and it instinctively recoiled. Surely, the imperial wolf understood that this was akin to courting death. Lin Chuan, with a smile, reassured, "You shall come to no harm. This blade, along with the elixir, will safeguard you. The outcome of life or death now rested entirely upon you." Yet, the imperial wolf remained unconvinced, continuing to retreat. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chuan raised 3 fingers, declaring, "Upon success, I shall grant you 38th grade beast course." The imperial wolf was intrigued, yet still hesitant. 50. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, Leng Ningshuang was momentarily taken aback. Wait a moment. What did Lin Chuan just say? 58th level ferocious beast Innerdan? Is he speaking nonsense? Although 8th level ferocious beast Innerdan are certainly not as rare as 9th level ones, they are hardly common commodities. There are scarcely a handful within the entire Tiamat sect. This lad actually dares to produce 50 of them at once and intends to feed them to this Emperor Wolf? Furthermore, that fiery red pill he just administered to the Emperor Wolf looks so familiar. The 9-grade pattern dragon pill. Upon recalling this name, Leng Ningshuang was struck with astonishment. The 9-grade pattern dragon pill is even rarer than a 9th level ferocious beast Innerdan. This item can only be concocted using the Innerdan of a 9th level ferocious beast in conjunction with various rare celestial materials. However, despite its rarity, it is not meant for human consumption, but rather for ferocious beasts. Once consumed, the beast will unleash its latent potential, significantly enhancing all its abilities. And for a brief period, it will be impervious to any attacks. Yet, upon seeing this 9-grade pattern dragon pill, Leng Ningshuang began to discern Lin Chuan's intentions. He aims to have the Emperor Wolf utilize its physical form, combined with the 9-grade pattern dragon pill, to counteract the mountain guard sword array. This is not an unfeasible plan. Theoretically, it has a high probability of success. However, the question remains, how does this lad possess such an abundance of treasures? Leng Ningshuang realized that she was increasingly unable to see through this young man. How many secrets does he still harbor that she has yet to uncover? She also began to comprehend the implications behind Lin Chuan's earlier remark about compensation. However, it seems she cannot afford such a thing. Just the 58th level ferocious beast Innerdan alone would be utterly crippling. In truth, Lin Chuan felt a pang of regret as well. When it comes to 8th grade ferocious beast Innerdan, he could procure as many as he desired, as the system generously provided them without cost. Yet, 50 is still rather excessive. Nevertheless, for the sake of survival, he had no choice. The crux of the matter is that he possessed only one 9-grade pattern dragon pill. Moreover, he must also sacrifice the top-tier innate supreme treasure, the Henyuan Overlord Blade. Only when the Henyuan Overlord Blade is activated, freezing the time surrounding the Mountain Guard sword array for a brief moment, can the Emperor Wolf fully withstand the assault. Only then can this crisis be completely averted. At this moment, the disciples of the Xinjiang sect remained oblivious to Lin Chuan's actions. All they could see was the Emperor Wolf recklessly charging toward the Grand Formation. They had no idea what kind of pill Lin Chuan had just given, nor the significance of the large blade clutched in the Emperor Wolf's mouth. Beast, seeking death. They shouted in fury. First, eliminate this beast, then deal with those two demons. Avenge our master. With their battle cry, the Mountain Guard sword array surged forth, emanating a brilliant golden light. Countless streams of sword energy surged towards the Emperor Wolf, enveloping it in an overwhelming wave of terror. The creature instinctively shut its verdant eyes tightly. After consuming the 9th-grade pattern dragon pill, it felt an inexhaustible reservoir of power within. Yet it was utterly unprepared for the formidable might of this sword formation. 58th-grade beast cores were gone, vanished. Yet, at that moment, the chaotic sovereign blade in its mouth suddenly radiated a dazzling brilliance. At first, Leng Ningshuang paid little attention to the Henyuan Overlord blade just presented by Lin Chuan, assuming it to be merely an ordinary innate treasure. However, as the extraordinary radiance unfurled and all visible sword energies abruptly suspended in midair, she instantly realized the gravity of the situation. The Henyuan Overlord blade, ranked fourth among innate treasures. Legend has it that, in the past, 4 heavenly emperors simultaneously sought this treasure, resulting in 2 fatalities and 2 severely injured, yet the Henyuan Overlord blade vanished without a trace. To her astonishment, it had ended up in the hands of this young man, Lin Chuan. What had this lad been doing to possess such a trove of treasures? What would she use to compensate if anything were to happen to it? Yet, at that moment, she could no longer afford to ponder such matters. Under the influence of the Henyuan Overlord blade, all the sword formations came to an abrupt halt, subsequently drawn towards it. Countless sword energies surged towards the face of the Emperor Wolf. However, the 9th-grade pattern dragon pill was also activated at that moment. The sword energies collided with an invisible barrier of air, vanishing without a trace. The Henyuan Overlord blade not only has the power to suspend time, but can also accelerate the passage of time in a designated area. In a fleeting moment, these sword energies were being absorbed by the Emperor Wolf at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The disciples of the Xinjiang sect were utterly astonished. What was happening? The Emperor Wolf before them, though indeed a 9th-grade ferocious beast, had never been known to possess such capabilities. Such a formidable mountain-protecting sword formation had even drawn upon the full vitality of a heavenly saint. Yet upon impact, why did it seem entirely ineffective? This entire process persisted for a full minute. Within that minute, all the sword energies of the mountain-protecting formation were absorbed by the Emperor Wolf. Subsequently, the radiance at the center of the formation gradually dimmed. The formation was broken. The disciples of the Xinjiang sect were nearly engulfed in despair. Had the mountain-protecting formation truly been so easily dismantled? They gazed at Lin Chuan and Leng Ningshuang with faces filled with unwillingness. The Emperor Wolf turned swiftly, immediately clutching the Henyuan Overlord blade as it landed. At that moment, thunder roared. Leng Ningshuang's long-prepared thunder-killing secret technique finally took shape. In that instant, at every point where the technique made contact, all disciples of the Xinjiang sect were thoroughly enveloped in lightning. With a resounding crack, a cacophony of thunder and lightning reverberated through the air. The atmosphere surrounding Leng Ningshuang turned chillingly frigid. In an instant, the thousands of disciples of the Xinjiang sect around her were obliterated by the descending wrath of the heavens. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh. As the mystical energies dissipated, all that remained around Leng Ningshuang were a few charred corpses, still emitting wisps of smoke. The remaining disciples of the Xinjiang sect were utterly stunned. A single technique effortlessly annihilated over 10,000 of their brethren. Such formidable power? Could this truly be the might of an Empyrean? Fear not, everyone. This female demon has exhausted her spiritual energy. If we unite, we shall surely vanquish her. Someone called out, snapping the remaining disciples back to reality. Indeed, with our numbers in the tens of thousands, we can easily eradicate this exhausted fiend. At last, we can avenge our master. Isn't the saint son of the Heavenly Demon Sect right there? Let us eliminate him together. As the devastation unfolded, the protective sword formation of the sect shattered. The disciples of the Xianjian sect directed their fury entirely at Leng Ningshuang and Baifeng, wishing nothing more than to obliterate them completely. Yet, despite the significant depletion of her spiritual energy, Leng Ningshuang was not so easily harmed by these insignificant foes. The disparity in power between an Empyrean-level expert and those of the Heavenly Saint level was vast, not just in strength, but also in the recovery of spiritual energy. Although casting such techniques consumed considerable energy, the surrounding lightning-attributed spiritual force allowed Leng Ningshuang to absorb energy rapidly, with her hands forming seals. An immense surge of spiritual energy erupted forth, creating an invisible barrier that repelled the Xianjian disciples, preventing them from approaching her. Damn it. How does this female demon still possess spiritual energy? One of them muttered. Never mind, let us first deal with that saint's son. He is the one who killed our sect leader and shattered our sword formation. Realizing they could not harm Leng Ningshuang, the disciples swiftly turned their attention toward Lin Chuan. In their eyes, although Lin Chuan possessed the strength of a heavenly saint, he seemed far easier to confront. Moreover, from the beginning until now, Lin Chuan had merely been indulging in roasted chicken without making a move. This led them to conclude that he was a mere pretender, boasting a lofty realm without the corresponding strength. Do you truly think I am easy prey? Lin Chuan cast a cold glance at the swarm of Xianjian disciples rushing toward him. In an instant, a multitude of weapons and blades surged forth behind him. Supreme treasures. Innate supreme treasures. These items, often only spoken of in legends, now appeared behind Lin Chuan as if they were being distributed wholesale. What is happening? What are those things appearing behind him? Are they supreme treasures? Innate supreme treasures? How can this be possible? The disciples of the Xianjian sect gasped in astonishment. It dawned on them that Lin Chuan was indeed the one who had slain their sect leader, while Lin Chuan had preferred to remain passive. The time for inaction had passed, as the enemy had encroached upon his very doorstep. To remain idle now would be akin to hiding like a turtle. In an instant, the treasured artifact behind Lin Chuan surged forth as if it possessed a consciousness of its own, ruthlessly eliminating the insignificant members of the Tianzhou. However, the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming. Although Lin Chuan was brimming with spiritual energy, the Xianjian sect still had over 70,000 disciples remaining. Even if he were to vanquish them all, it was likely that other sects would be drawn by the commotion. With this thought in mind, Lin Chuan turned to face the Imperial Wolf. The wolf, clearly displeased by Lin Chuan's earlier insistence on putting it in peril, turned away in a huff upon his approach. Come now, my dear wolf, do not be so petulant. The 9th-grade dragon pattern pill I bestowed upon you is an invaluable asset for your survival. Moreover, I have suffered the loss of a congenital treasure myself, Lin Chuan said with a calm smile, reaching out to pat the Imperial Wolf. However, the wolf nimbly evaded his touch and turned its head away, wearing a look that clearly said it would never trust him again. Lin Chuan chuckled lightly. Brother Wolf, there is no grand formation this time. I beseech you to assist me once more. I assure you, your life will not be in jeopardy. The Imperial Wolf continued to ignore him, seemingly disinterested. Searching through his spatial ring, Lin Chuan produced a multitude of inner cores. Upon completion of this task, I shall grant you the inner cores I previously promised, plus an additional 30. The Imperial Wolf stole a glance at Lin Chuan before turning away again. Lin Chuan grit his teeth. 50 cores. This proclamation was clearly heard by Leng Ningshuang. An additional 50 inner cores from 8th-grade ferocious beasts? What does this young man take such treasures for? Mere candy. At that moment, the Imperial Wolf's vibrant green eyes glimmered with interest, and it turned to regard Lin Chuan once more. Lin Chuan forced a dry laugh. What a treasure-hungry creature. Oh, no, I meant wolf. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Xianjian sect, who were engaged in combat with the swarm of congenital treasures unleashed by Lin Chuan, were left dumbfounded. What on earth was he doing? This was a battle. Why was he casually chatting with the Imperial Wolf as if nothing was amiss? Their fury ignited. The disciples, feeling powerless against the congenital treasures, soon began to encircle the artifacts, preparing to launch a surprise attack on Lin Chuan. However, before they could advance, the Imperial Wolf suddenly sprang into action, baring its formidable jaws and lunging at the disciples. With just one attack, it claimed the lives of over 100 disciples. Now, they hesitated to act recklessly. This wolf was a 9th-grade ferocious beast, comparable to an existence akin to a celestial emperor. Should it unleash its true power, it would likely rival even Leng Ningshuang. After the Emperor Wolf consumed the 8th-level Fierce Beast core from Lin Chuan's hand, it tilted its head in confusion, evidently uncertain of its capabilities. Subsequently, Lin Chuan produced a pale purple pill, gently patting the Emperor Wolf's head as he instructed. Upon consuming this, Run forward and unleash the spiritual energy within you as much as possible. The Emperor Wolf's eyes brightened at the mention of the core and promptly swallowed the pale purple pill, obediently dashing ahead as directed by Lin Chuan. As it sprinted, the Emperor Wolf's form began to swell significantly, radiating an indescribable aura. Leng Ningshuang caught a faint whiff of this scent, her heart racing with astonishment. This fragrance. Was it possible that the pill Lin Chuan had given the Emperor Wolf was a beast-summoning pill? She was utterly baffled by the treasures Lin Chuan seemed to possess. The beast-summoning pill, as its name suggests, is a concoction designed to attract all nearby ferocious beasts. It can be ingested by both humans and beasts, emitting an aroma akin to the enticing scent of a meal to humans. However, for ferocious beasts, it ignites their deepest desires. Such a pill is typically utilized by individuals of the Celestial Emperor level to lure numerous ferocious beasts for a decisive strike. Without the capabilities of a Celestial Emperor, consuming this pill could result in being devoured alive by the approaching beasts. Even Celestial Emperors exercise caution when using this item, wary of attracting formidable adversaries. Furthermore, the allure created by a beast consuming the pill far surpasses that of a human. The innate constitution of beasts allows them to emanate a scent that entices even more ferocious creatures. The acquisition of such a pill is exceedingly difficult, as its crafting requires rare and precious materials. Generally, Celestial Emperors lacking substantial resources are unable to afford such luxuries. As a Celestial Emperor herself, Leng Ningshuang was well aware of its significance. Yet, how could Lin Chuan, merely a fledgling in the realm of the Celestial Saint, possess such an extraordinary item? Just as Leng Ningshuang grappled with these perplexities, the ground began to tremble violently. Countless indistinct auras surged from the surroundings, converging toward the direction in which the Emperor Wolf was racing. Even Leng Ningshuang felt an overwhelming presence in the air, a sensation that was quite unnerving. Quickly, let's go. In an instant, the icy demeanor of cold condensation frost shifted. She summoned a gust of wind beneath her feet, dragging Lin Chuan away into the distance. Wait. Brother Wolf. Lin Chuan cast a lingering glance at the Emperor Wolf. Oh, Brother Wolf, please don't hold it against me. That old witch is far too terrifying. I simply cannot withstand her. Yet, you are indeed a 9th-level ferocious beast. These creatures should not dare to harm you. Once I return, I shall surely compensate you with the finest 8th-grade beast core. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, cold condensation frost hesitated momentarily. At this distance, they were already deemed safe. To her astonishment, the bond between Lin Chuan and the Emperor Wolf was evidently profound. It seemed he possessed a side that was both affectionate and loyal. Witnessing Lin Chuan's sincere sentiment, she pondered that forcibly taking him away might incur his resentment. It would be wiser to grant him this favor and, once her spiritual energy was replenished, retrieve the Emperor Wolf directly. With this thought, cold condensation frost glanced back at the ruins of Xinjiang Mountain. Has the old witch lost her strength? Why has she ceased her pursuit? Lin Chuan's silent thoughts surged into cold condensation frost's ears, causing her expression to stiffen. It appeared she had overthought the situation. This boy was truly an incorrigible rascal. However, more astonishing than that was the scene surrounding the Emperor Wolf. The ferocious beasts, both large and small, were drawn in by the powerful aura emanating from it. Perhaps due to the 9th-level beast consuming the beast-summoning pill, its scent had significantly expanded, attracting a considerable horde of beasts within a short time. The variety among the beasts was staggering, ranging from 3rd to 8th level ferocious creatures. It was akin to a grand migration. Wait, a grand migration? Cold condensation frost suddenly understood Lin Chuan's true intention. The migration of ferocious beasts. No matter how numerous the disciples of Xinjiang sect were, they would undoubtedly falter in the face of such a massive tide of beasts. With this realization, cold condensation frost's gaze towards Lin Chuan became exceedingly complex. Unexpectedly, this seemingly carefree lad possessed a mind capable of devising such intricate schemes. To annihilate a sect through a tide of beasts, who would have thought he could conceive such a plan? However, the involvement of 8th-level beasts seemed somewhat far-fetched. Although Xinjiang sect was merely a mid-tier sect, it still boasted 80,000 disciples and several heavenly saint-level powerhouses. Such a scale of beast migration, while certainly inflicting significant damage upon Xinjiang sect, might not necessarily lead to the extermination of the remaining 70,000 disciples. It appeared Lin Chuan had overlooked certain details. Just then, a thunderous roar resounded through the air. Cold condensation frost pupils constricted as she turned towards the source of the roar. A beast with the head of a tiger and the body of an elephant, its countenance fierce and covered in scales, emerged prominently from the horde of beasts. Though the surrounding ferocious beasts were driven into a frenzy by the scent of the beast attraction elixir, They instinctively retreated upon encountering this formidable creature. Nevertheless, countless third and fourth-tier beasts were ruthlessly crushed underfoot. Even the inner cores of the exploded beasts were effortlessly shattered by the residual force of this creature's steps. This beast is the quasi-10th tier Lihuan scale armor beast. This entity, even for the cold and composed Leng Ningshuang, had only been glimpsed in ancient texts. It is said to be one of the three apex beasts that once represented the pinnacle of the 9th tier ferocity. A single Lihuan scale armor beast could extinguish any beast below the 5th tier in just a breath. Moreover, any cultivator beneath the Heaven sect would find themselves obliterated by its overwhelming aura if they ventured too close. Although the Lihuan scale armor beast is considered the weakest among the legendary 3 ferocious beasts, its mere appearance heralds an unending calamity. The very ground it treads becomes barren. The small beasts that were unable to evade in time and were crushed, their inner cores shattered, serve as testament to this reality. However, the ordeal was far from over. From another direction came a deafening roar. Leng Ningshuang turned her gaze once more. With the head of a tiger and the body of an elephant, its visage was grotesque, covered in scales. Another Lihuan scale armor beast? Wasn't this creature confined to legend? Why then do two appear today? It would be no surprise if the disciples of the Xianjian sect were entirely obliterated. With these two Lihuan scale armor beasts, confusion would reign supreme. It was not just the Xianjian sect that would fall. Even two of them would likely be swept away. In that moment, Leng Ningshuang could not help but glance at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan's expression was grave as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, displaying no trace of fear upon witnessing the two beasts. Did he already foresee this? What is happening? A beast tide? Is it truly a beast tide? That is a Lihuan scale armor beast, one I have encountered in books. What? A pinnacle 9th tier beast? How can such a being appear in our Xianjian sect? The remaining disciples of the Xianjian sect were utterly astonished. The initial beast tide had already left them in shock. And now a creature rivaling the peak of the Heavenly Emperor had emerged. This meant that there was no one in the world capable of opposing it. And now, two had appeared. When did the Tianma sect acquire the ability to summon ferocious beasts? Damn it, they are charging towards us. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. The disciples of the Xianjian sect found it increasingly difficult to even breathe under the oppressive weight of the Lihuan scale armor beast. Yet, the ferocious beasts surrounding them inexplicably shifted their focus towards the disciples of the Xianjian sect. Initially, they had been lured by the aroma of the beast attraction elixir. However, due to the presence of the soul-devouring scaled beast, they dared not approach the Emperor Wolf, which radiated an aura of dread. The Emperor Wolf itself was a formidable 9th tier beast, its power immense. Among ferocious creatures, their perception of those far superior is remarkably acute, far exceeding that of humans. Moreover, the Emperor Wolf had consumed the inner cores of 9th tier beasts, as well as several from the 8th tier. The mere scent emanating from these cores was sufficient to instill profound fear in them. Consequently, they shifted their focus to the nearest disciples of the Xianjian sect. Stay back. Do not approach. At that moment, the few Xianjian disciples closest to the beasts immediately summoned their spiritual swords, swinging them at the oncoming ferocious creatures. Yet, such tactics proved effective only against lower-tier beasts. Against those of higher rank, they barely registered as a mere tickle. The appearance of the 8th tier beast, the Westzay fiendish ape, was particularly overwhelming. Swift and destructive, its roar alone could incapacitate numerous disciples from the Celestial Emperor and Celestial Sect. Following this, the Westzay fiendish ape would feast upon them, specifically targeting their brain matter, discarding the remains heavily upon the ground. Neither the deceased nor the living were spared from its voracious appetite. Even the disciples of the Xianjian sect, reduced to charred corpses by the thunder prison killing technique, could not escape the clutches of this monstrous beast, devoured entirely. The most alarming factor was that there were not just one, but 3 or 4 of these Westzay fiendish apes. Their fur was astonishingly resilient. Even the full-force strikes from Celestial Sect experts could only inflict minor wounds upon them. This horrifying scene rendered the Xianjian disciples dumbfounded. As they contemplated fleeing, they discovered that ferocious beasts were surging from all directions around the mountain, with no escape in sight. They were compelled to face their adversaries. In the face of such an overwhelming tide of beasts, they stood no chance. It was a massacre in which they were utterly outmatched. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the Xianjian sect lay strewn with corpses, limbs severed and blood flowing like rivers. Their numbers plummeted from over 70,000 to a mere half in an instant. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The truly ferocious soul-devouring scaled beasts had yet to make their appearance. Female demon, your Heavenly Demon Sect shall meet a most dreadful fate. At this moment, a high-ranking disciple of the Xianyuan sword sect let out a piercing cry, his blood-red eyes fixated intently on the direction of Leng Ningshuang and Lin Chuan. Subsequently, countless ferocious beasts overwhelmed him, tearing him apart and feasting upon his innards. This gruesome sight caused even Leng Ningshuang to furrow her brows. Though she had taken many lives, she had never engaged in such brutal slaughter, let alone witnessed such a horrific scene. In stark contrast, Lin Chuan remained utterly composed, even picking up the remaining half of a roasted chicken, eating it leisurely while observing the unfolding chaos. Leng Ningshuang found herself increasingly perplexed by Lin Chuan. Despite being able to hear his thoughts, she was still taken aback by the multitude of secrets he harbored. To remain so unflappable in the face of such carnage, and to still have an appetite, was a testament to the remarkable strength of his will. Moreover, the presence of the soul-seeking scale armor beast loomed ominously below. As a pinnacle-grade ferocious beast, it was comparable to a peak heavenly emperor. Even a coalition of several heavenly emperors might struggle to subdue it. My goodness, what manner of creature is this? It certainly does not appear benevolent. Brother Wolf, I am truly sorry. These thoughts left Leng Ningshuang utterly bewildered. This young man was completely unaware of the peril. No time to waste. We must flee. If the soul-seeking scale armor beast sets its sights on us, our demise is inevitable. Leng Ningshuang exclaimed fiercely, hastily urging Lin Chuan to depart. At this juncture, the fate of the Emperor Wolf was of little concern to her. In the face of such a fearsome beast, even the Emperor Wolf, despite being a formidable creature, was merely a cub, vastly overshadowed by the two fully grown soul-seeking scale armor beasts. With such proximity, should these two creatures take notice of them, even her full strength at her prime might not guarantee their escape. Moreover, Lin Chuan was merely a heavenly saint-level cultivator. Wait. Lin Chuan hastily gestured, urgently halting Leng Ningshuang. With a grave expression, she fixed her gaze upon him and remarked, I understand. This Emperor Wolf is a creature you have painstakingly tamed. However, if life is lost, then everything is for naught. Lin Chuan looked at Leng Ningshuang in astonishment, taken aback that the old witch could utter such words. It seems even she harbors a fear of death. But there is no need for concern. The effects of the beast-summoning pill should have waned. Brother Wolf, if you are not a complete fool, then flee swiftly. Upon hearing this, Leng Ningshuang's expression momentarily froze. However, it was not due to Lin Chuan's words, but rather a sudden realization that her body felt somewhat peculiar. At that moment, the scent emitted by the beast-summoning pill gradually dissipated. The effects have indeed faded. The Emperor Wolf, with its vivid green eyes, was fixated on the distant soul-departing scaled beast. As a fellow ferocious creature, it acutely sensed the looming threat of death. Nonetheless, the Emperor Wolf tracked its prey by scent. The aroma of the beast-summoning pill had been overwhelmingly potent, which, while not completely disorienting the wolf, did interfere with its sense of smell. As the scent faded, it became aware of two soul-departing scaled beasts approaching from either side. Run! Without a moment's hesitation, the Emperor Wolf dashed towards Lin Chuan's direction. The terror of death propelled its speed beyond the ordinary. The surrounding lesser ferocious beasts were no match for it, and they were swiftly knocked to the ground. Lin Chuan hurriedly descended to assist the Emperor Wolf, which, exhibiting remarkable understanding, shrank down and burrowed into his embrace. Lin Chuan promptly retrieved 10 8th-level ferocious beast cores and hastily placed them into the wolf's mouth. Well done, Brother Wolf. With this, no one will suspect the Heavenly Demon Sect. Master, we must leave at once. If we linger any longer, those cultivators who heard the commotion will arrive, and it will be too late. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, Leng Ningshuang snapped back to reality. Yet, she felt something unusual within her spirit energy. Just moments ago, it appeared to have surged within her, dispelling the fatigue that typically follows the use of spells. Moreover, there was a peculiar sensation coursing through her. However, there was no time for contemplation. Leng Ningshuang swiftly led Lin Chuan away at blinding speed. With such a massive beast tide and the emergence of a pinnacle 9th-level ferocious beast, they would undoubtedly be able to shed suspicion from the Heavenly Demon Sect. If not, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, as the last few disciples of the Xianjian sect were swallowed by the ferocious beast horde, it signified the complete annihilation of the Xianjian sect. 80,000 disciples, without a single survivor. This once prestigious sect was bloodily washed away in a single day. Brother Wolf, come quickly. Lin Chuan hastily let out a commanding shout. The Emperor Wolf hurriedly approached, transforming back into the adorable little wolf cub it once was, promptly burrowing into Lin Chuan's embrace. Having just navigated a life-and-death moment, the Emperor Wolf's mind was consumed with thoughts of the promised 9-tier fierce beast core. After experiencing its potency, the Emperor Wolf had savored the sweet taste of power. Just one had significantly enhanced its strength. Imagine what 5 could achieve. However, before long, with Lin Chuan in tow, Leng Ningshuang felt a sudden darkness envelop her, nearly losing consciousness. Observing this, Lin Chuan realized he had no choice but to intervene. Fighting was ill-advised. However, when it came to fleeing, Lin Chuan was undeniably an expert, traveling 1,000 miles underground. With a mere thought, Lin Chuan and Leng Ningshuang's figures vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the townsfolk at the foot of the mountain gazed in bewilderment at the lively commotion on Xinjiang Mountain, scarcely believing their eyes. What could be causing such a tremendous uproar atop the mountain? And why were there so many monkeys? No, those were ferocious beasts. But why were there so many? Could this possibly be the legendary beast tide? It is said that beast tides occur only once in a century. How could one manifest on Xinjiang Mountain? With so many savage creatures, the Xinjiang sect might face a significant calamity. No wonder there was such a tumultuous noise earlier. It must have attracted the beast tide. Surely, with so many disciples in the Xinjiang sect, they would be able to manage, wouldn't they? The townsfolk engaged in animated discussions, gradually forming a crowd, pointing and gesturing towards Xinjiang Mountain. Bah! At that moment, a monk unexpectedly emerged from the crowd. If Lin Chuan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual. This man is none other than the venerable Master Fa Ming, who once urged the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Mystical Sword Sect to set aside their grievances. Master Fa Ming's brow was furrowed in concern. He had merely been passing through, intending to visit the Mystical Sword Sect, when he was drawn to the peculiar sounds emanating from Mount Xinjiang. Are you not aware? This is a once-in-a-century beast tide. At that moment, a middle-aged man, eager for excitement, remarked, though the Mystical Sword Sect boasts numerous disciples, they may struggle to cope. It is likely they will face annihilation. Master Fa Ming's previously squinted eyes widened in astonishment, his expression reflecting shock. What? The middle-aged man frowned in return. Why are you so startled, old monk? Surely you can see for yourself? The ferocious beasts are charging from such a distance. It is truly terrifying. Master Fa Ming clenched the prayer beads in his hand. Bah! With that, he did not linger, hastily leading several young monks toward the Mystical Sword Sect. At this moment, he was acutely aware that a grave calamity was imminent for the Mystical Sword Sect. The term beast tide, which harks back to ancient times, was astonishingly re-emerging today. A century ago, multiple celestial emperor experts were mobilized to quell the beast tide. How could the Mystical Sword Sect, devoid of even a single celestial emperor, withstand such an invasion now? Not only Master Fa Ming, but countless cultivators from esteemed sects, drawn by the unusual sounds, began to converge on this location. Soul-departing armored beasts? Master Fa Ming was the first to arrive, and upon seeing 2 of these fearsome creatures, his countenance darkened significantly. Master Fa Ming? At this moment, the eminent cultivators of the righteous sects, arriving one after another, were momentarily unable to discern the identity of this colossal creature and thus hesitated to inquire. Master Fa Ming narrowed his eyes and sighed softly, declaring, "It is the soul-severing scale beast." He then warned all present that anyone below the heavenly sovereign realm must not approach. This is a rare and formidable beast tide that occurs only once in a century. Bah! The members of the Xinjiang sect have unexpectedly fallen victim to such calamity. A beast tide of this magnitude occurs only once in a century, yet this time, 2 soul-scale beasts have emerged, a phenomenon that occurs but once every millennium. The surrounding cultivators sighed in disbelief. Though they dared not approach, some had already used their spiritual energy to probe the area. Aside from the ferocious beasts, no other presence could be felt. At this moment, Master Fa Ming furrowed his brow and remarked, "We have arrived too late. Not a single soul from the Xinjiang sect remains." Having spoken, Master Fa Ming gently moved his hands, manipulating the Buddhist beads as he intended to guide the souls of the unjustly deceased to peace. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that the once thriving Xinjiang sect had been completely eradicated. Moreover, the suddenness of this beast tide, striking right at the heart of the Xinjiang sect, was unfathomable. How could the Xinjiang sect be annihilated by such a tide? Perhaps it was the machinations of the Tiamat sect. Indeed, the Xinjiang sect had long-standing enmity with the Tiamat sect. It was unthinkable that these vile demons would not only slay the sect's master, but also seek to extinguish the entire lineage. That cold-hearted woman, Leng Ningshuang, truly harbors such malice. We must avenge the brothers of the Xinjiang sect. Upon hearing the bewildering remarks of the bystanders, The first arriving cultivators began to speak in unison. The Tiamat sect? You overestimate them. Did you not hear Master Faming? This is a peak level 9th grade beast, the soul scale beast. Does the Tiamat sect possess such power to summon 2 of these creatures? Enough. With their cultivation, how could they possibly comprehend the nature of the soul scale beasts? Indeed. We should retreat for now. This is a being comparable to a pseudo-emperor level existence. The cultivators debated among themselves. Initially, they suspected the Tiamat sect's involvement. Given the bitter enmity between them and the Xianjin sect, it was not beyond possibility that the demoness Leng Ningshuang would attempt to wipe out the sect to prevent retaliation. However, upon witnessing the soul-scale beasts, they quickly discarded this notion. If the Tiamat sect possessed the ability to control soul-scale beasts, they would undoubtedly become the most formidable sect in the world. No, this matter is likely intertwined with the Tiamat sect in some capacity. At that moment, a group of monks reappeared amidst the crowd. However, their attire suggested they were not monks of the Fanyin Temple. Master Conjue. The surrounding cultivators hastily parted to make way. Master Mingjue raised his eyes to behold the arrival, none other than Master Conjue of the Tianyin Temple. What prompts Master Conjue to utter such words? It seems evident that this beast tide is instigated by the demonic forces. Master Mingjue couldn't help but frown slightly, speaking in a somber tone. It is not that Master Mingjue harbors intentions to protect the Heavenly Demon Sect, but rather that the Fanyin Temple and the Tianyin Temple have long been at odds. The Fanyin Temple advocates harmony, using Buddhism to enlighten others through reason, while the Tianyin Temple's approach is starkly different, favoring strength over discourse. In essence, one seeks to propagate the Dharma, while the other is overtly combative. Thus, despite both being esteemed sects, a certain tension exists between them. Consequently, Master Mingjue instinctively believed that Master Conjue had come to undermine him. Though this location is indeed where the beasts congregate, the old monk faintly sensed a trace of demonic energy. While he could not ascertain the origin of this energy, the Heavenly Demon Sect currently bore the greatest suspicion. Master Conjue, his expression grave, elucidated. The Heavenly Demon Sect and the Xianjin Sect are sworn enemies. The holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Lin Chuan, has even slain the leader of the Xianjin Sect. It is possible that the Heavenly Demon Sect orchestrated this beast tide as a means of revenge against the Xianjin Sect. Such a beast tide could not simply arise, Master Mingjue replied, shaking his head slightly. If it were an ordinary beast tide, the Heavenly Demon Sect might indeed have some secret arts to summon it. However, how could they possibly attract an entity like the soul-severing scale beast? Master Conjue chuckled coldly. Perhaps it was a case of fortuitous miscalculation. With a deep sigh, Master Mingjue remarked, such reasoning seems rather far-fetched. As the surrounding cultivators pondered, the majority ultimately sided with Master Mingjue. Although remnants of demonic energy lingered, implicating the Heavenly Demon Sect, there was no conclusive evidence, and given the sect's strength, it was indeed challenging to summon a legendary creature like the soul-severing scale beast. While the two were embroiled in their debate, many cultivators shifted their gazes toward the soul-severing scale beasts. Despite their formidable power, these two beasts possessed a critical flaw. Their reaction speed was exceedingly sluggish. Nonetheless, their inherent pressure and indestructible defenses compensated for this shortcoming. However, it was precisely due to their slow reactions that they sensed the scent of the beast-attracting pill dissipating. At that moment, they were disinclined to linger and prepared to depart quietly. Look, they are about to flee. These are 9th-grade ferocious beasts. With so many of us here, we should unite our strengths to capture them. Indeed, the inner cores of 9th-grade ferocious beasts are incredibly precious, especially this one, which is at the pinnacle of its kind. At this moment, voices emerged from an unknown source. Have you all lost your minds? Do you not see that the 80,000 disciples of the Xianjin sect have been annihilated by these creatures? Who is unaware of the preciousness of the inner cores of 9th-grade ferocious beasts? Yet the prerequisite is that one must be able to contend with them. Not to mention us few. Even if 2 celestial emperors came, they would likely not stand a chance against these 2 beasts. At the forefront, several righteous cultivators hastily intervened to dissuade them. However, it was already too late. A few newly ascended heavenly saint-level rogue cultivators could no longer contain their eagerness to step forward and test their mettle. They observed that the movement speed of the soul-devouring scale-armored beast was exceedingly slow, and with sufficient speed, they believed they could evade harm. Furthermore, heavenly saint-level cultivators would not be affected by the oppressive aura surrounding them. Yet, as these cultivators approached the soul-devouring scale-armored beasts, suddenly, the scales of the 2 beasts stood erect, and they swiftly unleashed a barrage towards the approaching cultivators. Boom! These scales detonated with an explosive force. The speed was so swift that the individuals present had no time to react, instantly reduced to a mist of blood, leaving no remnants of their garments. Truly, they were the pinnacle of a ninth-level ferocious beast, a power that was beyond reach. At that moment, the leader of the Tianmiao sect, Sheng Lingfeng, couldn't help but gasp in shock. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have dared to believe that such a terrifying beast existed in this world. The fate of those individuals dissuaded other cultivators who had contemplated taking action. Who could possibly contend with such a creature? Surely, only a titled emperor could stand a chance. Yet, although many present possessed considerable strength, how could any of them claim the title of emperor? The titled emperor was merely a legendary figure, left with no other choice. The crowd refrained from any rash actions and watched as the two soul scales beasts silently departed. Meanwhile, in the Nightshade Mountain, nestled at the boundary of Yin and Yang, this enigmatic mountain range loomed, shrouded in dense, inky fog. Hardly any living being could survive within Nightshade Mountain, save for the Baigui sect, which resided halfway up the slope. Despite the oppressive aura permeating Nightshade Mountain, it served as the ideal location for the Baigui sect's equally sinister practices. Due to its secluded nature and the ruthless disposition of the Baigui sect's members, few dared to tread here or provoke them. Though the sect's overall strength was not formidable, their leader was merely a celestial saint, having yet to ascend to the rank of emperor. Within the sect, only the ancient figure known as Baiku was of emperor-level prowess. Nevertheless, even those sects with emperors typically opted not to provoke the Baigui sect, for they possessed myriad methods to ensure that one could neither live nor die in peace. Or, inexplicably, one might lose their life. However, at this moment, the usually tranquil Baigui sect was far from calm. Where is the scholar? You have all returned. Why has the scholar not yet come back? At this moment, the leader of the 100 Demon Sect, Gui Shaxing, was glaring fiercely at several disciples before him. Despite the large number of disciples who ventured out this time, the one with the most extraordinary talent, his very own direct disciple, Gui Rushing, had not returned. Although Gui Shaxing's expression was often inscrutable, it was now suffused with fury. In his eyes, none of these disciples held a candle to the significance of Gui Rushing. Given the unique nature of the cultivation methods of the 100 Demon Sect, it was rare to find individuals of high aptitude who progressed quickly. Thus, the practitioners of the sect often found themselves stymied at certain stages, particularly at the Heavenly Sovereign level, which posed the greatest hurdle for the disciples. Gui Rushing was one such individual. To call him the hope of the 100 Demon Sect would be no exaggeration. Even the capricious elder Baiku held great expectations for him. Please, master, temper your anger. At this juncture, an older disciple of the 100 Demon Sect, visibly tense, stammered. Senior brother said he wanted to see some excitement and followed along. Who could have anticipated that a level 9 ferocious beast, the Emperor Wolf, would appear there? It was for this reason that he has gone missing. We have searched tirelessly for days, yet to no avail. Ultimately, as the great martial illusion is about to close, we had no choice but to exit. The disciple's voice dwindled, lacking conviction. He was acutely aware of Gui Rushing's importance to the entire sect. Should any misfortune befall Gui Rushing, he and his fellow disciples would likely face dire consequences. Hearing these words, Gui Shaxing's rage intensified. How could a person simply vanish without a trace? Moreover, Rushing has already broken through to the Heavenly Sovereign. Although the level 9 Emperor Wolf is on par with the strength of a celestial emperor, our sect's agility is unrivaled, and Rushing has mastered it to perfection. He would undoubtedly be aware that he could not defeat that beast. How could he not escape? The gathered disciples fell silent, grappling with the same confusion as Gui Shaxing. Gui Rushing's agility was unparalleled among the sect's disciples. As long as he did not encounter techniques specifically designed to counter the 100 Demon Sect's movements, even a celestial emperor-level adversary would pose no threat to his escape. Yet, the stark reality remained. Gui Rushing had indeed vanished without a trace. Why did so many of you not follow your senior brother? Now that he is missing, what punishment do you deserve? Gui Shaxing's fury reached a boiling point. With nowhere else to direct his wrath, he prepared to unleash it upon the disciples before him. Master, please calm your fury. We shall continue searching and will surely bring senior brother back. We beseech you to restrain your divine powers. The disciples were suddenly engulfed by an unprecedented aura of malice, as a dense black mist emanated from around the ghost sand star. This was the highly confidential technique known as the 100 Ghosts Decision, reserved solely for the master of the 100 Ghosts sect. They understood all too well that the essence of the 100 Ghosts' decision lay in its ability to drain the spiritual energy from anyone who had wrested from the sect's practices, transferring it to the one who unleashed this formidable technique. Those deprived of their spiritual essence would face a fate of utter desolation, their very souls denied peace. In the past, only those who had betrayed the 100 Ghost sect or violated its sacred regulations would meet such a grim fate at the hands of the master. Thus, upon witnessing the emergence of the 100 Ghosts' decision, the disciples promptly fell to their knees, fervently pleading for mercy. They were acutely aware of the dire consequences of having their spiritual energy siphoned away, namely, an eternity devoid of rebirth. This was far more terrifying than death itself. At that moment, a surge of spiritual energy disrupted the ominous black mist surrounding Ghost Sandstar. He was momentarily taken aback, turning towards the source of the disturbance. Elder? The one who intervened was none other than the Grand Elder of the 100 Ghosts sect, the sole Heavenly Emperor, the Venerable Baiku. The disappearance of the scholar is a matter for which I, too, share responsibility. Are you truly intending to drain my spiritual energy as well? Baiku stated, his expression impassive. Ghost Sandstar hurriedly bowed in respect. I would not dare. Baiku stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Speaking with an air of calm, the scholar's disappearance stems from his own arrogance. I fear that his vanishing is not due to the Emperor Wolf, but rather the machinations of those with ulterior motives. Thus, what purpose does it serve to blame these disciples? Will it bring the scholar back? We can only cling to the hope that he is still alive. Do you realize that over 3,000 individuals have gone missing during this expedition to the Great Marsh Illusion? They are all from various sects. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Ghost Sandstar was momentarily stunned. What? How could so many have vanished during a mere expedition to the Great Marsh Illusion? Grand Elder, have you discerned anything? Baiku shook his head slightly. No. After learning of the scholar's disappearance, I returned to the Great Marsh Illusion to investigate. But I could find no trace of his presence. However, there was a significant landslide in a mountain range there. Perhaps the scholar encountered misfortune in that very location. Though the Emperor Wolf is formidable, it is merely a cub and lacks the power to obliterate an entire mountain range. Furthermore, the cub is primarily focused on seeking sustenance, rather than wreaking havoc upon mountains. This matter likely involves a formidable entity within the Great Marsh Illusion. Ghost Sandstar, upon hearing this, found himself unable to quell the turmoil within. A powerful being? One capable of devastating the entire mountain range of the Great Marsh Illusion. Such an ability could only belong to a heavenly emperor, for otherwise, how could such immense force be manifested? Gui Shaxing could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Within the great marshland of illusions, there lurked a being of emperor-level strength? This seemed highly plausible. The elder Baiku narrowed his eyes and continued, moreover, this emperor-level entity likely possesses strength surpassing even my own. To effortlessly obliterate an entire mountain range while simultaneously making 3,000 individuals vanish without a trace is a feat of great terror. Even I, despite my multiple investigations, have been unable to detect any lingering essence. This individual is indeed formidable. Therefore, the disciples cannot be blamed for this predicament. Shaxing, upon hearing these words, found himself utterly perplexed. His most esteemed disciple had gone missing, and he was expected to feel grateful? Grateful for what? Observing the confusion on Gui Shaxing's face, Elder Baiku further explained, be thankful that these disciples did not accompany the scholar. Do you know that among those 3,000 individuals, many hailed from the same sect? None of those who ventured into the great marshland returned. Although these disciples may lack the exceptional talent of the scholar, they are still the elite of our sect. Had they followed him, our promising talents would have been annihilated. Upon hearing this, Gui Shaxing's anger diminished considerably. He gazed at the trembling disciples before him, and, in a fit of displeasure, waved his hand dismissively, saying, Begone, return and diligently cultivate. It is imperative that someone breaks through the shackles of Tianzong and attains the status of Tianzuan. The disciples hastily complied, exclaiming, Thank you, sect leader. Thank you, elder. They pledged to intensify their training without any hint of complacency and nearly scrambled away from the sect leader's hall. For them, this place felt akin to a hellish domain. Despite the outwardly carefree demeanor of the disciples of Baigui's sect, within the confines of the sect, they were all exceptionally deferential. Save for the prodigious Gui Rushing. Elder, we cannot simply let go of the scholar's grievance. He is a rare talent, a prodigy of our Baigui sect. Although Gui Shaxing grasped the situation to some extent, a lingering dissatisfaction remained. The disappearance of Gui Rushing left uncertainty about his fate. The collapse of the mountain range was likely the doing of the concealed emperor-level being within the marshland. It was highly probable that Gui Rushing had already met his demise. Elder Baiku coldly stated, "This cannot simply be disregarded. Even if the assailant possesses greater power than I shall undoubtedly seek vengeance for the scholar." Gui Shashing's eyes narrowed. "Are you suggesting, Elder, that we should venture into the Great Marshland once more?" Elder Baiku nodded solemnly, "Indeed. Although the Great Marshland is currently sealed, with proper negotiation, entry may still be possible. You shall accompany me on this journey. The various sects have all suffered significant losses and will undoubtedly be filled with rage. At that time, a multitude of formidable warriors would undoubtedly return to the Great Marsh dreamscape to investigate, and this matter is far from over. Even that bloodthirsty sect's Li Tangfeng has gone missing, and the old wretch of the bloodthirsty sect will surely not rest easy. When the moment arrives, we can collaborate to uncover the truth behind this. Even a peak Heavenly Emperor may not be invincible." Upon hearing the words of the Ancient One, Gui Shashing couldn't help but pause in surprise. The old wretch of the bloodthirsty sect? There could only be one person. The Grand Elder of the bloodthirsty sect, Li Jintang. Li Jintang's strength has long attained the level of a peak Heavenly Emperor, yet due to various reasons, he has been unable to break through to the title of Heavenly Emperor. Consequently, he has remained in seclusion for over a century. Li Tangfeng is none other than the great-grandson of Li Jintang, and he is among the most gifted individuals within the bloodthirsty sect. Should Li Jintang choose to intervene, even the mightiest of peak Heavenly Emperors would not withstand the fury of the masses, unless they were a titled Heavenly Emperor. However, upon contemplating this, Gui Shashing shook his head. The Great Marsh dreamscape is merely a trial ground for celestial sects and celestial sovereigns. How could a titled Heavenly Emperor reside within? Thus, the hope of retrieving Gui Rushing is not entirely lost. Excellent. Grand Elder, time is of the essence. When shall we depart? Gui Shashing was now brimming with impatience, eager to set forth and hasten the return of Gui Rushing. Even if Gui Rushing has already perished, at the very least, he wished to locate the perpetrator and exact revenge for Gui Rushing. Yet the Ancient One shook his head and replied, "Patience, we must not rush. That old wretch may not have emerged from seclusion yet. I surmise the bloodthirsty sect's members are already frantically searching for him. Once he emerges, he will undoubtedly seek us out. At that time, we shall set forth." Hearing the Ancient One's words, Gui Shashing nodded heavily. The style of the 100 Ghosts sect has always been one of restraint, rarely initiating an attack unless there is something to gain. And while Li Jintang possesses extraordinary strength, one man's power is limited. He will inevitably seek out the Ancient One, an old acquaintance. Thus, it is possible that we may turn misfortune into fortune and gain some benefits from Li Jintang. The fate of Gui Rushing remains uncertain, given the current circumstances. It would be wiser to leverage this situation to procure something in compensation for our losses. Grand Elder, shall it be just the two of us who venture forth? Should we notify the second Elder and the third Elder as well? Gui Shashing hesitated for a moment before posing his inquiry. The 100 Ghosts sect operates under a distinct structure compared to other sections. In most sects, elders, regardless of their strength surpassing that of the sect leader, must heed the leader's directives. Only in significant matters can the elders convene to deliberate and decide whether to endorse the leader's proposals. However, the 100 Ghosts sect is an exception. The sect leader merely oversees all disciples, while the majority of authority resides with the 3 fixed elders of the sect. Presently, the second and third elders are in seclusion, striving to ascend to the celestial emperor realm. Should they be summoned, their semi-celestial emperor strength would indeed provide substantial assistance. Yet, the elder Baiku solemnly shook his head, stating, "There is no need. They are in a critical period of breakthrough, and we must not disturb them. The two of us can manage. Furthermore, the scholar is the great-grandson of the third elder. Should the third elder learn of this, it would surely provoke his ire. If this leads to his failure in breaking through, the burden of responsibility would be too great for both of us to bear." Upon hearing this, Gui Shashing could only acquiesce. After all, there were other sect members accompanying them, and they were certain to achieve a resolution. Little did they know, the perpetrator behind the death of Gui Rushing and the other 3,000 disciples from various sects was not a figure of the Celestial Emperor's upper echelon, but rather Lin Chuan, who had just barely broken through to the Heavenly Saint level. However, due to Lin Chuan's elimination of all potential threats, they had not considered the direction of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Report. Just as Gui Shashing and the Elder Baiku were engaged in discussion, a disciple of the 100 Demons Sect rushed in with a sense of urgency. The attire of this individual clearly marked him as a scout dispatched by the 100 Demon Sect. As a prominent sect, especially one associated with the dark arts, such scouts are indispensable. It is precisely due to the intelligence provided by these scouts that the remote 100 Demon Sect remains informed of the movements of other sections. What could be so alarming? Gue Shashing inquired with a grave expression. The scouts of the 100 Demon Sect are trained from a young age, and they would not dare to intrude so recklessly unless the situation were particularly dire. Reporting to the sect master and elder, the Xianjin sect has been annihilated. The scout exclaimed breathlessly. What? The countenance of Gue Shashing instantly darkened to an ominous hue. Could it be the work of the people from the Tiamat sect? The expression of the 100 withered elder also revealed a hint of astonishment, yet he waved his hand dismissively and said, Do not panic. The Xianjin sect boasts over 80,000 disciples, along with multiple protective mountain formations. How could the Tiamat sect extinguish them at will? What on earth is happening? The scout, fearing negligence, hurriedly replied, It appears that a considerable beast tide has emerged. Various righteous sects have dispatched members to assist, and even those from Tianyin Temple and Fanyin Temple have arrived. According to reports, when they reached the Xianjin sect, it was already awash in blood, with no survivors in sight. Due to the overwhelming number of disciples from the righteous sects, they did not dare to delve too deeply. Upon hearing this news, Gue Shashing's face turned a ghastly shade of pale. Absurd. A beast tide is a rare occurrence. How could it arise so suddenly? Moreover, in proximity to the Xianjin sect? What a remarkable coincidence. The scout, frozen in fear, fell silent. The 100 withered elder gestured for the scout to withdraw and spoke gravely. Do you suspect this incident to be the doing of the Tiamat sect? Gue Shashing scoffed. It must be so. Our sect has recently forged an agreement to jointly eradicate the Tiamat sect. What a coincidence that the Xianjin sect is assailed by a beast tide at this moment. This is undoubtedly the work of the Tiamat sect. The 100 withered elder, however, shook his head slightly. The Tiamat sect's doing? Even the celestial emperor cannot summon a beast tide, let alone the presence of pinnacle 9th level ferocious beasts. Do you truly believe that Leng Ningshuang possesses such capabilities? As for the Xianjin sect, it is merely a mid-tier sect. If it is destroyed, so be it. For now, our priority is to locate the scholar. After so many years, our 100 Ghost sect has finally birthed a talent. We must see him alive or find his remains. As for the alliance against the Tiamat sect, we shall discuss that once we ascertain the whereabouts of the scholar. Although Gue Shashing felt a lingering resentment in his heart, he could only nod in acquiescence upon hearing the 100 withered elder's words. Indeed, even the mightiest of celestial emperors could not likely provoke a beast tide. The demise of the Xianjin sect could only be attributed to their ill fortune, and they could not blame others. Furthermore, in dealing with the Tiamat sect, the Blood Slaughter sect and the 100 Ghosts sect suffice. The Xianjin sect is expendable. Even if Leng Ningshuang is a celestial emperor, she stands alone. How could one celestial emperor contend with the combined forces of two? Contemplating this, Gue Shashing nodded heavily and murmured, However, the Great Marsh illusion has now closed. How shall we reopen it? If we wait for it to open on its own, it may not be until a century later. The 100 withered elder waved his hand, darkly asserting, I have my methods for this matter. Meanwhile, within the Blood Slaughter sect, the esteemed Grand Elder Li Zhantong emerged from his seclusion, not for any trivial matter, but due to the alarming disappearance of the prodigious talent Li Tangfeng, whose absence had left the entire sect in a state of turmoil. Li Tangfeng was not merely a genius of the Blood Slaughter sect. He was also the sole grandson of Li Zhantong, with a notoriously fiery temperament. Li Zhantong was the polar opposite of the elderly Baiku, and his fury was now unleashed. Are you implying that two Empyrean-level powerhouses were stirred within the Great Marsh illusion, resulting in a strike? Is that why my grandson has vanished without a trace? Li Zhantong's expression darkened as he directed his gaze at the disciple from another sect who had been captured. After all, every disciple sent from the Blood Slaughter sect had perished, leaving him with no choice but to extract information from others. However, the methods employed by Li Zhantong were rather ruthless. The disciple knelt on the ground, bloodied and battered, clearly having endured severe torment. Trembling, he uttered, Great Lord of Blades. What I say is the truth. Initially, a formidable warrior struck, shattering an entire mountain range, resulting in the disappearance of 3,000 disciples, including young Master Li. Who but an Empyrean-level being could cause such monumental upheaval? We had just retrieved treasures from the illusion when we heard a tremendous noise at the entrance, accompanied by the collapse of the mountain. At that moment, the disciple divulged all he knew, hoping only for his life to be spared. His misfortune was great. Merely indulging in a visit to the flower fragrance pavilion on his way back to the sect had led to his capture by this fiend. Without a moment's hesitation, his captor shattered half of his meridians. Even if he were to return now, he feared he would be rendered a cripple. Despair filled his eyes as he contemplated his grim fate, yet he clung to the hope of preserving his life. Celestial Emperor? Are there truly two Celestial Emperors? Do you genuinely believe I can be easily deceived? When did the title of Celestial Emperor become so devalued? Can there really be two within a mere illusion? Li Chuan, instead of expressing anger, merely chuckled, causing his disciple to feel an immediate chill, as if death itself had enveloped him. Suddenly, Li Chuan raised his hand. A fierce gale erupted, shaking the floor violently with a cracking sound. In an instant, the disciple clad in white was drawn towards him, his neck crushed in a heartbeat. Not only that, but his body also became exceedingly desiccated, evidently drained of all his vital essence. At that moment, the Blood Fiend sect's master, Shueshingza, who had been silent for quite some time, clasped his hands and inquired, "Esteemed Blade Sovereign, what shall we do now?" Li Chuan narrowed his eyes, revealing his crimson fangs, and coldly replied, "What shall we do? The Great Marsh illusion is now sealed. We must find a way to forcibly open it. If there truly are two Celestial Emperors within, I alone cannot contend with them. Is it not true that the Ghost Scholar of the 100 Ghost Sect has also gone missing? Let us seek out Elder Baiku. Only together can we hope to face the two Celestial Emperors. As for how to open the illusion, we shall address that when the time comes." Upon hearing Li Chuan's words, Shueshingza immediately understood and set off with him towards the 100 Ghost Sect. Regarding Lin Chuan's suggestion, Leng Ningshuang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Given her current condition, it was indeed unwise to travel continuously, not to mention her extreme weakness, which could lead to lingering ailments if she exerted herself too much. Moreover, in her frail state, encountering past adversaries on the road could spell her demise before she even realized it. Seeing Leng Ningshuang's ascent, Lin Chuan swiftly turned and led her towards a nearby small town. Although described as a small town, it would be more fitting to call it a village. The town's scale was not insignificant, with an estimated several thousand households. Consequently, various inns, taverns, and businesses were plentiful. "Welcome, esteemed guest. Please, come inside. Are you looking for accommodations?" Upon entering an inn, the welcoming attendant, upon seeing Lin Chuan and the weakened Leng Ningshuang on his back, displayed a knowing expression. "Ah, esteemed guest, please proceed to the second floor. Our rooms offer top-notch soundproofing. Even if you were to set off firecrackers inside, the outside world would remain blissfully unaware."